Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing to join us. This is Mtembe TV Open Forum political discussion show. Apologies for missing out of action for the past 3 days or so. I've been off and I'm coming to you from unfamiliar grounds. Right now, I'm in Busia on the border of Kenya and Uganda, trying to navigate between the two regions and be able to make maximum use of the end of year as I eat in Uganda and sleep in Kenya and work in between. Asanteni sana kwa kujumika nami katika show leo. Asante tu sana kwa kuchagua Mtembei TV. Naomba wote tukajumuike pamoja tunapoangazia siasa zetu. Leo hii tunaangazia MP mmoja anayedai kwamba Gachagua akuwe impeached. How viable is this? Is it time for this to take place? Are they able to carry out their threat, or how is it going to be? And behind this member of parliament, which other hands do you see? Is this Ruto trying to correct his Gachagua mistake using proxy, or what is it? I want us to look at it keenly. And of course, Kawira, the governor for Meru, is before the Senate committee awaiting the verdict after she got impeached by the MCAs of Meru. What do you make of this? Is she going to survive the Senate or what? And why couldn't he? Why couldn't she be taken to the plenary directly, and instead they resorted to the 11-member committee in the Senate? You can participate into this even as we start out the conversation, and as usual, we want to invite each one of us to be part and parcel of what is happening. And so, as you join us, please make sure that you're inviting one, two, three, four people to join into the discourse. And like I said, I've been off for the past 3 days. So I had a little accident that left my foot in pains. And so I've not been able to withstand staying up and ensuring that we keep the show running. I believe my colleagues did their part, and I'm happy that I'm recovering well, and that is why I'm here. Karibu sana, nashukuru tu sana kwa wale wote mnajiunga nasi. Naamini kwamba mko salama. Nawashukuru kwa kujiunga nasi katika show ya leo. Na wakujia moja kwa moja kutoka Busia County. Hapa ndio ndipo kufunga mwaka na kufungua mwaka. Conference fulani inaendelea hapa, inaitwa Zion Temple Global Ministries International. Tuko hapa na conference ingine kubwa tu ambayo tunafundisha neno la Mungu na tunabarikiwa kwa pamoja. So asante sana wote mnaojumuika nasi. Tuendelee kukaribishana tafadhali. Usitazame peke yako, hakikisha kwamba wewe ndio ambassador wa Mtembei TV. Wale ambao walikuwa wame Shoni ya leo GFHGG. Shoni ya leo, Merry Christmas to you. Thank you so much. Show imemiss siku tatu, ni kwa sababu zisizoebukika, na niko tu hapa briefly, lakini naamini kwamba tutaweza kujadili mapana na marefu kwa ule muda tuko nao. Naomba kwamba kina Francis na nini, leo ilikuwa siku ya Francis kurejea job, so naomba tu akifika basi mimi nitang'atuka, lakini tuanze pamoja. Karibisha wawili watatu tukaombe pamoja tunapoanza mkutano wa leo. Tunaamini kwamba kuna suala nyeti ambalo tungependa kuliangazia, na katika siasa zetu hapo ndipo maisha ya Wakenya yameshikiliwa, na kwa hivyo lazima tunyooshe siasa zetu kama tutasaidia ama kunyoosha maisha ya Wakenya. Karibu kila mmoja, hakikisha kwamba unamakinika, usiachwe nyuma na yote ambayo yanajiri katika nchi yetu na katika maisha yetu. Karibuni tu sana, karibu tafadhali, karibisha wawili watatu. Samahani, hatujaweza kurejea kwa Facebook profile, lakini tuko Facebook page na Twitter na YouTube. So kama unataka kujiunga katika studio, tumia YouTube, hapo ndipo utaweza kufika bila shida. Asante sana. Asante sana. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you, Mary. We appreciate you. We thank God for everything. We look forward to having a great time together. So let's invite each other. Let's talk tonight as we look at the impeachment of Gachagua, or calls for the impeachment of the Deputy President Gachagua. It's too early in the day, but it looks like this is something that can get momentum, and it could be a blessing in disguise to the William Ruto administration. I don't know what you think and feel about the whole scenario, because we can see more than that MP complaining. There could be some extra hands behind him, using him so that William Ruto can correct his mistake of picking on Gachagua as his deputy president. Sijui unaonaje haya haya. Kabla tuingie kwa kina, naomba sasa tukaombe pamoja tunapoanza mjadala wa leo, na tunaamini kwamba Mungu kwa neema yake na hekima yake atatuwezesha kujadili kwa kina na tutaelewana kwa mambo yote. Let's all pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege to be on this platform again, as we share different views of different people concerning our great nation. We pray for your wisdom to prevail. We pray for your counsel to take charge. Lord, we commit this nation unto you and pray that you will arise to fight every evil that is determined against this land. You are the God that contends with him that contends with us and delivers our children. You are the God who says that you declare the end from the beginning, and you say your counsel shall stand. You will do all your pleasure. We commit this nation to you as we pray. Let your pleasure be done in this nation. Let your will be done in this nation. Let your power reign in this nation. Let your wisdom prevail in this nation. We shut down every other strange wisdom. We block every other gods that have been raised against this nation, every other consultation in the spirit and otherwise that are taking charge against the will and the purpose of the people of this nation. We pray today in the name of Jesus that you will arise and dismantle every handwork of the enemy, that you will rescue this nation completely from the hands of the wicked and establish it into the hands of the righteous. Father, we pray in the name of Jesus, deliver this nation completely from all evil, that mighty God, your people may have rest, that the citizens of this nation, oh God, will be proud again serving you in this great nation. We sprinkle the blood of Jesus over this entire nation, decreeing that every evil falls apart, every wickedness is destroyed, that you're purging this nation from the east through the west, from the north through the south. In the name of the Lord Jesus, let your divine order reign in this land. Let your divine order reign in every home and every community, in every minute segment of this great nation. Then let your name alone be lifted over this nation. Let your banner alone be lifted over this nation. We decree by the authority of God's word that your word is final and your counsel is ultimate in this nation. We silence every other strange voice, and mighty God, we amplify your wisdom, your counsel, your power in the land, and pray in the name of Jesus that by you we shall do valiantly, by you we shall conquer all evil and establish your divine order in the perfection of your will. We love you, we bless you, be magnified and be glorified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen and amen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. I appreciate everybody. Like I said, we're coming to you from Busia. Niko hapa boda hapa, ndio nafanya mkutano, na naamini kwamba mnatupata kwa njia iliyo salama. Kama hutupati, basi tuambie kama unatupata ama hutupati, na kama tuko sawa ama hatuko sawa. Asante sana na washukuru wote ambao mnatuma heri njema ya Krismasi. Merry Christmas to you and a Happy New Year from this end of the world to the rest of the world. I want to appreciate all of you for watching out for me and every other person who is in the running of the affairs of this particular show. Apologies for not being able to run the show for the past 3 days. I was on transit, and then I had a little accident. My foot had strained, and so it was very painful. And I'm using some drugs that are making me not be able to remain sober all through. And so when I begin to doze off, you should understand that ni hiyo dawa nilipewa na daktari, sio nilijinunulia. Otherwise, asante sana, tuendelee kuangalia. Huyu MP anasema Gachagua aende. Wewe unasemaje? Ningependa kujua hayo. Alafu Kawira atasurvive huo msumeno wa Senate ama vipi? Swali tunalouliza usiku wa leo ni kwamba mbona hawakutumia njia ya kufanya nini, njia ya plenary, ambapo kesi ya Kawira ipelekwe moja kwa moja kwa main Senate, ikapelekwa kwa committee. Hii ndio njia moja ya kumwokoa ama ni nini kinachoendelea? Okay, thank you so much. I don't know, somebody sharing information here that is subject to confirmation. Subiri tu kidogo, natafuta ile video ya huyu mbunge ili tukaanze katika kuelewa kile kinachojiri katika siasa zetu na vile tunapopaswa kujitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba achilii mpaka tuone haki imetendeka kwa kila Mkenya, na kusudi ambalo Mungu amekusudia, hilo ndilo linakwenda kutimia katika hali zote. So mahala popote ulipo, tunapoanza mjadala wa leo, usisalie nyuma, ili tukamakinike kwa pamoja na tukaelewe ni nini ambacho tunapaswa kukifanya kama Wakenya tunapoangazia masuala ya Kenya Kwanza, uongozi wa Kenya Kwanza. Alafu kuna hiyo mushkili ambayo ipo ndani ya Kenya Kwanza, kwa sababu hawa wanaodai kwamba Gachagua kuatimuliwe si wana Azimio, bali ni mojawapo ya wana Kenya Kwanza. So nini kinachotokota huko ndani ya Kenya Kwanza ambacho kinasababisha mambo kama haya? So karibu kila moja tafadhali, karibisha wawili watatu, tukamakinike pamoja tunapoangalia masuala haya, na kama una swala lingine tafadhali ukalilete. Kuna mmoja ananitumia message hapa inayo madai ya kwamba sijui staff members wa Royal Media were food poisoned. I don't know about that. You should let me know. If you have exhibit towards that, let me have that information. I rely on you to get me to the bottom of the whole thing. Thank you so much. Kuna mmoja amenitumia hiyo barua, but kama kuna video towards that, please let me have it. Hiyo masuala ya kwamba staff members wa Royal Media wa food poisoned on Christmas Day. Sijui kama una ujumbe wote kuhusu hayo, na unaweza tu kushiriki huo ujumbe ili tukamakinike kwa pamoja. Karibu kila mmoja. Asante tu sana. Thank you. There is okay, asante sana. Okay. All right, let's continue inviting each other. There is Uprising begins. Karibu sana, nashukuru. Yufin anasema Gachagua na Ruto waende kabisa. Haya ndio hayo. Wascon anasema Gachagua divorce on the process with Ruto. Kenyans tears won't go in vain. Haya nayo ndio mambo ya Kenya. Asante sana, tuendelee kukaribishana. Thank you Eric, for your prayers. We believe God hears and answers. Thank you everybody. Let's get down to tonight's discussion. Tunapoangazia masuala haya yetu na tuhakikishe kwamba hakuna ambaye anasalia nyuma kwa mambo yetu haya ambayo tunayo yaangazia. So let's listen out to this video, even as out of conversation. Naona Uprising has started here, and so let's hear this first.
Wamboka has threatened to start an impeachment process against Rigathi Gachagua.
Okay, this is Bumula MP.
To desist from fanning negative ethnicity by sidelining other ethnic tribes and instead conduct himself as a responsible leader occupying the second top office in Kenya.
He was in one of the functions in central Kenya, and he was telling his people that the remaining positions in government, most of them are going to go to Kikuyus. That now you'll be seeing the names of Mushiri, Waweru for the remaining positions. Rigathi Gachagua must know that respect is earned. How he's conducting himself is below par. He has become a tribal chauvinist. Every time that man opens his mouth, you wonder whether he's the deputy president of Kenya or he's the deputy president of the Kikuyu Republic. He's threatening everyone, left, right, center. You saw what he did with the good governor of Nairobi County, Honorable Sakaja, threatening him. Oh, tulikupatia watu niliongelesha wa Kikuyu. Sakaja was not elected by Kikuyus. Sakaja was elected by Kenyans in Nairobi. So we want to call out the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua that if you don't respect yourself as the deputy president of Kenya, we will not respect you. In fact, at some point, we will bring a motion, I will bring a motion in parliament to impeach you, discuss your conduct and impeach you, because you are becoming a very big embarrassment to the Republic of Kenya. Secondly, it is worrying when you look at the appointments made by the president. He's validating Rigathi Gachagua's remarks. Every day he's making appointments, including yesterday. We are seeing most of those appointments going to two tribes, Kikuyus and Kalenjins. Kenya is made up of 44 tribes. We want to tell President Ruto that you are the president.
Furious MP Jack Wamboka called out President Ruto for allowing Gachagua to get away with such unfortunate demands by making appointments based on only two tribes, that is Kikuyu and Kalenjin tribes, challenging him to consider people from other communities while dishing out state appointments.
Mambo ni kama hayo, moto unatokota katika Kenya Kwanza, ambapo tuko na MP huyu wa Bumula anasema Gachagua atimuliwe kwa sababu yeye anasimamia masuala ya kikabila badala ya kuchukua ofisi yake kama deputy president wa Republic of Kenya. Yeye anataka kuwa deputy president wa Kikuyu Republic. Sasa sijui unaonaje mambo haya? Karibu tunapoanza masuala yetu. Naona Uprising begins. How are you today?
Yeah, fine, fine. Mambo vipi bwana? Merry Christmas.
Merry
Eh?
Christmas to you. Nashukuru.
Umekula mbuzi kabisa.
Ai, hapa ni watermelon za Uganda tu.
Oh, uko Uganda eh?
Niko Busia boda hapa. Natumia
Ai,
message na Museveni tu direct.
ai, that's nice. Hii naona technology inaleta sisi pamoja from all corners eh?
We thank God for everything.
That's nice. I'm happy to see you bana.
Good,
Hmm?
good, good. Karibu, karibu.
Asante, asante. So what is the question? And I have the answers.
MPs for Gachagua'S impeachment or Sakaja. Should
Mhm.
Gachagua be impeached? And if Gachagua is impeached, is it the MP who wants Gachagua impeached, or it is Ruto hiding behind the MP to solve his problem with Gachagua?
I think this is this is for lack of a better word. I think things have started to kushikana, and we don't know the game. We don't know who is scheming on each other. But I think both the president and the deputy president have a history of scheming, have a history of planning for other people's downfall. They have cases of corruption here and there. So what I'm excited about personally is that kimeanza kukamatana, vitu zimeanza kukama. That is to me is the best thing, because corruption, as I usually say, should not pay, and crime should not pay. And at one point, I was listening to Raila Amolo Odinga. He was in Citizen today, and he has put everything to its perspective. I usually tell people you should thank God for that man. In fact, he has mentioned so many things that everybody was questioning, and he has healed many of our hearts, particularly from the people of Mount Kenya, who we thought we didn't vote for him. We voted overwhelmingly for Laila Amolo Odinga. In fact, it was almost 50-50. But as you know, Chebukati, the master planner, with the government, they sat down and planned this 5 years ago. And because we do not have agents in Kenya, they decided to plan on how they can do whatever monkey business it is, and we didn't get the actual results. That's a fact, and I think everybody knows we did not know how the results went. And Raila says in Britain and the United States, they don't have to have agents. Why should you have agents when you have a body and an institution which is public funded with taxpayer money to conduct a credible institution? You know, I studied the election in India. Bernard, voters in India are in 300 million. We are talking about 7 million here and 5. In India, 300 million go to vote. And they have 3 commissioners, all 4. You can imagine there has never been dispute. 300 million people wanaenda wanapanga line na wanapiga kura na kila mtu anaenda nyumbani. They don't have agents, they don't have complication, they are not given 40 billion, they are not given helicopters, they are not given vehicles, they are not given security. You know, what have we done with our 7 million votes and 10 million? We have given Chebukati 40 billion Kenya shillings. We have given him security. We have 9 commissioners. We have a secretariat. We have staff. We have a commission that doesn't do anything for 5 years except election that comes after 5 years.
and they still don't give credible elections. Raila had says this. Kuna watu wakusikiza Raila, but Raila has said this, that it is not important what will happen 2027. The most important thing is to solve 2022. We have to solve that, because if we do not get out of 2022, 2027 will be another story, another game, another stealing, another rigging. He has said, let us not move forward, let us not accept and move on. Watu wangesikiza Raila leo, amesema let us not accept, let us clean, let us audit what exactly happened. I want to know where my vote went, because after I voted, things happened. Yeah, the watchmen and the police who are supposed to guard these votes, they directed them to somewhere else, and they declared, because they had studied. You see the good. You see, well, the reason why they were so smart, or they think they are smart, is because they knew the rules, they knew what was required, and they played according to the rules. They made sure that the results that were announced at the polling stations, which the law says it's final, they made sure they were manipulated. So that even if they go to the Supreme or anywhere else, that is the end. But we know that Raila Amolo Odinga won this election, and they won it in a very big margin. And we can see the results of stealing an election. It is that kind of fighting now that has begun. It is not even 4 months. Sakaja and Rigathi are fighting. We don't know who will kill the other first. It seems this government is getting to the trajectory of commotion, of fighting, of bickering. And for me, where I am, I'm just buying popcorns, because this is a movie, and we are going to see more of this come next year. I'm urging people who are in Azimio, stay put, buy popcorns, kula njugu karanga. Wakati unaona Sakaja amerushia Rigathi jina, wewe rusha moja juu chini, enjoy. It is drama after drama, because it is a confused government. Can see when the office of the first daughter speaks, it's comedy. When the office of a deputy president speaks, it is another comedy. These are people speaking as if they do not live in this country. We have become a laughing stock to other Kenya, even the surrounding. Uganda is doing better. That TZ is doing. Rwanda is doing much better. What we have brought to ourselves is a shame to the world. Is a shame to the world, because we have contradiction. The president, the deputy president, the ministers. Yesterday I read an article that the CS of mining has abolished sijui whatever at cost. So I was wondering, does every CS in this government have what we call absolute powers, where they are banning beach, they are banning dances, they are banning clubs? I mean, I'm really getting confused. I think we are experiencing something that has never happened in Kenya. For me, I thought Moi was bad, but I'm loving Moi. I'm getting to a point where I'm thinking Moi was a good president. Moi was good, because what we are seeing, unajua siku njema huonekana mapema. What we are seeing with this administration, it is lack of coherence, it is incompetency, it is a government that lacks direction. Today the dollar at the bank, CBK, not CBK, the NBK and the dollar is at 128. That tells you. And for the 4 months, it is believed that this government has borrowed almost 1 trillion shillings, and yet they complained about the previous government, and yet they say they are not going to borrow. So we are in a contradiction of some sort, where we don't even believe as Kenyans we have such kind of leaders. Because for me, I don't know. Is Gachagua the best of all the men, educated men in Kenya? Yeah. Did we really, are we happy for this man to get to a presidential jet and go and represent us in the US and then go back to Madeira, speak to the Kikuyus as if we are in the 60s, where you believe that we fought for Mau Mau and others were sleeping. You know, that kind of mentality and thinking that we are still, and that's why he's saying that Sakaja was elected by Kikuyus in Nairobi. How many Kikuyus are in Nairobi? Who vote in Nairobi? Me, I work in Nairobi, but I even don't vote in Nairobi. So the point I want to put is, it's pathetic. And I'm telling people, I'm a Kikuyu. But if you're another tribe here, associating with this government, if you're not, it is actually demeaning your own tribe. It's demeaning your own tribe. It is because you will see the teachers that are going to be employed. There will be no, lawyers will be 2%. Yeah? The other tribes will be 2%. All of them will be 2%. But the Kikuyus, who I would have loved, because I'm a Kikuyu, I would be happy. They will be 50-50 with the Kalenjins. That is the life we have gone to. Our people are lacking jobs because some Bungoma people believe they're in government because Mudavadi is there. But it is not fair. It is not fair for them. Therefore, this country belongs to each and every person, each and every tribe, and the time has come. And I am happy that the impeachment stories have started with the Madam Gita. Then it goes like that to other counties until we get to the executive, because I think everybody should be impeached in this country, in this government. Thank you, Barabena.
Okay, Asante Uprising begins. Thank you so much for showing up early and giving your thoughts on what is happening in the country. Thank you, everyone who is joining us. Please make sure you're inviting somebody to join into the discourse. Gitonga nauliza kama nimeenda Kenya kuisha kwa sababu niko kwa boda ya Uganda na Tanzania. I mean Uganda na Kenya. Kwa sababu rafiki wa Kenya Kwanza ni Museveni. Mimi siwezi, hata mkinipeleka Kenya kuisha itanikataa. Wacha mimi kujipeleka, mkinichukua tu kunipeleka moja kwa moja, siwezi tutoshea huko. Kuna siku nilipigia simu nani, Ngige, na nilikuwa nimevaa ile shati ya Uhuru Kenyatta zile mashati zako za Uhuru Kenyatta, na moja ilikuwa na yellow ndani. Ile msomo nilipewa nikaambia niende kuvua nguo kwanza ndio niongeleshe mzee na hapo nikasarenda. So vitu zote za yellow zinachomwa kwa hii nyumba, hakuna vile inasalia. Thank you. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna yule anasema alikuwa anaitwa Kipuwat, Kiputowek, anasema there wouldn't be a dispute in Kenya too if there wasn't for Raila. You are not serious. You are not serious, and all you need to do is grow up, because that is the only thing I can advise you. Grow up and understand that disputes don't begin with Raila Odinga. How many elections have been taken to court? Were they taken there by Raila Odinga? You people want to capitalize on stealing from Raila Odinga so that Raila Odinga says nothing, then he becomes a nice person. He doesn't need your approval. So jitahidini na hiyo maswala yenu. Nani mwingine hapa? So the uprising is building up. Let us stay awake. I'm loving what is happening with Kenya Kwisha. Let them eat up each other. Wamalizane mapema, sisi tujipatie serikali yetu, tusongeshe hii nchi mbele, kwa sababu huu mchezo tumechezewa siku nyingi. Kumbe wakaiba pamoja, wengine wanataka kula wanyang'anye wengine. So hapo ndio tutajua ukweli. Asante, lakini karibu. Na mnitafutie mtu anaitwa Francis supposed to report on duty today. So if you have Francis number, tafuta yeye, mwamshe akuje hapa mara moja. Leo hii lazima kamatwe arudi kwa ofisi. Asante. So tunamsikiliza Oga Mike, just let's give Nyar County kwanza kwa sababu amefika, and then we come back to you. Msichana wetu vipi lakini?
Asante sana Bernard. Natumai mko poa. Merry Christmas to everyone and tunakuombea Bernard quick recovery.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Bernard, before I go to the topic, there is one thing that Baba said the other time that got me worried. Like there were churches that even threatened those who had the petition in the court that they'll disown them if they don't withdraw. So I was just wondering what happened really, because it looks like Ole Sapit was just representing the many. I think he was the only man who was bold enough to stand and say this is what this church wants. Because if you look at those people who had petitions, the only person who could be threatened was either Raila or Martha, because they were the people who had their cases had the evidence. So I think this thing, even the churches, the other pastors who we thought like were quiet, they knew why they were quiet, because they were in this with Ole Sapit. So they were being represented by Sapit. So I think our churches they have also let us down, because such things happens in church and they agree to it. And then there is another thing that Baba said, that these people, the current regime, they are using the church as a platform for politics, instead of taking the politics part of it to the offices or political platforms. They bring it to the churches. So from the time these people captured the churches from before elections, they've still captured the churches until today. And that brings me to only one thing, that as Kenyans, we need to question. We need to not rely on the churches, but we need to rely on ourselves, because everything in this country, it was long gone, even before we realize it. So right now, because we know whatever is happening, it was something that had been planned. Even the churches are involved in it. So we have to stand as Kenyans. We have to come together as Kenyans. And Baba said he will talk come January. Let's wait and give him the support that he needs. Now, if I go back to the topic, MP calls for Gachagua'S impeachment over Sakaja. This marriage wasn't gonna last. And the impeachment should not only be for Gachagua, because the fish rots from the head. If Gachagua goes home, he should go with his boss. Because whatever Gachagua says, if we look at the appointments that are being given, it's true. You can't blame Gachagua because he's just saying what's happening. His sentiments are being validated by his boss. So they are in this together. Let them not lie to us that it's only Gachagua alone. These people are in this together. Just that Gachagua is bold enough to say it in public because he doesn't know how to hold a secret. And we are seeing it happening in our institutions. Even the appointment that happened just the other day, the only Luo who was there was replaced by a Kalenjin. The only two tribes who got the post were Kalenjins and Kikuyus. In Kenya, we have so many tribes and we have very many competent leaders. But these people have refused to listen to the people. They have refused to look and see who is competent enough to help them. There are failures and they are still validating their failures by appointing. It's kind of crazy, but I'm enjoying it. About Kawira's impeachment, I can't comment about that today, right now, because I can't judge whether she's competent or not. But the people of Meru know better. Thank you, Bernard, and everyone.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And maybe just I add something on the church aspect. Ole Sapit needs to understand that he is a believer like any other believer. Yeye si anaandika watu majina kwa kitabu cha uzima, na hawezi kutoa mtu yeyote jina lake kwa kitabu cha uzima. Na yeye kwenda Kenya Kwanza, Halwala alituambia alipewa 8 million. Hajatueleza kama ni kweli ama si kweli. Na kama alilipwa 8 million kurecruit makanisa, yeye na hilo 8 million yake atachomeka nayo, kwa sababu sisi kama Wakenya hatujakubaliana na yeye kwa hayo maombi. Yeye is on record kuconfess kwamba aliitwa nyumbani kwa Chebukati. Akaenda kwa nyumbani ya Chebukati, akakuta Chebukati pacing to and fro because he was distressed. Na kamuombea. What was he praying him for? Pacing on the floor or being distressed? Did he find out why he was distressed? Now that Chebukati had panicked and was pacing to and fro, and they camouflaged him into the bishop's car and drove him secretly to Bomas of Kenya. Those are accomplices. So Ole Sapit na hiyo timu yake wote wanapaswa kuwa arrested, wakuwe investigated. If we have a working government, those people are part and parcel of the rigging of elections. Wakamatwe wote, watu wakianza kwenda kamiti, Chebukati mbele, Ole Sapit nyuma, na watu wengine wote wa makanisa wale walikuwa wamezunguka hapo, waende kamiti, decide kesi yao huko. Mtu ambaye asiyetaka kufuata haki hawezi kuwa ni mtu wa Mungu. Hawezi kuwa mtu wa Mungu. Yule mtu haki ikiulizwa anasema tusahau yaliyopita tuendelee mbele. Huyo sio mtu wa Mungu. Tuambiane tu ukweli. Mungu ni Mungu wa haki. Okay? Mungu ni Mungu wa ukweli. Lakini hawa wanaotuambia tusahau, tukubali uongo na tusonge mbele, they are not with God. They are not representing God. They should not use God's name like that. Secondly, this one I can say without fear of contradiction. William Ruto is using the church as smoke screen. He has made the church to be his front office to cover up his ills that he's doing in the back office. And because anatanguliza church, so the people will doubt when they hear the evils that he's doing, because ni mtu wa church, anakuanga church, anakuanga kwa prayer, anafanya thanksgiving. He's using the church as a smoke screen, as his front office, but the ills and the evils he's doing behind there will soon be exposed. Na kama kuna ombi, mimi naomba hii Kenya Kwanza hakuna mahali inaenda. There is no 2027 without 2022 being addressed. Final. Na Chebukati na dhambi zake wakishakamatwa, na yeye na serikali yake wafungiwe pamoja, waende kamiti. Sisi tutengeneze serikali yetu ambayo itafanya kazi kulingana na mapenzi ya katiba yetu na ya Wakenya. Hakuna story ya grand coalition. There is no government of national unity. There is no handshake. So forget it. And there is no office of official opposition. Hakuna. So tuelewane. Mato Makndate anasema hata Yellow Wakamba wamerelease rights zote, wakaachia Kenya kwisha, wametafuta kala nyingine. I support you. Tuachane na maneno ya Yellow. Hata mahindi ya Yellow ikikuja tunapaka inakuwa blue kwanza, ndio tunaenda kusiaga. Asante. Tumsikilize Mike tukisonga mbele.
How are you, Bernard?
I'm good. Thank you.
Bernard, the marriage of Ruto and Gachagua was a forced marriage. Nanga ile Wamasai wanaenda wanachukua msichana 16 years, unapeana ng'ombe alafu msichana anaambiwa fuata huyo mzee. That is how it was. It is a forced marriage and nothing good can come out of it. They will cohabit with a lot of difficulties, and the signs are already showing. What is happening? The pawns, yani the people being used to fight is people like Kawira, who have been put in front to suffer a war that they are not even aware of. There are collateral damage of a war happening behind the scene. I was listening. I was listening at the proceedings, and I found very many laughable things, Bernard. One of the grounds that I'm not a fan of Kawira as a governor. I don't know her competence, but the grounds being used for impeachment are frivolous and very laughable. One of the grounds was that he snatched a microphone from an MCA when he was speaking in a meeting. Another one is that the husband insulted the church and some people for stealing land. And those were the grounds that are being presented in the Senate. I wish, Bernard, and this is the flip side of it, I wish that the Senate can impeach Kawira on those grounds, because it can form a very good threshold for Chapter 6 and impeachment of other public officers, people like Gachagua, who have insulted and harassed other very senior government officials like Sakaja, and made very many utterances that border on tribalism and incitement, telling people that when jobs come for military, we shall recruit Kikuyus and such like things. I pray that Kawira is impeached purely to create a threshold, because we've not had a threshold for Chapter 6. And the closest we were, Bernard, is when the deputy governor, the deputy chief justice, was sent home for touching somebody's nose. But here we have a whole sitting deputy president making very funny pronouncements, and he's been getting away with them. So on the other side, Bernard, I found those grounds very frivolous. But if they can form a basis of us getting a threshold for Chapter 6, then I invited. I have a very strange views. They are not conventional, but they will help us get somewhere in getting our Chapter 6 moving, because it has never taken off, Bernard. And you remember last year when we were in August, when we were discussing about integrity, those are the things I kept reminding us, that we need to choose leaders who have a high standing in society, who have values, and who uphold integrity. And the proceedings reminded me of our deputy, and I said in my heart that once this goes through, the second candidate for impeachment should just follow the line very quickly, and that is none other than Gachagua and her other friends like Duale, who tells us that Muslim women should wear hijab or go to another country, and others who tell us very interesting things that that border on incitement and harassment. So I'm looking at the Kawira impeachment from a totally different perspective, Bernard, to just help the country get things right. Of course, it is these wars are the people behind the scene pulling the strings. These MCS and the activities they're carrying. I don't think in 2 months, Bernard, you can hold a governor for non-performance, even with the budget not out, with the cabinet not even in place. When you say she has appointed people in ministries, and yet there is no functioning government. Actually, the Meru government does not even have people operating. So there are people pulling the strings, and the war is bigger than the county. Of course, we know there are forces behind it. I might not put a hand on specifics, but I know it is bigger than Meru. But for me, the benefit is, like I've told you, is if it can help us get a threshold to get some of these people who talk carelessly to also face the tribunals and the impeachment motions, then let it be. Bernard, somebody talked about the speech of Raila. It's not part of the topic, but it just helps us discuss on how to get the Kenya back to track. We have to get Kenya back to track, Bernard. And I've been saying that let's have the pain, full pain, but I've discovered more the more pain we get, it might take us to the grave and we might not have the chance to recover. So Raila is promising us change, and the change is coming through a structured discussion to review the constitution, which is over 12 years. And that has reminded me that Ruto, being shrewd and crafty, went ahead knowing what Raila had planned to quickly present a paper to the speaker in an instructive way. It was not even a plea; it was an instruction to start a process of reviewing the constitution to deal with the two-thirds gender issue, to deal with the office of opposition, to bring back the CSS in parliament and stuff like that. All those things had been suggested in BBI, and we were told that the sitting president cannot initiate a discussion that will in turn form a basis of changing the constitution. And out of, I don't know, I didn't want to, I don't say stupidity, because I don't think Ruto is stupid, but out of, I don't know, arrogance, the president goes ahead and does exactly what the BBI verdict was made against, that our sitting president cannot institute a discussion or a motion to change the constitution. So this leaves us back to getting Kenyans to start their own initiative, because I think it is now in agreement from both sides, from Kenya Kwanza and from Azimio, that the constitution needs to be changed. And that's the very reason why the president quickly presented a paper in parliament to suggest amendment of the constitution. And of course, some of those areas that need to be amended are fundamental. They touch on the core structure of our constitution. Something that was also discussed in the judgment, that there are certain areas that you cannot change unless you really get the full participation of Kenyans to agree on the changing of that part of the constitution. So Bernard, we are heading into a year where Kenyans will be engaged afresh to see how best they can get their country governed through a more improved or refined constitution. And that cannot be spearheaded by the president. And it is good he went ahead and fought BBI. Now he cannot use the same process that he fought against to institute change. So that leaves us with the people and Raila. And I'm very happy that Raila is going to lead the Kenyans into changing the constitution, because he's not a sitting president. He does not hold any public or elective office. So he can present himself as a citizen of this country to initiate a change of constitution. And for that, I'm very happy, Bernard. I will leave it at that.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Michael. We appreciate that. The turns and the twists within Kenya Kwanza and otherwise are leaving the country confused, and its leadership remains questionable. But we look forward to engaging in order to salvage the whole country by ensuring that right leadership is done in the right way. Uh, One of the things that makes this country unfunctional is those fixes, loopholes and fix, loophole and fix. Instead of finding a lasting solution, we fix so much until there is no more room for fixing again. And that's a recipe for the collapsing of a country. So we pray that everybody involved into this entire thing will have to think soberly and be able to accommodate opinions of different Kenyans as we put together what can help this country move forward. Kenya Kwanza seems to be determined to play according to their script. In my opinion, their script is very faulty and it has a lot of loopholes that cannot be able to accommodate every Kenyan and every Kenyan interest. And so we need to get the bottom of everything and be able to address it conclusively. I appreciate everybody who is joining into the discourse. Please, let's keep inviting each other tuzungumze masuala kwa kina. Thank you, everybody who is doing what is required to be done. Justice must be our shield and defender. Then there will be liberty, peace, and unity. If justice is not our shield and defender, forget it. We will sit, we will discuss, we will jump, but we can never have liberty. We can never have unity. We can never have peace. The premise upon which peace is built and justice, peace is built and unity and liberty is justice. Are we having a just election system? When the chairman of the commission has results in job bombers of Kenya, but is pacing in his house and is rescued by one Lolesapit. Lolesapit camouflages him as a priest, brings him into bombers, tells him what to do. Is that what we pay him for? Something is wrong with this country and we must fix it right away. Olesapit and team are accomplices. Let nobody mistake them to be church ministers. They are accomplices for the rigging of elections and they should be named for the same. And they were paid handsomely. Halwale says he was given 8 million Kenya shillings. Atoke akatae kama hakupokea hizo hela. Asante. Karibu Roda.
Happy Happy Merry Christmas, happy Brother Chaka. I hope you're enjoying your machoma, everybody. I hope you had a very good time with the chapati. I mean, you know, something with funny. I mean, Christmas, it's always very fantastic day. Whole world. Everybody eat that day and relax, enjoy, and share present with their family members or the family. So Christmas always just amazing. So I hope you have a very good time. And soon we are going to celebrate New Year. So and I hope New Year will be here in this platform. We come celebrate here with the prayer. Actually, we could have like a prayer before we go 2020. We pray for our country and we pray for whole Africa, that Africa must raise up the enemy who have been putting down Africa, that our election will never be free, fair, and credible. We are declare it will be the end. So, you know, this about I've never imagined even now at Baba Raila Amolo Odinga he lost that election, because this election, it was not real. In fact, United Nations was supposed to be there because it was a war. That was not something small. Actually, in fact, Kenyans, we take small thing, we take for granted. It was a big something. Ni kitu ile United Nations wakikuwa aongeleshe watu wa wawili, viongozi wa wawili. It was not, but sisi wote tulinyamaza. Wote tukanyamaza. You know, what is the work of the United Nations? What is the work of the United Nations is when they see the politician leader, they have conflict, they must bring them together and they have to solve the problem. But they didn't. So it was terrible. So my prayer, we hope that everything will be all right, but we cannot move forward until our justice come. We are still waiting our justice to come. Everything will work. Everything will be able to work well, and we know we will know. Yeah, and because people they vote, people from Mount Kenya they vote a lot. You know, that is something we don't hide. Let us be honest each other. We don't need to hide like people they have been trying to hide. Now it's something real. People from Mount Kenya they vote for Raila. In fact, many people they were putting for their knee. When Baba was doing campaign like Kirinyaga in the stadium, they were putting their knee. People they have a stress. People they are worried. You know, because it was a conflict between Raila and Ruto. It was not something easy. It was a big war. But we didn't have a people who will stand. Even this Mother Kome, she's the one who have a responsibility to, because she was a chief justice, she said to the Ruto, if you are going to leave the president, are you going to do this? Are you going to revenge? Are you going to do this? Because everybody was against each other when they are doing campaign. Nobody was better than anybody. So it was a war. So it was not something small, but Kenya, we just assume. It's really hurting me now. We were just assume, and we know it was a war. When both of them, they were doing campaign, nobody was better than Anne. Moses Kuria was abusing this one and this and this and this. So it was a war. So Mother Kome, she was the one who was supposed to bring peace, both parties, to bring peace and they will not fight. If this one will win, nobody will do something bad for other or revenge or something, you know, because nobody was better than other, those two parties. But Ruto, he knew that what he was praying again. He knew that because, but I know we are not, we are going the right way because we have never lost hope. We are still waiting our justice to come. The way our national then just be a shooter and defender and do be dual and unity. Those guys for Kenya Kwanza, it was a war. They know what they were planning. They know they were meeting in a hotel and they know they could read even our mind. They could even manipulating us. They could manipulate Kenya, the other parties. They were very smart. But as they cannot lose, we cannot lose hope. We are still have faith that we will win this war. And then something I want to say about this Gachagua and Ruto. Me, I don't want to be involved. Those two guys, I cannot. I don't know which relationship they have because Gachagua, I know he liked Ruto. That's something definitely. Even when they were talking. Sometimes they were talking in oral TV. No, I'm not doing hypocrite. I think that's something we could see when he was talking about in the stadium. I don't know I don't want to involve, but as we don't want tribal, we don't want. No, I don't want to be involved with both. But let the Sakaja do his own work. If he's doing well for the people of Nairobi, let he continue to do his own work. So, you know, when you are government, you need to focus your own work. You know, not focus with this one, with this. I don't know, but for me, I'm the most important is it's our elections to be real. It was not free, fair, and credible. It was not. That's something. It was the same like 2007. We know what happened 2007. It was a war until Kofi Annan came to the State House and bring them together. He bring Raila together and Kibaki. It was a war. It is the same. It reminds me 2007. So United Nations, they were supposed to be there to agreement the paper. Who will be the president? You are not going to have this one. It was a war. This was not, there's something international they could be involved because they know. This is not something we need to assume. This is something they need to take very far. Alafu mambo ya Ruto nitaongea. Ruto siku hiyo siku akienda kanisa ni siasa tu, hakuna kitu tunafanya. Siku zote ni siasa. I don't know whether he will be stable and start what. Every Sunday siasa. I don't know. So thank you.
Okay, Asante Roda, we appreciate that. A situation in the country requires everybody on board and every council taken so that we come up with the right approach in solving our problem. But wanasema ngoma ikilia sana upasuka. Njia ya muongo ni fupi. Mpanda hila uvuna majuto. So hakuna vile tutaendelea kuoneana, kuibiana, kuhujumiana, alafu iendelee milele. It must have its end. Na hapa ndipo tumefika. Nashukuru kwamba baba ameamua hakuna 2027 bila 2022. Inamaanisha ametusikiliza vizuri na akaelewa kule mioyo ya Wakenya ipo. Na naamini kwamba tutaenda kuaddress hii masuala. This must be the end of rigging of elections in this country. Either elections work or don't work. And if they don't work, zote ziweke kwa dustbin, tutupilie mbali. Wazee wao wakikaa mtaani watuamulie nani kijana wetu tunasongesha mbele. Hakuna haja ya kusumbuana kuamka asubuhi. Mimi niliamka saa 9:30 nilikuwa kwa foleni. Napiga kura yangu, kumbe kura yangu Chebukati anaichekea tu huko, hata haidhamini kwa sababu yeye ashaamua, asha pocket pesa, anaenda kuchagulia vitu zingine hapa. That must come to an end. And so Kenyans of goodwill, let's converse in this and ensure that we stick on the right path. The revolution is now inevitable. Wacha tu announce mapema, it is inevitable because we have two stubborn people in the helm of power and they don't budge to anybody, they don't listen to anybody. That is why Kenyans need to address them in mass and be able to get them in doing what they are required to do. Karibuni sana wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Hii ni Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. Tunawakujia katika mazingira isiyokuwa ya kawaida. Niko safarini, niko Busia hapa, nafanya conference moja. So nakula watermelon za Uganda na ndizi. Alafu naambiwa hizo ndio fresh, hazina GMO. So naamini hiyo injili. Lakini sijahamia Kenya kuisha. Hata kama wakipita hapa tutawafacilitate tu waende kuona ndugu yao mkubwa ambaye ni Museveni. Nimesoma kitu fulani, Museveni ameamua agombee urais. Sijui, that must be news. I don't know. Mike, can you confirm that? Can Museveni refuse to vie for president? That can be news.
That one might be possible. I've not confirmed, but it might be possible because if we have observed and watched President Museveni of late, I think it can be out of advice of a doctor. The old man is under very strict medical instructions and conditions. He is permanently on masks, and the social distance that you see the president with any person, including a fellow president, would trigger you to ask one or two questions. So for me, it could be purely from a doctor's advice. So it could be true. It is not documented, but it could be true.
Sawa. Thank you for that. Wanachaga, vipi huko? Chaga, upo? Mbuzi ya Krismasi vipi? Inaonekana Chaga amelemewa na mitambo nini?
Na unanipata barabara ndugu Bernard?
Hapo wapatikana. Karibu. Nauliza mbuzi yangu ya Krismasi. Nikitoka boda nifike hiyo boda nyingine ama nikae tu Nairobi?
Nashukuru Mungu, namshukuru Mungu sana Mtembei TV na in fact na magwiji hapa kwa kweli yani sina cha kusema na sina cha kuwalipa zaidi kwamba nishukuru wote wale ambao waliweza kuwajibika, lakini kabla niingie hapo, kwanza nikusalimie ndugu yangu Bernard, alafu niingie kwa brother Mike na dada yangu Roda. Yani niwape tu salamu zangu za Krismasi na vile vile pia niwatakie heri zangu za mwaka mpya. Alafu vile vile sitaweza kusahau kuwataja wale walionitengenezea Krismasi ya nguvu. Wallahi sikuamini kwamba labda pengine siku moja nitaweza kuteuliwa hapa kama shabiki sugu. Alafu yani kwa kweli nilikuwa nafanya tu naongea tu, lakini for real nimepata moyo mpya ndugu yangu Bernard, kwamba hapa kumbe kuna ndugu, kuna marafiki na hapa ndipo. Kwa hivyo wale wako kwa comment section, ndugu zangu, hapa tuna umoja mwingine wa ajabu. I wish Kenya ingekuwa namna hii. Ukweli ni kwamba nimshukuru dadangu kwanza Julia na ndugu yangu Makiade. Vile vile pia simsahau ndugu yangu Mise, mama Mary Wainaina, alafu kuna brother Brian naitwa Richard Brian alafu vile vile pia sitaweza kumsahau dadangu Maria. Hao kwa kweli waliweza kumtengenezea Krismasi kwa nguvu zaidi, kwa kile kikubwa na kidogo chenye waliweza kunichangia siku ile. Hakika nilishukuru, niliwashukuru na nawashukuru na nitawashukuru zaidi, maana huo ndio moyo wa utu. Sikutegemea hilo kamwe kabisa kwamba litaweza kutokea katika maisha yangu michaka. Hivyo nimepata moyo mpya kwamba hakika hapa si kwa kucheza. Waleo hapa hawa ndio wenye Mungu zaidi, hawa ndio wanamfahamu Mungu zaidi. Kwao mimi nilishukuru kwa Mungu na nawaombea wazidi kubarikiwa, na wote wale ambao wako katika Mtembei TV tuwe na roho hiyo hiyo. Hivyo zangu zilikuwa ni shukrani za dhati kutoka katika moyo wangu, na vile vile katika familia yangu pia. Wote waliweza kufurahi, tangia mke wangu kipenzi, mama yangu, watoto wangu na hata majirani walioweza kufika katika sherehe hiyo, ambayo kwa kweli kama si hawa ndugu zangu singetengeza hiyo sherehe kubwa namna hiyo. Kwa hiyo nishukuru zaidi, na pia nikushukuru ndugu yangu Bernard na dada yangu Roda na brother Mike niwape shukrani zangu. Nikirudi katika mada ya leo ni kwamba huyu kuweza kwa impeach, mimi ni mmoja wao kuweza kuunga mkono awe impeach. Gachagua kwa impeach awe impeach, kwa sababu tangia aingie katika huu uongozi nimejaribu kufuatilia zaidi semi zake kwenye mahali popote anapokwenda. Yeye kajengeka katika misingi ya kikabila. Pili, amejengeka katika misingi ya sisi ni sisi tayari, maana sisi tunaweza. Kwa hiyo kumwingilia Sakaja haikuwa jambo zuri, haikuwa sawa. Ni mtu mzima, cheo chake yeye ni mtu wa pili katika nafasi za uongozi Kenya hii, na Sakaja kwake ni mdogo zaidi. Kunazo njia za kuweza kumfuatia mdogo wako na kumwelekeza njia panapokuwa na makosa, lakini kwa kauli na desturi basi huonyesha utu wa mtu jinsi ulivyo. Hivyo ni mengi tu ambayo anayazungumza nje. Ni juzi tu akisema kwamba sisi, kama unakumbuka Bernard, kauli ya kwanza aliyozungumza kwamba sisi watu wa mlima ama sisi watu wa Kenya kwanza, sahii ng'ombe ni yetu ama keki ni yetu, tutagawagawa sisi, kama kitabaki basi tutaangalia. Hapo ndo mara kitu cha kwanza ambacho niliweza kukinukuu katika akili yangu na kwanza kumtilia mashaka katika hali ya uongozaji. Na zaidi amebezi mlima, anajaribu kuwaleta watu wa mlima, kuwavuta at least awe kingpin. ndiposa, yani samahani tu kwa kutaja hiyo kabila, lakini sikumaanisha ni wote. Mimi na imani wananchi wanatazama tu vizuri katika ukweli wa mambo jinsi ulivyo. Yani anatafuta kwamba awe katika Central, yeye ni kichwa pige huwa, lakini hakikisha yeye ndio kusema ndio kila kitu. Na pia kauli ya juzi ya kusema wewe sisi wa Kikuyu ndio, hiyo kitu iliniuma, kwa sababu I do believe Sakaja hajachaguliwa tu na Wakikuyu peke yake Nairobi. Nairobi ni kubwa. Nairobi imejaza kila kabila. Na Sakaja alikuwa pale pale. Yeye alifanya kazi yake ndipo akateuliwa kuwa governor. Wewe alikuwa anapendwa na yeye, ni Waazimio walimchagua na watu wa Kenya Kwanza pia walimchagua. So ni kiongozi wa wote, na the way anafanya kazi yake, yeye haja base kufikiria kwamba nini, yeye anaangalia Nairobi ni kubwa. Na mimi niliteuliwa kama kiongozi wa Nairobi kama governor. So ninaweza kusabu Azimio, nitasabu wale wa Kenya Kwanza, of which deputy rais wetu huyu kama atasema kwamba sisi wa Kikuyu ndio tumekuweka pale, ni jambo lingine ambalo silo. Hapa ni kuonyesha wazi unategeza ukabila. Hapa ni kwamba unabadilia kabisa jambo la ukabila ambalo si vizuri. So wabunge wamwimpeach kwa sababu tayari matamshi yake na matendo yake na vitendo vyake vinadhihirisha kwamba huyu mtu hafai kuwa kiongozi. Huyu ni miongoni mwa wale wadosi, na kawaida boss hawezi akawa leader hata siku moja. Kwa hiyo naliomba hili mimi, Mungu aswadi ajalie awepinchiwe hata kulikoni huyu Kawira Mwangaza. Huyu angeachwa Kawira Mwangaza mara 10, lakini mtu wa kwanza kwa impeached awe huyu Gachagua, kisha afatwe na ndugu yake mkubwa hapo juu. Hayo tu ndo maombi yangu, kwa sababu hii serikali yao imeshindwa kuweza kuponyesha vidonda vya wale ambao walitamka asubuhi na mapema kama mimi na ndugu yangu Bernard kwenda kupiga kura, na kura yetu haikuzungumza hivyo. Madamu hasome ingizwa katika uongozi, jambo la kwanza ilikuwa ni kuhakikisha hawa watu wote ambao wana vidonda wamewaleta pamoja, kisha waje uchanganya na hawa wanaokusupport na Kenya iweze kusonga mbele. Lakini lilikuwa sasa hili kwao ni ndoto, washapata. Kwa hivyo wale ambao hawakuja kuwa support, ikawa sasa mtihani uko pale. Lazima waelewe kwamba hawajui, maana kuna misemo siku hizi ya vijana wanasema utajua hujui. Sasa sielewi utajua hujui ina maana gani, lakini ndo kauli ambazo zilizungumzwa na hivi viongozi, na ndipo nikapata hilo jibu kwamba hatujui kweli, kwa sababu kama hujaunga mkono Kenya Kwanza basi you are in for it. So for real, mimi tu nitaanzia hapo padogo, lakini I do believe Mungu siku zote hashindani na mwanadamu, na haki Bernard haizani, haki huolea siku zote. Na imani kwamba hakika kauli ya rais wangu Raila Amolo Odinga kwamba bado mapambano, hilo ndio ombi langu. Lazima tupate haki ndio 2027 tuingie katika uchaguzi. Failure to which hatujapata haki, wa kwanza mimi natulia, hiyo 2027 sina haja na uchaguzi, kwa sababu kura yangu haina maana. Nimepiga mimi ni chaguzi zangu, hii chaguzi yangu ya 7 kutoka naanza kupiga kura, lakini kura yangu haijaweza kusimama na kuzungumza ukweli. Labda ile ya 2000 ndio nasema kura yangu ilizungumza, na kwa kweli madamu ilizungumza, tuliona mabadiliko. Hawa ndio walikuwa wana uchumi kihakika, lakini sasa hii ya safari hii ni uchumi unawekwa mbele, kipaumbele, lakini sijaona mipango ya uchumi ikiwa inaelekezwa vizuri kama walivyofanya Kibaki pamoja na Raila wakati ule wakiwa rais rais wetu hayati mzee Kibaki. Kisha walipokuja kuungana pamoja na Raila, mambo yalikuwa mazuri. Kenya tulikuwa tunaishi hali nyingine tofauti. So for real, nitaungana na baba. Bila haki kupatikana hakuna election. Na vile vile pia nimalizie kwa kusema kwa ndugu zangu wa Central, nilikuwa na wasiwasi na mashaka juu yao, lakini kadri tunavyojitokeza na hii panel na vyenye wanakuja hapa wakizungumza ukweli, hakika ni dhahiri kwamba hawa watu walimpigia Raila kura. Mambo tu alikwenda vingine huko katikati huko yakaharibika, lakini sauti yenye nazungumzwa hapo mashinani, Wakikuyu walimpigia Raila kura kwa fujo, kwa sababu mwenye kumjua mgonjwa yule anayelala naye karibu naye ndo anayemjua jinsi anavyopumua. Unaona, kwa hapa hapa kitu kinachonitia moyo ni wale watu wako chini kama mimi wanaozungumzia ukweli. Sisi tulipiga kura yetu mahali fulani. Kwa hivyo viongozi kuja tu na kupa propaganda kwamba sisi ndio tunachagua Ruto ni tofauti na ile sauti ambayo inapatikana chini mashinani kabisa. So ni waombe kongole zangu ndugu zangu wa Central, na mzidi kusimama pamoja na baba, ndivyo kila mtu awaamini na hakisha muungane na ndugu zenu wengine, tuweze kukomboa hili taifa letu. Taifa lisiokuwa na haki si taifa. Lazima haki ifanyike. Mwenye ameshinda ashinde kihalali, mwenye ameshindwa ashindwe kihalali, ndivyo tuende mbele. Lakini hii kauli inayozungumzwa let's heal, let's accept, heal and move on, hii kauli imezungumzwa muda mrefu, na this time around isiwe kutumiwa kama propaganda kwamba lazima tu accept and we move on. Tunaenda wapi sasa? Tu move on wapi kama pesa zetu zinaharibika bure tu kwenye uchaguzi, na wakati wa uchaguzi mamilioni ya pesa na makaratasi sijui kila mwisho wa siku pesa zimeenda na tumepangiwa. Ina haja gani mharibu mamilioni ya pesa wakati mnajua rais ni nani tayari? Kwa sababu ni jambo la kuniumiza Bernard. Uchaguzi si kazi ndogo, pesa inayotumika kwa uchaguzi ni pesa nyingi. Kwa hiyo isitumiwe kutufumba macho, mwisho wa siku kumbe kuna mambo mengine yanaendelea, si vizuri. Wakenya lazima tupate haki, na tuko nyuma ya baba, na mimi binafsi niko nyuma ya baba, na bado naieneza injili mahali popote naenda Bernard. Napigwa vigongo huku na huku, lakini watu washaanza kuamua. Ndia mahali juzi nikasema hebu acha tulete MP wetu, kazi amefanya tukamwekea 80%, nikamwambia huyu ashamit expectation. Nikareti na nani nasema acha sasa nikaleta mjadala wa pili, maana lengo laanza na MP, lakini kusudi lilikuwa ni kuhakikisha na mrate na serikali yetu, lakini it was 30% only, asilimia 30 tu iliyopatikana haswa ile the highest, lakini wengine ni 15, wengine 0, wengi ni 0% of which wananchi wanaona yale ambayo yanaendelea. Kwa hivyo watu wako nyuma ya baba, ni kuungana pamoja kumaliza haya masikukuu na kumsikiza mzee atasemaje, na wote tunafuata hiyo njia. Asanteni kwa hapo, na pia nishukuru kwa huo muda kidogo wenye nimechangia. Asante brother Bernard.
Okay, thank you Chaga, we appreciate that. We look forward to engaging further and looking at every matter accordingly, tuelewanwe ili kila mmoja amakinike na tusitumiwe vibaya. Inaonekana hao wanasiasa wamechagua jinsi ya kututumia vibaya ili waendeleze maovu yao pasipo kuulizwa swali lolote na yeyote yule. Kwa hivyo kama Wakenya tusimame wote pamoja, tuulize maswali kwa pamoja. Hii mambo ya wewe kuchukuliwa kuingia kwa mrengo fulani alafu unaona inji inauzwa na wewe unashabikia, unangoja wakati imeuzwa kabisa ndio utakuja hapa kusema ulijua ama nini kilifanyika. Let us all stick together and insist. It is the duty of the government to serve its people. If it's not serving its people, it should be kicked out of office so that we have a new government where we can get the service we are requiring. Thank you so much. Wale ambao mnajiunga nasi tafadhali karibishaneni, na nashukuru leo amefika. Leo vipi?
Salama, nimefurahia kuona. Merry Christmas. The last time tuliachana hapa, I think it was Christmas. Ben alitoka mapema, but we broke the record. I think tulienda 15 hours non-stop. Hata I'm reporting to you, we begged kina Julia tusifunge show, wakafunga kama hatutaki. I'm happy to see
nataka pia kuwaachia muende hivyo 15 hours kwa sababu nyinyi mnafanya kazi nzuri sana, wakati umeachwa peke yenu. Nyinyi nikiwa hapa mnafanya kazi mbaya, so nataka ning'atuke ndio
You
muendelee.
can see na wale wote wenye comment section Fartun Setai Walalu I've seen everybody is fine there. I'm happy to hear that somebody has thought of teaching Gachagua.
So let's get this video first.
Winjo.
All right.
Wachni pokorumo. Tija wacho ni okadwa lose wachni dwe manyien ka chako higa manyien tabro loso malongo. Abro nyiso kuma dhiye. Omiyo moko maringo kakamani kelo duma ke kelo gandagi matode ngaringa ringa. Wan wadichegi maduong' mwadwaro kucha. Nyaka wadog miluongo ni electoral democracy. Jopiny ok nyal wuok oko dhi chung' e laini to go ombulu. Kosego ombulu ni to ng'ato wuok kucha ni chebo chetha. Dhi wacho weche moko manono. Tae bang'e to joma nochung' adiera nikech neno commission mane chamar chebo chetha ne gin ji abiriyo. To ji ang'wen okwero ni gik molando ka ok ni kare. Ji adek kende mawacho ni gigo ni kare. To koro ji adek ekini mage koro e malaika. Joko ka jochiende. Ok inego wachni. Joka nong'eyo gima ne giwacho. Gima ne giwacho ni embe ong'eyo. Adiera bro wuok oko. Judhuru winjo maber. Ok wanyal yie ni ng'ato dhi kucha to kawo locha to ringo garinga kucha to dogo yanyo ji kendo oyenyo to redo saka kiny ka kiny ka gima Kenya mare. Ok wanyal yie. Judhuru ok wanyal yie. Omiyo jodhuru mondo uchika itu. Kabro wacho ni rip. Kama tayo jo wacho ni
Okay, Uprising loading. Hiyo ni sauti ya baba. Leo wewe ndio interpreter alafu uendelee.
All right. Yeah. Baba, I've really spoken and you've said what we people have been waiting for. In that speech, he is really telling people that he's not speaking today, but he is going to speak later, which is January. That thing has not ended. When you say watch no fokorumo, it simply means that thing has not ended. We cannot be going for an election each and every time. Then somebody comes up with his own announcements or his own declarations. Then they also go ahead to plan that they want to punish those people who stood for the truth. So he's simply telling people there are those guys you've been seeing around distributing some food. Just allow them do that. But that food should not be used to fool us and forget that our main agenda. So nothing has ended. I want us to celebrate then January as we begin New Year. I'm going to speak and I'll tell you the way forward. We will not stop. So that is the simple message he's giving there. So that's another hope that at least we have that Ikitu Aijaisha is not letting us down. He is not giving up. And if you see what the government is doing currently, they are really on a mission to try to at least make Kenyans move on, but Kenyans have refused to move on. If you go to my county in Siaya or the whole Luo Nyanza, each and every weekend, there are a lot of things, and in fact, all the leaders who vied and missed their positions, all the governor aspirants who missed their positions, the MPs who missed their positions, were brought together, and they are the ones who are assisting the ICT cabinet or CS Owalo. So whenever you see Owalo going, he's going with somebody called Gumba who vied in Siaya, the former governor who vied in Kisumu and failed, the one in Migori, Kidero who is in Homa Bay, and all those MPs who lost. So you're wondering who is paying their bills. And the only reason why they go there over the weekends, they go there to distribute some maize and bean seed. And you can remember the other week somebody asked them, why are you bringing us maize here and you're already harvesting? Why can't you take this maize to Turkana where we have the needy people who are really in need of this maize? We are harvesting. We don't need this maize at this point. And I think that one challenged them the other week. They're so disparate. Huh? They're so disparate. The CS ICT is not even doing anything in relationship to his job description. At least the other week he went to launch some Wi-Fi in the Bondo market. So a question that somebody will ask you, if you ever visit this market, I think in a market where people go to buy and sell, and people go there to buy and sell their products physically. So you won't use maybe internet to order. These ones should be used in places whereby I sit in the house, I order, that you deliver. But there they don't deliver their products. You have to go there physically. And the place is also busy. Unless you're telling me, and most of the people who are there, they don't go with smartphones. If they have smartphones, they leave them at home. So you don't tell me that you want to give me Wi-Fi in that market. The market doesn't even have proper structures like the stores. Why would you give me internet when I don't have stores where I can put my vegetables? They don't have these deep freezers to put their fish, and you're giving them Wi-Fi. I don't think that is going to help them. He did the same in Mudurwa. If you've ever gone to Mudurwa market, I've been there, Mudurwa, and there's this market, Wakulima market. The market is always busy as early as 3, no, not even 3, as early as 2 a.m. When you go in this market, you cannot have your a smartphone out. If you have it, you have to put on a jeans and you keep it safe. And even when you're making payments, you need that one. They call it Mulikamuizi, the one with the button. Immediately you maybe display your smartphone, somebody will run with it. And the place is always busy. You can't even stand. You should keep on moving unless you're buying something. So tell me, who is this person who is going to use this Wi-Fi? They are targeting places whereby the Wi-Fi, the internet is not needed. Who is going to Wakulima market with a phone and start browsing there? Who can do that? If you've been in those streets in Nairobi, Mudurwa, Wakulima market, OTC, such places, you don't use your smartphones. You will always, even if somebody calls you, you will never receive until you leave those places and maybe go to uptown. So these are some lost priorities that the government should have to think of. So if it is true somebody is thinking of impeaching Gachagua, I think it is overdue, and we should welcome that, as they should do it as fast as possible. Sakaja confirmed to us today that Gachagua is not sane, which that is one of the reasons he should be impeached. He said Gachagua is mad because he was narrating. I think he had an interview and he said he remember Gachagua calling him late at night. Gachagua did not talk, just hung the phone and said state capture. so whenever you hear him saying state capture, you might think, no, this guy is mad. This guy is out of his senses. And even this guy called Wajakoya could say that he is mad. He's a tribalist, and in fact, he's the one who wants to make those people, some people hate Kikuyus, something that is not there currently. I think Uhuru left this country united more than before. He left this country united. He brought together the Kikuyus and the Luos. He started by bringing together the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins, and he left the country a united country. So if somebody wants to go somewhere, and maybe in the central, and whenever you speak against a certain community, or you single out a certain community, or you speak about your community, at least ni kama unachochea au makabila zingine against your own community. During his campaign, we saw Gachagua akienda kusema eti handshake ilifanya maendeleo yote imepelekwa Nyanza, Kisumu imejengwa barabara, kila boma iko na stima, na hizi vitu ilifaa zikuja Central. So which kind of impression are you trying to give the citizens? When you go there, you tell them that other places are developed. We are not developed because other places are developed. We don't have roads because the roads meant for us was taken to other places by certain people. So are you trying to tell them that they are more Kenyans than others? Are you trying to tell them that they are better taxpayers than any other Kenyan? So Gachagua is not fit to hold any public office. And in fact, I think this Senate, they're wasting that time. Right now, they're still there debating the issue of Meru. It will do some justice, and it will give us a new year present if they will be using that time to debate impeachment of Gachagua in Senate instead of debating impeachment of Kawira. They're wasting time. Up now, senators are not sleeping. I will be happy if they are not sleeping debating how to impeach Gachagua as soon as possible. We don't need Gachagua. Yeah. The Gachagua will make us feel that Ruto is good. He will make us start donating some love towards Ruto when it is not the case, because he is now more evil than Ruto himself. and he's not doing good for the country. He's not doing good for the country, and we should call for his impeachment. I think that should be the first thing that should happen as we start 2023, because we are tired of the promises. We've been given the promises time and time, and we've seen state capture. Even the union, I was surprised to hear Atwoli telling us to give Ruto time. So I really wonder what happens to the minds of men. Maybe when they get power or when they get some money. So somebody like Atwoli telling us to give Ruto time. I don't know which time do you have to give Ruto, and Ruto has already given us timeline, telling us that they've allowed the importation of maize, free duty maize, from February to August 23rd. So that farmer who was waiting for fertilizer, that farmer who was waiting for better prices of their maize, doesn't have hope. They'll have to wait up to August 23rd. That is when importation of maize is going to be stopped. The same has happened. You've given permission for the importation of rice. So what are you going to tell that rice farmer who is planning to go and plant? The one who is planning to spend some money, maybe some money in the rice farm. What hope are you giving them? Why would they waste their money in this rice farm when people are going to import cheaper rice from countries where the cost of production is low? They've also talked of importation of sugar. So which hope are you going to give those people who are in Mumias, who are happy that Mumias have been opened? Which hope are you going to give those people who are in Migori? So the only hope they have is somebody who will tell them that tuende kwa barabara, we do away with this government so that we can put everything, or we can make things right. That's the only language that Kenyans are going to listen. And I'm sure January will not be good for this government. They're going to find it rough, and they'll have to decide whether they want to leave or they want to change, because it is January. School fees is there for the high school. That subsidy that was there has been removed. It is January. Those farmers, they need some fertilizer, they need seed. They'll realize that these fertilizers that they were promised is not there, and they'll also realize, why would you waste your money in buying these things when free and maybe cheap maize is coming? So it doesn't make sense. So I'll stop there, and we'll continue conversing as time.
Okay, asante Leo. We really appreciate you for that proper analysis. William Ruto na uongo ni kama mapacha, ni kama niko na rafiki yangu mhubiri anaitwa Apostle Polycarp alituambia kwamba shetani na dini ni kama mke na mume. Wakati shetani yeye mume anakuharakisha kwenda kuzimu, dini ambaye ni bibi yake inakusindikisha polepole, same direction, lakini inakupeleka polepole. Nimesema tena, narudia, William Ruto na uongo ni kama mapacha, hawezi kutengana, chanda na pete. Si nimemsikia leo ni leo tu anasema sasa fertilizer ya subsidy atakuwa natuma kwa M-Pesa. ile 1500 ndio ukienda kwa duka upate ni 5000, anakuongezea 1200. I mean, si fertilizer ilikuja, na fertilizer ilikuwa inapeanwa na serikali, tena imerudi 5000. Yaani Ruto anaonanga Wakenya wajinga sana, ama ni nini shida yake? Swala la wifi, mimi nilisema tangu 2013 when they were promising laptops, I said these people are bound to make sure that this thing doesn't work, because watu wa kupewa laptop ni kina nani? Wale wanaenda university ama wale wanaenda standard 1? Kama kweli serikali ilikuwa nataka watu kwe ICT compliant, before you join university you need to have a laptop. It's compulsory, isn't it? So the best people to be given laptop is not the standard 1. The best people to be given laptop ni wale wanaenda nini kujoin university. Sahi story ya free wifi. Free wifi Marigiti inafanya nini? Inabeba potatoes ama inabeba cabbage? or oranges? Is there a way of scanning oranges and they will go? Digital products. If they want to assist, kuna vijiwe kule vijana wanashinda, okay, hawana job. Let the government do. Mike ameenda. Those of you, I'm sure Chagaga must have grown up during that our time. Like in Jericho Hall, kulikuwa na TV room. When TV was TV, okay? Kupata TV ilikuwa a great achievement for the family. So kulikuwa na TV ya kanjo, okay? Ya community. Inawekwa kwa community hall. Wale watu wanataka kuona TV, mzee Michael hapa ata witness. Mnaenda huko kwa hall. Mnaona news, mnaona vioja mahakamani, mnarudi kwa nyumba kulala. Kama wanataka kupeana free wifi, it's simple. Set up cyber centers in each and every county. Give it the bundles you need, give it the computers you need. Ambia kijana akikuja hapa kubrowse, akitaka kubrowse games, akae browse games. Akitaka kubrowse atafute job online, atafute job online. Hii ni cyber ya serikali. Ingia ndani, key in your password, fanya kazi yako online. Ukitoka utoke, mwingine aingie. That will help. Lakini wewe unapeleka bundles kwa wale watu wanabeba gunia kwa mgongo, ili bundles ziwasaidie na nini? This is madness. Na huu ndio ujinga ambao tunasema lazima ukome katika nchi hii. Wewe huwezi kuchezea watu namna hii. Yaani unawapatia bundles ili wa chat ama wafanye nini? Because if the bundles are not helping them do anything in terms of developing themselves. For example, let there be free bundles in each and every school. Like my daughter is in school, CPC inaitwa nini? CB what? CBC. Tunachanga sijui wanasema 100 kila wiki, ati hii ni ya bundles. 100 kila wiki ni ya bundles, ati watoto wamefanya exam wanataka ku-upload. So shida ni vile mimi naelewa maneno ya IT. Sasa nikienda kwa huyo mkutano tunakorofishana na walimu kwa sababu nawaambia mtachukwaje, watoto ni 300. Okay? Mchukue 100 kwa kila mtoto. 100 times 300, how much is that, Leo?
Times 300.
300 times 100.
300 times 100, that is 30,000, huh?
30,000, okay?
Yes.
Now, the highest bundles ambazo Safaricom ina offer, which is 10 Mbps, is around 11,000 per month.
Yeah.
Full speed. Okay? That includes the whatever the router and everything. Mbona wao wakichukua 100 kila wiki kwa kila mtoto, okay, for the whole term in the name of bundles, kama they can set up that and pay 10,000 once and for all and get the bundles running. Mbona serikali isiweke bundles za bure kwa kila shule? Wanapeleka sokoni. William Ruto is a joke. He's a con man. He needs to be arrested. This is not how things work. So either we are setting up systems that help this country, or we forget it. We forget it completely. Let tujue hatuna serikali na kuna mtu anajali chochote. Kila mtu ajitegemee na afanye shughuli zake. Lakini story tumeleta mbolea. Sasa siku ya mbolea inafika, tena unasema unaleta 1500. 1500. So Kenyans, please, let us all wake up and realize that we don't have a government here. We have jokers. That's the best description I can give. They are jokers. They are joking with Kenyan lives. They're joking with our children in school. They're joking with farmers. They're joking with every business person. All they want is a collapse of this government, a collapse of this country, so that I don't know what they will get after this country collapses. Because We cannot have an economy that is hanging in the balance and somebody still joking about food security, still joking about education, is still joking about medicine. This is bad news. This is bad news. Up to now, we should be having a government that is working 24/7 to see to it that the story of food scarcity should not recur in this country again. The issue of children not going to school should never be an issue in this country again. But somebody's joking around. He's now talking about planting trees. When he's the one who led the campaign of telling people in Rift Valley, when Baba was saving the Mau forest, akasema mvua haitoki kwa miti, mvua inatoka mbinguni. So saa mvua imekoma kutoka mbinguni ndio ameanza kupanda miti. Somebody say Kenya Defense Force said Bernard Ruto has taken maize to South Sudan. I said it. Thank you, Ellie. Well, let's get moving. Still keeping strong, and we must keep the conversation going, please. And even if we are not doing a live show, please let's not stop the conversation. Let's keep the conversation going. This revolution has to take place, and it must yield fruit. Hatutaki revolution ambayo ni ya kutishatisha tu. Hatutaki earthquake. Hatutaki hot air, tunataka really earthquake ile itashake everywhere. Wale wakukimbia wakimbie. Biblia inasema kwamba Mungu atatingiza kila kitu. Atatingiza kila kitu ili kila kitu chochote cha kutingizwa kitingizike na kisichotingizika kisimame, so that it can separate what is valid and what is not valid. We want this revolution to be a real one, that everything shakeable will be shaken, and what cannot be shaken is the only one that will remain. That is what we want that's what we want in this country. This fake leadership needs to be shown the door. The fake leadership needs to be shown the door. Hatuwezi kuendelea hivi kabisa, haiwezekani. Eti watoto wetu wanaenda shule Januari na tuko sure kama watakuwa shule. Hata wakiwa shule hakuna masomo ambayo watapewa ambayo yatawafaidi. Kwa nini? Education system itakuwa decided. Sasa syllabus is still hanging between CBC and reverting to the other system. Walimu wale wanapaswa kufundisha junior secondary, nimeambiwa sijui walimu wa secondary wa primary watafanywa upgrade, wafanywe tu little polishing na waende class waende kufundisha junior secondary. This madness needs to stop. We cannot be playing with the lives of our children as if we're experimenting with them as specimen. What happened to people thinking through issues before they implement them? So please, let's wake up and see Kenya Kwanza for what it is. They are jokers. They don't know what they are doing. And if they know what they are doing what is destroying this country, and we should not entertain them. Don't entertain foolishness. Don't entertain this flip-flop government. Don't give them time to do what? To destroy us further? No. So let's all wake up and tell each other the truth. Atuoli included, everybody who has joined Kenya Kwanza needs to be taken for what they are. They have taken stupidity to mean patriotism. I posted something today, a quote from an ancient scholar who said, when stupidity is taken to mean patriotism, it becomes unsafe to be intelligent. This Kenya Kwanza is making it very unsafe for people to be intelligent. They want everybody to be their sycophants. Go about singing what they are doing when they are doing nothing. We can't take that anymore. We are Kenyans of sound mind. We are Kenyans who love this country and we want the best for this country. And therefore, we will not be quiet until the right thing is done. And so let's not relent. Let's not play games. They are playing games with us. Let's give them what they deserve. And that is a sack letter. Kenyans write that sack letter. Let us go and hand it over to the people who are claiming to be in office. They got in office wrongly, and that's why they are not valuing and taking serious the responsibility upon their shoulders. Thank you so much as we continue with the conversation. Julia, if you are able to get me, please get into the back office. Julia, Markandates, or Francis. I'm trying to trace Francis Sympathy. Okay. I'm still on those drugs, and those drugs make me, make me drowsy, and so I can't stay awake for long. And then I'm speaking in the conference early in the morning, so I can't stay long. But I had to fight to see to it that this show resumes. Zile simu nimepokea nimepokea mpaka threats from you guys. You want this show on all through. I think we need to nini. Leo will give you administrative powers. Starting tomorrow probably, so that we have a standby. But uh, those of you can get me. Stony PK has administrative powers. Get me Magdates and get me who else? Julia. Any of those who can stay in the back office and keep adding people on the screen. Lakini nataka hii conversation iendelee. Wale watu wamepotoshwa waambiwa wamepotoshwa. Hii nchi haiwezi kuuzwa tukiwa hapa, haiwezekani. Kenya Kwanza hawajui cha kufanya sahi. Walituambia wameleta mbolea, sasa sahi tena mbolea hakuna, wanabadilisha mbolea na 1500. Hii 1500 wanataka kila mkulima ajisajili. Na hii kujisajili haiko na maneno ya 1500, wanatafuta kila mkulima ajisajili ili akivuna mahindi waende kuchukua tax. That is all Kenya Kwanza is up to. They don't want to do what is right in this country, and we cannot take that anymore. Let Kenya Kwanza be sent home packing. Ujinga tuachane nao kabisa. Na Wakenya tafadhali, unajua they assume that Kenyans are tolerant, Kenyans will endure, Kenyans will time will heal and all that. There is no time will heal this time around. Inji lazima irudi kwa reli ili tusonge mbele. Hakuna kusonga mbele mpaka train irudi wapi? Kwa reli. Saa hii iko kwa bush. Iko national park inaenda huko. Hakuna reli lakini inaendelea kwa nyasi. Hatuwezi endelea hivi. Hiyo ndio Kenya Kwanza imetufanya. Tumetoka kwa reli, tuko kwa nyasi, tunakimbia katika mbuga za wanyama. Hakuna reli, alafu wanasema tuendelee tu. Hatuwezi kuendelea. Lazima turudishe wapi? Kwa reli. Na hiyo reli inatokana na wewe Mkenya kutokubali kutumiwa kama mjinga. William Ruto akitaka kupeana wifi, a set up what are they called? ICT centers. It is simple. ICT centers. Chukua hall, stock it with computers, open it up, put the bundles, then vijana wote wajisajili, waje wa kufanya kazi. There is work online. That is job creation. Unapeleka wifi ya Marigeti, ati unasema unasaidia mama mboga. Wacha tu, sitaki kuumwa na kichwa. Mama Mary, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Nikusalimie Merry Christmas wote, Julia, Rhoda, Island na Leo. Mimi mzima.
Thank you.
Yeah, najisukuma tu polepole na nimesema nitaingia leo. Na niko na swali yako Bernard, before you leave, maybe you can answer me. What is the difference between a pastor and an office dweller? Yani mtu ambaye anafanya kazi ofisi na pastor. The difference. That one you'll answer me before you leave. Let me continue. Now, I have a problem here because when I listened to Kawira's motion or hearing in the parliament, it's very shameful. I don't know whether it was in court or in parliament. It's very shameful in Kenya that you can put things like ati kwa sababu huyo ni mama na ni governor, akipewa nyumba, official house or place to live by the government because she's a governor, Her husband should not dwell there. And that is one of the evidence that they are taking to court or to parliament. What a shame. Kwani mtu akikuwa governor amekuwa separated, divorced from her husband. Nikaona huu ni mjadala ambao people just framed. This is a group thinking so that they can do evil stuff. I don't know what is wrong with Kawira, or Kawira is supposed to be impeached. In which manner? That is very unheard of, and I could not even understand. That is one thing I took, and I rubbished everything that they brought to motion. If that is included, everything is bad. It is not working, and it is not even supposed to be a hearing. It should be thrown out, and Kawira go ahead with her job. I don't understand anything there. The other thing you are talking about, Kenya Kwanza government, that's a dream. They are dreaming. They don't have any idea of what they want to do for Kenya. Kenya is just rotting from the head downwards. And we should get away from to get rotten with them, because they are doing nothing. They are thinking nothing. They are planning nothing. What they have is playing game with us. And we, because we are sober, we are thinking better. We are not going to take these jokes. It's so big that they see us like we don't deserve to be respected. First of all, we know that that government is not ours. We did not install it. It was installed by somebody else. And they are not well advised that when you steal, you have a long way to go, because you have a lie to cover that lie. And those lies have expired, and they have evaporated. They no more have any energy except now to keep on lying to us. And those lies are the one we don't want. That is why we are very angry with what they are doing. And we are serious. We want to do business. We want to move on. We want to be serious with our life. Our lives should not be taken for granted. And what we are doing right now, we are watching people who are failing, and we don't want them fail with us. We want them fail alone. Gachagua has been talking so many things that people even sometimes they sit and ask themselves, how on earth that he don't even understand what he is talking about? He don't have anything to tell people, grown-up people who have got other good things to talk. Are we really listening to Gachagua to tell us the way to go? He can't, and he will never. He is not having any idea what he is destroying for himself. So Kenyans, I always say, Kenyans, watch out and don't be cheated that we are heading anywhere. This government is going nowhere. In fact, they are tired already, and they don't have an idea of what to do next. That is why you see them saying tomorrow, give us another time, give us. Why should we give them another time? The time has elapsed. They had all this time, 100 days, which they mentioned, they said by their own mouth. Not even that. The very time when he took the Bible and put it down, he said when it goes down, you go down and I'll go up. So he'll do wonders. What has he done? Nothing. So for now, government is not working for us. It's working for itself, and it is planning to do more harm and more destruction in our country. Why should we let them do that? Please, Kenyans, don't relent. Let me hold on there for now. Bernard.
Okay, thank you. It's a sad state of affairs where government behaves as if they are visitors. I've never seen this happen anywhere in the world. That the president, the deputy president, and every other person look like they are the visitors, and we are the hosts. it is terrible. Now, on your question, pastor and office bearer, I will need some clarification. Pastor and office bearer, meaning can a pastor do office work or clarify, please, so that I answer exactly what you would seek from me.
Okay, what is the devotion of a pastor? What does he believe as a pastor? Because an office bearer, I know he believes that he has to go in the morning, do the work, serve the people. I mean, like bookkeeping or record checking or managing all the material and human and man. But pastor, what is his purpose as a pastor in church?
Okay, thank you, thank you. A very serious question indeed. Now, a pastor, first and foremost, pastoral work is not voluntary work. From the biblical point of view, you can only be a pastor by calling. Calling meaning you are divinely.
Bernard, you have
I
muted
think you are
yourself.
lost. You are mute.
Oh,
Unmute
pole,
yourself.
pole. Sorry. Ni mouse yangu hii saa ingine na misbehave. All the same, I was saying that the number one responsibility of the pastor is to feed the congregation with God's word. He's a shepherd of the congregation. And then in pastoral responsibilities, there is some administrative work that he can do, because the church, it involves people, and where there are people there must be administrative structures whereby the pastor needs to oversee. Okay, he doesn't have to do everything, but it has to. We say that pastoring is, a pastor is not supposed to take care of everybody in the church, but he has to see to it that everybody in the church is taken care of. So he oversees the running of the church activities in accordance to what is stipulated within scriptural provision. And so he can delegate responsibilities. Like, for example, I'm a pastor, yes, but will be wrong for me to be the senior pastor, and then I be the financial controller, then I be the accountant, and I be the administrator. That doesn't even sound right. And so what happens is there are roles that needs to be delegated, like the members who are good in accounts, wale wanafanya kwa bank and all that, they let them handle the church finances. They know how to keep records, they know how to manage finances. And then some churches, they have their pastor who is placed under salary, so all the money coming in the church goes into the church account. Then the pastor is salaried like every other church worker. They are given salary. Some other churches, their pastors are paid according to the percentages. Percentages meaning they will say that 50% of the tithe is the pastor's salary. So if the tithes came in whatever amount, 50% is the pastor's salary, and then the other is used into administration. So to differentiate between a lay person and a pastor is the difference is in the calling. Okay, the calling where you are in the fivefold ministry, a pastor, an apostle, prophet, teacher, and evangelist. That one you are called into, and that is divine in itself. But you can be assigned as a church administrator. Now, that is, you are an office holder, you are doing administrative work. That can also get you into preaching once in a while, but that doesn't make you a pastor. You're just preaching because, like, every believer can preach. If you are able to preach, you can preach. But the pastoral is an office where you occupy by divine calling. I hope that's not confusing. Then kuna swali lingine linatokea, kan mchungaji awe mchungaji tena afanye kazi ya kawaida ya kuajiriwa? That is possible. That's very possible, because there are churches that are not able to sustain the pastor and his family. So you will not sit in the church and fight members. Your children cannot go to school and you are able to work. So if you are able to work, you can do your work to support yourself and still do the work of the church. Is the Apostle Paul used to make tents, okay, to support himself and his team who are when they are on the mission work, and they preach in Corinth and other places. So there is nothing wrong with a pastor having a job, okay, a job as well as the pastoral responsibility. In my school of thought, is in order because the Bible teaches about being orderly. As being orderly meaning disorderly ni ile wewe umekuwa mchungaji. Kuna wale wachungaji wanaamka asubuhi wanatembea nyumba kwa nyumba wakisema Mungu ni wa ajabu. Mungu ni wa ajabu. Haenda kwa hii nyumba na kunywa chai. Akishamaliza chai hapa, aenda kwa nyumba nyingine, anasema Mungu ni wa ajabu. So huwa tunawaambia wa ajabu ni wewe, sio Mungu. Kwa sababu how can you wake up in the morning instead of setting breakfast for your children, you're going house to house looking for where to take breakfast. So that is disorderly. For there to be orderly means you are able to sustain your family in an orderly manner. Now, if it takes taking an extra job or working extra mile in order to gain some income to sustain your family, it is a welcome idea. Okay, kuna wachungaji ambao unakutana nao ako na shamba zuri tu, shamba lina mbolea nzuri, alafu amekataa kulilima, anasema yeye ameitwa na Mungu kuwa anahubiri tu asilime. Huo ni ujinga. Hiyo sio uchungaji, hiyo ni ujinga, na huu ujinga unatolewa tu kwa masuala ya ukweli kama haya yanasema. Okay, achana na ujinga, wacha kusumbua watu wa Mungu. Chukua jembe, enda kapande ndizi, panda nduma, panda avocado, panda mahindi, okay, ili mke wako akiamka asubuhi badala ya kusumbuana na washirika, anakatakata sukuma yake vizuri, anachanganya hapo na mayai mbili, anakorokea, unakula, unafurahi tu. Ukikuja kanisani umeshiba. So kuja kukorol watu wa Mungu, kwa nini umekuja? Kwa nini umetoa shilingi 50 bob? Mnaona mimi nakaa kama 50 bob. Sadaka sio malipo ya mchungaji. Sadaka ni njia moja ya kuabudu Mungu. Samahani kama nimekwaza mtu. So sijui Mama Mary, swali lako liko wide, sasa sijui kama nimekujibu, lakini in case you need clarification, carry on.
I think I got it. Why I was heading to that question is just because of how I see the pastors in our country. It has become like a hungry people who really want to work in the office and leave their territorial work that they are pastors, and they show that greediness, that hunger of going to be going to be in office more even than the work that we believe that is a calling. That is my problem, and that is what I have seen this very time, and that is why you see many people have been complaining and saying they have made us having less faith, kind of, because they thought this is a pastor who I should listen. Though, believe your pastor Nayako, it is not supposed to be like he is believing on your behalf. You have to believe yourself. But it has come a point whereby people are feeling, hey, what is all this? What is happening in our country that the people who are our leaders on this kind of faith or on this kind of church, they are showing us another kind of life fashion. So you have seen people saying that nowadays, even I don't go to church. I don't even have that faith because that church has been. That is my point, and that is where I was driving to, because what people are seeing now, it's like we don't have church, we have got church and politics at the same time, in the same place.
Thank you. I get the picture, and that is an error, okay? It's an error, it's erroneous for the man of God or the pastor to be caught up into the affairs of this world. the Apostle Paul writing to Timothy saying, no soldier involved himself into civilian matters, but he remains true to his master so that he fulfills the assignment that he's been assigned. Kuna shida especially hapa Kenya ambapo wachungaji wameingiliana na masuala ya kawaida hivi kwamba wamepoteza ile msimamo wa haki. Where the pastors were people who stood for the truth, who insisted for what is just, what is holy, what is pure. Nowadays, as long as it is works, we call it miracle, which is very wrong. So we should not use that as a defining definition of a pastor. We go back to the biblical sense. The biblical sense of a pastor ni mtu wa kujinyima mara ya first and foremost. He denies himself a lot. You can't be a servant of God if you are out to get everything your eye can see and collect everything your hand can touch. If you are given to that, wewe umepotea tayari. Hata uhitaji shetani, ushapotea tayari, because they will use that to catch you. Kuna swali hapa Mato anauliza, Bernard, is a prophet also a pastor and vice versa? Now that's complicated. Okay, a prophet, okay, there are 5 callings, 5 callings. They are in Ephesians chapter 4, sorry, and verse 11. We have apostles, we have prophets, we have evangelists, we have teachers, then we have pastor, okay? All these are callings, distinct. They are not the same. They are not the same. So can a prophet be a pastor, or can a pastor be a prophet? That complicates the whole thing. You are either a pastor or a prophet. You can't be both. But a pastor can prophesy, okay? A pastor can prophesy. Prophesying doesn't make you a prophet, okay? Prophesying simply means there's a gift of prophecy that comes on you or is in you that you are exercising. It's a gift of the Holy Spirit that you exercise. So it is possible to be a prophet without prophesying, and it's possible to prophesy without being a prophet. Hiyo ndio mambo ambayo inachanganya, na haswa inatokana na kizazi hiki ambacho kila mtu, nimeambiwa Zambia, kila pastor ni prophet, na usipo prophesy church yako hakuna mtu anakuja, na hiyo mambo ingine yote. All that is just the spirit of this age. It's just the spirit of this age. Isikuchanganye. Lazima tuelewane. Kuwa nabii, kuwa mtume, kuwa mwinjilisti, kuwa mwalimu wa Biblia ama kuwa mchungaji, jukumu lako kwa hizo ofisi zote sio wewe kukuwa kiongozi wa viongozi, ni wewe kuequip the saints. Prophet anapaswa kuequip kanisa, apostle anapaswa kuequip kanisa, evangelist anapaswa kuequip kanisa, na pastor na teacher wote wanashirikiana pamoja kukuza vipawa vya washirika wote. Si eti mimi ni nabii siwezi kusikiliza pastor, huyo ni nabii wa uongo. Akiwa mtume anasema hawezi kusikiliza pastor, huyo ni mtume uongo, anatafuta kitu cha kula. So lazima ujiadhari na mambo haya yote, lakini usichichanganye. Prophesying doesn't make you a prophet. A prophet is a calling, just like pastoring, just like evangelist, just like teaching, Bible teaching and all that. They are callings and they are from Christ. Okay, it's a whole subject in itself. I think maybe we'll do a show to break that down, but let's just settle it there. A pastor can prophesy, but he's not a prophet.
Bernard, excuse me, kama huyo anajitanga mwalimu Tracy anasemanga yani prophet wa Kenya. Na
Roda, unasemaje? Unmute.
Kuna prophet mwingine Kenya anajifanyanga na kona kanisa ya Karen, anaitwa Tracy Wairimu. Huyo mama nadhani he is not a real prophet. I think he is there for his opposition. Awe napatio pesa ni kina Ruto, kina Rachel Ruto. I don't really prophet, she's a woman of God. Before I used to watch her church, but I have never trust her. I don't think she's a real prophet. She used to say that she's a prophet of Kenya. Yeah, and a prophesy Kenya. You know, I don't believe she's a real woman of God. We know that with their own fruits. We know the woman of God, a woman of God, a really God-fearing, born-again Christian. We will stand for the justice. She cannot support Ruto and know that Ruto is still our vote. And then you remember that woman when Uhuru Kenyatta was a president. That woman was praying Uhuru Kenyatta opposition. She used to go in came to Kenya because they used to she think that Rainbow Care was her spiritual father. That time they went to State House with the Rainbow Care and they meet together and of course they get lunch together. So she liked to hang out with people who are more high class. I noticed she's like that. So and that's not good. But when Uhuru Kenyatta now he's not anymore president, she don't want. So so a really born again Christian, God fearing will follow the step Jesus did. Remember, Jesus was a refugee. Jesus was rejected. You be like God. You be like Jesus. You walk like Him. You fear Him. You know, you stand with your own one and you stand for your nation. You say, I will not compromise with the truth. Those are really men of God. But somebody is praying their opposition because of the money. Those are false prophets. Even the Bible have said there's a true prophet and false. So I don't believe in Kenya we have a really true prophet of God. I don't believe. One thing, we have a Illuminato, we have what? People worshiping idol God.
Okay, let's do this. Thank you. Please, we are
Ben, as you are going, maybe I just want to, before we release you, I just want to send you somewhere. Ben,
sorry,
Bernard, I just wanted to send you somewhere as you're leaving. If maybe you're in town, if you pass near Ambassador, I know the newspaper is already there. Pick Standard. It has got some interesting headline. The man you punished versus the man punishing you. So you read something about it, you'll tell us tomorrow.
There is a magazine where?
I'm saying Standard, you get Standard. The headline there, today's newspaper says, the man you punished versus the man punishing you. In reference to Uhuru that you are punishing versus the Ruto who is now punishing you. Then Taifa Leo talks of kilio cha mahasla kwa Ruto. So
I'll look at that and then we'll talk. But let me just clear the mini so that I leave everything in proper perspective. KDF anasema Pastor Lai hates Raila. He calls him okay. I confess I'm a church minister, but we have a very serious problem with the church, especially the leaders of the church in Kenya, especially. Tuko na shida kubwa, siwezi kataa. Kuna shida kubwa na yote inatokana na ignorance. Inatokana na watu wanajifanya walimu na wajui somo wanalotaka kulifundisha. Margaret Wanjiru anasema sometimes ana feeling kwamba Christianity is a scam. It is not a scam. Christianity is real and it's true. Only you just have to apply it the right way. Teresia Wairimo, she's an evangelist. She's not a prophet. She's an evangelist. We have known her as an evangelist from the early days of the 90s when she was going through the divorce issues and all that. She was rejected by the church. Now she's accommodated and all that. So when you are an evangelist and you claim to be a prophet, you invite problem for yourselves because the prophetic office is not easy like an evangelistic office. But sitaki kuingia kwa maswala. Shida yake na kuingia na politics haijaanza jana. 2002 yeye ndo alitabiri kwamba rais atakuwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Tukichagua Kibaki tutakuwa tumechagua Sauli na nchi itasafa chini ya uongozi wa Sauli. I was there. Nikasimama kidede nikasema haiwezekani. Museme chochote kile mnasema liwe liwalo, we are unbreakable and we brokered them with all their prophecies. Wakiwa wote na Maka Kariuki na hiyo story yote walikuwa watu wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay? So baadaye ni kama huo wana shift. Kule power inaenda ndio wanaenda. Kule power ndio inaenda unaenda. Hiyo sio kuwa nabii, hiyo sio kuwa mtumishi wa Mungu. So hao watu wamechanganyikiwa, let's accept wamechanganyikiwa, na Yesu anasema they are blind guides who are leading. So don't follow them, because if you are blind and you're following a blind guy, you will both fall into the ditch. So beware that these are blind guides. They don't know what they are doing. Don't follow them, especially on their political pronouncement. Kama hawasimamii ukweli, hawasimamii haki, hawafuati ukweli, wanasema tusahau tu, tukubali mambo yalivyo. Those are liars. Forget them. Don't follow them. Don't believe their story about their political. Mungu aliniambia kwamba fulani atakuwa rais. Mungu akisema Bernard atakuwa rais, mimi sitaki kusaidia Mungu. Nitapatia huyo Mungu kazi. Yeye ndo atazurura hizi mitaa zote akiconvince watu kwamba mimi ndio rais. Mimi sitaki Mungu ambaye nasaidia. Nataka Mungu anayenisaidia. So kama Mungu amesema mimi nitakuwa rais, alafu ananiambia niende kutafuta Chebukati, nilipe Chebukati sijui 800 billion, sijui nini, niibe makaratasi, sijui niende kuproduce extra papers. Sitaki huyo Mungu, simtaki kabisa. Kama amenichagua mimi kuwa rais, yeye ashughulike aconvince wa Kenya, okay? Na Mungu anaweza kufanya hata wa Kenya wakienda kutiki box nyingine, tiki inaingia tu kwangu. Tiki inaingia tu kwangu. Si ni Mungu? Ili wakihesabu makaratasi yangu ndio mingi. Mimi nakuwa rais kwa njia iliyo wazi. Sio huyu Mungu anaingia kwa IBC, ana corrupt commissioners, ana corrupt ICT, analeta sijui Kamaga from Kamaga kwa Venezuela. Huyo ni Mungu wa aina gani? Achana na huyo Mungu ni wa UDA. Mwizi. Achana naye kabisa, huyo sio Mungu wa Biblia na sio Mungu wa kweli. Msidanganyike na hiyo maneno. Na nimewaambia. Okay? So let us not mix up the two things, but there are people who want to use God to justify their political messes. Forget them. There are people who want to use church as a political constituency. Ignore them. Just follow God the way you know him, the way he's revealed in the Bible. Usichichanganye na hao wahubiri ambao wanatembea na suti wakienda kuombea marais huku, kuombea huko. Hao wanatafuta chakula, na wakishakula hiyo chakula wanakuwa blinded. They will not see again, because no prophet eats with the king and does not partake in the sin of the king. Ukishakubali kula chakula cha mfalme, lazima ubebe dhambi za mfalme. So hakuna nabii anayekula na mfalme na akose kubeba dhambi za mfalme. So hao watu wote wameenda kwa mfalme, wakala chakula cha mfalme, wamekuwa blinded na dhambi za mfalme. That is why they are confused right now. They are preaching hate, they are preaching discrimination, they are preaching tribalism. They are so bitter about somebody they have never met. Mtu anachukia tu Raila ati ni Mjaluo. Na unasema umeokoka ati unaenda wiki mbinguni. Kuchukia watu kwa sababu ni Wajaluo. What's wrong with you? Nani alisema kuwa Mjaluo ni mistake? Kwani Mungu si aliyeumba Wajaluo? So let's just get our things right and do what is required. So wachungaji wetu wengi wao kwa sababu ya njaa na kutafuta kitu cha kula wamepotoka. Tukubali hiyo, Mama Mary, tuelewe kwamba kuna tofauti ya wachungaji wale wanafuata Mungu na wale wanafuata hela, wale wanafuata connections, wale wanafuata kitu cha kula. And we may blame them, others we should just forgive them, but let's follow what is true. Mungu ametupatia haki ya kuchagua na kuona ukweli dhidi ya uongo. So we cannot be lost. So let's follow what is right and do what is right. Kama uko na shida na church, you are free to assess around, sample around church. Pata church ambayo iko na focus na Mungu, inafundisha neno la Mungu, join it. You don't have to belong to a church where you're questioning the pastor, questioning the preaching, questioning the singing. No. Church sio prison. Ati umefungwa manyani huwezi kwenda kamiti. No. Kama umeenda church moja na unaona hapa Mungu aliacha, ondoka huko, tafuta church ambayo inafaa, join. Okay? Na hata kwetu, siku sijakualika kwetu, okay, ukiona ya kwetu haikuingii, tafuta ile na kuingia. It is important to follow God. Follow God for yourself. Usifuate Mungu kwa sababu watu wanamfuata, follow God for yourself. Lakini William Ruto na timu yake wameharibu kanisa. Kama kuna kitu ambacho Mungu atatumia kuchapa William Ruto ni kwa kujaribu kuharibu kanisa kwa ajili ya siasa. Ameharibu kanisa, amefanya kanisa imekuwa ya uongo, amefanya kanisa imekuwa ya mahala ambapo pa kutumia kisiasa. Na uko hali kanisa ni smoke screen. Huku nyuma ni mafreemason na huku ni dhambi zingine tu nyingi zimepangwa hivi ratiba. Lakini kanisa inakaa forefront, sisi ni watumishi wa Mungu, Mungu alichagua, Mungu alifanya hii na hii. All that smoke screen is coming to an end. So let the revolution start. Let's move on. Thank you, Julia, for coming I hope you have come for my rescue. I need to go and
nimekuja, lakini naomba Leo ata moderate. He's very good in that, but nitakuwa backstage.
Great.
We'll come back later to assist you.
Okay. Asante sana. And then also we need to arrange that in case there is delay ya kuanzisha show, because the last 3 days nimekuwa na check, hakuna show inaendelea.
Yes, I wanted to ask you, maybe I don't know kama backstage mtaongea. Do you have Leo's number? I mean, are you in touch with him?
Leo, you give me your number on the private chat, huh? Leo.
Yes. I think you have it, huh? I sent you some video on WhatsApp.
You sent me something on WhatsApp, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe if you have his number, you can coordinate with the others, Mutembeya, and maybe probably Leo could have admin rights if that is possible. Because he's doing a very good job.
His internet is no. What is there is my challenge is staying throughout the show. But kama kuna mtu standby, naweza kumwanzishia show and then namwachia. In the meantime, like right now niko Busia, and then the internet can be something else. So ile hotel niko, stima inaweza kwenda and all that. Unajua uko Jamonga kufanya kazi mingi. Kufanya kazi. So I just want us to agree. So I think Leo we had agreed with Francis tuliongea. He was to resume today. So sijui kwa nini hapatikani. But we want to have a systematic timetable. We must keep this show running seamlessly. So if there is a challenge ya kuanzisha, I can always start the show, then hand over. But I need to have somebody stand by.
Okay, maybe that we can have it backstage ama kwa chat, then there can be a timetable nani anashikilia kutoka sai, then start the show isisimame. Yeah, we thought watu walienda Christmas kukula mbuzi sana.
Mbuzi ilikuwa tamu sana, so wakaamua wasirudi. It's okay, thank you very much. So Leo has already made his submission. Mama Mary, so it is you and Toroitich to make their submission, and then now the whatever, the coordination continues.
Before you go, ebu fikiria, Bernard, do you think we should go back to 844 and maybe we should just have our 844 and then we look at the curriculum, tuangalia nini tunafundisha watoto. Is what we are teaching them going to help them after Form 4? Let me give you an example. I think the Americans have something close to 844 because wanasoma miaka 8 na miaka 4. They do. And when I look at what I teach in high school, the Kenyan curriculum seems to be more deep. Ukiangalia ile hesabu tunafundisha watoto wa the Americans, nikileta watoto wenye natoka Kenya, wakikuja hapa, they appear so intelligent, Bernard. They appear so intelligent, especially in math. They appear so smart. They are too smart for their classmates. Wanawekwa class inaitwa honors. Na pia your honors, we have seen, like, there's a child I know, she's in honors class. She came here in class 5. Class 5, I think, akakuja akapelekwa class 7. Akatolewa class 7, wakamuka class 5, wakamuka class 7. Akajipata high school, amejipata honors. She's too good. She's too good. It is because of the foundation she was given. So our system is not so bad, and our teachers really teach content. What we need to look at is tunafundisha nini watoto, because okay, at the same time, these Americans, hata kama their content is not so deep,
they teach them things that help these children. You know, my students repair things. My students repair my printer. Our watoto tu wako hands-on, wamekuwa tuned to problem solving. They don't have so much content, but they are tuned to problem solving. Class kama ile ya kukari yenye watoto wanafanya hizi cooking skills and all that. When we have an occasion in school or an occasion for the whole county, huyo mwalimu na watoto wake ndio wana provide catering services. They cook good food, class food, and they serve. So when I was seeing those students serving food, I said to myself, even if hii content yao haikai kama iko deep sana, these children at the end of 4 years in high school, they can be independent. We have a school, I teach in the high school, but the high school has a section called Technology Center. Inaitwa Thunderbolts Technology Center. Sasa hiyo Technology Center, our watoto wanafundishwa ukulima. They are my students who are doing farming. They know how to take care of rabbits and all that. Wamepewa hata shamba. Wengine wanafundishwa carpentry. They make furniture inaisha. Wanatengeneza kiti, sofa inaisha. Kuna wenye wanafanya masonry. Kuna wenye wanafanya maneno ya nyumba. Yani si ati miaka 4 inaisha. So those kids by the end of form 4, majority of them go to the labor market. And they are trained problem solving skills. Then there are those who now go to college to do other things. Na hapa America sio kila mtu sio lazima uende college so that you become employable. No. At form 4 you are employable. So maybe what we need to look at is what we teach our children in Kenya. And when you are talking about laptops and all that, my idea of technology in the Kenyan schools, this is what the government could have done. They could have made sure, instead of buying laptops, zitapotea, they should just make sure every school has a computer lab. Na hiyo computer lab ikuwe equipped with about 50 computers. That is for a class. And then they could make sure the classes have what we call projectors. Kuna zile permanent projectors zinakuwa installed. There's a time my school really changed projectors and they brought the modern equipment. So they have their old PowerPoint, smart boards, wakazitoa hizo, wakaweka mpya. So I was asking the people in charge, nyinyi watu mnaweza uzia, it must be about over 500 projectors and over 500, they must have been because every class has a projector and a smart board. So they must have been over 500 equipments each. So I was asking the person in charge, I was asking, you can sell these things. And then the person was saying, talk to your people in Kenya because these things, we don't know where to do with them. They will be sort of throwaway prices. And I was just thinking that Kenya could even connect with the diaspora. There are countries, they just throw away computers and laptops. Like my laptop will be changed for the sake of changing. Si ati haifanyi. Sasa unaona, taking advantage of such things so that we make sure our classes, at least every secondary school has a computer lab with at least 50 computers. And then we make sure maybe our classrooms have those permanent smart boards na projectors. Unajua zinakuwa installed kwa wall. Hata mwizi akikuja kutoa itakuwa ngumu. Yani hizo projectors zetu Bernard, you can't steal anything. They are installed on the wall. You can't unless yani itakuwa ngumu kuiba hizo vitu. So that now we start there. Then the next thing we can do is our teachers. When I came here, Bernard, nilipewa they didn't know I didn't know these things. Okay, nilijaribu Kenya kujua maneno ya kutype Word, Excel nini, lakini sikujua sana ati the way I can present information. Nimepewa laptop, nimepewa class. Nimeenda class, iko na smart board, na iko na projector. First and foremost, I don't know how to connect that. So walimu wakaja wakanisaidia, they connected my projector. Then at least I knew now how to go to my laptop and project a PowerPoint. Lakini I had issues every now and then. Something would happen with my laptop. Si ati imeharibika, ni vile sijui kunavigate. Guess who are helping me? My students. Wanakuja niambia, Miss Kanyoro, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. But within, I think, 1 semester, I must have become a computer expert because these people don't use so much on books. They have so many programs. Attendance, the programs, and register, the program, mark total present. grading the program, assignments the program. Bernard, there is a time I can go to the classroom and my students literally don't touch any pencil or any notebook. Everything will be programmed. The assignments will be posted, programmed. Lakini nimetoka Kenya, sina hiyo knowledge, so I needed to have that initiative and to move myself fast. Juu watoto watawajui look here, at look here, I'm teaching you differentiation. Wanajua do this. So Kenya can also get there. Walimu wetu si wapumbavu sana. I'm using myself as an example because I have taught in Kenya and I'm now here. It means even our teachers can catch up. They just need a few, some trainings. I mean, just 1 year will be enough. You see the whole Kenya transforming. So what I'm trying to say is that this government, mimi siwaelewi kabisa wametoka msituni gani. Because Ruto was working with Uhuru. If you're kama we ni deputy principal na kuna headmaster, unajuanga headmaster huwa na budget chakula aje, huwa anawaka na watchman aje. You should know that, right, Bernard? You should know. You should, by the end of that, you should know how the headmaster works. Where was Ruto when Uhuru was president? Why wasn't he watching what Uhuru was doing? Second question, if he wants Kenya to go internet or technology or something, that the things I'm saying are the things he should do. They should sit down and decide we want our population to change. So let's budget for our schools. The schools don't need so much. They only need 1 computer lab and 50 computers. And I'm telling you, even World Bank can donate those computers. And there are countries in the world that have nothing, don't want, even there are people in the diaspora watching here that can even donate the tune of thousands of computers because they really don't know what to do with those computers. That is what Ruto should do. Siku install internet marikiti. So think food for thought, Bernard. Maybe we should retain our 844 and look at the curriculum. Na mengine sitaongea mengine, nitaongea baadaye. Asante.
I agree with you. Just before you go, I agree with you. In my opinion, there's nothing wrong with 844, except the equipping of the facilities to teach 844 the way it should be taught. We changed the system abruptly, but now it has taken root. The only thing the government needed to do is facilitate the system so that it works effectively, like put up those computer labs where the school is doing this other technical work, those technical workshops. Like our school, our high school had all that. We had the metal workshop, we had woodwork workshop, we had whole computer, whatever. We had the home science. I did home science. The home science block. We had the cookery or place for cookery, facilitated with all cookers, baking, everything. Then the clothing and textile, we had sewing machines where you do practical and all that. Then, of course, housekeeping, spreading bed, washing, and all that. So all these, in my opinion, is the government does not take serious the education in this country. The teachers are good. They are competing with the international other places. We are ahead in terms of what we are taught. In our syllabus is more elaborate and more depth. But the issue is, we don't want the system to succeed. So that the main problem in Kenya is called procurement. You can write that in capital letters. Procurement. Now that the facilities for 844 are procured during Moi's time, okay, we are now in Ururuto's time. Who is going to eat if there is no new procurement? So let's push for a new system so that we can now replace the procurement of the previous with the new procurement, so that we also eat. So the eating habit of this country is the main issue. Hakuna mtu anafikiria kuhusu maisha ya watoto, maisha ya baadaye ya watoto wakitoka shule. Kila mtu anafikiria tu kukula. Na katika hiyo hali ya kukula, tumeharibu masomo, tumeharibu matibabu, tumeharibu uchumi, tumeharibu kila kitu kwa sababu tunataka kukula. So kile ambacho tunapaswa kufanya The people want education, like you have made CS for education. Lazima ukuwe radical kama Michuki na usimame kided. Ambia this is going to work and this is how it's going to work. Whatever quota that you get from the government through other means, let every school be equipped. Can you imagine that at this day and age, kuna watoto bado wanasoma chini ya mti?
Okay,
In
Bernard,
Kenya?
I should have sent you a clip. Kuna shule ya Matope, iko Nandi. And I was surprised that this school did so well in KCP. I don't believe those results, Bernard. Uliona kama kuna shule ya Western, the principal was crying, weeping, complaining he doesn't know what happened to the results. I think this time Mashogu did something with the results. I think they were manipulated. Hiyo shule ni ya it's iko Nandi. Ruto comes from Nandi County, right?
He
I
comes
think
from
Bernard, one of these
Wasingishu,
five,
but
can you
Nandi and Wasingishu are neighbors.
Yeah. I saw that one. I saw that school.
You saw that school to teach. Bernard, can you start us
Yeah.
one of these fine days? We shame our leaders. We're going to bring clips. We should start a show with that title. Shaming.
But then what you're saying, Julia, is very, very true. This results was really, really manipulated because
It was
the way it's coming out,
manipulated.
it's very
Hiyo shule
irregular.
haiwezi pata 400 marks. I have been a teacher all these years, and I know for any child to get 400 marks, you need to invest so much in resources, in the time, in the environment. That was a big lie. And
he must have scored that 400 before. It doesn't happen as a surprise.
There is also another school. Listen, there is also another school. They were saying that for them to get a mean of 408, they had to do 300. I don't know how many exams in preparation for the exam, for the main exam. I was like, nah, this one, we are joking.
Yeah, that was a big lie to teach. That was a big lie. Alafu ameleta hiyo shule kwa TV. Ni ya Matope, Bernard. Matope iko Nandi County. Shame on you, leaders from Nandi County. Shame on you. We shall start a program of shaming our leaders. At in this time and era, watoto wetu wanasomea kwa shule ya Matope. Sorry, Bernard.
So, thank you. That's a topic we'll need to handle in with more time, but we have to address it seriously. Kuna kitu ambayo kinaenda makosa na jinsi watoto wetu wanasoma, and then serikali haiko serious. Yani masomo ilikuanga, mimi nilienda shule wakati shule ilikuwa shule. Masomo, it was life and death. My mother ile alisoma mpaka class 3. Lakini siku ile umekosa kwenda shule ama umejifanya mgonjwa, utakufa. Utasindikishwa shule, ufike shule uchapwe viboko. And the teachers are serious. Being in school, kuingia tu kwa school compound, it was different. You sense you are in a different world. This is just education. It smells education. It feels education. Sitting in class, your mind is tuned. You will not be in class and thinking about the other things. You're focused. The atmosphere smells education. Siku hizi unaingia shule compound and nothing has changed. Wanafunzi wenyewe hata wako serious. They don't tuck in. They don't even recognize there is somebody who has walked into the school. It's all funny. Like the principal of my daughter's school alituita shule kutuambia atituambie watoto wasome. Nilikasirika hiyo siku. Mimi nimeacha mkutano yangu. Mimi nimekuja, umesema lazima mzazi akuje shule. Mimi kufika shule umekuja atumeniita kuniambia kwamba niambie mtoto asome. Nikamuuliza kazi yako ni gani kwa hii shule? Why should parents come to school to tell the students to read when it is your duty to make the school reader friendly, number one, put in the school orders that makes the school educational wise, that mtu akiingia kwa compound anajua hapa ameingia in the wisdom center. Tena unataka wazazi wakuja hapa wakae 3 hours wakingojana ili uambie kwamba waambie watoto wasome. We are not serious. All the same, naomba nimalizie hapo. I hope hakuna swali lingine. Tafadhali tuendelee na huu nini mjadala, na then don't forget, don't relent. We must push Kenya Kwanza out of power by sensitizing all Kenyans. Tusikubali kuvumilia ujinga na uongozi mbaya. Tutavumilia njaa ndio, tutavumilia mambo mengine, lakini uongozi mbaya ambao tuko na uchaguzi kwayo, hapana. Ujinga ambao tunaweza ukataa, tusikubali. Kama Wakenya tusikubali. Kama Kenya Kwanza inataka kuendelea na kuongoza, wachukue majukumu yao na wakuwe serious. Lakini ukiendelea ujinga, tutaweka kwa kikapu pamoja na ujinga wao, tuwapeleke Indian Ocean kama wataki kwenda sehemu zingine. So please, let's not relent. The conversation continues, the fight continues until the last minute. Asante sana. Julia and Leo take over. There are two people who have not made submission. Toroitich and Nifa, and Nifa was here before Toroitich. So Toroitich atangoja.
Kuna kitu tu nilikuwa nataka kuongezea yenye Julia amesema kuhusu education, alafu Nifa achukue.
Sawa.
Is that yeah. About hiyo issue ya tuseme computer school yetu Kenya, do we really need the government? Kwa sababu kuna hawa watu, kuna YouTuber anajiita Go Black to Africa. Sijui kama kuna mwenye anamjua huyu Go Black. He was featuring one day a very young guy, also American, who came to Tanzania. He's I think now 20 or 21 years. Now this guy, together with other Americans who decided now to relocate to Tanzania, they opened up their school. Now we have children who are doing coding, and they were saying that now, because the government is not tuned to bring into their curriculum this coding and everything about and these curriculums that are not in Africa, what they're going to do is that they will start the school, they will put it to par with like American schools, and then what they will do, they will use the American system for examining and to get accreditation mpaka siku ile yenye government embrace. I think we can also do the same in Kenya, kwa sababu mbona kila mtu anafanya mambo ya coding? Do you know in Kuwait they are also doing the codings in school, and since the government is still learning about it, coding exam are being marked with the what do you call UK standard, or I don't know in UK. It's nothing happening on the ground in Kuwait. So until they've established themselves in that, they're still relying outside there. So we can also do the same. Tunaweza anza kuleta hizo mambo na hizo maprojector kwa classes, tunaweza leta hizo smart TVs kwa classes, and then kwa private, I know a lot of people who are taking their children, me included, kupeleka watoto wetu kwa private schools, tukitaka not only wapate masomo bora hii yenye iko hapa hivi, lakini tunataka wapate vitu practical yenye itakuja iwasaidie in future, because at the end of the day we are not doing anything yenye ati tunapeleka watoto waende wapate employment. Tunataka wenyewe wajideploy. Juu Kenya hakuna saizi, hakuna employment mahali popote, and if anybody is looking to that, tayari tu ni amefail. So sijui unasemaje Julia kuhusu hiyo? We can start by ourselves, we don't need the government. Government can come in.
You're right, Charity. Maybe we can also form groups and just pick particular schools and empower them, empower the teachers. And because what those teachers don't know to teach is that it can be done. It can be done with just, I know schools in Kirenga County that have like 50 computers in the computer lab. Na hizo shule teach, by the way, they can also, like these big schools can afford to buy projectors for the teachers. They can afford, for the classrooms. They can afford. A number of them can afford. Maybe, Bernard, you will teach and others will lead that initiative. You are right. We can start somewhere, and maybe serikali itaangalia waone wanafuata ujinga mwingi, and they should also try and change from this ujinga.
So that's why I'm saying education in Kenya si eti haiwezi fanyika, inafanyika vizuri. Ni viongozi ambao uko serious. Kwa mfano, this is something that can be undertaken by the county government. Okay? And the county government has free capacity to interact with anyone internationally and be able to bring in facility. Okay, they don't even need to work through the central government. For example, if they engage the UN or World Bank, and World Bank decides to donate tractors to Wasingishu County, okay, they don't need to consult the central government. Watapokea hiyo msaada na watafanya mambo yao. So kuna minister wa education in every county. Okay, the way there is minister for education in the central government. Huyu minister wa education wa county anafanyanga kazi gani? Si kazi yake ni
Okay, Bernard, on that note, maybe
angalie hizi nini, angalie shule ziko ngapi kwa hii county, ni shule gani inahitaji classrooms, ama ni shule gani inahitaji nini, so that through that he can write a proposal or even call a fundraising. Old boys wa hiyo shule, old girls wa hiyo shule, who are people in this particular locality who are working elsewhere, can they be of help to our schools? Then if we stock up these schools.
Okay, Bernard, before you go, on that note, do you know of a governor who is above board? That is, his yes is yes, or her yes is yes, and her no is no. So that even the Mtembei family can zero in to one county only. Zero into one county only and show them the way. This is the way we want our schools to be. This is the way we want our county to be. And maybe even as we fight with Ruto and the others, we can live to tell. We showed them the way. You see, because these people, what they need is guidance. They need to be guided that it is possible. These things can be done. Maybe Bernard, go and find out. Do you know of a governor who is above board, who wants to help?
Anyang'
Toroitich amepigia kura Anyang' Nyong'o tayari.
By then ningesema Lonyangapuo, but alipoteza.
Lonyangapuo was kicked out, ama?
Yeah. Lonyangapuo alitupwa nje.
Listen to you.
So
but Julia, what we are doing is we don't even need a county. Okay, for example, upper Nairobi, all we need to do is get one of the slum schools. Okay.
Oh, yes.
And then be able to facilitate it. Just give them an upgrade.
No, that's the way to go. Get a slum school, a slum day school.
Yes.
A secondary day school. And Mutembei zeroes in on it. And then we shall give guidance and decide we want this school to be internet connected. We want technology implemented. And those of us who are teachers, we shall help the teachers to show them this is the way we need you to teach our children. You know, we can all volunteer, even do have Zoom meetings and all that. And we can make calls here for people to raise funds and buy those projectors. And then we can tell the government, this is how we want our children to be treated.
Perfect. That is New Year resolution. We'll do that. We will do that.
DONE. Niko hapo, niko ndani kabisa.
I want to say something, Bernard, before you leave. This is to all Kenyans, wherever they are, and we panelists. Why do we sit back and listen all these lies that has been lied to our children on our face? I feel very bitter and very angry as a parent, as a Kenyan too, because if these things happened the very time the same guy who is on the chair said that every primary school, they will have laptops, how much reform would have had in our country? I feel very, very much underrated as a parent, that my child can be lied when I'm looking and they are going down. So Kenyans, this is the place where we should start thinking about our country to make it more better, because he always tell us many things of development of our country. but we have never seen even 1 inch, even a centimeter. Where are we heading? As Julia is talking about education, that is what we have to give our children so that they can be out of our shoulders, we parents. Because when they help themselves, we are happy and we are able to have the little food we are eating at home, we eat in peace because we know our children are helping themselves. So when you look at the country with the big person, with the big promises, and nothing is happening, what are we doing? What are we listening? What are we waiting? Kenyans, wake up. This is not right. The children are going down. They are becoming even more timid because they are promised something with this anxiety, then it flops. They are out of their way. They don't understand what is life. And that's why we are having all this big problem. Education is needed in our country. Those procurement have killed so many things because everybody who goes there, mzee ama mama ambaye ako na watoto nyumbani, anaenda hapo anafanya miujiza yake ya kuiba pesa ambayo ni ya kusaidia wale hawajiwezi manyumbani, ama hata kama ni wale wanajiweza. Elimu ni kitu cha kuchezea kweli in a country whereby we have got children growing up. Let's not relent. I'm one of those Kenyans who feel very, very angry because if education is tampered, the country is gone. And those people, I don't know where they came from, whether they were educated, and I hear them speaking English. I don't know what kind of English they are talking because they should be very smart and see the countries that they are visiting, the way it looks like, and they make theirs like that. So that is where we stand. Thank you, Bernard, for that chance. I'm sorry, I was having those words and I feel good because I've aired them out.
Thank you, Mama Mary. Ndeto Makndate anasema Wavinya Ndeti is a no-nonsense woman. She can also deliver. So he's asking whether we can talk to her. We are open. All we are saying is that we must demonstrate that this thing is workable and doable. And we also want to go to a place where it is really needed. Like my experience in Marsabit, it was very, 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 very moving. Okay.
Kwa hivyo Bernard, first assignment number 1 yako, tafuta shule. When next time you come to the show,
Shule ya
Bernard,
Nairobi tunapatia slum school. That one I'll
Bernard,
give you. Yes.
Suggestion.
Yes.
I've seen something happening with governments. I remember the first time. Let me talk about my country. Lakini, let it paint a picture to all counties and even our national government. Now, I remember when we first had these county governments, and then first governor was this Kachapin that he is now, and then he started out a project, and this project was funded by NGOs. Some of them, actually, not all. Some of them were funded by NGOs. So when he got out of the seat, when he was unseated by Lonyangapuo abandoned everything that the previous governor had started. And then when Kachapin now has come again, he's also left what Lonyangapuo was doing. And same thing has been happening even in the national government. You see, kama ile funds yenye ilikuwa inaenda kwa wazee imeachwa kwa sababu Ruto is not rooting for it, or it looks so Uhuru, so that if Ruto does anything akiendelea kuipropagate inakuja na jina ya, it's like anaendelea kumagnify jina ya Uhuru. So I was saying, let's not peg anything on any government. Let's just find a location, a good workable location, because I know this thing really, it's going to help the people, and the power is with the people. If we put it in the right place and we install it right, it's going to stand because it's something that's going to benefit the owners of the power. Let's just put it with the people. Let's leave the government.
Okay. Thank you. There is something very sickening about our governance, and it's not just here. I remember in the US, Trump had a problem with Obamacare, and so the politics just remain the same. People want to push their interest, but I think we can mature up and just separate between the serving of the people and our political interests. There are places where you can push for political interest. There are places just this is service. This service to the elderly. Hawezi sema utaanzisha Ruto service to the elderly. See this the thing was there. When Ruto came in, did he recruit his new army? Did he recruit his new police officers? So why do we joke around with people's lives in the pretext that it is not serving our interest? And we waste a lot of time by abandoning projects that were almost being completed because we want to begin our own. Hiyo ni ujinga. Hii ni ujinga kabisa, kwa sababu kama Ole Nyangapo alikuwa ameanzisha shule, tuseme amejenga madarasa, imebaki tu roofing. Wewe utaanza tena kutafuta plot mpya ya kuanzisha shule mpya badala ya kucomplete hii wanafunzi waingie. It's madness. Now, I don't blame the governor. What are the MCS doing? Nilikuwa nafikiria MCS ni watchdog wa wananchi, na hizi projects za Ole Nyangapu zilipitishwa na cabinet ya MCS. Mbona sasa ma MCA wamefall hands when this one is abandoning this money that has already been spent here and beginning to spend new money on new projects? Hii ni ujinga. So kama wa Kenya, let's come up and riot against such madness. Kama governor hizi kuendeleza project ambayo ilikuwa imeanzishwa na hela zinatumika za hiyo county, then we'll keep mark timing. That is why Kakamega looks different from Busia, and Kisumu looks different from Siaya, but they have been received the same budget because somebody is just wanting to waste money. If you're beginning a new project where the projects that are almost finished, huwe ni mvujaji wa hela za umma, huwe sio mtumishi mzuri na unapaswa kushughulikia ipasavyo. So let's just as Kenyans tupevuke na tusimame imara, tukatae ujinga. Uwe kwa county, uwe kwa national government, hata uwe kwa chief. Okay? Lazima ishughulikiwe. Nothing will solve itself. We must ensure that it gets solved. So other things we'll discuss.
Can I say something? You know, like, as you know, Bernard, you know, like in my village where I come from, MC doesn't do anything. People are complaining
for the past 1 hour. I want to leave officially, please. Thank you. I am saying, ayo maneno ya project nini we'll discuss with our administrative desk. Whatever that is approved, that's what we will do. We can't decide on anything as at now, but I will scout around and find. I know there are viable schools in Mathare, in Mukuru kwa Jenga, and all that may need a boost. And then I have contacts. When I went to Marsabit, I have contacts of there are people who need just a borehole. Okay, you give them a borehole, you have solved their problems. The other places they need a school, others they just need a hospital. All those things we can facilitate and just make a difference in the country by making possible what the government thinks is impossible. And it's just soliciting the required amount and deploying it, and things move forward. Hii story nyingine ya kudanganyana tuachane nayo. Kenya Kwanza, wacha niseme walaaniwe, washalaaniwa. Sawa, naomba niondoke tafadhali. So Rhoda, you can make your contribution. Leo, you are in charge with Julia.
I'm sorry. You know, okay. Unajua kama mimi vile kijiji mimi nimetoka, MC wetu hakuna kitu nafanya. Barabara hakuna. Kuna place hakuna barabara sahi. Watu wanalia. They want development. Unajua watu wanadanganyana sana at Mount Kenya is very development. I don't believe that. Mount Kenya kuna watu wanakaa baka nyumba za matope. Do you believe me? Yes. Let us speak the truth here. Kuna watu wanakaa Mount Kenya nyumba za matope, lakini watu wanafikia ati ni huko Baringo. There are many people they live in matope. Nyumba za matope. Hawana pesa. They have nothing. So we have to speak the truth here. And unajua mimi nakuanga ukweli kwa sababu mimi nataka kutoa watu ukombozi. Yeah. So what I want to say, let us be honest with each other. There's some people have been struggling, you know, like when Kibaki take the government, 2002, there's some people where it come from, they were Eritrea. Yani walikuwa natoa makamasi, they could not afford even the school fees. You know, because their family, they didn't have nothing. They didn't have anything to pay the school fees. And those families, they came Eritrea because even it's not Eritrea, yani wanatoa makamasi, they don't have nothing, they don't have, ana wanaongea kiku kama mimi. Lakini siku ile Kibaki alisema school is free, aliingia 2002, being changed. Watu wakakuwa na pesa, yani watu wakaenda shule free. Can you imagine those families? And you know, and they are grown up. If they could get opportunity when Kibaki was in the government, because it was more, you know, and they couldn't afford. But when Kibaki take the government, people, they start to go school free of charge. Every county, hata wale wanakaa nyumba za matope, every county, hata wale wanakaa huko Mathare na Kumukuru Gachega, what everybody have chance. I know some people, even my Kikuyu tribe, they are millionaire right now. They were going to school without shoes. Go lift them up. Hakuna mtu hajatoka maskini. Mzee mdadanganya watu hapa. We have been going a lot. It's just, we need to be honest with each other. Tunaongea ukweli. Monga familia, most of the family have been struggling with life. Mimi, I have seen people eaten by jiggers in my kijiji kile mimi nimetoka. Watu walikuwa nakula na jiggers. They could not afford. And you know, jiggers is a poverty. Me have seen people poverty, I have seen. So I cannot say that I've not seen people have been. And they're my tribe, Kikuyu. And those people, they used to lie. Oh, blah, blah. But that is nonsense. But Mungu, walikuwa nauza sweetie kwa barabara. Mungu akawa lift up. Sasa hatuwezi sahau pahali tumetoka na pahali pale tumerudi. Of course, education is a key. Kuna mtu alisema education is a key, because without education, our country, we cannot get anything. We cannot development. We cannot do anything. We cannot do anything. Unaona kama mtu kama the first president, Jomo Kenyatta, he was very come from poverty. He was a very young boy. He come from very poverty. He was eaten by jiggers. First president, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, Mungu akamtoa jiggers. Alikuwa amekula jiggers. Mungu akamtoa akampeleka State House. Unajua sisi wa Kikuyu tunajua kuna ngaragu ile ngaragu ya miaga. Ngaragu ya miaga, if you know your Kikuyu, you know what I mean ngaragu ya miaga. Ngaragu ya miaga, it means people, they were dying for the hunger. Now we cannot forget, then we are liar. That's why I'm always feel very pity when I see other tribe taking advantage for other tribe. And you don't know who they are. You don't know where they come from. I used to see very jealousy when I see other tribe, they call us Kikuyu tribe, and they don't know really who we are. They don't know where we come from. They don't know where we have been struggling. They don't know how our grandmother, they have been struggling. It's pity. We need to respect every tribe in Kenya, need to be treated the same, equal, and our voice must be heard. It's not so that your tribe Kikuyu and your voice not be heard. They don't know who we are. Hawajui. You don't know me who I am. You don't know my grandmother have been suffering. You don't know my culture. I feel very bad. Watu wengine wanaona ati tunatakia advantage wa Kikuyu nini. I feel jealousy. Every tribe in Kenya, we come very far, and we need to be treated the same, equal. It doesn't matter the language you speak with the, like, you know, there's one tribe in, I don't know, it was in South Africa, they speak with this. You need to be respected. Whether you are Jaruo, unakula samaki, respect. We uko Mkalenjin, uko Muluya, uko Mkikuyu, we need to fight this tribalism again. And I'm against. Even God is in heaven, he knows that. Tuache huyo madharau, kudharau hii kabila, tunaona ati huu ni kabila mgani, chetu will take advantage. We don't know, if somebody tell you the story, you don't know the true story person, where they come from. I grew up with people, they have a jiggers. Oh my God, they are struggling. Huh? Wanakufa na ukimwi, hawana dawa nini, wanachimba huko kahawa. Au mtu anasema kusema bra 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 bra, Kikuyu bra 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 bra, tribal. We must stop this bullshit of tribalism. Anybody can be the president of the Republic of Kenya. I can be the president of the Republic of Kenya. Everybody can be, whether you are Kikuyu, whether you are Jaru, everybody can be the president of Kenya, no matter the language. Even if you speak like this, you can be the president. Even if you speak, it's called the way they speak with hand. Even if you are Mongo, these people, they are born with different skin. Rabino, everybody, because Kenya is a public of Kenya, and everybody need to be respected, and everybody need to be valued, no matter the language. Don't take any advantage for any tribe in Kenya. And that's why we went to this hell of erection, because of this kind of tribalism, this kind of hell, taking other community advantage, and they are, and the same, they're not Kenya. They're not born in the same maternity you are born. Even though you don't know, some people, they were born even the Lord. Even some, if you don't know people who you are, you cannot judge. You cannot judge book without the cover. That is one proverb used to say. I will use that proverb. Thank you. I just feel to talk this thing because we are all Kenya. We must speak it.
Thank you, Rhoda. Oh, I know how people feel, and everyone feels aggrieved. So maybe before I welcome Torotich to tell us something today, Julia brought a certain interesting topic, and I also feel I need to put just a bit of the comment a bit on it about education. Being a teacher and having taught in Kenya and outside Kenya, I've seen the difference. So before maybe I'll talk much as we proceed. I just want to remind you, and Torotich will also comment on this, that if you want to bring down a country, or if you want to destroy a nation like Kenya, there are easy and long-term ways that you can do it without even firing a bullet, like what we see happening in countries like where I am in Somalia and Southern Sudan and Congo. So there are 4 easy ways of destroying a country, whereby number 1, you have to change the perception of truth. Number 2, you have to destroy their future generation. Number 3, you have to change their political philosophy. And lastly, their sense of nationalism. And if you look at our country where we are currently, I think the people who are in power are really using these simple ways, these silent ways to destroy the country without firing bullets. How do you destroy the perception of the truth? This one is majorly done through the media. You control the media. You know, the media gives us perception, like if something is said by or said in a TV, or somebody goes live on TV and says something, somebody who is at the village or somebody who is in town will believe in what he or she heard on the TV than what you're going to tell them physically. And that's a tool that has been used by some of the MPs or some of the leaders you see. They are leaders who doesn't have leadership quality. And because they are frequent visitors in these live televisions and spread lies there, you come to believe them. You saw what the TV did and the media did. They perceived Ruto to be somebody who was suffering under Uhuru's government, until most people even failed to ask the television, why are you reporting that this man is suffering, the security is withdrawn, but why are you not telling us that this man is earning a salary but is not working? So you have to distort their perception of the truth, and they really succeed in that. Any government will do that. How do you destroy their future generation? That is what Julia was talking of. You destroy a future generation by destroying the education system. You know, the future of our children and the future of Kenya depends on the education system that we're giving Kenyans. 844 was really good. It only lacked some resources so that it can be implemented fully. They now want to destroy it by bringing a curriculum called CBC, which is, I'll call it gambling. In year 7, their grade 7, they're going to do like 23 subjects. That is really hectic, not helpful to them. There's nothing they've done, and most of the people who voted Ruto, they were voting Ruto simply because Ruto promised he's going to do away with CBC. When Ruto became the president, he got a Kamkunji and called them a task force, and they came with one recommendation: we are going to domicile grade 7 in primary. That is the only change he made. If you look at the curriculum, like Julia was telling you, me, I'm in a country that people call a failed state. Somebody have just told me is dangerous. I'm in Mogadishu. I've taught in an international school in Somalia, where 90% are Somali diaspora who are from Europe coming back to their country to learn their culture. And we do the British curriculum. So if you look at the content that these kids are learning and you compare with what Kenyan kids are learning, in Kenya, these kids are really overwhelmed with some concepts that are not going to help them. In Kenya, somebody is in Form 4 and is still doing 11, I don't know how many subjects. And some of these things, somebody is at Form 4 is somebody who should already be doing something in line with what they are interested in doing maybe in future. If it is computer, they should be doing computer. Why do you have to put them doing some sciences and they're not planning to become scientists? So there's a lot that we need to check as far as our education is concerned. Also, the political philosophy. How would you destroy our political philosophy? You monetize the politics, and Kenyan politics currently has been monetized. That is why even in your television, they'll tell you, if you want to become a governor, you need to have this amount of money. So it is no longer about ideology. It is about how much do you have. And you should not be surprised today. I had somebody like Mike Sonko saying how he's going to push Sakaja out of the office. And this is somebody who was banned legally from holding any public office. Sonko is forgetting that he cannot even be appointed Amlango Kumi, Mnyumba Kumi, or chief, assistant chief in any village, according to constitution. So he now wants to go and march out somebody who's been elected. So such kind of jokes, when you have money in Kenya, you have some big accounts, you think that you can do anything. That is how our politics have been destroyed. And our sense of nationalism is also destroyed because we are taught to disregard history. No one tells you the history. You don't want us to know where we came from. So how will you be able to determine where we are going to? So these are such serious things that when we don't look at, you'll find that our country is being destroyed. So Torotich, you can pick it from there and give your presentation, touch on the issue on the table. You can also touch on Sakaja and the Meru, whatever.
Yeah, thank you. I do think, over time, this channel has been growing and it's morphing in a way.
Sakwa Karibu.
I like now that we are having new people to moderate, and I know we are going to also have new ways of moderating so that, sometimes we become here so many, like we have 6 or 7 panelists. Sometimes even we go up to 10. I remember during the campaign season when we were culminating to that time of election, we were like 10 people and some people waiting in the background, and then it was almost impossible to get a chance, or even when you do get a chance, you have people that have already exhausted all that you had in mind. Now when you get that time, it's like you're just regurgitating. Now what I would prefer, according to me, uh, is how about we do it like when we have so many people on the panel, instead of people presenting, we now go like question to question. Like right now, you had asked me to contribute on something. I think that's good, so that we go topic by topic. We just put in a small contribution on it, and then we move forward. That way, we can have an in-depth.
That's really great. Instead of maybe somebody like taking maybe speaking of various topics, we can have a controlled debate or guided debate whereby we tackle one topic at a time. So we get everyone's view on that topic as well. So I think that will be better. It sounds better. Sounds great.
Yeah, that would be very good. It will help, and also it will focus our discussion. So, according to what I've seen today, that MPs want now to impeach to impeach Gachagua, and really, is it to impeach Gachagua or Sakaja? Sakaja.
Or the MPs have threatened that they want to, the section of MPs who are not happy with what Gachagua is saying, and they are threatening that they need to impeach Gachagua. They claim he's turning tribal because his recent attacks on Sakaja are tribal based. There's nothing else. Only saying that Sakaja is not protecting the right of the Kikuyu traders, is not respecting the Kikuyu votes, is blaming the Kikuyus and the ones who voted for Sakaja. He personally talked to these Kikuyus. So MPs are really angered, and even I think yesterday there's some functions of the Kenya Kwanza who also claimed that Ruto is currently rewarding the UDA section of Kenya Kwanza at the expense of other parties who also form part of Kenya Kwanza. So there is a lot, there is some inwars within the Kenya Kwanza. The Azimio have not yet shown their card, but the Kenya Kwanza have started fighting among themselves. So maybe as Azimio, we are just on the fence waiting for them to fight, and when they're fighting among themselves, and they'll have less energy. So when we pounce on them, it will be easy job for us. It seems your voice is not clear.
I think there is a distraction here. Troy Chichi, maybe you have problem with the background, right?
What
Hey
about
guys,
now?
is it mine maybe?
Nare speak. Nare came here for a long time. Nare, go ahead.
No, can you hear me now?
No, I'm asking if is my phone disturbing. I did say to speak. If my phone is the one making noise.
No,
Yeah,
I don't
because
know
even me when Leo is talking, I'm hearing something like echo,
proceed.
scratchy. Okay, so mine is just to say that,
Troy Chichi, you can talk because it's a Nare have a problem with the phone.
okay. I was saying Gachagua is doing something very wrong, and UDA is propagating that bad behavior that he has by being silent about it. Really, we cannot have a whole deputy who's standing in and he's claiming to have been voted by the whole country to represent the whole country as the deputy president, and then come forward as a Kikuyu kingpin, and really to front that one as his main agenda as a DP. You know, it's like that is what he's here to do for the next 4 years before we go back to campaign and elections again. It's so wrong, and I don't know who are these MPs that want to impeach him. And these MPs are really doing a good job, but the people, us, you and I, are the one who are supposed to really be crying out about this. This is something very bad. It's taking us way back, even not way back. From even before the formation of government in Kenya, all communities we were interacting, and there was no one particular community that was superior to the other. That's why we have the whole 47 tribes here in Kenya coming from different parts of Africa. But now, if we're going to have one person, now that we've decided to become a unified nation of 47 tribes and counting, because we still have people that are being celebrated and being brought in to become Kenyans. But here we have one person that wants to propagate a narrative that somehow superior Kikuyus are superior, and it's their interest that is supreme in Kenya. Not really, seriously, it's not good. Like Sakaja, maybe is not doing the right thing, because I've heard a lot of people talking about what Sakaja is doing. Some are like, yeah, that's good. Some are feeling like it's not the best thing to do right now. But really, Sakaja should be allowed to make mistakes or should be corrected, but not on the basis that his mistake are infringing not on the rights or on the profits of a certain community. That's a very wrong way to go about things. That's the quickest way to run down a government. Because even right now, we have a lot of problems. We don't have food in the country. And even the little that we have, we're mismanaging it. Because right now in our region, we're still harvesting. For those of us that have harvested, they're still drying it so that it can be accepted, so that it can meet the quality acceptable in national cereals and produce. But the government is doing very little towards it. But it's so loud when it comes to these ethnic disputes. Really, why should we have Nairobi be seen to be like a Kikuyu city? Not by the Kikuyus, by one person. And now it's no longer one person because I saw the other. Was it Wamushomba or who came also and then said that we've been quiet. I don't know for 6 months. That it doesn't mean that we were not saying or we are weak. Really.
That's an MP elected in Kiambu County saying how he was quiet in Nairobi.
Yeah. Now look at it this way. Many of the Kikuyu leaders are coming from Kikuyu regions, but they are propagating uh, Kikuyu narrative to Kikuyus that are living in outside Kikuyu areas. We have now Kikuyu in diaspora, in Kenyan diaspora. We have Kikuyu even in Turkana, in West Pokot, in Trans Nzoia, in Busia, all over. By the way, Kikuyu are all over, and they are so good. Their PR is so good. They 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 live literally everywhere in the country. But now the leaders make them be profiled because of their own selfish agenda. Because now, who's going to benefit when we have a Nairobi that is run down, a Nairobi that cannot be governed because somebody wants some cartels not to be touched? Who's going to benefit? Only a few people who really want this. They're very silent about this issue about GMO. They're so quick. They want also GMO to come because to me it's just one and the same narrative. They want to keep us poor. They want us to keep focused on food, putting food in on the mouth only, and not even to wake up and now start competing with developed countries. Because who's going to benefit with the GMO? Only the few that can afford to put up companies that are going to be bringing in the seed from America, from the GMO countries. Because look at it this way: in Mexico now they are having a problem because Mexico wanted to produce their own GMO seeds since it was introduced, and it was introduced by the US. But now US is suing them and giving them a lot of sanctions because they were in agreement to be getting those seeds from the US. Same thing will happen to Kenya. We will no longer be having Western Seed Company. We will no longer be having these many seed companies that we've been having around that has been giving people jobs and that are also we have so many jobs and many various types of jobs, including the research. It will all go away. What we will remain is waiting for seed, just the same way like right now we are waiting for fertilizer from Russia to come as aid to be sold to us in usual retail prices. So these people, these leaders are, especially UDA leaders, they're so selfish and they don't have any agenda to propel us into the current world, not so that we can compete with other like the likes of Singapore, the likes of South Africa, the likes of other developed countries. They don't want that. They just want to keep us poor. They're employing the tactics that were used by the Mussolini, the that that guy from Russia. You remember? Yeah, they want us to keep us poor so that we can be dependent on them ever. which is a very, very bad thing. So, yeah, I think that's all I have to say, and I'll come back. I see we are so many of us. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Leo, I want to say something been said about the Kikuyu. Kindly, if you can give me minutes to.
If it is not, I'll give you 1 minute because NIPA is supposed to give us some submission. Just a point of correction to Black. Black is claiming some hours back there was arrogance against the kids who did KCP. That is not true. No one was arrogant. I just want to remind you that in this country whereby church, which is the holy of the holiest, can be interfered with by the government, and if the government or the Ruto government can interfere with the church and use the church platform to spread lies, hatred, and profile individuals as Christians and non-Christians, I think any sane citizen cannot be surprised if the government interferes with the national examinations just to portray or to serve some personal interest. So the person who spoke of the person who raised that issue was not in any way demonizing or showing arrogance to the children, but the person was really showing dissatisfaction to the way the government is running its issues. So I think that one is corrected. So Shiko, if it is maybe a question or an intervention, I can give you 1 minute, then we get submission from NIPA. NIPA, if you allow me to do so.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay, Shiko, you can.
Okay, thank you. I'll not take a lot of time now. I've had Toroitich, Anajita Toroitich, what you've said about the Kikuyus. I want to tell you now, I'm Shiko from Mount Kenya, and Gachagua doesn't speak on behalf of the Kikuyus. And if he's our kingpin, for us to have a kingpin, you will see Uhuru Kenyatta there. You will see a ceremony in Mount Kenya, whereby you will see all the leaders, the wazes, and Gachagua will be installed as the Mount Kenya kingpin. But if you've not seen that, kindly don't include us. Don't include us into Gachagua nonsense of kingpin and sijui the Kikuyus, sijui the Kikuyus what. I'm a Kikuyu from Mount Kenya, particularly in Nyeri County, where Gachagua comes from, and I didn't vote for him. So you cannot put all of us in the same pot and just come here and saying sijui the Kikuyus. We are not happy about this government, okay? And we have not healed, and I'm not going to heal anytime soon. But please, if you are mentioning Gachagua here, don't mention all the Kikuyus. Particularly sema Gachagua na nyumba yake. Usilete maneno ya Wakikuyu. Sijui Wakikuyu he's not our kingpin. That's an insult. He is, and he will never be our kingpin. Uliona wakati Uhuru Kenyatta alifanywa kuwa kingpin, hiyo inaitangwa, what do we call it? Like inaitangwa nini? Modhegi. It's in Kikuyu. It was given, Uhuru was given by John Mishuki. It was given by John Mishuki. Akapatia Uhuru Kenyatta. He still have it. Until then, hujaona any ceremony Mount Kenya ama umesikia Wakikuyu wameungana mahali Murang'a. But Gachagua has been installed as our kingpin. That's an insult, okay? Please don't include all the Kikuyus about Gachagua shenanigans. Leave him the UDA coherence to go and do whatever they want to do with this country. And I'm in opposition. Usijaribu kusema Wakikuyu hapa wote. We are not, tuko Wakikuyu, lakini it doesn't mean because one Kikuyu is saying something or Aruya ama mkabila ingine amesema, let's not do politics za kukua, we are the tribe, ati sijui a certain tribe. We didn't vote for this government. And I'm speaking from Mount Kenya. We didn't vote for him. Majority didn't vote for Gachagua. So usiseme na mimi ni Wanyeri kwanza. Yeye ni neighbor wangu uko Nyeri. I'm from Tetu, he's from Madeira, and I didn't vote for him. He's not our kingpin, and he will never be. To hell with him. And I wish all this government all the evils of this world. Please don't mention all the Kikuyus. Thank you, Rio.
Thank you. Shiko has made it clear that when we are referring to Gachagua, kindly let us restrain ourselves to calling Gachagua and his family Mama Pastor Dorcas. So let us not include the innocent Kikuyus who never voted for him, who never given him mandate to become their kingpin. So whatever he's speaking for himself and his family and those people who believe in his ideologies. Nipa, you can proceed, and as we've agreed, you can maybe tackle one item. I also don't want us to make it boring. Like when somebody speaks for 10 to 20 minutes, maybe sometimes it becomes boring and you exhaust all your points. And that one is why some people leave. Once you leave and you go sleeping. But if you allow you to give us the points bit by bit, yeah, you give us those pole pole, at least it can keep you here for long because you'll be giving us points. Na zingine bado unabaki nazo zikikuasha, utangojea ukuje utupatie. So you can proceed.
Uh, first of all, I would like to say Merry Christmas, hata kama imepita. And I think you guys mlikaa Saturday sana. So in the evening you did not do the streaming, Cindy, or Saturday, Sunday, and yesterday. Okay. So now I don't have much to say. I should just say that I was one of the people looking forward to hear Baba's Raila's voice, his comeback, and I hope for next year he has more to lead the way. So I'm just looking forward, and maybe I don't have much to comment for the past 3 days, only just to be sorry for the governor of Meru, not Meru, Embu or Meru.
Meru, it's Meru.
Meru, to be impeached. So I didn't have time to watch, but what those people are complaining is just petty issues, So I think God will be on her side. They should just pardon him, the senators, because since election it's been only 2 months, and if you look at other counties, there's no development actually. It's only they're just saying the siasa and blaming one another. So I hope they will pardon him the way Anne Waiguru was pardoned. But I don't know what the outcome will come. So that was my observation for this week, and that's all.
Thank you. I know Alfred Sako is ready. Let me just put this on to rest. Black, I know how you feel, and maybe almost all of us here came from some poor background, and you know how it is hard to learn in these schools. And I was present when the word was said. The classes Matope was said to show how the leaders, because the school is in a neighboring country, a county neighboring the president's county, and the classes are still having mud. What was the speaker trying to portray? That these leaders have neglected the school. They cannot even repair the school. The school is having mud. So now it might be to cover on the madness of the school, madness not in terms of the health status, but madness how the school is in a poor, dilapidated situation. Maybe they doctored the results to cover on that so that they can use it and say that, you see, even people from a mad classrooms can be able to score 400. But at the lens of a teacher, somebody who, like me, have been a teacher, and for a student to get that 400, it doesn't happen as a surprise. It is something that you should be expecting. You should be expecting that 400. A child or your child will not just wake up one day and find 400 in the final exam. What normally happens, and in reality, if you do your statistics, 90% of those people who get 400 have gotten that marks before. It never happens as a surprise. So that's a school that has never performed well before. They don't have any history, even in that year. Even the neighboring schools will tell you they didn't expect such results. So maybe the person needs to withdraw the issue of a mad school. It doesn't mean students from mad schools cannot get 400. But the government has left that school, they've done nothing. So the school is in a poor condition. That one tells you even the teachers there, I don't think if they have that morale to teach the kids to score that 400. So it's upon them to ensure they work on the school so that the teachers and the students can have a comfortable rooms where they can get the 400. So let me withdraw the statement so that at least you can feel sorry. Alfred Sakwa, karibu sana.
Mr. Leo, please don't withdraw the statement, because seriously, if somebody watched that news of that day and watched everything that was said about that school, it was even the headmaster himself. He was not even talking about now the school as it appeared. He was also talking about the number of teachers that he had, the lot of problems that he had. He couldn't possibly pull up 400 and above as mean score. They had so many problems. Something must have been done mpaka wakaattain hiyo nini. So it's not only about hiyo ni ile kitu yenye unaweza iangalia kwanza. That's the face of the coin, and the value of it iko kwa hiyo walimu ni wachache, hakukuwa na input but na tunashangaa tuko na output ya marks nyingi hivyo. No. Ai, black. In fact, black wewe sikiza tu. Weka huko nyuma, wewe sikiza tu.
Okay. Alfred Sakwa, karibu. Habari ya ni usiku ama ni jioni ama asubuhi?
Mimi kile nitakachosema habari za masiku, manake ni muda mrefu tangu nije hapa, na wote mlioko natumai mko wazima, na nashukuru kuona mnaendelea vizuri. Kuna mengi yamefanyika kwa huo muda mchache ambao tumeweza kuwa tukiona vile serikali yetu inatupeleka, na hata serikali yenyewe kusema kweli haijamaliza miezi 5 tangu ingie kwenye serikali, na inaonekana kuwa ni serikali yenye vituko na sarakasi. Kila uchao lazima kuwe na vituko na sarakasi. What I can say, nimesikia Shiko ametetea sana mambo ya Gachagua, kuongea about tribe fulani. Gachagua hatetei jamii yoyote ile hapa nchini Kenya. Kile Gachagua anatetea ama kuongea ni kusema wale wanabiashara ambao Sakaja alikuwa mwafinya juzi akisema kwamba hataki vilabu vyenye muziki ndani ya town usiku. That thing for sure ilikuwa inafinya wanabiashara, na kusema kweli ilikuwa inafinya wanabiashara. Saizi for now nisiwadanganye, ukiniambia saizi kama sasa hivi niko na club yangu nisipige muziki, club yangu nisifanye nini, that seems unanikataza mimi mwenyewe kufanya biashara. So kama Sakaja vile alikuwa ameona kwamba vilabu vinafanya makosa, klabu bila ngoma hiyo si klabu, klabu bila burudani na sherehe usiku sio klabu. So kitu cha kwanza, ukifunga klabu saa hizi ama klabu saa hizi semekane kuwa ishafungwa, isipige hizo kelele. Kumbuka kitu cha kwanza lazima kuwe na hoteli hapo penye pana klabu, pana guests za kulala, na pana mambo mengi sana yanayofanyika pale usiku. So in every town huwezi kuniambia hata huko Bundu kwenye unatoka, Bundu ni ushago, yani huko ushago kwenye unatoka, lazima kuwe kuna small club yenye inakuwa inaenda kama the whole night or the whole day. So that uweze kujua town inaweza kukua, lazima club kiwe pale, na ile club inapokuwa pale ndo biashara zingine inaweza kujikuza. So huwezi kuniambia ati mimi mwenye club nikifunga gesi zangu zitapata watu usiku. Lazima nitazifunga, maana club kimefungwa na pia hoteli nitafunga. What I can say about hiyo mambo ya biashara na kusema ati kwamba ati Gachagua anatetea Wakikuyu peke yake. Gachagua is not Kikuyu kingpins. Kingpin wa Kikuyu alipatikana the year 2012 na ni Uhuru Kenyatta, na sijaweza kusikia Wakikuyu wakisema kwamba Gachagua is their kingpin. Sio wote. That's what I can say about biashara na Gachagua, na sioni kama Gachagua mwenyewe vile anafanya nini, anaongea kama deputy president, amefikia in a way ya kuongea hivyo. Angetafuta suluhisho na kuleta suluhisho, but sio kutetea kwa kusema jamii fulani inafaa iwe na hivi na hivi na hivi. For sure kila mtu ni Mkenya. Hatuwezi kusema kile kilabu iko pale ni ya Mkikuyu peke yake ama biashara ambayo iko pale ni ya Mkikuyu peke yake. Ni jamii zote. Mimi sitaongea mengi about that because sitaki kuongea mambo ya siasa na jamii fulani. What I can say ni hiyo peke yake, na nikiingia upande wa impeachment ya Kawira Mwangaza ni Kawira ameonekana kuwa ile serikali ya mwanzo hataki ile mipangilio ilikuwa kwenye serikali ya kwanza ya governor aliyetoka iwe bado inaendelea. That one Kawira hataki. Kawira anataka aje na serikali yake yeye mwenyewe, ili hadi bado pale ndani kuna mabedui ambao bado wanazidi kusumbua ile county, unaona. So what I can say, those MPs saizi Gachagua najua most of the time narudi kwenye statement ya kwanza. Huyu Kawira asipotolewa kwenye ile serikali ama impichiwe, wale MCAs wote wataenda kuwa kwenye shida. So sijui kulingana na uamuzi utakaojitokeza mwishowe, is Kawira going to be impeached ama ni yeye ataongoza? So tujui au MPs nini kitakachotokezea baadaye. Na because bado serikali ni changa, mwaka ndo unaanza, tunaingia kwenye mwaka mpya, wacha tuone mwaka kesho serikali itaongoza vipi. That's what I can say.
Is it right with madam?
Yes.
Mr. Alfred, is it right
Yes.
vile wanataka impeach huyo madam?
Siwezi sema ni right, because ukiangalia vitu zenye wanaenda kufuatilia those MCAs ni vitu zingine hata zinaonekana hazikuwa na mwelekeo na msimamo dhabiti wa kuonyesha kwamba hapa governor alifanya makosa. Lakini kuna makosa mengine madogo madogo ukiangalia utasema kweli hapa governor alifanya kinyume na sheria, hakupata advisor mzuri.
Okay. Ningependa ngoja pole swali. Anaitwa nani? Leo.
Yes.
Can I ask, because I also spoke
Yes, you can
about
ask the question. You can ask the question.
Yeah, just question. Ningependa kuuliza Alfred Sakwa. Sijui kama ulisikiliza yale ambayo, yani before even akuwe impeach, manake sainda anakuwa impeach, that's impeachment. Hiyo anafanyiwa sahi kwa Senate. So nilikuwa nataka kuuliza, sijui kama uliona hizo clips zenye MCAs walikuwa wakilalamika ati amefanya hii na yeye pia akaongea. Sijui kama uliona, ndio at least unaweza ukajua kweli kuna siasa, hiyo ni siasa tu. Maybe unaweza
Na unajua, unakumbuka wakati governor alikuwa ameenda kusema kwamba serikali ya mwanzo bado inaendelea kwenye ile county, na hadi governor mwenyewe akatolewa pale akipiga nduru. Ulikuwa umeona hiyo clip?
Yes, niliona.
So hiyo clip inaonyesha bado kuna uhasama dhidi ya serikali ya kwanza na serikali ambayo inaongoza.
Hiyo ni kweli, lakini pia ukae ukijua huyu mama alisimama independent. Na of course siasa iko kila mahali. Kenya kila mahali kuna siasa, kutoka kule juu kule kwa uraisi. Hiyo tayari hiyo ni makosa walifanya. Na sasa ule mama yuko peke yake, manake yule mama alionekana na Linturi, na Linturi alikuwa anajaribu kumwambia kuwa aingie hiyo UDA Kenya Kwanza. Sasa ni kama bai kuna nini kidogo hapo, kuna itilafu hapo kidogo. Na wale MCAs of course wote of course alishinda kihalali, lakini wale ma MCAs wote ni kama ambaye hawakupenda na wako upande mwingine. So wanajaribu vitu vidogo vidogo, manake ukiangalia kweli kuanzia Kenya hiyo serikali ingie kwa wachukue, yani wanyakue, waibe, yani hakuna mahali penye imeendelea, kila mahali ni siasa. Hakuna, hii ni 3 months ago na hakuna kitu kenye kinaendelea mbele. So kama wale MCAs walikuwa wanahitaji pesa, wanataka huyo mama afanye hivi na hivi, lakini pesa bado hakuna. Manake kaunti zingine pia kama Kisii, Simba Arati alisema kuna ghost workers. Hata huku pia yule anaitwa ni Kimani nani ule governor sasa alikuwa pia senator, sasa ni governor pia, wanalia hakuna pesa, na kaunti zingine ile serikali ambayo ilitoka kuwa walikuwa wanatumia pesa nyingi. Kwa hivyo kuna shida ndogo ndogo, lakini kwa ajili ule ni mama, kumwimpeach ama kumwekea mambo mengi ilikuwa ni too much. Hata alikuwa akisema mimi nataka tufanye kazi pamoja na hivi, lakini naona wanawake wanalemewa kidogo, ambapo siko upande wa UDA ama siko upande wa Azimio ama independent, lakini naona it's unfair to be honest. Na kuna mwanamke hapo, Senator Gloria alisema tukiwacha wanawake wanakuwa to impeach ama leaders ambao ni wanaume wanaongea tu, itakuwa sasa sisi wanawake hatuna maana. First of all, hawana 2/3 hiyo gender rule na bado wanalemewa. Kwa hivyo mi naona it's not fair.
Na nikuulize, kulingana na wale MCA wote ambao walikuwa wamempinga, manake 2 peke yake ndo ambao hawakuwa wameweza kumpinga, wewe mwenyewe kwa uamuzi wako unaona mama akirudi kuwa atafanyia MCAs haki?
Na mama akipewa, mama is a tough woman, na akipewa wakati wampardon, because makaunti zote kuanzia Kenya ipate hiyo serikali ya uwizi imenyakua. There's nothing going on to me. Hakuna, watu bado wanaumia na pesa bado, tax bado wana collect na hizo mambo za hasla. Kwa hivyo hakuna mahali pazuri penye tunaweza tukasema kuwa Siaya ni mzuri ama Kisumu ni mzuri. Kila mahali watu wanalalamika. Kwa hivyo sorry, wangeacha mama, naona watamnini kama watu au watu wa UDA kama wako wengi vile wanasema majority watamtoa, na kama watu wa Azimio pia wakipambana atabaki. Maybe wengine watoe maoni kama leo na Roda.
Lakini ujue haitaweza kuwa rahisi, manake ujue wengi ambao wanasupport ile kitu, mama hakupita na chama ambacho iko ndani ya serikali, alipita akiwa independent.
Sasa ndio hivyo hapo uko umesema ukweli, ndio nilikuwa nasema mimi nafikiri ni politics. Mama angekuwa UDA angefanyiwa hivyo. Mama angekuwa
you feel the same thing, is the same like me. I feel Nare, Sister Nare, is the same exactly I was feeling. If that woman Kawira was UDA, she could not impeachment, but this is a plan za Ruto, kwa sababu Ruto akona chuki ya Kawira, kwa sababu Kawira she stand with own independent. Can you imagine? Ndio maana nilikuwa nasema every Kenya must be treated the same equal, no matter the language you speak, no matter the matter you speak with the hand, everybody must be treated the same equal, because we are all Kenya. Whether you start with the independent, whether you start with the UDA, whether you say that's the Kenya we want to. And now we Ruto, utamuona.
Sako pengine aendelee.
Ngoja Sako, before useme kitu vile Roda anasema, unaona sasa sisi we are neutral, we are not supposed to be ati sote tuko Azimio, sote tuko ama wengine tuko ni, kila mtu ana opinion yake, lakini the fact is tukiongea, ukisema okay, mimi siamini kama serikali yenye iko ni serikali, why sisi tunajua waliiba kitu hadharani, waliiba, why unapeana your issues, why waliiba. Tunasema tu kama tunadanganya Mungu yuko, lakini Mungu atakuja kunini. Nao kitu chengine ni kuwa sorry kuchukua long takuachia ninio nao sasa vile Roda amesema we have to be truth to ourselves. Maybe endelea.
Haya, wacha niseme hivi, kulingana na statement ambao nimeweza kuisema hapo mwanzo, tukasema serikali ambayo inaongoza kaunti ya Meru ni serikali ambayo haiko ndani ya serikali. Wacha niseme hivi, I think Kawira bado wako na maadui kule juu, si ndani ya kaunti peke yake. Na ndo niseme kwamba impeachment inaweza fanyika ama ikosekane. Kumbuka wengi ambao pale majority leaders ni wengi ambao wako kwenye serikali, na either MCAs wametumika kumuimpeach ili uchaguzi urudiwe na kuja abwagwe. Kumbuka uchaguzi utakapofanyika ukuu wa pili hautafanyika uchaguzi wa huru na haki. Kumbuka the same votes ambazo ziliweza kumpigia Kawira Mwangaza ili awe governor, hizo kura bado ziko, hazipotei hata moja, zitasimama kwa
before you proceed, maybe a point of information. That is why if it comes to this issue of Meru is complicated. Yes, it is true. Kawira Mwangaza was elected on independent. She was on independent seat. Previously, she was a women rep, but in this seat, she was independent. Majority of the MCAs in that county assembly are from Kenya Kwanza, if I'm not wrong. That is UDA, which if UDA wanted to protect her, they had an option, and they had some powers to go and whip their members to protect her in the assembly. But the question we need to ask ourselves before we come into conclusion who is interested, we need to know what happens when a governor is impeached. When a governor is impeached, people don't go for election. When a governor is impeached, the deputy governor takes office and appoints another deputy governor. So the question you should be asking yourself, who is the deputy governor? The deputy governor, obviously, I think is also, because she was independent, the deputy is also independent. So who stands to benefit when Kawira Mwangaza is impeached? Is it the deputy governor, and whose interest is the deputy governor going to serve? So I know we might not wish away the fact that Ruto's hand is there, but Ruto's hand is not there directly. The hand might be that the deputy governor is somebody who can be compromised and can work with Ruto. So at the time Kawira is impeached, the deputy governor who will take over initially have already been compromised. He will toe the line. The interest in these counties is normally these tenders that you normally see. It is not about the MCAs or whatever. That is where the interest is. So that is what we need to think of. But we lose it when we want to make it appear a gender war, or we want to make it appear that this person is being impeached because she is a woman. That is where we lose it. If I followed the proceedings, most of the evidence produced there are things that are not making sense. There are things like maybe just being jealous of somebody's marriage and whatever. But we need to look at it into that context, that which evidence are they providing. But if we put the gender the gender card, then we are losing it. Because if you look at the history of impeachment, it is men, Waititu and Sonko, who've been impeached successfully. The woman who was supposed to be impeached and deserved impeachment was Anne Waiguru, but she never got impeached. So during that time, there was nothing like gender. And Embu, just neighboring Meru, had the same with the Wambora. Wambora was impeached and got reinstated by court. Court saved him severally. In fact, he broke the record as a governor who was impeached twice until the court reinstated him in both cases, and he managed to serve 2 terms after impeachment. So the person who is going to suffer here is the people of Meru. There's not going to be any good relation. If she is reinstated, if she's not impeached, the MCAs and the governor will not be in good relationship, because imagine this somebody I was impeaching and she comes back. So there'll be that grudge. Who will suffer? The residents, because the MCAs who are the MPs in that end will slow down in their approvals and everything. Then the governor will also be reluctant in approving some of the bills or some of the budgets from the county assembly. So in either way, I don't know how we are going to, the people of Mary are going to be helped, but there is somebody who is after that lady's seat, and the person is maybe, we never know, but the interested party, the suspect is UDA, obviously, because they're the majority. If they meant good for Meru, then that impeachment will not have taken place in the county assembly where they are the majority. So maybe Alfred, just 1 minute, Uprising wants to start Uprising there.
Me 1 minute about
Alfred Wendele is that impeachment, kumbuka, ijaanza saa hizi. remember in 2017 and 2018, at such time we were dealing with cases here, election malpractices, ile yenye government walikuwa wana contest election ilikuwa imekuwa fraudulent and things like that. Nobody was talking about anything kuhusu governance juu yeye hajaipatiwa time ya governance. I remember even there was a time before swearing in ya MCS, they were saying just swear us in and we impeach you. So it's nothing about her performance, even including wakiongea kuhusu appointing ya bwanake. Nakumbuka aliappoint bwanake na akasema vizuri ya kuwa this one is not it's not, haizi kuwa analipwa ama haina anything official for government. But that one came out luckily na ikawa imeshikiliwa sana mpaka unashindwa huyu ni first gentleman, first man kwa county anakataa kutambuliwa, but here we are very silent about the first daughter Charlene Ruto, right? Ana hope around na pesa zetu na hiyo si who is Charlene? Tunatakana kurecognize bwana ya Kawira than kurecognize Charlene.
That's true, and that's also gender.
Wacha niseme tu kitu. You know, mimi nilishangaa kusikia kuna ofisi ya first daughter of the deputy president, of the president. Hiyo ofisi wakati Uhuru Kenyatta amekuwa rais, mimi sijaisikia. Wakati Kibaki amekuwako, mimi sijaisikia.
Hata Moi.
Niko na kitu kimoja ningependa kuuliza. Because hiyo ofisi nimekuja kuisikia saa hizi. Je, huyu first daughter of the president analipwa pesa zinatoka wapi?
Na mbona watu hawajapingana? Mbona watu wapingani?
Lakini hakuna amejitokeza kupinga hata mmoja.
Right. Kenya wana ubaguzi tu. Kenya ni wabaguzi.
Tukiingia kwenye kaunti ya Meru, bwanake Mwangaza anaulizwa, wewe mwenyewe kama mzee wa governor, wewe mwenyewe ni kama nani ndani ya serikali? Na wewe mwenyewe hautambuliki mahali popote kisheria. So the question is this. If kama mtoto wa Ruto ambapo ni mtoto wa rais, wacha tusimuite mtoto wa Ruto, maana wacha tumuite mtoto wa rais. The question is this. Huyu mtoto pesa anazolipwa zinatoka wapi?
Make a mute yourself. There is some echo if you unmute and somebody is speaking.
Kitu cha kwanza chenye mimi nataka kuuliza, huyu mzee wa Kawira wakati ambapo walikuwa wakifanya kampeni kabisa kulingana na utu ambapo unafaa ukumbuke mtu wako mliyekuwa mkipiga kampeni naye. Ni kweli? Unaweza mtafutia hata kazi ndogo pale ukampa. Lakini kumbuka huyu ni mzee wa Kawira. Aya, tutoke hapo, mimi sitaongea about familia, hiyo ni wao wanajua vile walikutana na wanajua mambo yao familia vile iko. Kitu ambacho ningependa kusema, impeachment ya Kawira Mwangaza, I think the deputy president of that the deputy governor of that county ako nyuma ya serikali na kuna mtu anamfanya aweze kusukuma those MCAs ili governor akiwa impeached anaweza kuingia ndani ya serikali na akaongoza akiwa chini ya serikali. So I don't know mimi kama itafanyika hivyo, but hiyo ni maoni yangu, sijaongea nikisema na favor mtu fulani. Asante.
Thank you. Uprising begins. We cannot see you, so I don't know if we'll allow you. I was told they are called avatar or what. I don't know. Are you there?
Yeah. I'm in darkness. That's why I don't want to appear. I'm in darkness.
You can uprise as fast as possible.
Yeah, I've listened to all of you, and in the issue of Kawira, I think it's purely mediocrity. I think what people are shocked because for me, I think she could have handled herself better as a woman. And I also want to say this: women are their worst enemies. Women to women are their worst, because even in the county assembly, there are women who voted against her for her to be impeached. We had a proposal by Azimio where the president, the president of Azimio, or the running mate was a woman. They didn't vote for her. Some of them still were told they will be given 50-50 by Kenya Kwanza, which has not fulfilled anything. about women. So when we speak about women here, I think they are their worst, they are their own worst enemies because they do not support themselves. They do not support the women. Their issues to do with women because you support a woman here, and when you go to the voting, you vote for men. That is where the problem is. And that is why you see there were even nominated women in that county assembly and elected women in that county assembly. They did not stand with their fellow woman. They joined the men to sacrifice the governor. And therefore, for me, I find it so complicated. Kawira's story is so complicated. But where I sit, I enjoy this kind of things happening in this regime because I think we should expect more impeachment come next year of many governors and of course eventually of even the people like Deputy President of Kenya who displays a lot of mediocrity, like an old man who thinks of he thinks things are still in 1960s. He behaves like a teacher who wants to teach everybody else, make everybody behave like a kid. And therefore, what Shiko had said here, Gachagua is not a representation of the Kikuyu. He lacks the demeanor, he lacks the leadership qualities. He looks so he's so backward. So for me, I think he just found himself there by mistake, or they forced themselves there. But he's a very, very poor choice of a deputy president because he speaks every day, he speaks contrary to what a leader should do. And for the first time in the history of Kenya, even the Moi days were better. You find that the leaders in Kenya Kwanza, almost all the cabinet ministers, plus the deputy president and the president, they are people who have a lot of whatever they say causes a lot of disharmony, causes a lot of backlash. Yeah, you have had Kuria. Yeah? The other day I also saw the mining minister Mvurya banning sijui beach parties. You know, he's a mining minister. Mtu ni waziri ya mining, vitu za madini. Lakini he has the audacity to ban sijui beach dances, sijui what. You know, you wonder what kind of a government it is. The other day Kuria was the one importing maize. He's not the Minister of Agriculture. Kindiki is there threatening up and down. People are dying. You know, you look at this government and there's too much there's too much that is left to be desired because you wonder, how did we get here? You know, the other day I was watching and I would wish everybody can watch that documentary. It's on BBC. Inaitangwa A Trillion Dollar Conman. A Trillion Dollar Conman, the person who conned the world trillions of shillings. But before people realized it, it was too late. Yeah. Trillion Dollar Conman is a person who went to England and even bought a club without money. Can you imagine? He faked it until he made it. That is where Kenya is. We have been conned to a point whereby we are on the long trajectory. And I'll tell you this. The reason why I would support the impeachment of Kawira and the impeachment of this government is one thing. If you see the signs that if we do not do it now, we're going to get into bigger problems. We're going to create a monster in the future. Then it is important to apprise and change it before it gets out of hand, my friends. Sometimes you might be when you plant a tree and find that it is bending. The only time ya kurekebisha hiyo mti ni wakati iko mdogo, so that next time wakati sasa itakuwa mkubwa you can be able to straighten it. Lakini sasa tukisema ati yeye sijui ni mapema sijui ni nini, hapana. This country is in our hands, my friends, and there is nothing wrong in criticizing what is not going well. Since this government came into power, we are deepening, we are getting into deep problems. We are not sure of what is going to happen. Like, for example, you talked about school. How comes that all of a sudden all the private school did not perform for the first time? That is a directive that came. There are things that are being controlled in one center of power, a place whereby angusha kila private schools ijue mimi ni nani. You know, the other thing we don't know whether we are going to go with the CBC or no CBC. There is no conclusive direction on that. We are not so sure about where this country is going. And that is why you see the survey is showing that many people we are saying this country is going on the wrong direction. Yes, because the decisions that are being made are made by the center of power, which is not considerate of the people. Subsidy are being removed. How do you work in a country where you do not protect the poor, the elderly, yeah, the school going children? You know, people are suffering right, left, and center. So guys, it's time to uprise. It's time to raise up your voice. It is not wrong. It is our constitution. That is why we fought for our constitution. So that at the end of the day, when things are not going right, it doesn't matter what people did. Even if you voted for this government and you find that it's doing the wrong thing, it's a high time to rise up. The issue Sako was talking about clubs and stuff. That one, I think it is important to have what we call a meeting with all the stakeholders, so that at the end of the day, if you're in a place whereby there is a lot of kids and schools, then you also protect them, because you don't infringe on other people's right while performing your own right. Sometimes it is important to consider others. And therefore, for me, on that issue, I think Sakaja is right in one way or another, though there are many people who are suffering because of his direction. But I think if they have a sitting, they can have an amicable way of solving that problem, because nowadays you can have soundproof clubs, lakini si uweke speaker juu ya club alafu unaweka pahali watu wanalala. That is indiscipline. We be going to have a chaotic country. Hata kanisa unakuta mtu ameweka ile inaitangwa nini, ile kipasa sauti nje ya dirisha, imewekelekea kwa mlango yako, you can't sleep.
Na wako wanne kwa kanisa saa hizo.
Imagine, kwanza kuna mahali nilienda nikakuta kanisa nne zote zimeweka kipasa sauti kinaongea, wengine wakiimba praise and worship, wengine wako kwa preaching, wengine wanapiga nduru. So you wonder what kind of chaos are this? We need a decent country, and we need a place whereby people can say these are grown-ups, these have gone to school. Kenyans have 90% who are people who have gone to school. We need order. Order is good. So hivyo wale wako na club waweke soundproof kwa dance floor peke yake, huyu wengine waachie na maisha iendelee. Sawa bwana Leo.
Thank you. And maybe as you are going in line with what you said about Sakaja and his ideologies in Nairobi. Maybe, Nairobi is a city, and I normally look at what Professor Nyong'o did when he took over in Kisumu. There are some tremendous changes that he made that common people with the common minds or common vision will not abide. People thought he was destroying businesses. He was against biashara wadogo. But finally, people come to realize the importance. Like I was just overthinking about this Gikomba. Why would we have Gikomba burning each and every week or each and every month? Why can't we just say that now this Gikomba, we want to build some better or some permanent buildings, and we have some stores labeled whereby kama ni mtumba ya viatu iko kwa hii building, kama ni mtumba ya nguo za watoto iko kwa hii building. We need to have a city of order. Maybe we were born having some of these stages in town, but it's time we now designate this stage ikweni ya huku. I liked what Buddy did when he built the green stage at Uhuru Park. Nobody thought of it, and it is a stage that is now operating. I think the best solution for Nairobi, if we cannot elect people who are maybe corporate minded, like I'm not campaigning for him, I voted for him, Igade. then the best thing we can do, like most countries are doing, we should not have Nairobi as a county, but we should have Nairobi as a government department. And if you have a responsible government, I think we can have a specific minister in charge of Nairobi to do away with these things of tribal, whereby somebody comes and say Wakikuyu, somebody the next day I know a Kisii will come and say mbona Sakaja wanafukuza watu wenye wanauza saga na mboga ya kienyeji hawa ni the next day somebody will come, mbona unafukuza watu wenye wanauza samaki, unaharibu biashara ya Wajaluo. So to do away with this thing, I think we should have Nairobi Metropolitan as a ministry on its own, and we have a specific minister appointed there. And that is was the vision of Uhuru when he brought Badi, and in the BBI, I think they thought of such a thing. Maybe it is up to you, as we welcome Eli. He might shed some light on what we can do to solve this issue, to avoid conflict each and every time.
Mr. Leo.
And please, just a minute. When somebody is speaking, let all of us mute our mics, because that background noise is because there are two mics that are on at the same time and only one is speaking. So the other one will be making noise. Hand raised.
Thanks, Leo. Well, someone's raising their hands there.
Oh, okay, Rhoda, let me give you 1 minute.
Yeah, I just want to say, if you listen Joy Moshere, I was listening him, Joy Moshere. If you listen in the Citizen TV, how he was speaking about they were working 24 hours. He explained for us very, very well how the former president Uhuru Kenyatta, how he loved our country. He was calling him 24 hours. If something, there's a project, he was doing something. So all those things we see in Kenya, every project, beautiful. You know, sometimes I feel jealous that when I go to the internet, I see how Nairobi, Uhuru Kenyatta have been built. It's so beautiful. Oh my God, you guys, you must be very proud to be a Kenyan. He have built that country beautiful. So we have a legacy that how the former president, he was working very hard. In fact, if it is me, Uhuru Kenyatta, I could stay State House 10 years without doing nothing, just sleeping and eating. Nothing. Kwa sababu anasemaka hajafanya kitu na vile ameleta maendeleo. Ule akona masikio anasikia, mtu akona macho anaona. Just only the foolish. Tunajua the former president, he did a great job in Kenya. He built very beautiful country. He left in fact, we need to learn. It's money needed to be respected with the Kenyans, every tribe, because he make our country beautiful and increase it. You know, can you imagine wazee walikuwa napatio pesa na huyo mkarejini maana akaigia akatoa pesa za nini za wazee. Aki huyo mkarejini anaada. Torochich, I want to ask you, what's wrong with you, this tribe, yours? Can you tell me? I want to know how you, do you really, how is Ruto, do your tribe really love yourself? Can you tell me, Torochich? How is you love, do you appreciate yourself as a Karenjini?
I gave you a minute. I'll give you time for that.
No, please answer me. Please answer me.
Okay, let me answer you on behalf of Torochich so that we don't waste time. Shiko already gave an answer that tribes are never in power but individuals. So the same way we should not associate Gachagua with Kikuyus, the same way we can't associate Ruto with his tribe. So I think that one is a story for another day. And let us hear from Eli as we proceed.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. I see sometimes you call yourself Atieno, so greetings to you. And sometimes you're on fire, you just go too much and then you don't put your brakes on. Put your brakes on sometime, Vana. Thank you. Anyway,
okay,
Leo,
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm very
Don't
kind
worry.
person,
Don't worry. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Toroitich, Sakwa, Shiko, Shiko amerudi. Alafu Nifa pia yuko hapo. So what I was really going to speak about is very brief. I'm not really interested in indulging in this conversation about the Meru County mess or whatever we want to call it, because those are UDA Kenya Kwanza things. and it's a long transition from Moism. So people are still waking up and finding out that they can impeach governors, play around this game, but we don't really know what is behind all this. Maybe they're cartels, I don't know. But I really don't care because that's Kenya Kwanza nonsense, so that's their problem. The other topic is about Nderitu. Sorry, not why do I keep calling this guy Nderitu? Rigathi Gachagua. A man I don't really have a lot of respect for, so I'm not going to speak about him. So the only thing I wanted to mention was what the seminal interview that Raila Odinga made today on Citizen TV with Trevor Umbija. I think that was not just powerful, but something that I did not expect yet from Raila Odinga about how soon he was going to spell the words that he spelled today about the judiciary, the executive, and the National Assembly, how rotten these institutions are, and that he wants to help to mobilize a further campaign to review the Constitution. So I'm always looking at how things can change. We look forward. So maybe this is yet another dose or installment of improving the Constitution, because as he said, and as we know, it's been 12 years since the new Constitution was unveiled, and time enough for it to be reviewed. And I think the only part I had a problem with his interview today was when he sort of said that Kenya Kwanza or Ruto and his petty regime blocked BBI, and so there is not going to be any backdoor way of reintroducing this thing. So I didn't understand that bit. Is Raila Odinga saying that a popular way of changing the constitution is the only way, or his MPs are just going to object to any review of the constitution through the current, you know the way Ruto is completely attached to the judiciary at the moment. So anything he does, the judges will accept. So is that what Raila is referring to, or what is he referring to? I found that as a very, very important
Maybe
thing.
just information as you proceed with your speech. Maybe I think if we looked at the verdict that was given against BBI, and one of the main things that lawyers were challenging in BBI was that when you want to change the structure of governance, you have to go through a popular way. So there is no way you can do it without going through a popular way. So in Ruto's proposal, if you want to change the structure of the government and maybe introduce something to do with the leader opposition, obviously it was easy to create a position for Amdabadi, and they based it legally saying that it was just a cabinet, a department or government department like a ministry, but they gave it a special name like the chief cabinet. But the position for the leader of opposition cannot be part of the cabinet. So it is like you are interfering with the structure of the government. So you have to go through the popular way. So I think that is why he meant it won't be possible, because the ball will have to be brought back to we citizens. And we will have to tell them that when we wanted this thing, you denied us an opportunity. So why does it only work when it is serving your interest, but when it's not serving your interest, we don't have to look at it?
Okay, yes, thank you for that. But I also believe that politicians there are kind of playing with the minds of people. So this is my strong belief that if it continues the way it's happening, then the people who really matter, the masses, even with a popular referendum, things may remain the same in the next 10 years. Okay, but I really liked what Raila said today, that he is not bitter. He just wants Kenyans to enjoy this so-called democracy in a very, very honest way. It's as simple as that. I think he was trying to say a very, very basic reality, that the executive, the judiciary, and the National Assembly are in cahoots in dismantling what has been on for the last 12 years. And this regime is just taking us back to the 1980s. So I think that was a very powerful thing that the media houses should have grabbed as a, that the more important than what's happening in Meru, because for Meru I really don't care, but that's my opinion. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. One point about, I think Nyabaya, you said that, no, it wasn't you, the previous speaker.
We've lost you. And Shiko, kindly turn on your camera. Nipa, you've coughed hadi ikaenda na camera.
Sorry.
Tafadhali.
Sorry.
People are
Yeah, very quick.
Mimi
What I was saying.
nangojea nikiongea ndio naweka kamera.
But just leave it on, hata kama unalala tuone all.
Okay, Leo. Yeah, very quick. I had the last speaker there before Rhoda said that women are their own worst enemies. And this is so unfortunate that this can come from this platform. Because why don't we ever say that men were our own worst enemies? Yet we make so many mistakes which make people disgruntled, So I think that was a bit of mischief. I don't think women are they're their own worst enemies. I just think that if those women in Meru, those MCAs, decided to go for what they did, that's not because they're women. They just decided to do that, even though there's rumors that they were paid or whatever. But this kind of emotional tag to say that women are they're their worst enemies, it doesn't work. It's discouraging to hear us fighting here for democracy, and again we engender it with things like that there. So I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think your points are clear, and everyone was happy to hear that Raila spoke. Though I didn't follow the speech, I just saw some highlight. I think after Citizen interview, he went to Ramogi. So as I was seated here, I was seeing some highlights in Ramogi when he was trying to explain what happened and was giving Kenyans hope that all is not lost. We are going to start a new year, and at least Kenyans have been given an opportunity to see the exact things that they used to be told, that if you elect this government, this and this is going to happen. So at least within their 100 days, if they've not managed to fulfill their promises, and even the survey shows that they performed dismally in fulfilling what they were able, and they were was within their reach. Even sustaining what was already there, they were not able to sustain, because when they came into power, there was already subsidy, there was already money for the eminent people, the old. There was already some subsidized maize and the fuel. So if they are not able to sustain what was there, then it means they will not be able to come up with a new thing and sustain it. So when it comes to January, Kenyans have already seen, and everyone is already complaining. Quite a number of people are complaining, quite a number of people are burdened, and people cannot wait for the next 5 or 10 years, because their plan right now, they're planning for 2027. Some of them have started planning for 2032. So I don't think Kenyans will wait for that. Kenyans won't wait for that. Shiko, can we be able to see you? We want to hear you and see you at the same time, if that will be possible.
Wewe Rio, unajua mimi nimeba hapa na kuna sababu yenye niko kwa kamera. Sisi tuliambiwa tusifanye siasa watu wa civil servant, yeah?
Okay, continue.
So I would want to touch on something before I sleep. Hii ya Sakaja na Gachagua. I sense maybe this a fight between Rigathi Gachagua and Mudavadi. Sasa ndio inakuwa fronted to Sakaja. But then I would also want to ask those Kikuyus who are saying they want the entitlement. Sisi ndio tuko na mabiashara. Not all the Kikuyus. Get me right. Wao ndio wako na mabiashara. Nairobi iko na kila kabila. Sio Wakikuyu tu wanafanya biashara. The same Kikuyus wenye hao wanatetea, they are the one who fronted wakasema tunataka kuchagua Sakaja. We saw them going to Karen. Hao wakamokonji, hao wakikomba, hao wanini. Saa hii Gachagua ndiye amejua sasa kuna Wakikuyu nini? Kuna Wakikuyu wanafanya biashara Nairobi. Wakati wa campaign alisema si wakati tuliletewa Igathe walisema ni dynasty. So right now ndiye amejua kuna Wakikuyu wenye kunafaa kukuwa na mtu wao mwenye anaangalia interest za Wakikuyu wenye wanafanya biashara Nairobi. So he didn't see that coming. Ama Wakikuyu tu wamemigrate to Nairobi town after UDA kuingia kwa leadership. I mean, this is hypocrisy. Au Wakikuyu sisi ama gari za 2NK na huko sijui kunaitangwa Nyamakema ama nini. Sasa ndio wamehamia huko ndio kumekuwa na Wakikuyu. The same business people they were going to Karen wakisema sisi tunatupangwingwi. Hata sasa wasipangwe. In fact, I'm seeing these like side shows. As who are in our opposition, we should stay true to our cause. Tusikuwa na hizi vitu ati wa UDA. Mi hata history ya Kawira sitaki kuingililia by the way. Kawira wakati alichaguliwa na akaanaunsiwa amekuwa governor wa Meru. Hata hakutaka Ruto, hata Ruto hakuwa ameapishwa. She was in Karen kwenda kumsalimia. So she was just hiding behind kusema yeye ni independent. After kuchaguliwa ndio huyo amekimbia Karen. I myself I don't subscribe for what we call political prostitution. That one I don't support. So as for her, whatever they want to do with those MCAs, hiyo staki kitu yoyote inahusishana na wao watu wa UDA, just leave it. We should stay true to the cause. We should be in opposition tukijua what happened in 2022 before tupange 2027. And I said here the other day, lazima tujiulize, those people who we formed a coalition called Azimio One Kenya Alliance, who are the ni wagani wenye wako royal, wenye wamesimama na wenye waliamua, lakini sio mtu mwenye saizi tunasema ati uko you are hiding you are under the shadow of baba ama mtu mwingine juu unataka uchaguliwe, then juu ameshindwa unakimbia sasa kwenda congratulate the other person wenye wanaitangwa huku competitors. So for me Kawira Mwangaza, she is ni wa UDA. And we should also tunafaa tukuwe na this integrity ya tusikubalingi kila kitu imekuja na hao watu wa UDA. Sisi watu wa Azimio wa opposition tunakimbia tunaanza kusema like the way there was this thing about kijana wa Museveni akisema they can capture Nairobi within sijui how many days. Those are side shows. Ndio sisi tusahau, tukose kufocus, tuanze kuanza uliona venye watu walianza kusema sasa tunaanza kudebate vitu za UDA. Tunakosa kudiscuss zile vitu za nyumba yetu zenye tuanze kusema fulani hatumtaki hapa, fulani hajafanya hivi. Where did we go wrong? Why did this happen? Our agent hawakulipwa, who was responsible? Lakini susi nini na side shows za UDA. Me, I'm telling you, I'm from Mount Kenya, and let me tell you, I will never subscribe to UDA. Kawira ni wa UDA. So with those UDA MCA, kuna pesa labda kuna deal walikuwa wafanya na hao MCA akakataa. pia ni wa kujipiga kifua na wanaume wa Meru. So wapambane. Sisi watu wa opposition tuulizane, where maagent hawakulipwa, ni wagani hawakulipwa? Hii region tulipata kura ngapi? That is what we should be discussing. But when they come with this thing, na ndio tunaanza kuongelelea maneno yao, we'll find ourselves in 2027 still discussing about the UDA government and not discussing about our own house, which is our opposition, which is in the opposition. And also this thing about the opposition, the office of opposition, I highly oppose it. As mimi, I oppose it because I feel like it's a way of pocketing, kuweka watu wa opposition mfuko, ndio wakati mwingine sasa, wakati baba ako hapo kwa opposition na ofisi yake, kuna vitu hatutaweza kufanya. We have Kasarani, tuko na Nyayo, tuko na nini, tuko na Nairobi, we can do peaceful demonstrations. Hatutaki mambo ya Biden nao wengine wakuja kuanza kutuletea office of opposition. For what? We don't need it. We can do demonstrations Nairobi. Hata wakitaka wakuje Kiambu Road tuzunguke huko. So let's stay true to the cause. But then we have to make sure before we get in 2027, those people you have seen wenye wanaenda kupigwa mapicha huko, they were hiding under the shadow of Baba. We have to be very careful and to have loyal leaders of integrity wenye tutaunga na wao 2027. Baba akisema Kalonzo tosha, tunaenda na yeye. And my prayer is that Kalonzo will not be deputized by a Kikuyu. We have to tame this entitlement. Ndio unaona sasa Gachagua yeye anafikiria Wakikuyu ndio wengi. Nani aliwaambia nini ndio wengi Kenya? What if the other tribes unite? Waseme sasa sisi ndio tunatafuta president wetu. Nani alisema president lazima atoke Rift Valley ama atoke Central? That entitlement ndio unaona sasa ina nini Gachagua. Na Gachagua nimesema hakuna mahali amekuwa installed as a Mount Kenya kingpin. There is no ceremony yenye umeona imekuwa held in Mount Kenya. And if there will be, you must see Uhuru Kenyatta hapo akimpatia ushukani ya kukua Mount Kenya kingpin. There is a difference between being a senior politician in a region and being a Mount Kenya king and being a kingpin. Uhuru alifanywa kukua kingpin even with, and he was not, I think he was the deputy prime minister or something. He was not the president at that time. So hii kitu ya tusikuje hapa kusema ati yeye anaongea on behalf of Kikuyus. He's speaking on behalf of his wife Susan and his children, not us, not the Kikuyus. Not all the Kikuyus who not all the Kikuyus who subscribe to those UDA nonsense, okay? And so for them to say that the Kikuyus are being harassed in the sijui Nairobi, wao ndio tuko na waria, tuko na kabila zote wanafanya biashara. Wao walichagua Sakaja, wacha Sakaja afanye kazi. Wacha wapigane na huko. Wacha Sakaja afanye kazi, wao ndio walimchagua. Those business, wakiingia business community, wakamukuji sijui wagikomba sijui nini. Mulisema Sakaja hamtaki dynasty, hamtaki Igathe. Wakati baba alikuwa anawaambia mchague baba Igathe wakiwa na Uhuru, mlifikiria ni biashara za baba ana protect. Baba is resting in Bodo. Uhuru is in Shaweri, hata nilimuona akichoma mahindi hapo jana. So stop the side shows. Let's stay focused. Thank you guys.
That was great. And maybe just a reminder, currently even the Kikuyus don't own properties in Nairobi. Nairobi has been taken by the Somali community. And if you think it is a joke, then walk around, forget about Isili and Pangani and the South Sea. And in the next general election, you'll be shocked. The Somalis are going to have 3 constituencies that they're going to have MPs from Somali origin. Kikuyus have gone, wako huko Kamulu, wengine walishapita Rongai, wanaenda wakiendanga huko sijui wapi. So that nonsense with the Gachagua should stop. I can see 2 hands. So yes, I'll give you. Yes.
I'm telling you, there comes a time whereby hao Wakikuyu wanajipiga kifua huko ati wakisema ndio wako na biashara zao zitakuwa Thika Road. Unaona hiyo Thika Road? Hiyo ndio itakuwa sasa biashara zao zitarudi na huko Roiro, Keno, huko ndio wataenda. And let me also remind them, when Baba was the Prime Minister of Kenya, Thika Road ikitengenezwa hakupinga. Hii yenu mmeingiza juzi hii ma UDA hizi mahwirbaru. hiyo Maumau sijui road sijui hizo barabara zote saa hizi hazijengwi, hazitengenezwi tena, zimestopishwa. Lakini baba wakati alikuwa prime minister, si Thika road ilitengenezwa. Kwa nini baba hange oppose and he had the powers na aseme aambie Kibaki hii barabara haitatengenezwa? Baba ndiye anapitianga Thika road. In fact baba anapitianga si anaenda na ndege Kisumu akienda Bondo kwenye yako. So we have to stop this mentality and this entitlement of communities who thinks that they are so powerful. You had Gachagua another time that he was in Rift Valley saying that the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins should intermarry so that they will have a better breed. What is the meaning? What does it mean to say that a better breed? What is a better breed? Gachagua is just ni kama wale chief wenye wanaendanga kuononga, wale wanaendanga kuangalia kwenye kuna chomwa inaitangwa nini zile yokozuna hizo mapombe. He's not speaking on behalf of the Kikuyus. Majority of us, we didn't subscribe to him and whatever they said. So, and also let them leave Sakaja. They said Rigathi is a dynasty. Rigathi akapewa rudishwa kazi na Equity. Wacha Sakaja afanye kazi. Na sio Wakikuyu tu wako na biashara. This entitlement has to stop, and it has to stop by 2027. Let's reorganize ourselves. Let's have a coalition yenye na opposition which is itakuwa strong, na tusikubali kuwekwa kwa mfuko na yeyote tumeona who is not loyal to our coalition atoke mapema aende. I told another person as I finish here, alikuwa anasema sijui tunaona kitu tunakuja tunaanza kudiscuss, tunasahau mambo ya kwetu yenye tunafaa tufanye in our own house kwa opposition. Governor Nyoro alitoka aliyasema ana support Ruto. You heard it. Those Kiambu readers. I voted for Governor Nyoro in Kiambu. As my governor nilikuwa namrudisha. But then wakati Governor Nyoro anatoka kwa anaenda kusema na support Ruto na yeye ana support government yake. Mimi I was his follower and I voted for him. Does it mean I have followed Governor Nyoro ama mtu mwingine juu a certain reader has defected to UDA and I'm in Azimio I'm a Jubilee party member and now this person that I voted for hata kama hakuingia sasa amesupport UDA. Did he okay, alitoka UD wakati alienda UD alienda na Shiko. Mimi hakuenda na mimi. He didn't go with so many people. He only went yeye alienda peke yake. So most of his followers are still in Azimio. So we should not lose focus. Si ati mtu akihama politician tunakuja hapa tukusema nilijua ama tunasikia vibaya. Hajahama na followers. We are there. Like akikuja tena hata siwezi msikiza na chagua mtu mwingine. So let's remain loyal na tukue na opposition strong. Tuache UDA watatuletea ma side shows, mara utasikia sijui nini wameona sasa debate ya GMO, utasikia sasa ya Sakaja. Each and every week utasikia kakitu, ndio to lose focus. Within 5 years hakuna kitu tumefanya. 2027 ndio hiyo hapa turudi tuanze kuambiana where did we go wrong, sijui fulani hapo. We start the blame game, tuanze blame game tena. So let's stay focused. Thank you. Let's be focused.
Let us see a hand was there from Napa, then we go to Eli Napa dakika moja so that nitoe hiyo tag nisionekane hiyo gender based violence. So thank you Shiko for confirming you are not a Tugege. I hear in Kiambu there are people called Tugege, so thank you for confirming you are not one of the Tugeges.
Yeah, so me, I just wanted to add, ile like, it's true. Sasa kama the head of state, the former president, aliambia watu vizuri about, for example, hiyo mambo ya BBI, the importance of BBI, na kwa nini wafanye BBI. So mi wanajiuliza why Kenyans huwa wanangojea until the last minute. Maji imemwagika. Maji kishamwagika iwezi kuzoleka tena, alafu watu wanaanza kuregret. Muliambiwa, yani mkubwa wenyu amesema mi nataka successor wangu akuwe huyu. Alafu akasema, yani amesema kabisa. Si ati ile yani ile kiwaziwazi. But still there are some other people, and it's true, mtu unaweza ukapigia mtu wako kura kulingana na ukabila, vile watu wamezoea, mi nampigia huyu mkabila wangu kwa ajili atanifanya hivi na hivi. Yani it's a pattern which has been going there all the time. Lakini sasa mambo ikishaharibika kama hii mambo ya GMO, I thought Kuria alisema wanangojea mahindi wale au farmers watoe mahindi yao wa harvest, manake hao walijitetea wakasema mahindi bado hawaja harvest. Sasa wakasema how comes again they are talking about GMO? Kumbe GMO bado tu, mi nafikiri hizo vitu zishakuja, hizo mahindi zishakuja, lakini zinangojea tu. Cause kama watu wamesema tuko na mahindi, wangoje watu wavune mahindi, lakini bado wanapambana tu. Sasa why, mbona watu wasiseme hapana, sisi tumekataa, hatutaki GMO na hatutaki GMO. Kwa hivyo serikali hawa wenye wako kwa serikali wanawajua tu vizuri sana, hawa tu watapiga mdomo, lakini sisi ndio tuko na deep state vile wanasema, wameficha hizo mahali penye wameficha, alafu watazifungua. That's what I'm thinking, because hao ni wajanja pia. Unaona, wananchi ni kamba watu wanasahau, badili watu wachukue ile wafanye ile petition, wapige kila mtu apige signature, wapeleke hizo signature, alafu waseme sisi tumekataa, hatutaki mambo ya GMOs. Ama for example, I heard about fertilizers. How comes fertilizers zinatoka sijui walisema Morocco na saizi ni Russia, ni za bure. Alafu ni za bure wanataka kuuza. Why can't people, why do always people wait until the last minute? Watu wanapatia tu baba uzito, ndo paka baba aongee, paka baba aseme si vizuri hivi. We have also, tuko na brains, we have to say okay, we have to learn and speak for ourselves. Na tunasema hapana, sisi tumekataa hii, itatudhuru, itatuletea watoto wetu wataumia, but still watu wananyamaza mpaka saa zile ati imeshafika mlangoni mnapewa, ndio sasa watu wanaanza kusema hapana, baba tusaidie. I think Kenyans should also learn from the past. That's all I want to say.
All right. That is Kenya for you. You have the answer. You should ask yourself, why did you wait to go and buy your Christmas dress, Pale Isili on 23rd or 24th, when those clothes have been there for the last 1 month? That is how Kenyans behave. They wait for the last minute. And the sweetest part of it is ikifika last minute, kila mtu atajitokeza and they'll get what they want. Eli, your hand was up before we are looking for Toro Teach. I don't know if you've gone and left the phone alone, so you can.
Okay, the comment I was going to make was partly answered by Shiko. I just wanted to say that time and again, we always find that the people from the Mount Kenya region feel some sort of guilt. I don't know if it's conscious or unconscious, but they feel that they have to repeat to their audiences that they voted for Raila Odinga and so on and so forth. I think sometimes we put very heavy pressure on them. And a classic example of finding out what they did during this last election was that, okay, some parts of Mount Kenya are cosmopolitan, so for the likes of Kiambu and so on, Thika, but majority obviously is people of of Kikuyu origin. These people, they voted for Raila and Martha Karua overwhelmingly. I can't say that word, but I don't know. I'm not good at this pronunciation of things. But they did vote with a huge number this particular election. And in the same region is where the rigging happened when the public count was stopped. So I don't think that the people who come to this forum or Mount Kenyans in general should feel that guilt conscious that they have to prove. I see it online all the time. Even someone who did not vote for him.
All right. Let me help you answer that. you'll find that if you look at the last elections statistics, I was going through, though I can't remember exact numbers. Apart from the first people who voted overwhelmingly was the Luo, then the second vote came from Central Kenya. They voted for Raila. Raila got more votes in Central than the votes he got in Ukambani. So the only difference is that we say as per percentage, Ukambani voted for Raila in a higher percentage, but with less votes. While in this central part, despite the fact that their votes were reduced and Ruto's votes were magnified in those areas, with that 28%, which is historical, it has never happened since the history of elections in Kenya. They've never voted outside with 28%. That 28% was the second in the basket of Raila after the Luo vote, was more than what Raila got from Mukambani. So even if Raila got 80% from Mukambani, it still did not match the 28% that came from Central. That tells you how Raila made strides. And even those people who are analyzing will tell you that despite the Raila managed to get quite a number of votes in Rift Valley, in Central, if he had maintained maybe the votes that he had from these other regions, then we will be talking about a different story. And everybody will tell you that the votes that made the difference, they will tell you was from Bungoma. They don't talk of Central because they know we got votes there. So I don't think any Kikuyu who voted for Raila needs to go public and justify and keep on saying that, you see, we voted. It is there. Let those people who want to believe that Uhuru played Raila believe it. But it is neither here nor there. People will come with their conspiracy theories. We had Babu Wino saying his, Kanchori will come with his. These other Nyeri MP, Wambugu Gujiri will come with his. But fact will always remain. The numbers are there. People can go and check. Raila has never even reached 10%. So somebody coming from less than 10% to 28%, it's really a great improvement. And that is why I do say, in my own opinion, if there is any president who united Kenya or who left a peaceful and had a dream of a peaceful Kenya, it is Uhuru. He started by uniting the Kalenjins and the Kikuyu. He succeeded. He went ahead, united the Luo and the Kikuyus. And I can tell you, within those 4 years of handshake, there are so many intermarriages that were confirmed. Luos and Kikuyus have been dating without marrying. But I can tell you, several men took cows and exchanged the animals there with the ladies. And now Uhuru is uniting Eastern Africa. So he is such a great man. I do call him Prince Charming. He's such a great man.
Rio, thank you for that. I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
All right, Teach, you can wake up.
To call myself Rhoda Waithera Otieno.
I am up. I'm
Otieno.
listening.
Arekamano. Let me tell you one thing. Kikuyu, we don't hate Luo. In fact, there's a lot of Kikuyu women are married by Luo. A lot. Even, in fact, my friends, most of my friends are Luo. And if you come here, the country I'm living, we usually be friends with the Luo. Luo and Kalenjin. So sisi hatunanga nini tribal. Unaona wakikuwa na hang out na Kalenjin na Waluo, na Waluya wawote. Wakikuwa wengi sana wameolewa na Waluya, and even Kalenjin. So I don't know. Ruto have been trying to play this game, like manipulating our country and play these state captures. We don't hate each other. There's so many Kikuyu women are married by Luo and lawyers, even Kalenjin as well. It's kama Ketu Ilogoro, si ameolewa na Mkalenjin bwanake. Unaona? It's Ruto have been playing this game, evil game. Try to manipulate in Kenyans. Try to use state captures. Manipulate. He have taken state capture for many years. And we didn't know that. By the way, Ruto is the one who told Uhuru Kenyatta to start. By the way, me, I'm angry with it. Me, when I meet President Uhuru Kenyatta, because I'm going to visit him one time, I give him a hug. I love my President Uhuru is my king. I love him. with all my heart, with all my soul. I have been praying for him from 2017. Even now, I pray for him every day. I cry to God, I put my knee and I pray for him. God know my heart, what I'm longing for him. I've been praying for him, because I love him. I love him because he has been respecting us and he has been standing with my community. He has been bringing unity in our country. He was not doing sculpture. He is very good in leadership. He loves peace. Uhuru Kenyatta, he just loved to enjoy the life. Just sit in and enjoy good food and enjoy. That's life he loves. And I know him. Maybe Dick, I know him. He's just as simple. And he's very, by the way, my friend, they used to tell him he looked to be kind. He's very kind. Uhuru have never manipulated anybody. He cannot manipulate. He doesn't know to play that game because he's very smart. He's very grown up. So it's really hurt me. At here he's staying in Saweri. It's not something I'm happy. Definitely not. I'm not happy. Especially when you're a former president, you need to be respected
you should be
and
happy.
to be
Who is not
valued.
missionary? Yeah? You should not. You just be
Roda
happy.
imetosha
And
hiyo.
I think you are one of the rare breeds who praise for their leaders. That is really encouraging. Most of
No,
us
I have not finished.
praise
I have not.
leaders.
One point I want to say, please.
Say it.
I remember 2013.
Your teacher will fall asleep.
2013, Uhuru Kenyatta was not supposed to be the president. 2013, people, they forced him. Even I'm angry with him. Why did you accept to be the president 2013? You were supposed, you could let anybody to be the president. I'm angry with him. Why did you come the president? You stand 2013. Why did you accept it? Why? Those are questions I would like to ask him. Who told you after Kibaki could be another tribe, Luya or Mijikenda? All those Arab, they live in Mombasa. Those are questions I would like to ask. Why did you accept to be the president 20 that you did miss it? By the way, I was angry. I was not in Kenya. I was outside Kenya and I was angry. Why did you come? You tried 2002. Why do you come 2013? Who told? And he had a cases with the ICC. He did a mistake. He could stay outside of the politics. He give other people because he had been tried. And I remember my family, we vote for him. Why did he? It's really hurt me. He is the one who did mistake. There is a question I could ask him. Who told you to come 2013? You did mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us hear from Torotich Mbimbio to Kisonga.
Yeah. So I was saying, and thanks, Rhoda. It's good to love your leaders. It's good, actually. We should be loving our leaders like that. Those that we subscribe to their ideas, because our leaders are our aspirations personified. As in, nao ni watu wenye wamebeba ndoto na matarajio na azimio zetu, ndio maana tunawafuata na tunawapenda. Na kuna issue yenye ulikuwa unasema leo kuhusu Gachagua kusema kuhusu ni Wakikuyu walimpigia kura Sakaja, na by the way I'm very sorry, na ni kama nilikuwa misquoted na watu kadhaa nikiongelea hiyo issue kuhusu politics za Gachagua kujiita kingpin wa Kikuyu. Yeah, ni yeye ndo anaongea, sio Wakikuyu ndo wako hivyo. That's why I was saying, na niliona kuna ule ni wa Mushomba ama ni nani mwenye ule wa Kiambu akakuja pia akaback up akasema tumenyamaza, na ikumaanisha alikuwa sisi ni wajinga ama sijui tulikuwa tuoni. So it is like kuna leaders wenye wanatoka Kikuyu wanataka kujifanya kama kingpins wa Kikuyu, but not Kikuyus themselves, because hapa hivi, in fact, kwa hii forum yetu tuko na Kikuyus wengi, and we don't see ourselves as Kikuyus, as Kalenjins, as Luos, but we see ourselves as Kenyans, as patriots. We love this country, that's why we're here. Na nilikuwa nasema hivi, Gachagua talking like that kuhusu ni Wakikuyu ndo walipigia Sakaja ya kura. If you've been keen, and if you watch on YouTube many bloggers that blog on issues politics, you'll find many of them go and then juxtapose when the elections of let's say somebody like Mike Sonko Mbuvi, inasemekana kuwa Sakaja alipigiwa kura na Wakikuyu. Sasa wanasema pia hata Sonko alipigiwa na idadi ya Wakamba yenye ni kubwa Nairobi. Same thing na anaitwa nani, Kidero, inasemekana alipigiwa na idadi kubwa ya Wajaluo ambao wako Nairobi. So everybody can swing it to their own tribes. Na unapata sasa ni kama tunaanza kuleta hiyo topic ya tribalism. Shiko ameongea kitu poa. We should never lose focus. Hatufai kutoka kwa kwa malengo yetu, and that's very very good. In fact hata kuna wakati nilikuwa ninaona kuna wakati topic ilikuwa imevurutwa sana na panelists ambao walikuwa wameingia, watu wa UDA wameingia kwa panel, na ikakuwa ni kama tunavurutana, inakuwa ni debate, na nikaona hakuna mahali penye tunaenda, because at the end of the day wao wako right in their own mind. That's why mtu ameingia hapa akiongelea kuhusu mambo ya 844, and I was trying to see what's the point, what's the issue. Nothing yenye tulikuwa tunaongelea hapo hivyo mbele. So sisi nitakana tuendelee hivyo mbele, na especially kama kuna hiyo kitu mzuri sana yenye leo nimesikia, ni ile time yenye tulikuwa tunaongea kuhusu hiyo mambo ya masomo, tunaweza fanya nini na what can we do in a very young capacity, hiyo ndogo tu as Mtembei family, what can we do? Na naona hiyo ikiwa ni kitu poa sana, kwa sababu that's the only way tunaweza jiendelesha, kwa sababu vitu nyingi ni kama inaendelea kusambaratika, tukiengojea na tukiendelea kuongea tunaendelea kuwa docile, because the more we talk we are expecting actions from all of us, and then no action is happening, and then tunaendelea kuwa hivyo tu, hakuna kitu yenye tutaweza kujisaidia huko hivyo mbele. So before 2027 we must deal conclusively na 2022 revolution. We must call for it, we must demand it, we must initiate it in fact. Thank you.
Thank you for that brief presentation. I can see somebody is joining us. Alex anakuja kitoroka. We are moving on to Sakwa.
You know what I can say? Kenya is a country yenye watu wanakufa njaa, lakini tuko na uwezo wa kupeleka chakula nje ya nchi. Na Kenya ndio nchi ambayo usalama uko chini, lakini tuko na uwezo wa kutoa majeshi yetu na maaskari wetu kwenda kupigana nje ya nchi. Kile namaanisha ni kuwa kitu ambacho si wa Kenya na kuanga nao na tunajisahau, that kumbuka leo utanidanganya namna hii, kesho utakuja unidanganye tena, na utakuja na mbinu nyingine mpya. So what I can say that saa hizi mtu yote ambaye yuko na alipiga kura ndo ameweza kujua kiongozi ambaye alichagua ana rangi ipi. Like mimi nisidanganye, nimekuja kushangaa sana. Kumbe kiongozi anapochaguliwa yeye mwenyewe anaangalia mambo yake na vile atajifaidi yeye mwenyewe. Kitu cha kwanza, like kuna hii kitu ilikuwa inaendelea, mimi siingilii jamii yote ama siingilii maeneo yote. Kitu ambacho ningetaka kuuliza, kuna hii kitu nilikuwa nimesikia about Eldoret kufanywa capital city, na hiyo kitu sijui iliishia namna gani, I don't know. Kitu ingine ni yenye Gachagua ameanza kujitoa saa hizi kujionyesha true color yake ya kuonyesha kuwa pia yeye ana ubabe sawa na vile Ruto alianza kuwa na ubabe pale mbeleni. Kitu cha kwanza mimi niseme kwamba Ruto alianza kuonyesha ubabe wake pale mwanzo alipochaguliwa kuwa na Uhuru, but Ruto alianza kuonyesha ubabe wake raundi ya pili. Na ubabe wake ulikuwa kivipi? Alikuwa akijitokeza na kusema anaenda kufanya miradi, na Wakenya wengi wakakuwa so attracted. Wale waliimba wakasema si uchawi ni maombi, nao unaona maombi mwenye mliomba. na wale walisema sijui amepita kwa haki. Naona vile mambo inakuwa sahi. Like sahi nisikudanganye, these 5 years or 10 years to come, because we don't know what will happen, tutakuwa tukinunua unga hii tunanunua 250 saa hizi, bei sawasawa na simiti ambao tunanunua saa hii. Where are we heading as a country? Na yet unasikia nchi iko na uwezo wa kulisha nchi nyingine, na nyinyi bado mnakufa na njaa. So mimi kile ninaweza sema, sioni hii kitu ambacho Gachagua alisema juzi ati ana focus na Wakikuyu peke yake. I think Gachagua kuna kitu inamsumbua, that even ye the year 2027 anataka nikana kwamba aje awe anapigana na yule atakayekuwa kwa ili awe rais, na sioni hii kitu if itakuja kusucceed, because already pia hata yeye ameanza kuonyesha the true color. Na mimi nisidanganye, the way you see Gachagua ni acting now, akisema anatetea sijui watu fulani, anatetea wanabiashara, the same Ruto alikuja na hiyo maneno, na alivyokuja hivyo ndo pali jina hasura ilitokezea. So we don't know the way vile Gachagua amekuwa juzi akijitokeza akiongea. You know, Gachagua hakuchaguliwa na Ruto kwa sababu anapendwa. Gachagua alichukuliwa ili atumike. Na sasa hivi si vigumu sana ukasikia huyo Ruto amejitokeza na kusema anytime Gachagua can be impeached. Na hii kitu imeanza kuonyesha mapema sana, hata tujamaliza miezi. Na mimi nisiseme ati kwamba hapo wati mambo na impeachment itaweza kutokezea about deputy president what I can say ni kweli tuliambiwa as Mount Kenya, because me am a Luhya and I'm not coming from a western part of Kenya, mimi nimezaliwa central, but nilishangaa sana. Kitu cha kwanza, Uhuru vile alifanya na vile aliongea, I think Uhuru alikuwa akijua 10 years to come kile kitakuja kufanyika, and we are regretting now. So siwezi sema ati kwamba tuko in a safe way that hata tukicomplain now tutaweza kupata suluhisho. Suluhisho ni moja, the year 2027 tusiweze kudanganyika vile tuliweza kudanganyika raundi hii. Ikiwa wewe unajua kabisa ulipiga kura na ukaamuka asubuhi na mapema kuenda na hiyo baridi ili uanze kuangusha unga ambao ulikuwa umepromisiwa kwamba itarudi shilingi 100, usikakubali wewe kama Mkenya wa kawaida kuja kudanganywa raundi nyingine. Miaka 10 ambayo Uhuru amechaguliwa, si kuona Uhuru akifuatilia vitu zingine zenye hazisaidii, but aliweza kusaidia sana vitu zingine. Na Uhuru pia mimi nitasema kwamba amekuwa my best president, even if hata kama tuseme maisha imekuwa ikionekana kwake imekuwa bado ni ngumu, kuna ile kitu ambacho Uhuru ameweza kufanya, because nasikia wengine wanasema ati Uhuru hakufanya chochote, mara alikuwa the worst president, mara kwa nini. The worst government ambao tunaenda kukua nao ni the government ambao tuko nao saa hii. So mimi kile ninaweza kusema tu saa hii, the year 2027 we are in need of a, yani hata kama kutatokezea mtu ambaye anajua nini anafanya na asaidie nchi. So mimi siwezi kuongea mambo mengi, ni hao tu mimi naweza sema, wacha tuangalie, because already tulisha decide, na wakati tulisha decide watu wenye wali decide ni sawa, but mimi I will remain on opposition. Mali government inafanya makosa tutazidi kupinga. Sina mengi ya kusema leo, because already Shiko ameweza kusema yote yenye mimi ningesema. Yeah, I support you Shiko mahali penye huko. Mungu akuongeze miaka, uishi miaka mingi, na tuweze kujua mahali government yatupeleka vibaya tuweze kusema. Asante bwana Lea.
Thank you. Margaret Wanjiru anauliza Wakikuyu walipata viti ngapi Nairobi? Oh, Nairobi we are having 17 constituencies, and out of the 17 constituencies I think UDA had 4. That was Embakasi Central, they got Roysambu, they got Embakasi North, and which other one? I'm forgetting, and the other Dagoretti. I don't know if it is north or south, the other Dagoretti. And the rest were won by Jubilee and ODM, whereby ODM had the majority. Out of the remaining 13, I think Jubilee had ODM had 7, if I'm not wrong, with the Jubilee having something like 5. So out of the 17 seats, 11 were non-Kikuyus. So if somebody wants to lie to you that Nairobi is owned by Kikuyus and Kikuyus are the ones who made this governor, Sakaja governor, then they would have made themselves even MPs in all these constituencies, including Kasarani, where I voted and was taken by independent. So there is nothing like Kikuyus made Sakaja a governor. Sakaja was just a governor there, and he needs to serve the interest of the people of Nairobi. And Sakaja knows very well he is not stupid. You know, in UDA, once you join, you become stupid. Sakaja is not stupid. He knows very well the life of a governor depends on the MCS. So how dare you oppose those people who are the majority? He knows very well for him to deliver in Nairobi, he needs his bills or debated in the county assembly where the Azimio are the speaker and the leaders of majority. So he knows very well if he doesn't work with the Azimio, who are the majority in Nairobi, not only in the county assembly, but the majority of voters in Nairobi who needs the services, then these guys can as well derail or can as well sabotage his government, whereby the next 5 years he'll have nothing to show you. So he knows very well he can do without the UDA or without the Kenya Kwanza in Nairobi. And I think he was told, Sakaja was in Uhuru's side, and I think he calls Uhuru his friend, the one who made him the chairman of TNA. He was never in URP. Sakaja joined politics under the patronage of campaigning for Kibaki as youth. After that, 2007 to 8 campaigns, he joined Uhuru's part. They formed TNA, he became the chairman of TNA. TNA merged with Jubilee, he became member of Jubilee. And the only demon that cheated him was Mudavadi last minute. Is when he decided now to join. He almost joined Mudavadi's party. And today I was hearing Mudavadi saying that in opposition it is dry. He was calling Raila. He want Raila to join him. So I'm wondering, how did he expect Raila to join him in joining another person? If you're married to a man, how do you call your friend to join you in that marriage so that you share the husband? Really? So sometimes I do listen to how our leaders or those people are perceived to be leaders speak. And if Mudavadi is the one who will still be speaking on behalf of lawyers, then it is high time lawyer look for another spokesman. They better look for another person, not Mudavadi. So Nipa, I think it is your turn.
Yeah, so me also, I'll be closing. I won't stay longer because I have to go and sleep. Just to support Alfred Sakwa, the way he said, what I realized is that Kenyans are people who like to attract other countries like outside. For example, like being puppets, not Kenyans, but the leaders, the heads of state. Like, how comes unaenda Congo kutengeneza peace and there's no peace after our election? Mnataka kufurahisha nani? Number one. And then number two is the way alisema pia na chakula. I find it so, mnaumiza tu watu wenyu ambao Kenyans are well educated. They are farmers enough to cover all over Kenya chakula. Wakipewa hizo masubsidy, wakipewa hizo mafertilizers and everything. So instead ya kuwa support, mnataka kuangusha. Mnataka kuangusha and then mnataka kuleta chakula from outside. But it's not chakula from outside. It's nile, they're just thinking for their own stomachs. Najua, your selfishness. And that's why they wanted to be heads of state. Ndo kusudi kila kitu. So I don't know. Kuna wakubwa hapo wanataka kukua really not just being kingpins vile this Gachagua wants to be a kingpin in Kikuyu. And that's the same thing ni hawa watu wa UDA. The same thing I see na Mudavadi the way leo alisema ati anasema ati 2027 tutapatia tayari. I don't think yeye mwenye he can't lead. Huyo Mudavadi cannot even lead. And so let's see let's see what's going to happen. And about Sakaja, Sakaja is a young person. So if Gachagua wants to anataka kubattle na Sakaja, Sakaja atamshinda. Sakaja is a young man. Sakaja, I mean, I don't know, sijui manake yeye badili angalia doketi yake ya udeputy, anaongea Amara, anaongea Raila, we mzee wewe, sijui nini, we nyamaza, enda nyumbani. I mean, you just want to battle kila mtu. Ile hasira yote, walitaka kuni. You know, another thing I've learned is hao wakubwa hao. Unajua tukiongea tusiseme Kenyans, tunasema Kenyans ni wabaya ama ni hapana, is not Kenyans. Hao wakubwa hao. Unajua hao wanashindana. Na wakishindana, it's like this. Wewe unalia ati nilitolewa nguo mbele ya watoto wangu. Sasa now you uko hapo, uko kwa hiyo kiti. Sasa wewe pia kuna wale unataka kupunish. It's like ulinifanyia na mimi nitawafanyia. You understand? And that's what's going on. Unajua? Manake siku ile ulikuwa hauna cheo, ulikuwa hauwezi kukimbilia mahali wezi, lakini sasa utaongea tu para. You know, I mean, siku ya hiyo inauguration unaongea hiyo maneno, ukienda kule kanisani unaongea hiyo maneno, all the time you just speaking about walitufanya vibaya, walifanya hivi. I mean, huwezi kuongea about development. You can't say okay, tumeonelea kule Ukambani kuna hakuna chakula, ama Turkana hakuna chakula, how can we do, tutafanya aje? You just talking about the same thing. Na ndio manake some people are not even watching television. Yani kama hao watu wanaanza kuongea, watu wanazima hizo ma television, unajua. So I'm just waiting, nataka nione, because it's not going to be good, guys. You know, these people, they are going to be challenged na watu wa nje, watasema what's wrong with Kenyan leaders. Hawa ni watoto, ni wanaume, ni watu ama what? Are they puppets ama they're just robots? Unajua, because wako kama watoto wadogo. Ni kama mtoto mzazi ameleta chakula, mami huyu amechukua nini yangu, mwingine anasema huyu amechukua nini yangu. Unajua, na ni watu wazima, mnapata mshahara, instead of working mlitaka kuwa hapo, badili mfanye kazi. And then another thing is, mtu akisha, kama vile Raila akituma kitu kwa Twitter, yani unashangaa. Mimi nasema msee, you are a leader, we ni mkubwa, do you have time kujibu? Yani uko tu na simu yako, na we ni mkubwa serikali, uko mtu tu akiandika tu, na after 1 minute ushajibu tayari. So it's unfortunate, but wacha tuone what's going to happen. Most of them are going to be losers, and sio, you know, impeachment zitakuja nyingi, but tutaona. Yani unajua, mi nasema hata ikifika 1 month hata tumetoboa kweli, ikifika the next month, because I don't sioni watu watamalizia wapi. I'm like, hey God, kweli tunaenda kumaliza mwaka and people are still there, na watu wanaimba the same songs, the same song. I'm a woman and I hate to say this, you know, if you have somebody, if you have your husband and you nini anaongea the same thing, at least huyo mwanamke pia, it's her duty to remind, wacha kuongea the same thing please, wacha kuongea the same thing. Jaribu kwa at least 1 week unafanya kitu chengine, at least unajua ile planting of trees, vile alikuwa anasema climate change. I don't see the climate change. Nasema wenda kupiga huko UN, we want to, tunataka ku reduce the global warming, sijui nini, but you're not doing. Once you hit Kenya back, umerudi Kenya, you're talking about something else. Mnapigana nyinyi wenyewe kwa wenyewe, mnapigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Badili mpendane, mkuwe na umoja, mseme jameni, sisi ni wa Kenya. Sisi Kenya ni moja, tuachane na mambo ya ukabila, tufanye hivi. Lakini hapana, mkitoka nje mnaongea polepole, hata even you guys angalieni, mnaongea polepole, unasikia watu wanakusikiliza, lakini ukishatua tu hivi, unasema I said, sijui nini, yani ni kama unaropokwa tu bure. Okay, so kwa Irini, mimi naenda kulala na waachia, at least some people will join in after later.
All right, wewe ulale salama, sisi bado tunaendelea. Eli, unaweza karibia, pengine you can wish her good night before afike.
Thank you, Nifa. Me, what happened there was my phone charger just, ilienda vibaya, nikaeka kwa nini tena, imerudi. I don't want to conclude on what I was saying because I think the message was sent. It was an important message for people like Shiko or anyone who feels aggrieved and they always feel that guilt conscious that I was talking about. It shouldn't happen. I think, and people have their democratic right, whichever ethnicity they come from. They can choose whoever they want. But I always feel the pain of some people that they have to keep repeating that they voted for Raila. Yes. So I think that's a bit unfortunate. Anyway, I'm about to go to sleep. I would like us to have a new year that is wonderful. These politicians will keep conning Kenyans, disgusting. I don't know what we can do. One thing I was hoping that in the issue of trade, international trade and development, maybe because we know that the Western countries helped in the rigging of these elections, Kenyans of goodwill should keep on the light, with the partnership with China or any country that is anti-Western in terms of the democratic space in Kenya. I know that they say there is no democracy in China and so on and so forth. But in terms of these countries cooperating with Kenya and other African countries, any opportunity we get to speak about them, be it in writing, talking here, mobilizing our people, let's do it. Let's not be afraid to say that we don't want Western hegemony in Africa. It's so sad that for us who are in the West, we have to say this.
How about USA? You just say China.
Yes. I was saying that we sound like some of us who are in the West, we're in a comfort zone. But I was even having an interesting discussion with someone who said, look, even that term, the West now, it's not really, it's not easily definable because if you look at the leaderships now in the West, they're very mixed. You have, like, for example, the vice president of the US is half Indian, Kamala Harris. You have the British Prime Minister, Indian, the Irish Prime Minister, Indian. So what is the West? So what I'm trying to say is that every opportunity we get, because we know what has happened to our elections, we need to inform the world, our communities, that this thing is an international affair. It's not just about Raila and Ruto. This thing will continue for the foreseeable future and we must resist it. Sorry, Nifa, you were saying something there.
I was saying, how did you? Yeah, but Kenya is partnering already. The time of Kibaki, they already started. Not only Kenya, but China already did some development in Africa. But right now, 2 weeks ago, it's again America wants to bring back Africans to
Yes, what I was saying is that what I was saying is that we are not small people. As people who are discussing these things here, we should never feel small. We are all important in our own little ways. And what we are doing now is we are voicing our displeasure as well. For example, about what the Western countries have done. And so we must grab that opportunity. I know that China has been doing things in Africa.
Mute yourself.
Sorry. I know what you mean, that China has been those infrastructure things, macroeconomics things between Africa and China and so on. Yes, those things are happening. But this propaganda that we are fed with, that we must accept everything Western because China is bad and so on, these are the battles that were there during the independence period. And these battles are beginning now. The Cold War between the West and China is happening. But I think we should not be afraid to write, to say, to mobilize that West is not everything. West is not best. They are powerful in many ways. You know, they've done things that have changed the world, but they're always, you know, targeting the African economies, the African democracy. And we're afraid, especially our media is afraid to say this, you know, that it is time for us to think in a different way. But
So
what
our media, our new media, Mutembe media is free. We are saying everything. So I
true,
should say this
true.
is also media. We are okay.
Yes,
The
true.
other ones are media who they have to report what's going on in the country, blah blah blah. But we are also media based on new technology, and no matter where we are, but at least we are saying everything. And yeah, our cameras are on.
You see, there's normally what they call the mainstream media. You know what we are saying here, like what you're doing here, can only be accessed like online, or if you have YouTube and Facebook and such platforms, or somebody shares a clip of what you said on a WhatsApp status. But that person who is in the remote parts of Kenya, they depend on the mainstream media. That is where they have their aerials and they have their decoders to watch the Citizen and whatever. And you'll find if you somebody like me, I don't need to wait for 1 o'clock to watch news, because if I watch these news that I see in our mainstream media, they are merely confirmation or repetition of what I've already seen or the information I already have currently. But there's somebody back at home, they are waiting for that to get news. They are waiting for that 1 o'clock news. So when somebody talks of media, you know, the mainstream media, they play an important role, and that is why they're the ones who are normally compromised. And those people who are enlightened and make right decisions are the ones who ignore the mainstream media and look at raw information in such platforms like the one we are having. And I know in the next few years, if people will go digital, the world is going to change, and Africa's are also going to change, because the perception that the mainstream media wants to paint about the West, they want to create a certain superpower. They want to create a certain super image whereby everybody will live in fear that, oh, West is so powerful. West is everything. If you go to West, you've made it. That I was giving somebody, I'm in Mogadishu. So when I came to Mogadishu, this is my third year. I've been on and off Mogadishu, Hargeisa. I realized that the information that we get in media, we only get the negative parts of this place. And I can tell you, the other week I went to a certain beach restaurant and I met a general manager there. Is a Kamba, is a Kenyan, and there are some 4 Kenyans working there. They were telling me, apart from the Chinese, the only hard-working humans are Kenyans, apart from Chinese. But when you're outside there, if you hear Mogadishu in your mainstream media, they'll be talking about Al-Shabaab attack or an attack or something negative. They'll never tell you anything positive. They'll never tell you how Kenyans are running schools in this country and are making money. They'll never tell you how we have 5 flights flying from Nairobi to Mogadishu daily. You getting that? They'll never tell you that. So our media, they need to change how they portray West. Makes us view West as everything, and they fear attacking it. Even their medias, they fear getting such information. And you'll find that there's some sensitive information they would rather publish in their Facebook and online accounts than bring it live. So what Eli is saying is really true.
Yeah, and thanks for that. And I just wanted to add to my sister here, Nifa, that you know,
Teach,
a
that
forum
is you.
such
Yeah,
maybe that
there is Eli said that, I didn't want it to go away before
I was saying that
he
Let him
I
said.
was saying
finish, then
that
you'll get
in a
time
forum,
to. I think Eli is still here.
uh,
You'll get time and ask him. Eli, you can proceed. He'll respond later.
yeah, okay, a quick response. I was saying that in a forum such as this, we've had people in high offices saying that they listen and watch this this channel. So that is a serious media, and that means that they're worried about what Kenyans are saying. And in fact, if you look at WikiLeaks, um, all these things that was captured by the American embassy in Nairobi, they were listening into people's conversations in government meetings, whenever they watch TV, listening into people's conversations on the streets. That Americans are they're that petty, but they did those things, and I can that they listen into this channel. The Western countries, they do,
Yes,
because
they listen.
they
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
yes,
Sorry to cut you short. I wanted to tell Leo, based on technology. Even the other day, one of my friends and say, "Oh, I saw you in Mutembe," and I started laughing. And then I said to him, "You can come too." So that's how we invite one another. We are like, watch this, from this time to this time. You understand? And even white folks, they can also come in and volunteer. You understand? So they're white. So
yeah,
sometimes we also say, "Oh, West, they're bad," or our leaders are puppets to them, but not all West, not their people. You understand? So they are also they don't really fancy it the way our democracy is based upon. Like, we talk about, I was elected democratically, but behind the bars. You understand? So that's how it is. So otherwise, I'll have to leave. I think Leo, you'll stay with the Toro teach and
All right, our teacher
and
is still here. Eli is still
yes,
here, and
hey, me
some
even
other
me, I'll
people are
disappear
also
soon.
All
I
right.
have an early work.
Some are
I have an
also
early work,
joining.
bwana.
yes.
I get it. I get it. No, there are some people who are waiting outside there. They just want to join. I know others are joining. This game,
Yeah, these
when
guys
somebody,
out,
yeah,
they stay mnakaa mpaka asubuhi surely. Hey, naenda kazi narudi. These guys are still there. Hey, hey.
yeah, sometimes
Okay.
the show becomes interesting until you don't leave. Hiyo
Yes.
usingizi unaona haikuji haiji.
Haikuji.
Yeah, you're so engaged and the passion that you have
But
about
that's
this
hard work.
country. Yeah.
In future mtafungua your own powerful media.
No, we'll develop this. We'll develop this when the
Mtaita
history of
international
revolution
international media.
will be
Ish,
written. They normally say that revolution is never televised, but
it's true.
they'll one day say that Mutembei televised revolution, so it will have to change.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
we Torochich, you can pick it from there.
So teach you can start. Sisi tunatoka, sisi tunaenda kupumzika.
Wewe toka peke yako, wewe unasemaje sisi? Eli bado
Si mimi
wako,
na Eli, mimi na Eli.
wewe peke yako. Hakuna kutoka wawili wawili. So Eli, ulikuwa unasema ulikuwa unasema kuwa the West nowadays is not so defined, as in, since we have Kamala and we have the Prime Minister for UK, who is originally from India. And I think that's a wrong way, according to me, actually. Not necessarily the way it's supposed to be, or yeah, according to me, I think that's the wrong way to see it, because you see, we even had Obama in US, and I think it is a deliberate thing that the West is doing to to make sure that we are buying their narratives, because it will now appear like one of us is with them, okay, or is on the helm, so that it's easier. And we know so many of their uh, so many things that they have been doing, they only come to be declassified after many years, and it's found out that even the like, let's say now in the US, so many things have been happening, and you see after, I don't know, 30 years or how many years, that's when they declassify some informations, and then you find that even the reigning president, when that event was happening, it was even uh, classified, so that for him, even for him, he could not even have access the information itself. So there is that quote unquote deep state zenye zimekuwa ziko. So it is very wrong sisi kufikiria now that tuko na kina Kamala Harris, we had Obama, we have the Prime Minister for UK, we have that Prime Minister for Ireland, and we tutafikiria kuwa now West is no longer the West. The West is still the West, according to me, actually. Okay, niambie.
No, hapo sina shida na vile unasema. It was just a point where I say that maybe the populations in these Western countries is in such a way that representation is not a surprise now to see people of color or black people or mixed race people taking those powerful positions. And I'm not kind of applauding that, because I'm not saying, for example, here in the UK, I will never support the Tory party or the Conservative party who are in power, just because there is an Indian person in the name of Rishi Sunak, who is a billionaire and comes from one of the most kind of powerful Indian families here who have roots in Kenya. But what I'm saying is, and that applies as well with the half Irish, half Indian Prime Minister of Ireland, and Kamala Harris, and like you said, Barack Obama, and there is politicians across the Western governments and parliaments who are also African, Caribbean, and so on and so forth. And this discussion is not even a new discussion. People have always said, can you now define what the West means in terms of representation, right? And it doesn't mean that there are many black people in those parliaments, in the executive, and so on and so forth. But it's not the West the way it was, say, even 20 years back. And I'm not saying that they have changed. All we have to think about, is it the same way we are defining the West, say, 15, 20 years back? Because the fact is, historically, there was someone called Barack Obama, right? And they never called him white, did they? He was a black man, and that's a fact of life. Politically black, yes, his mother was white, but would you now say that was a Western leader? Yes, you would, but essentially they wouldn't see him as one of them, because West definitely meant, first it meant it was the representation by color, the white community, white society, white power, So that's where I was coming from, not trying to trivialize what you're saying.
Good. So we agree that the West is still an undercurrent.
Yeah, I would like to think so, but I'm just saying that can we still define it in the same way? That's all I meant.
Yeah, we are in agreement. No problem. No pressure.
All right.
Mr. Lep.
Yes, I can hear somebody anauliza somewhere that how comes imekuwaje Ruto na Gachagua and you'll realize that Margaret Ruto and Gachagua sio watetezi wa Kikuyu. They are not defending, or maybe they are not speaking on behalf of Kikuyus, but they are speaking on behalf of their numbers. They are calculating for 2027, and for them to remain relevant, they need some, we call them the items of trade or the tools of trade. So they'll pretend they are fighting and defending Kikuyus, when in real sense, they are thinking in terms of number. They will tell you that your numbers are more, we are defending you. And Ruto is not only defending the numbers for Kikuyus and the Wakale, Ruto is also defending the numbers for Africa. When he went to US and when he was given opportunity to speak, he did not speak in terms of how Africa can benefit from USA, but he spoke in terms of how USA, his speech was how America can benefit from Africa. And I was really disappointed when my president was the president of Africa, or somebody who represented Africa, instead of telling the US that we are here as Africa, how can we benefit from you? This is, you just went there, tell them that you, America, can take advantage of African population. He was not even ashamed. Take advantage of African population to bring your product, take advantage of African population to promote your GMO. So he went there to market us. He puts Africans and Kenyans in a bag and sees you and counts these 40 million. He doesn't go there to see how the 40 million can benefit, but he's going there to see how somebody else who are his sponsors can benefit from the 40 million. So when he sees you, he sees this 40 million. This is a good market for American maize. This is a good market for Chinese phones. This is a good market for Pakistan rice. That is how Ruto views us. And there's nothing in his mind. He did that calculation when he was going for elections and saw that, okay, the Kikuyus are this in number, the Kalenjins are this in number. Okay. And he looked around and said, that, those people who are poor, let us brand them as hustlers. They are more in number. And once I brand them as hustlers and I call myself chief hustler, what people forgot, when I was growing up, there was these termites. Whenever it rained, we will go and pick, I don't know, in Loya they call it kumbe kumbe. Eh? So when you are picking these termites, or maybe the termites, there's normally a big one, a queen termite. This queen termite, it doesn't work. It is, in fact, it is just kept safe somewhere there. But it's among the termite family. It is they call the queen termite. Eh? So Ruto calling himself the king hustler. If maybe he was a male, he will be called the queen hustler. He just took the characters of that queen termite. You just sit there. The queen termite is normally fat, a lot of oil, white in color, while the rest are the ones who will be biting. The ones with the red heads, they will really bite you in the name of protecting the queen termite. So that is what Ruto was using with the hustlers. He's telling you, I'm the chief hustler. In short, he didn't tell you that the chief hustler should not be poor. The chief hustler should use these other hustlers to become rich. The same way this queen termite uses the other termites to become rich and secure. So this is a chief hustler who is using the government office. He is even calling it the hustler's mansion. So I think Kenyans, we really solved our brains, and God has really punished us and has really opened our eyes and have shown us this is what happens when you follow things blindly. I don't think if they can call another election today, Ruto will campaign on the same platform and talk about economy. He campaigned telling you it will be based on economy, ameshinda na mambo ya economy. So now he's trying to look for a narrative. Anajaribu kuangalia narrative, it will now be based on religion, who is more Christian and who is not a Christian. And I heard the other day Duale condemning this man called Juma Ngao, that Juma Ngao is not a Muslim, is not speaking on behalf of Muslims, and should not be seen in any public fora speaking for Muslims. And I really said, Duale is condemning Ngao because Ngao is a son of nobody, because Ngao is poor. Why is he not condemning Hassan Joho? Why is he not condemning Junet Mohammed? Does Junet Mohammed speak on behalf of Muslims? Does Hassan Joho speak on behalf of Muslims? He's just condemning Juma Ngao because, number one, Juma Ngao is not from the Somali community. And there's this perception there's something coming up in Kenya whereby they want to associate the Somali community with the Islamic religion, forgetting that not only Somalis are Muslims, that we have Muslims who are not Somalis like Juma Ngao. The same thing is also happening in our churches, whereby if you don't believe and follow Ruto in his church, then you're not a member of the church. You are not a Christian. Wewe hukuchaguliwa na Mungu na Mungu aliwakataa. So it's really dangerous. It is really dangerous if we are not careful. Even the kids that we are raising now will be able to know. They will be able to know the list of those people who are Christians, the ones wenye walikataliwa na Mungu. So it's really sad. And there are so many people up to date hawaendangi kanisa. After that elections and the utterance that have been made, there are so many people who lost hope even going to church. They feel like they are serving a lesser God and such things. So we really need to talk even to our church and our religious leaders to come out and distance themselves from the ills of the government. We want to see them publicly condemning what is wrong and guiding people towards their doctrines of their religion instead of guiding people and following the doctrines of who is in power. So it's really sad, Torotich. I guess you still go to church or you still.
Yeah, it's true. And I remember even before tuingie kupiga kura, nilikuwa niko nasema kura yetu na the way things will turn out, it's going to be a message to the coming generations, because seriously, vitu yenye tumefanya saizi, in fact we don't even know the impact, but our children in 15 years, 20 years from now, that's when they'll be sitting down and start now discussing what did our fathers do, what were they thinking. Kwa sababu how can we reward somebody like Ruto na si ati Ruto ametokea tu from nowhere kama Umanyala na akashinda gold? No, Ruto has been here. We saw his politics from kitambo sana. How was he allowed even to run as a president? How? And now so it's sad. It's kidogo nakuja, but it's sad.
Yeah, it's really sad. I think those people who are voting Ruto for, maybe majority of the people who are following Ruto are voting for the first time, and they are forgetting. I hear Ruto talking of this dynasty. Ruto joined politics when he was in university. He drove his first car while in university. When those people who are calling Ruto hustlers some of them graduated 7 years or 5 years ago and have never been employed, have never even owned a bicycle. That other bicycle, wachana na hii a mountain bike. There was one was called Phoenix, I don't know, Nilam. They've never owned that after graduating 5 years down the line. But this is somebody who started driving his first car while he was in the university. He's telling you he's a hustler. This is somebody who joined politics and joined the government, started working with the government in 1992. I think Ruto and Raila joined politics the same time because Raila was elected MP in the same year in Langata 1992, and Ruto joined politics working with the government. He was not elected, yes, but he was powerful. He held some powerful positions. Just like today, somebody who is a secretary general in any bigger party, people like Mudama are more powerful and they have more powers and they have more say in the government compared to first-time MPs like Peter Salasia, who are just elected recently. So this is somebody who was there, became a minister, became assistant minister, became a deputy president for 10 years. Is still telling you he's not a dynasty. I don't know the kind of brains that Kenyans used to buy that idea. And if you compare even Ruto now, let us forget about their families. Ruto and Raila, I think Ruto have been in the government and have been more in government compared to Raila. The first time Raila came close to government was when he was the prime minister, and it was only for 5 years. And the position he held had this equal impact to the one that Ruto held for 10 years. Raila's father was in politics, active politics, less than 15 years. That is after independence. Because this is somebody who went for 2 terms. Moi barred him. In fact, he went for the first term when he was the vice president for about 3 years. He resigned. Went for MP next term. After that, Moi barred him for, I think, about 3 consecutive elections. Then when he came back in 1992, he died before even finishing that term. So this is somebody you want us to believe is a dynasty, but somebody who've been in government consistently from 1992 to 2022. Those are 20 good years. You want us to call a hustler. 1992 to 2022. The time he was not in government was, that is from 202 when Kibaki took power to 205. From that, he's been a minister or somebody powerful in government. And we bought that idea. And these things are going to haunt us. They are going to haunt us because of the things that are going to, the decisions we made are going to determine the life of the kids that we are raising currently. They'll grow knowing that this is how politics is done. You have to lie to get something. And it even happens in school. Students are cheating. People have known that you have to lie. You don't need to speak the truth. You have to play as if you are a victim for you to get what you want in life, which is not the case. That issue of working hard and fairness in life lost meaning. It is no longer there. Nobody wants to work hard. Everyone wants shortcut.
Yeah, true.
You can see the back.
That's why I'm sorry I'm back. That's why I was saying it's really really sad because Ruto was here, and it's not like he's out from nowhere and then he came just and won. He has been here, and as you've said, it has been here the longest. I think hata amekuwa kwa government longer here than leaders wengi wenye wako saizi kwa serikali. I think with the exception of no, Kalonzo ako nje, hata Mudavadi ako. In fact ni Ruto ndo saizi amebaki kama the longest person mwenye ameserve. And this guy, one thing, if you know his politics, utakuja kugundua is a person that has never started anything and finished. The other time when he had the docket of agriculture, he ran it down, na hapo hivyo ndio mahali penye tunakuanga watu wengi sana wanaongea mbaya kuhusu serikali ya Moi, wakisema Moi aliharibu kilimo ya kahawa na majani, but alitoka kitambo sana. To date nothing has happened. I remember the other time when he was in Kibaki's government, na alipoingia hata kuanzia 2013, instead of fixing kilimo agriculture, instead of fixing especially kuhusu issue na mahindi, akakuja kuambia watu tuache kupanda mahindi tupande avocado. Avocado yenyewe hijai kuwa regulated, hata vile zinakuwa exported zijai. By the way, kuna biashara dati sana ambayo inaendelea ya ku-export horticulture in Kenya. It's a very very dirty thing. And I think that's the reason why he wanted it. But kwa sababu yeye ni mtu jumpy, he's never in one place. He never.
So for the avocado, you did not get the sense. You know, in Rift Valley and Western people are doing maize. And as a matter of fact, you know, Ruto is somebody who is fasting and thinking and doing things. He realized that in Congo, just go and follow his speeches about Congo. And they are among the people who cannot allow that war to end in Congo. He realized in Congo there is a large tracts of land and there is a lot of rainfall. So he invested in maize farming there. So he's having maize in Congo, will not get market there. So the only market is in Kenya. So what do? I come and tell these people who are doing maize in Kenya that you see, maize is no longer profitable. I want us to plant macadamia. You remove your maize. Once they do that, in a few years, there will be no maize. So what will happen? You'll have to bring your maize and sell to them. And that's why currently, wale wenye wanalima mahindi pia wakakuwa wachache wakakataa kutoa mahindi. So they have their maize. Now, his maize is ready. What happens? He comes up with stories. We want to bring GMO. We want to bring maize. Why are you bringing maize and we're having our maize? So that on me, the issue of maize, I can't even talk of, because the people who are going to be victims are the same people who supported him when he's going to bring maize. And we know very well, the first question Kenyans are not asking, why do you insist on importing maize? Whose money are you going to use in importing maize? If the government is importing maize, how does it make sense for a government to import maize and come and sell for us? Why do you use our tax to bring maize and sell for us? If at all the government needs to buy maize, then the government should do justice and buy maize from Kenyans at a cheaper price. Thereby, these hustlers will have something in their pocket. But why do you have to bring maize from foreign country and again sell for us? I don't think the government is, the role of the government is to provide services to its citizens, not to do business with the citizens. So it is really, it's a really a wrong idea. People are told to stop growing maize, and now we are told that there's deficit of maize. We are going to import some cheap maize. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Na nikuulize, how long did it take for the shipment ya kwanza ya mahindi ile ya juzi kufika from the time Moses Kuria alimake your statement ya kuhusu tutaimport mahindi? How long did it take? 2 days. In fact, ni kama hiyo
The
meli
maize is already there. The problem is, with the government or with Kenya, we don't ask questions. The other time we were told maize was from Mexico. The maize was just within. So this maize is already there. So before they release it in the market, so that you don't ask such questions or somebody else doesn't ask such questions, they have to come up with what is called a theory. They have to come up with a story. Create a story that you see we are going to import GMO maize. And you'll find that it is not even the GMO. This maize is somewhere just waiting. It is somewhere at the port, just waiting for an okay. Yeah, it is just waiting for an okay. Then once they say, okay, it is okay, then they release it. The maize is already there. The government does not just wake up one day and say that we are going to import. How? Did they make some tenders? Did they advertise that we want? Did people bid? The same way you are told with the sugar. I told somebody who was telling me that, now this government of Ruto is going to revive Mumias sugar. I told them, the Mumias you are seeing, the only thing that they will revive is that package, the Mumias, that packet, that polythene paper. Polythene paper was banned. So the only thing this government will do is to revive the Mumias polythene paper. It is either they will be importing their own sugar and repackage it as Mumias, or nothing like Mumias sugar you will see in your shelves. And let nobody cheat you. Let nobody cheat you. If this government wants to revive Mumias sugar, they can do it as fast as possible. And the best thing, if they want to revive it, then they tell Ruto that we are giving you this company. They sell it to Ruto. And everything will be done. But as long as he's not associated, what will happen? They will still import sugar, repackage it, and there's no single day farmers will benefit. The only thing the government will do, they'll be pumping money. Why are they pumping money? This money is not used to pay the farmers because farmers are not supplying anything. This money is used to import some other sugar. Yes, Ellie. Just before that, I just want to say the same thing is happening with the KQ. KQ is the most expensive aircraft I think we have in Africa, not only in East Africa. I do use Ethiopian Airlines. They are cheap and they offer equally the same services. Why do we see KQ making losses each and every year? KQ as a company does not have, they don't have aeroplanes. They rent these things, and the owners of these aircrafts, one of them is the chief cabinet, Mudavadi. Which business does he do? Mudavadi is owning some aircraft, so you hire them. So they hire them to KQ at an expensive rate. So this company will end up making losses. Then the government will take the taxpayers' money not to pay the KQ, but to pay those guys like Mudavadi whose aircrafts have been hired because they have to be paid. That's the state we are in. Yes, Ailey.
Well, hey, let me just catch from the tail end of that what you've just said there about Mudavadi. I hope that's a verifiable fact, because if it is, then a lot needs to be written about that. That was news to me. But what I wanted to share with you and Toroitich, Leo, is that two things. Number one, there has to be ways in which a culture change is needed for the way we do things in Kenya. For example, one of the easy things that can be done is to bid farewell to, say, for example, the big man syndrome. So say there is an event, function somewhere, and then the next thing, there's all these motorcades coming in. There's preparation for days or weeks, and it's just some small function, or sometimes there's a cutting of ribbon. This is a very difficult thing. I don't know how we can solve this, because it's happening in most African countries, and it's a waste of time and resources. Yes, and you don't see it in many other countries. But this thing of the big man syndrome or big woman syndrome is affecting our society really badly, and it gives the media the opportunity to make money just because they have to, um, make an impression to these politicians or powerful people. So I think culture change is one thing, one definite thing that needs to happen. Where if you're a leader, you just don't, show yourself around. You think you're a symbol of power, and all people have to do is to start dancing around you and stuff like that. That should be outdated. Those are things back then. They shouldn't be happening now. The other thing is about this man Ruto that we are talking about earlier. You see, Ruto is Kenyans are a microcosm of, or is it Ruto? He's a microcosm of Kenya. I don't know how to put that one. But what Ruto has been doing since the early 90s is what most Kenyans continue to do. So that attachment is so difficult to dismantle. This is how I see it. This is how I see it happening, for this longest time of the Moi transition, because all the things that we see Ruto doing is most of the things our fellow Kenyans are doing, right? You see how greedy people are to buy land left, right, and center, which they don't, even most of the time, they don't need that land, but they want it for status symbol and stuff like that. So they'll go to the full length to get this land that they're not even going to utilize properly. So I am not trying to sanitize Ruto, but this is a problem symptomatic of us as Kenyans, and other things about the power of Ruto from early 90s that have not even been written in the media would be quite shocking, because there is a mountain of things that this man has done that has not even been touched by the media. I once spoke to, and I'm ready to defend myself in a courtroom, and because Ruto, one of the things about Ruto is that he does not care. You can say what you like about him, he'll not go to court. I think he has only ever taken one blogger to court, and in fact, it was not him who directly was interested in that blog. I think it was one of his assistants or something who decided to sue a blogger. But Ruto doesn't care. If you call him a witch, he doesn't care. If you call him a murderer, he'll not care. So out there in 2002, when he was a KANU official in charge of nominations, I think he was in charge of the electoral process during KANU nominations of 2002. And there was a lot of ongoings about the parliamentary seat in Westlands. So Fred Gumo and other aspirants, Florence Ojiambo, who later became a Kenyan envoy. What Ruto is alleged to have done, and this is from Ojiambo's own voice, was something shocking, because Ojiambo wanted to, to put her name forward in the nominations, and Ruto William Samoei threatened her with a gun. It's a fact. He pulled out a gun and threatened this woman. So when you hear someone like Uhuru Kenyatta say what he said, that guys, you will regret. I think when it comes from the highest point like that, then it is something that needs to be taken very, very seriously, right? I know that people will say that, whoa, why didn't you complain about Ruto when he was in ODM and so on and so forth? Even when he was in ODM, there were people who were already talking about this man and his form of authoritarian speak and stuff like that. And I agree with Toretich that whatever Ruto starts, he doesn't finish it. And if he finishes it, good luck to you. So I was even going to ask these people who took the loan, this Hustler Fund, how many have paid back so far? Because I know that between February and April, they were planning to stage the next bigger chunk of the Hustler Fund, but depending on whether you have defaulted or not. So this kind of
I don't think
experiments
that
is
will
trying it.
happen because, as far as I'm concerned right now, the last update that we were given, they said this one was supposed to range between 500 to 50,000. No one has even received 10,000. The maximum that has been issued is 5,000, and only 25 to 28% have paid it back. And actually, it is not possible. If somebody gives you 460 today, for you to borrow that amount, you'll realize that maybe you did not have food in the house. You borrow 460, you go and buy maybe a packet of unga and some vegetables. I don't think you'll be able to get this money to pay it back in 2 weeks. And that is how it becomes a bad debt. In fact, these small money are the ones that puts people in CRB compared to huge amount. If somebody gives you 10,000, probably you'll pay because you'll do something constructive with it. Even if you're a businessman, you'll boost your business. But what will you do with 500 shillings? Obviously, you will go into debt because you'll not be able to pay. So I don't think February something is going to happen. Maybe the biggest announcement, they'll tell us that we are doing away with the hustler fund because the hustlers were incited by the former regime and the opposition and Raira not to pay the loan. So the government is running in debt. That is the information that they are drafting right now.
Okay.
Exactly. It's very, very
Sorry.
clear. Me was thinking the same thing. This thing was made, it was designed to fail so that they can use it again because it was just to put out to honor the promise, quote unquote. But in reality, even the second one that's supposed to come, no, they're going to not bring it, but they're going to use this one to heap blame on the next one that was supposed to come, and then they say, okay, let's just leave it and let's restructure it. Then they will bring it back in 2027. I believe that.
Anyway, yeah. So my point was that this man, the only thing that can happen now for the next 4 or 5 years is we are sure that because he's a puppet of the West, they will protect him left, right, and center. The next thing is the likes of Atwoli, the trade unions, because they love the money, they will also protect him. So there will be less demonstrations by workers and things like that. But we hope that people like Atwoli can be dislodged from power so that there is a balance in the trade union movement in Kenya. So there's many things that can happen that can deconstruct this system, what is going on. They're even using the word system against Azimio, and they're making it making the people who supported Raila a laughing stock because of that word system, because of how it came about and what the likes of Oburu Odinga was saying during the campaigns. But for now, if we look forward, we think that I think that there is still a lot of chance for things to happen to subvert what this Ruto is doing to the country. A lot of things that are in store. And I support what Raila Odinga said. But in fact, I was really a bit shocked that in his interview yesterday, for the first time, he used the word president to address Ruto. So I don't know what happened in America when he went to America. There maybe they shook hands. I don't know. But I was a bit, because very strange, very strange. But good luck to Ruto and his team. But I think Kenyans, like what we're doing here, are providing enough strong opposition than our politicians, and that's the way it should continue.
Thank you. I can see Kenyan with the love is around. He can pick it and maybe tell us something from there.
Hey, Leo, sorry. I've been in the back, nilikuwa tunaongeza watu, but I've been kind of busy. I'm so sorry, but you're doing a good job, bwana. You're the moderator. Tell us what to do, bwana. Mimi niko hapa. There's something I wanted to just say, alafu nikimbie, but I see Julia ametoka, so now I'm stuck here. But I still got you, sir. So you keep on doing what you're doing. You're doing a good job, brother. We really appreciate you.
Thank you. Torchicha Chuko Shukani. You tell us something about this hustler fund that
unakaa na usukani. Actually, hiyo hustler fund imenisumbua. Hiyo ndio imefanya nikaingia. Hiyo hustler fund imenifanya nikaingia because I don't know, for a long time nastaki kukimbilia mtu. Did I cross anyone? Leo, you're the one moderating. I just heard you talking about.
No. You're okay. You can proceed.
Okay. So for me, the hustler fund is actually what made me come in, actually, because I wanted to say something. I've been for the people who have been listening to me here, I've always known this hustler fund is gonna bring some problems, and this hustler fund is just ni kitu yenye itakuja kuingiza watu kwa shida. The reason I'm asking that is that the hustler fund, when they brought it up, they said it will be paid within 2 weeks. Now it's past 2 weeks. How many people have paid? You just give a percentage about it. You just give a very good percentage about how many people have paid. But then again, what's the end result of it? And what I think is that this thing is, I was just thinking the other day, and I was talking to a couple of people, some economists, and they were telling me, some governments or some even companies, when they want to put you down, is that they put you in debt. So when you're in debt, you cannot speak the way you speak because, you cannot fight for anything because you're already in debt. So now you got people like Naruto putting you in debt. When you are in debt, what is going to happen, Leah? You will be...
You will be my subject now. I can just control you anytime because after all, uko na deni yangu.
Exactly. So you find these guys are very smart, and that's what you call, what I normally call a mafia economy, where you find like, I want to be on top of you so that there's nothing that you do, and I can pull you down as much as I can pull you down. And I think that is what, ndo kitu inafanya wa Kenya saa zingine hawaelewi what is happening here. Hata wasipowakimbiza na hiyo pesa, kwanza hiyo hustler fund is something that niliambia everyone, do not take it. Anyone that I know, usichukue kitu because utaingia kwa deni. Na ukiwa kwa deni, gava itakushika vizuri. You know what I'm saying? The government will be having you nicely, that you can't go anywhere because at the end of the day, the government has you. So now what are they doing? They understand sasa hata mkitaka kwenda maandamano utaweza chukuliwa hata na hiyo the fact that you owe the government. If you want to be a leader, they can use that. It's a way of putting people down. What is 500? And it wasn't even 500. I came to find out that it's not even 500. 25 is already taken out. It's 475 at the time when it started.
465, 475, 465.
Ilikuwa 465. What are you going to do with 465? What is it? Hata ni mafuta inaweza kuwekea hapo ya assuming uko na gari. Hata assuming unaona mafuta. Hiyo inaweza kuchukua ikupeleke Kisumu ukitumia basi.
Karibu nikuamshe.
Kwa nini? Kwa nini karibu niamshe? Nani ni Torotich? Ndio amesema hiyo.
Oops. Sorry, siwe. Sorry. Continue, man.
Yeah, so you kind of find that this is a government that is so bound into putting people into some shackles. And when once you get into shackles of the government, it's kind of like some of us that actually, and let me tell you, let's just be honest. Even people that live in these countries that we do live, some of us, when you have a bad credit, you're shackled by the government. You can never get a house. You can never get a car. You can never do whatever. Even an apartment you will have a problem because why? You have a bad credit. So if you have a bad credit, you're not going to get anything, even a credit card. So basically, that's what Kinaruto are trying to do. So what they are going to do, the one thing that we used to be very happy about is that some of the people here, and I'll just say the truth, unajua Kenya ni wakora. Some of the people here would come na vitu zikikataa kabisa, they go and take all the credits na wanakimbia nyumbani, wanaenda wamebeba kila kitu, because bado nyumbani you can still make it hata kama ulikuwa down at one point. Here what you have a record of what you've done. How much credit do you have? Are you 700? That's the only time you can get your car or even a house. But if you have like 200, my friend, at a 200, ionekana credit of how much you've borrowed and how much you paid back. Now, if you have that, your life is done until you fix that credit. And fixing it is not an easy thing. And that's how you end up with homeless people. What Kinaruto are trying to do is to make you, and to make us Kenyans, especially with this hustler fund, I have a problem with it so much, because what they are trying to do is make people be very poor in their own country while they are still paying their taxes. Yet, we've never dealt with a credit economy. But you cannot bring a credit economy when you don't have infrastructure, you don't have education systems, and you don't have, the basic necessities of life. So when they bring that, Leah, I think that is a way of killing the common mwananchi, the one they want to say bottoms up. Uko sure mtu wa Mkuru kwa Njenga alilipa hiyo 500?
Mtu hawezi lipa. That is why Safaricom, in fact, Safaricom are the best lenders, because I'm told Safaricom, like the Mshwari, when they give you like, I think 3 months to pay it. And they never follow you up because they know Kenyans don't pay. And the Kenyans prefer Safaricom because they're normally patient enough. They can even allow you even 5 months. Come on, these other loans, the mobile, forget about the mobile. These other ones, Shylock, that you go and place an item there. Kenyans are lipangi, and somebody have placed or have pledged their television there. Somebody have left, I don't know, household items na lipi. Sasa hii yenye hakuna security ameacha, do you think they'll pay? They're not going to pay this money. Sio kupenda kwao, because when they were taking this loan, I don't think somebody who is comfortable will go and pick a loan at 500. If you see somebody picking a loan as low as 500 shillings, amekuwa pushed, akona some need,
and majorly it is a basic need, and the basic need majorly I'm speaking of food. Mtu atachukua loan kununua nguo. So this person doesn't have money, atachukua hii pesa aikule, the next day aanze kufikiria kwengine tena. So it will be hard. It will be hard. And the people
and
who are
let me
paying
ask
those
you a question.
Yeah.
Uko Kenya wewe, si ndio?
No, siko Kenya sahi. I was there. I left after elections in September, but I frequently come after 3 months hivi. Niko karibu, niko Mogadishu, so coming to Kenya like nikichukua muda sana, 3 months, 4 months, and I'm in Kenya.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When you go to Kenya, how much does 500 do to? I mean, what if I gave you 500 right now? No, uko Nairobi. Hata enda ushago.
No. Let me tell you, 500 shillings huwezi fanya nayo kitu. Like 500 shillings is $3.5. Let me not think in terms of dollars. Your 500 ukiingia nayo, let me tell you, at a breakfast in Kenya, yeah. The last time ilikuwa huko September, hiyo maziwa inauzwa 60 bob. That is the cheapest. Bread is 60 bob. So to buy milk and bread is 120.
Tushafika 127. Tuko 127 sasa.
Exactly. Ujanunua skari. Skari 1 kilo sahi is 150 shillings.
So sasa tuko 2
So that money, it cannot even prepare for you breakfast, because this breakfast bado utataka. So those people who go to hotels kukunywa chai, like if you go and take breakfast, you'll use 200 for breakfast. So your pesa hata fare peke yake, kama ule mtu anakaa Rongai, fare ni 150. If you have 500, if you go to town and come back, obviously you'll not take lunch. You'll maybe take some tea and mandazi, and that is the end of it. The next day hakuna kitu utafanya nayo.
na hiyo ndio tunaambiwa ati sasa ni kusaidiwa. Na umetoa kazi na sio umetoa kazi kwa vijana.
Yeah, kazi kwa vijana. In fact, kazi kwa vijana was helping them. Mtu alikuwa anapata pesa yake hiyo 500, at the end of the week akona 1000 karibu 2. This 2000 kama ni kijana, at least kuna venye atajipanga kidogo, ama there are some people amekaa kwa nyumba ya 4000, ama amekaa kwa nyumba ya, there are some single rooms at 3500, amelipa rent yake, amejua after 2 weeks amemalizana na rent. So at least na si ni deni, but sahi hiyo wizi yenye inataka kuendelea wacha tu, don't say it.
So hiyo ni bidii yako. Ukienda pale ukaenda kukata nyasi. I traveled to Nyeri na niliona watu wakikata nyasi on the sides of the road. Ukikata hiyo nyasi upewe hiyo 500, hiyo ni yako wewe mwenyewe, ndo ukafanya, si deni ya mtu.
Exactly. Sasa hata hiyo nyasi wako wanaikata the whole day, ilikuwa ni like kazi ya half day na mtu anaenda shughuli zingine. Hiyo ni pesa yako. Si eti ni umeenda bado mtu anakudai, ni jasho yako na umekula. At the end of the day, we also had to see it in this other way. The streets were clean. Like hizi slums zilikuwa safi because they were cleaning these places. Na pia walikuwa wamepunguzia city council kanjo kazi. So the streets were clean. Kama hiyo nyasi, things were clean. Na pesa pia imeingia kwa mfuko.
So you tell me, sir, where are we going as our country? Because mi unajua nakaga hapa saa zingine hata naogopa kuingia hata hapa tuongee, because niko na uchungu ingine iko ndani yangu ile na shanga, because I saw people 500 right now in Nairobi. Hata enda ushago. So I saw people working. Niliona vijana wakifanya kazi mimi as I was driving by. And I could see that and I was saying, wow, kumbe zile siku si tulikuwaga high school, tulikuwa campus, ukiwa na kitu kama hiyo tu kwenda wakata nyasi pale, umelipwa kitu yako, uende kutafuta kwa shamba ya mtu, uambie Mama Mary nipatie kazi fulani, unaenda kwa serikali unapewa. Sasa ukitoa hiyo alafu nipatie 500 ya deni. What are we doing, my brother? I'm asking you as the moderator. What exactly are we doing to our country, and what are we doing to our young people? Not even the young people, hata wazee walikuwa kienda huko, ukitaka kwenda kupata tu unaenda unafanya, ukate nyasi pale, barabara zinakaa vizuri, our country is starting to look like a first world country na kila kitu. Sasa tunaacha hizo manyasi zote zimee na kila kitu, na na bado kila mtu ako na deni kwa country yetu. Are we really thinking about what we are doing? I mean, I know where I live. I understand. I've seen. And I know what I'm talking about, and I know what I saw in Kenya. Leo, as the moderator hapa, please elaborate na wewe mtu umeishi pia mahali mbalimbali. Ambia watu bwana, waache mchezo.
No, really, what the government is doing, the government is trying to create what is called a needy economy, a begging economy. The government is trying to create an economy whereby instead of, they want to create more hustlers as they want to create more people who are unable to provide for themselves at the bottom. So once you have so many people who are unable to provide for themselves at the bottom, then these people will remain worshiping you because their lives will be dependent on your mercy. Like if today an elected MP or MCA says kesho naenda kupatia watu wangu lunch, they are going to get crowd. Why? Because these people are not having anything. But if these people are empowered, if these people are getting their kazi kwa mtaani na MCA aseme anakuja kupeana unga moja, nobody will come. And if you think that Kenya is moving on the right direction, just look at this festive. Angalia the videos they were playing. I saw people waliendea chakula kwa Ruto Sugoi. You would think, I don't know, people are crowded there. These other MPs in their village, they were giving food, and they were giving, I think, a packet of flour to mchele and to skari. And I saw people are crowded there. I saw in Mumias, the whole stadium was full. So what does it tell you? People are hungry. People are hungry. They don't have anything. So they remain to worship the leaders and the politicians. And the politicians are the ones who are making them hungry. So Ruto wants to create a following. You want to force a following of those people who are needy. It doesn't happen even in other countries. I work with some Ugandans, and there's a day we were sitting down and I was asking them, Museveni have ruled them for these years, and we Kenyans see Museveni as a dictator. Any country see Museveni as a dictator. Why is it that they've never gone to demonstrate and do things the way Kenyans do and push out the government? Then you told me one thing, that what happens with Uganda is, however much Museveni is a dictator, in terms of maybe democracy is doing poor, but Ugandans are full. They have enough to eat. And somebody will only push the government to the wall if they're hungry. But if you have, Museveni does not interfere with their agriculture. He doesn't have interest in their bananas. He doesn't have interest in their maize production. He doesn't do business of importing or selling maize. He doesn't sell bananas. He doesn't deal with their products. So they are free. What about Kenya? We were told by Gachagua that this season they will not be interested in coffee, tea, and milk. But according to how they're operating, they are shifting that interest to maize, rice, and sugarcane. So these are the people who are going to suffer. These are the people whose economies are going to be destroyed. So in Kenya, we don't have food to eat. So what do? We see our leaders as food. So when Ruto calls you, you are a hustler, and he promises to give you hustler fund, you'll all vote for him and follow him because he's going to give you money. Are you seeing that? So this is what is happening. I'm currently in Somalia, and I hear people saying, Somalia is a failed state. But I do tell them, despite the fact that Somalia is a failed state, that country, there is something called fairness. Those people who are working hard, you'll never miss anything to eat. The government is not interfering with what people are doing. And I think that they're doing much better than us. Apart from maybe some people who are finding it rough, maybe things to do with peace. But in reality, with the little resources that they are having, I can tell you the Dasani water that we buy in Kenya, I think it is 60 shillings, the 500 milliliter. Yeah? Here, if I have $1, I get 3 of them. That is 1,500 ml at $1. The Coca-Cola, this plastic bottle, I buy 3 at $1, but in Kenya, one is 70 shillings or 80 shillings. So it tells you that even these people that we overlook and say that serikali yao iko fail, they are doing better than us. They are doing better than us. So Kenya, hii mambo ya hustler fund ndio inaenda kutumaliza. By the time we are going to reach May, most of the youths watakuwa wame default, they have loans to pay. So what next? We are going to have a hopeless country. We are really going to be hopeless. There's nothing that the government is doing. The government inashughulika na wale matajiri that they were telling us they have made us poor. They're the ones whose interest they are looking at. They are the ones they are dropping their cases. They are the ones they are giving jobs. But wale wananchi waliambiwa watatengenezewa chao hakiko. So I don't know what will happen next year. We are just praying, but we need to act. We don't need to pray. Prayers without action will not do anything. We need to act. We need to mobilize and maybe teach and enlighten as many as we can. Me, sometimes when I meet somebody, when I even make phone calls, I try to explain to people the situation where we are, at least so that they can see some sense and change their mind. They can see some sense and change their mind. You just talk to an individual that you know this person is still believing that Ruto is going to do something. Talk to them. If you talk to them for 30 minutes, they'll see some sense and they'll call you back and say, really? Hata kama tunatetea hii serikali inatuumiza. Ongea leo hajaonekana. Mama Mary, karibu.
Thank you, Leo. Kenyan with love and Toroitich. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. I don't know. So, but everybody is fine. I can see your faces. Only Toroitich has disappeared. Anyway, mimi kusema kweli, those 500 shillings ni kitu ya kupotosha watu wakae kama ati tumesaidiwa, alafu the next minute unashtuka imeenda wapi? That is the question, because it's nothing. It's like ni kama vumbi vile, unaweza kuwa na vumbi pahali alafu ufanye tu namna hiyo itoke. Can you imagine you being a parent? Let's say for example, upatie mtoto wako shilingi 500, umwambie enda ukaanzishe biashara na sikutaki hapa, so utaishi na mimi tena, so go and start a business, 500 shillings. Are you telling me that that child will go and disappear and start a business, will not come back to you? Kama vile Leo amesema, hiyo 500 ni kiigizo, ni kitu ya kujiegemeza nacho ili baadaye utasema mimi niliwasaidia. Ruto atasema aliwasaidia, aliwapea pesa. The other side is that this money is to make those people more poor. Why? The moment the government will start running after them, if they do that, it will be chaos. And this is the time people will realize that that money was not for free, or that money was to get me. What I am seeing is that already those people have registered themselves, their names, now it's with the government. I'm thinking in many different dimensions. Could be these names will be used during election time, or will be used to chase these people to pay the money in interest so that the government can get them the money and corrupt, or is to make these people feel that they were given the money, but now because you did not pay, the government does not have more money to give you. It goes on and give these people no hope of rising again. As I see this government, surely it's working very hard to see Kenyans go into their knees. Poor. If, as Leo says about Somalia, things are cheaper than in Kenya. If Gachagua was talking about coffee and milk and whatever, they will not interfere with it. But they will interfere with the staple food that is maize. What I'm thinking, to my own opinion, those people who are large-scale farmers, they seem to have a voice over Ruto. And Ruto wants them to feel the pinch so that they can follow him or listen to him, what he is saying. And this undermines the whole country, because if those people, large-scale farmers of maize, are put into their knees, the country is over, because that is where those people get money, and that's where Kenyans get food, because definitely Kenyans use flour, corn flour, to have their food, or they use maize to make githeri. If we don't get this staple food, where are we heading? Okay, this introduction of GMO, it doesn't go away then. It will come to Kenya and it will be, dumped in our country. Because now the people who had voice, the people who are large-scale farmers of maize, have been put away, they have been slashed, they have been swept away, and then here is GMO. He is playing many cards at the same time, trying to see which will hold on the wall. So, for me, I'm always skeptical with what the government is doing. I'm always alert that there is nothing good that is going to come out of this government. Their aim is for we to listen to Ruto. He wants to command the whole country. For me, I feel very, very bad that everybody in Kenya is going to be silenced by one person. A very bad person who has no interest of whoever, whether you suffer or not. What kind of a situation are we in now? Can we get out of it? What can we do, we Kenyans? Can we unite and make a voice? Are we supposed to accept the way the country is going so that we can have peace of our own? Is that the way we are going to do it? When I look at how these things are being planned, it's slowly coming in, and we are going slower, then we'll be hovered. We'll be covered by the mud. So Kenyans, don't think about that only point, what you see he is doing. Let's open up our wide mind and see, why is he able to do this? Can we do alternatively? Can we do a different way so that we are not covered by the mud? How can we do this? Because you see now, we have tried to raise our voice, especially, let me say, for example, when the case was taken to court and the court rubbishes all the evidence that was put there. Because I believe any case that you have evidence, and the one evidence is proven that it's really true, the case falls, the case wins, because that one evidence makes the case more strong, and it shows that the case stands. If all this evidence were put away, and we are shown by face that somebody can come and slap you, Even if you have evidence, Kenyans, we are in bad shape. But the court is not the decision maker of our country. We can always come in a different angle. Because if you are a person who is trying to downrate people in a country, you are only you. But there are millions of people. Who is more heard? Who has more voice? If we start shouting and he shouts from the other end, who will be heard? That's the way Kenyans we need to do. Those judges are not above the law. Nobody in Kenya above the law. Even the president. However, he has got mandate. He has got powers of a certain kind. But he cannot be over all these millions of people in Kenya and tell them you're gonna lie down. Our voice is more powerful than those few whom we have elected. One person is elected by millions of people. So you want to tell me those million of people are voiceless? They have to keep quiet to listen to the person who is finishing them, putting them down like fools. Kenyans, we need to think, which other way can we do this? And we have many ways. Unity can always make us go through. We cannot be under somebody's voice, how many we are, and we keep quiet. Everybody is feeling a pinch that really is making you feel you cannot sit down and relax. And that is what we need to feel more and more so that we can act and have our country together. I heard somebody say that a person can take a gun and threaten you. Now we know whom we are dealing with. Do we have a different way to tackle this problem? Do we have a different idea of how we can get over it? Kenyans, we have got so many things that are really going wrong right now. Everything is going wrong. And especially when you see people have got no food in their house. And it's not that you cannot get food. It is as if it is being controlled not to reach you. What has happened to people? My question is, what is going on in people's mind that people used to try to deliver food to other people, to other corners so that they can sell and eat? But people have gone down slowly. And this is something that has been timed very well. And they have been going slowly watching. Come to think, somebody who has got so much money and somebody who is dying because of hunger. You have so much money and somebody is dying because of hunger. My question comes, what do you feel, you having so much and somebody next to you is dying because of hunger? Not because of a disease, because of hunger. We need to think twice. We need to voice our voice. I see people sometimes they relax and they start saying, what can we do? We need to unite to have a voice, and everybody has an idea. Can we do this? The other one will say, can we do this? The other one will say, can we do this? And all these, when they come together, it becomes a strong thing. I might not have an idea, but somebody else might have an idea. And that's why we come here to this forum, to unite and have to share what do you have in your mind. I may be having a different idea, and I may be made to understand the other idea. Then we go on and share these ideas and get to the point. The country is shaking. And when I look at how things are going in our country, it is becoming tough. Every day, tough. What are we thinking? Kenyans, come together. Let's unite. Let's have a talk. Let's have ideas, and we will conquer this. Even those who are in politics, I know there are people from their area they know that are going through so much, going through so painful situations. But they could be hiding their faces or burying their heads under the sand, but they know there is problem going on. We are not politicians, and we don't want to be. We want our country, and we want to fight for our country. That is my point. And my point is to come together, bring your point, let's unite, and then we get a conclusion of how we can tackle our problem of our country. Because our country right now is going the wrong direction. The comments that we see these politicians making, seriously speaking, I just feel, what are they talking about? You see somebody with big tummy, somebody you see that really is prominent. Are you thinking of that person dying because of hunger? Because I am not rich, and I think about the pain somebody hungry is going through in our country. I have seen it. And if that is where the country is heading, or the person is directing us there so that we can adore him, God help us. Let's unite. Let's have a talk. The people who unite and talk, they make a very strong conclusion. With no hypocrisy, let's be honest to each other, and we will make it. Kenya, wake up. Kenya is a country that is known so far doing very well, but now it's a laughing stock. Let's not let it go there. We can resurrect our country in a better way. Raila said something that people should think about. Thank you so much. I'm still here.
Thank you for that contribution. Really, we need to change, and we need to see how things are happening, because Kenyans, we are going to be made slaves. We'll have no option. Just like ukiwa na kuku pale na uitoe manyoya yote, or maybe you leave it hungry in a cage for some 5 days. So the next day, hata ukikuja na tumaindi to Grainsville, this chicken will follow you. So that is, this chicken will follow you, na saa zile utaitoa manyoya, alafu ukiipatia mahindi, itakula ione ni kama wewe ni mtu muhimu, umemsaidia sana. It will forget you are the one who contributed to its suffering. So that is what Ruto is trying to do. That is what the Gachagua's are trying to do. And they are still looking for legitimacy. That is why they keep on saying, oh, sisi sijui wa Kikuyu, sijui nini. They are still looking for that legitimacy. They are still looking for those people who will stand with them and feel part of them, because nobody is feeling part of this government. Not even the ones who are in the Kenya Kwanza. You saw recently, they already started complaining that only the UDA faction is being rewarded. These other guys are not being rewarded. Yeah, I've seen somebody saying somewhere that Kenya Kwanza, not Kenya Kwanza, that Azimio lied to other parties. I don't know who are these other parties, because if you talk of Azimio, already you're talking for those of those other parties
that there are several parties that came up to form Azimio. So between Azimio and these other parties, who came first and who can lie to the other one? So how will Azimio lie to the parties that formed it? I don't think that is making sense, because Azimio was formed by a group of parties who came together. And if you form a circle and you decide to leave the circle, you cannot talk of the circle betraying you. You're the one who betrayed the circle, because the circle still exists. So you can't claim any benefit from the circle that you're not a member of, the circle that you've left and maybe decided to join another circle or be independent because of some short-term happiness or short-term goodies that you've been given elsewhere. So Raila talked today, and I think he gave some hope that we are not giving up until we get what rightfully belongs to us. And we are not giving up. And in this journey, it is a journey that can only be walked by loyal soldiers and loyal generals. Those people who are not loyal cannot be able to make it to reach where he wants us to go. And here is where loyalty will have to count. Those people who can stand to be counted, those people who can stand for something and say that we stood for this. These Kenya Kwanza already fighting on their own. I'm just getting some updates that the loyal leaders today held a meeting in Bungoma, whereby they really warned Gachagua to stop interfering with the Sakaja. They've also started speaking. They're claiming they're speaking with one voice as lawyers, and they're now warning Gachagua to leave alone Sakaja. And when Gachagua is coming, he is warning Sakaja to leave alone the Kikuyu business. So I'm yet to see the Kikuyu MPs also calling a Kamkunji to defend Gachagua. So I don't know which Kikuyus he speaks of, because he is speaking on his own. I've not seen those, apart from that Kiambu woman, I don't know, Muchomba or who was speaking on matters of Nairobi when she is not even elected in Nairobi. So tukomali pabaya, Kenya and the love. We need to pray for this country, yeah?
You know, my brother Leo, kwanza umetajia kitu ya Sakaja. I think I wanted to start because nitakimbia kidogo, but I wanted to start with that thing of Sakaja. But actually, let me start with Raila. You know, I don't know if people really don't go back and read wakaelewa kule Raila ametoka na kule Ruto ametoka and where this whole thing came from. You know, Ruto just came to the limelight just the other day when he had that ile kofia ya Ruto, ile iko na tumaka hapa hivi. Unajua tule twa Kenya. Just the other day akipigana huko na Kivuitu.
Alirinemiwa kanaitwa Karuto, kakofia kanini ka Kenya hivi
ya. Akipigana na kida Kivuitu huko. And he came, and there's so many things that we know about Ruto and the Rift Valley that are very serious that some of us don't ever want to talk about them. Because sometimes when we talk about them, we rattle some snakes. And like, you know, Nani told us, the guy, Michuki told us, if you rattle a snake, expect to be bitten. No, so I think tunaogopaga kurattle vitu zingine, but this guy has messed a lot of things in Kenya even before he is where he is, and that's why he has so many cases and have been there. Some of us we know, even the Muteshi lands and all that. You can hear another leader that you can count 5 cases na yuko, including ICC. You know. Nanakuja and trying to do whatever. But one thing I wanted to talk about Sakaja, I think I was here and I said it a long time ago when we were campaigning here. Sakaja is a leader. And I knew hatapelekana mbali na Gachagua because Sakaja is a Nairobian. Sakaja is a kijana. Sakaja is a good leader who is a progressive leader. Even though he's not on my side kabisa because he left alituacha. Yeye alienda side ya udaku na huko. But I always knew, and I said it here, Sakaja will win that thing. As a Nairobian, I knew it. Because Sakaja has that leadership skills where if you make a mistake, na I hope bado unanisikia Leo na Mama Mary pia na kila mtu mwingine. The thing is with Sakaja, even when he started running for that seat, there's a time alishikwa kama amekosa time ya COVID and he quit his
alishikwa hiyo time ya COVID, alikuwa hizo nini za inaitwa Landis Lodge. That is why he got the name.
But you see, alikubali.
Akakuja aka apologize.
Na akasema kwanza hata hiyo committee I quit. You know, that's an affinity that we don't have in our leaders in Kenya. They will not quit. Hata ukishukwa na makosa. Some other countries you go and you're late, just late for a meeting, and you have to quit your position. The guy quit his committee. Says ambia mtu a quit committee. Kwanza anapigana anataka ile committee connects na ile ingine na kila kitu, because that's how they get their per diems. That's how they make their money. And that's why you find it's a life and death thing for them to be in parliament and even to be in committees. Ukinyima mtu committee anaanza kulia. Kijibaba kizima kinaanza kulia. You know, it's dumb, because when you find people who are so in leadership just because of their per diems and their you know their commissions na kila na vitu kama hizo, and the only way you will find them in parliament is because they want their money instead of the leadership that took you there. Mtu akishindwa anaanza kulia huko, inakuwa death and yani mpaka mnauana. And let me tell you, Leo, that's the day I respected Sakaja. The day alishikwa kwa makosa na akatoka kwa committee. Sijaona mtu mwingine ametoka. I was saying it here before tatunini, and I said Sakaja is going to win. Even though mimi ni mtu wa Azimio na alikuwa side ingine. But it's because also as Kenyans we have to look at leaders more than party. Once we have leaders, then we will move on. And even us in Azimio, we have to look at who's a good leader, who's going to benefit Leo and home kwao, who's going to benefit that. Just because mtu ako Azimio na ni mtu hata hivi, then nana hiyo values za Azimio, then why would you even vote them? Just because mtu ako Jubilee nana values, why would you even do that? But again, also, why are we also going to parties? Because I believe parties should be, if you're going to a party, you want to believe in what they believe. I mean, in an ideology. So Azimio, I believe Azimio was the declaration of unity. Azimio la Umoja, where we all come together. And when you realize what you have in Azimio today, you have people from all kind of, you know, forms of life being together and having it. But when you go to the other side, the UDA side, I can almost tell you is just two of them. Mostly Kasentro hapa na Gachagua, no mwingine wa Nandi. Bas. Utu twingine ni surplus. Hata kama mtu wa ketu ni ka surplus tu. Hata sijui kule kaliendaga, sikasikiagi siku hizi. You see? Because Kenya is big. There's somebody that was writing today, Leo, that we have 47 tribes. We don't have 47. I think we had 50 because we have the Nubians and we still have the other one that came in this time. But again, are we worried about how many tribes we have? No, we want to be a Kenyan. We want to do the best that we can do. And our Kenya to be the best of the best. Mali tulikuwa tumeanza kufika, the first world country kind of way moving. That's what I believe in. Imagine me hapo ndo nakwaga. I say this every time, and I think I'm being repetitive. Because we cannot keep on staying a third world country. Leo nikuulize, wewe uko Somali. Barabara zilienda wapi sasa? Zile nini, the what do you call it, the express highway? What is happening? I hear saizi hakuna mtu anashughulika nayo kitu.
They told us we are not eating roads, and they are forgetting that ule mama mboga mwenye wanasema ili mboga ifike sokoni ikitoka pale Kinango, Kinungi I mean, ama ikitoka pale Naivasha ama huko Ruai, ili ifike soko it needs a good road. If the road is not okay, then mboga itaribika soko. But they said we are not eating roads. They are forgetting that huyo mtu wa boda ili aweze kufika town na drop customer rudi achukue mwingine atengeneza enough money, lazima barabara ikuwe sawa. So we have a government who doesn't know what they are doing. There are people who came in power to oppose, or because they were against somebody who was there. That was their main reason for contesting, because they were against the family or the person who was there, the person who was contesting. There was no any other reason why they were elected. They were elected because they were saying hustlers watachukua ushukani, waondoe dynasties. They didn't have any other reason. So now they've been given, and they've realized that these people they are calling dynasties are still there. They have their lives to live. There's nothing they can do with their life. They cannot change their status. They cannot change the legitimacy that they had. So hawana cha kufanya. They're now stranded. What do they do next?
And the thing is that, like you said, very, very well said, they don't have the legitimacy, so they are still fighting that legitimacy. You see, at least Uhuru at least knew how to go get the legitimacy. He did go and get it, but this time is not as easy as Uhuru did it, because at the time he went and got the legitimacy and he became a president and he did what he needed to do. So today, when you're talking about Thika Highway, you can talk about Kibaki. When you talk about the Express Highway, you can talk about Uhuru. But then again, what are we talking about these guys in the first, the first less than 100 days? These guys, we're just still talking about, village kind of way of doing politics. People who don't even understand that they're the leaders of a whole country, not village leaders. And we're here trying to even make people go broke. We've forgotten about infrastructure. We've forgotten about everything. Things that we're doing, watu wa Probox, unapatana na mtu wa Probox, huko amepita, huko anaendea Mirama, anaendea nini. Now you don't even have that, and then you're talking about you're trying to help our country. What are you trying to help it with? Mara mmechanganikiwa, mara sijui mmetuma port tena, sijui Mombasa tena mnairudisha, sijui Naivasha. What are we doing? I don't get it. Mimi nanichanganya bwana. Mimi nimechanganikiwa hata sijielewi. Maybe hapa kuna Mkenya mwingine anaweza kuja niambie, what am I missing here? Do we have a country? Saizi tunapigana ati tunataka Leo, we want to impeach a governor, and I listened to that whole thing in the basis of I didn't see
making his husband a patron, huh? And there's a governor who went on record and said, I've appointed him ambassador, and the office is not going to we are not going to pay him. But here is the daughter of the deputy president who appointed herself the office of the first daughter without even telling you publicly that I've appointed myself in this office and I'm not going to take your money. And you cheer that and say that is okay, it is allowed. You see the first lady and the second lady daily. But now, this one who made it public, you now say it is wrong. Sometimes I was listening to those things and I was like, and the senators are taking time. I think those senators were just there to get the allowances. I will see the way Sifuna was really, he wasn't in that place. Like he was asking himself, when is this thing going to end? I had him ask some questions to these people like,
you're very right. You're very right.
Sifuna
didn't want to be there.
Yeah, he didn't want to be there. I was reading his mood, even the kind of the questions he was asking, like, what are these? Have you ever had when people are voting for this lady, did they know her when she was a women rep? Did you ever had such situations that she's working with her husband or what that were bringing for us here? So the other senators were there. They just want to. They just want the allowances. They are there burning midnight and wasting electricity in the parliament building instead of using that time to impeach Gachagua. They don't know the person they're supposed to impeach.
Hey, by the way, did you hear that she was praying in the church wearing red? What does that have to do with anything?
What does it have to do? When did the government start controlling how people are worshiping? When did the government start controlling how people are worshiping?
And then the other one that I know it's a little bit of controversial, but I think she didn't do it. I didn't see anything wrong that she did. If she came over there and told the ladies, look, if you guys, you guys should go and get elective seats and not just wait here to get freebies to be just given nominations. What's wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with that?
That's his opinion. That's how he speaks to people. It's an opinion.
Kwanza kitu ya chichacha ati kuvaa red, that is she was praying and kutoa mapepo. Are you seriously telling me that is what you're bringing into the Senate?
The same people last year, the first lady, who was the second lady by that time, told us how she prayed and that dirty and salty water from their home well changed and became clean, and nobody had a problem with that. She performed a miracle in her house. Nobody had a problem with that. So why are you so bothered?
Me today, I don't know if you heard anything that was legit. For me, I listened to everything, and I was trying to listen to actually understand, because I followed the whole thing. I did not hear anything legit that really is constituting to a governor being impeached. I did not hear anything constitutional. I did not hear anything that actually constitutes for her to be impeached. Tuseme ukweli tu. Kama kuna mtu alisikia, tafadhali sema. Mimi sikusikia. Leo, I did not hear anything that constitutes. And I think that's why Sifuna, because Sifuna is also a very serious leader. I think that's why he was very agitated. He was just, mnatusumbua akili bwana. I think even at some point, Alwale started changing his mind in how he was moderating the whole thing. Did you see that?
That is what was happening. If you look at the charges that were there, Mimi, I was left asking the question is, who is going to benefit when she is impeached? Because number one, when she is impeached, we know there is no election that is going to be done constitutionally. If we were going to go for an election, then we would say Kiraitu, people like Monya would be beneficiaries because they'll have an opportunity to present themselves to voters. But in this case, no. When she is impeached, the deputy governor will resume the office and appoint another deputy. So the next question we need to ask ourselves, if it is a matter of she is not compromised, she did not get compromised, could it be that the deputy is somebody who can be compromised so that somebody wants a governor who they will compromise and draw line and follow what they want? Then number two, who is this person who wants to compromise the county assembly? It is not the MCS, obviously. The county assembly is that county government is being compromised by people who are interested with the big and huge tenders. And if you look at the county assembly, which party has got the majority? It is Kenya Kwanza. So if Kenya Kwanza were really against the impeachment of Kawira, I don't think William Ruto, who would go and bring together MP and the governor aspirants and tell them that you're going to help me in the national duties, will lack maybe some capacity as a president just to summon all the UDA MCAs and tell them, shut down that impeachment. He had that power. He didn't do it. He didn't comment. So that one, it raises some eyebrows. Who is the interested party?
So I
Who
think
was
your
the
guess is
deputy
as good
governor?
as
Isn't
mine.
this guy Muvuria something? Something
I
like
don't
that.
know the deputy governor, but I understand the deputy governor is now, somebody who will now be compromised. They'll just tell him, you see, we now made you the governor without going for an election, so now you have to do what we want.
But you see,
We have.
the problem, my brother, the problem that we have on the with this devolved governments, the thing that we have, and that's why I think I want to first of all congratulate somebody that was called the Makueni guy, Kibuda Kibwana, when he went bad na akasema hata mkitaka tufunge kitu tutafunga bwana. We just start afresh. Because what happens nowadays is that as a governor, if you go against your MCAs, because what they want per diems, they want this, all the money making the committees, and they want they just want to make money. You go against them, they will try to take you out. They will hold you because you're the one holding the money to come in there. And that's why you find that you can find an MCA crying foul saying that barabara ya kwake jengwa. Why didn't you push it? The money came to your county. Why didn't you push for that barabara to be jengwad? So now are you going back to Laumu national government? For what? You should have pushed to bring all that into your, uko kwenyu. Why are you even looking for ward fund and all that? For what? You already have an MP who's fighting for CDF. You're already there. You can make laws, and you can actually ask. You can push. Bring bring and get your road itengenezwe. Bring a motion and all that. Why is it? It's all about money. Kwenda kufanya sijui ati, what do you call this? When they go to ati, they're going to look at somewhere. What do they call that thing? Benchmarking. You want to go benchmark, you want per diem, you want your committees, you want nini, then you're just using that money. And that's the problem that we have, because people are going into leadership to get money instead of going to leadership for public service. Kwanza saizi na venye kila kitu iko devolved. You tell me why me as an MCA of Machakos ward somewhere down in Machakos somewhere there, why should I be running again to the national government?
People, if there is a position that people need to elect responsible leaders, it is the MCAs. But the way watu wamedunisha kiti cha MCA is what makes our counties not to operate. So if you have a good governor, like Kisumu got a good governor, even if the MCAs are dumb, he knows how he will get things done. But if you have a dumb or a rogue governor, my friend, you are doomed. If you have a good members of the county assembly, even with a dumb governor, a governor who knows nothing, that county will have to operate, because we have everything devolved. Why would you complain of health? It is devolved. Agriculture is devolved. So why would an MCA keep on walking, looking for the national leader, looking for the president? For what purpose? You have the budget there. Why can't you plan for the roads within your ward? Why can't you push for the equipment of the hospitals within your ward? Why can't you push and ensure that you have the ECD sections within each and every primary school within your ward? These are things that have been devolved. They even have ward, I don't know what, there's a certain fund for the ward fund there. So these guys are joking. The MCAs are the joke. And people, they have placed that MCA seat to be seen as if it is not important. And when you see serious people going for such seats, people are saying like, well, so when they kiti cha mbunge. In fact, you better have an illiterate MP and you have a good MCA
who will develop you at the ward level. Because each and every ward, in my constituency, we are having 4 wards. So we better have an MP who will lazy around, but we have somebody who is responsible at the ward level. Because even this, the role of MP basically is just to make some laws and to represent you at the national level there. They don't have anything much that they can do. The CDF that they are given, there is a CDF committee that is managing. So the person who is having the greatest responsibility in this devolution or in this bottom-up model of devolution is the MCS down here. But people look at the list in Nairobi, and you'll find 70% of the MCS, those people who are they are rogue. They are people with some bad history. Some of them are people who are gang leaders in their respective areas. If you go to places like Dandora, places like Madare, you cannot just go there as a simple you and you go there with ideas that they elect you. We have gang leaders in those areas. They're the ones who are being elected. So when they go to the county assembly, the only thing they know is per diem. The only thing they know is chaos. The only thing they know is impeachment. Eh? They don't know anything. And if you think these things are lies, if you checked the way they were, how they were getting maybe sworn in, an MCA who cannot even read a simple oath, just reading what has been written there. So how will this MCA read the county assembly's act and know this act says that as an MCA I need to approve this thing before it is spent? How will they read it? These are the same MCAs whereby if you have some first guys who are chap there, they'll come with the things and their role will just be to sign and to vote. I saw MCAs cannot even read, just reading an oath. I so and so do swear. They cannot read. And the ones who are nominated, how are they nominated? These guys, people nominate their girlfriends and those people who are dancing during their campaigns without any content. It's really sad. Yeah. I know maybe I'm speaking English or whatever is not the measure of intelligence, but these things are correlated because English, we have to agree, is the language of instruction that is used in our schools. And you cannot tell me that you'll get a concept if you can't listen to it. Because how will you get the concept in mathematics that is taught in that English if you don't know it? So actually, people should not defend maybe their ignorance or lack of content.
Leo,
yeah,
and that's the same MCA that wants to go to benchmarking in Belgium.
This MCA wants to go on benchmark in Belgium. So I'm wondering if we are having Kikuyu or the Luo Belgians there who are going to explain to him they want to go on benchmark in Belgium. I saw one MCA, I don't know, from Migori, who can't even speak Swahili. This MCA is going to benchmark in Mombasa. And it's going to take a whole week there. So I'm wondering, in these benchmarkings, they don't do anything. I have a friend of mine, I worked with him. He was retired in TSC, and I called him in a certain school in Mogadishu. So he left, and he was active in politics. He used to send some money to the governor. So he was given some position there. So just the first week of appointment, the guy sent me some photos and called me, they went to Japan to go and benchmark. And I was asking, after that benchmarking, I was asking what was happening there. These guys go to enjoy and sleep in hotels and they carry their girlfriends and their side chicks. They don't go with their wives there. So they carry the whole entourage. When they go there, they don't even have notebooks. I was asking, what were you benchmarking? Those guys just went to visit places. So what will seeing Red Sea help you when you go to if you didn't check how this Red Sea is used maybe in some agriculture, how will it help you? Just taking photos there that you see. These guys are really joking. These guys are really joking.
But I think
World Cup, you saw what happened. You are the one who was telling us, Kenya sent the largest delegation, including the president in Qatar, and we were not participating. They did not take the technical bench. They did not take our coaches here. They did not take our players here to go and learn some skills. But people who cannot kick balls went there. They were there watching the game. Then they came back. They used our taxpayers' money. We have this minister of tourism, Alfred Mutua. I think he was given that position to go and to become a tourist. Do you need to become a tourist? Really? He visited several places. Even this weekend, I was seeing him. I don't know, I'm here. But these things are not bringing anything. They're not making any impact. They're just benefiting themselves and their families. They just got an opportunity to go and explore outside there.
So let me make you laugh. This is a personal experience. So every February, we have the 7th in Vegas, right? In Las Vegas, every February. Do you know how many MCAs we meet out there? After my MP, then they never even get to the field. Now us, normally we go there to have a good time, you know. But do you know how many of them you meet around there? They never even get to the field, and they're using the government's money at the benchmarking. You know, it's so. Uliza mtu mwingine atakwambia, I'm not lying.
Before when the year, we have this Bunge FC. It's played by MPs. There was East African games, parliamentary games that was played in South Sudan. The MPs and the senators who played Bunge FC, it's not professional, went. And you know, the same day they were going, were they the rugby players were stranded. They did not even have air ticket. And these are people who are going to represent the country. And those are the guys who are going to play games just for leisure. They went. This Nyayo Stadium, I'm a fan of football. Nyayo Stadium was closed for about 3 or 4 years that they were doing some renovation. But this Nyayo Stadium was opened for the MPs, the Bunge FC. That is where they were training and playing their games. When the clubs like the AFC, the Gor Mahia, and the Harambee Stars could not even train there. Currently, we are having City Stadium was closed. They said it was under renovation during the reign of Evans Kidero. Sonko came, went, Badi came, went, Sakaja, it is still locked. But when you go there weekends, the sons and the daughters of the rich are playing there. But you're being told it is under renovation. Nothing is taking place there. And this is the country that Ababu Namwamba thinks that when he takes some photos with some aluminium tracksuits, that one will take us to World Cup in 2030. It won't happen. It won't happen.
Which stadium can you host even an African Cup of Nations? You watch a World Cup?
We don't have any. The only stadium we have is Kasarani, and it is not even up to. We don't have stadium. Ruto promised 6 stadiums. Had he built such stadiums, right now we'll be talking of hosting Africa Cup of Nations. But we don't have such stadiums.
And Qatar, which is a quarter of your country,
yeah,
just hosted the best of the best. And remember, even with their culture, they had to host people. Even they had to tell what to.
I was really wondering, Qatar, which is an Islamic state, their culture, they're not footballers. Football is not among the best games played there. They hosted World Cup, and that World Cup is described as one of the best events. One of the best events. They did it simply because they had leaders who were willing and they knew how important the event was.
But how do you do this if Kamaziwa kale kadogo hivi Kamaziwa kale kadogo hivi KQ kana kukost $200? I mean 200 shillings. Kamaziwa kale kadogo hivi ka $20 ka 20 bob kana kukost hiyo kukingia KQ. So everybody that is making that money to chakula twingine tu ujinga KQ, you know what? SGR, you go in there. I'm just saying something that I know. Don't quote me, but
I used SGR in September. I think it was after the elections and the stress of waiting for the results. So I decided to go to Mombasa for some 4 days, and I used SGR. And the first thing they said, vinywaji, like wale wanakunywa pombe, they tell you you'll start taking alcohol ukifika
halfway.
Halfway. And you know the cost of those drinks?
400.
I was like,
double the price. Double.
Are you
I know,
serious?
because I was there. Me, I drink. By the way, me, I don't lie.
No, I told them, Why didn't you tell me I buy mine and carry? Are you really serious? Where are you taking this money to?
Me, I know, because we were in Nairobi to Kopale, and then one lady came to us, and it was me and my brother. Akatuambia, you know what? Kama mnataka kunywa nyi fanyeni hivi, mtaanzia nusu, halfway. So that's mtituande. So if you guys want to do, and I'm on vacation, by the way, I was on vacation. Yeah. I'm just having a beer and whatever, you know, and a kawine. My sister wants to have a kawine, and we're just having a good time, you know. Wakatuambia nunueni hapa, mweke kwa bag, mwende nayo, kwa sababu huko ndani ni expensive.
Mukapuza.
Mahali tumetoka kununua ni 200, huko ndani ni 400.
400, exactly.
Double.
Double.
And what I came to understand is that there is some people in the government that actually have that contract. You see, even in KQ, uto tumaziwa mnachukuaga hivi, no uto tu chakula. There's people who have contracts in that. And that's why they fight for being in
that
government.
That is what was happening when Uhuru gave Kenya Meat Commission to Army. I'm told, I'm not sure, but rumors had it that Ruto's son is the one who was doing the business of the Kenya meat. They're among the people who are, I think, who are given such tenders. These are company, yeah. These are companies that
was like
was making laws. Uhuru said how they use kutenga pesa ya renovation, ya revival, na kona. It took KDF few days, few weeks to finish everything, and the company started making profit. And that is why I normally like, even I like things that are run by the KDF. If you ever go to their mess,
when I was in Mombasa, I went to
there's Nyali
Barracks.
Nyali Barracks.
I always go there.
I have some guys there. I went to Nyali Barracks.
Yeah.
Their alcohol wanauza ni 100
and something. I think 120 or 10.
120.
Yeah.
120, 110.
Yeah.
But only plays the government. But ukikuja kwa SGR unauziwa double. Why?
400. Chaka ako hapa atakwambia Barracks kila kitu iko sawa. Hapo ni
nilikuwa Chaka ni huko. Chaka akienda huko, mimi nikiuja niko na jamaa wangu. I have about 3 guys wako hapo Nyali Barracks. So I was there until when I was calling somebody was saying, no, huko pombe ni rahisi, lakini mtu alewangi akiwa huko, naambia that is mentality.
Unaogopa jeshi bwana.
Chaka karibu.
Asanteni sana ndugu. Kwanza nimsalimie brother Kenya Love, na ndugu yangu Yabaya. Alafu vile vile pia nimsalimie mama Mary wa Inaina. Huyu ni mama wa nguvu. Ni mama ambaye namkubali zaidi. Naona mnahama studio sasa, nilibaki peke yangu hapa. Mato, naona mnahama studio, rani naongea peke yangu.
Hapana tuko. Unajua ni ile kupunga unga kidogo. Inaitwa kupunga nini?
Tujahama tuko.
Unajua tumeshinda hapa, tumeachwa hapa almost an hour. Tumepiga story hapa mpaka. Nimetuacha bwana.
Unaanza kupitia uoga, kwa naona mnanyanyuka nyote kwa pamoja.
Ukiona mtu amekuja zikozo unasimama kwanza unapinga unga.
Okay, ndugu zangu.
Tuko dadi, tuko. Ni ile tu tumepiga hapa story tukiwa wawili. Nyinyi mlituacha hapa. Sasa tuko tunataka kufunga, tunawangoja mje. Na watu unaona watu wamebaki wako 130 something, wanaenda 200 na hawataki kuingia. Sasa
Okay, ni sawa.
zaidi tu kwamba nimshukuru Mama Mary kwa kuweza kuninunulia mbuzi wa Christmas. Nishukuru zaidi, niliweza kupokea na Mungu amzidishie. Na wale wengine ambao pia waliweza kuchangia ile juzi, for real walifanya siku yangu ya Christmas iwe nzuri zaidi, na hizo shukurani nitazitoa kila uchao, kwa maana sasa huyu ndio Mungu, si yule anayezungumziwa kwa serikali. Huyu mimi ndio naweza sema ndio Mungu, si yule tunatangaziwa kila siku kwa Thanksgiving zisizoisha. So wafuri, jana mjadala uliokuwa hapa ni mambo na impeachment.
Chaka.
Impeachment, yes.
Wacha kwanza niombe msamaha, sikujua ikifanyika. Kama ningejua ningetuma pia yangu. Pole sana, mimi sikujua ikifanyika. Pole.
Ni sawa, haina shida. But nilishukuru zaidi kwa kweli. Sikutegemea kwamba naweza kuwa shabiki kiasi hiki na nipate ndugu zangu ambao waliweza kunifanyia jambo ambalo sitalisahau katika maisha yangu. Ni jambo sikulitegemea, ni jambo hakika, wala hata sikuwa na hiyo plan. For hizo roho na hizo nyoyo, Mungu aziongezee maradufu zaidi. Hata wale ambao hawakuweza pia, but still bado na I believe Mungu awajalie kwa kile ambacho wanakusudia. Na hizi ni pongezi zangu na pia ni shukrani zangu pamoja na familia yangu nzima, si zangu peke yangu. Kwa hivyo wapokee wote wale ambao waliweza kushughulika na wale ambao tuko pamoja hapa katika Mtembee TV. Hii ni sehemu ambayo haina ubaguza, haina ukabila, na mtu yoyote awe maskini awe hajasoma, amesoma, ni mtu ambaye ana haki kutoa maoni yake na kusikizwa. Kwa watu wasiwe uoga na kuingia hapa kwenye hii channel yetu. Wale wako wa comment section, si kule kwamba ndo nyumbani zaidi, hata hapa ni nyumbani. Maana kile unavyozungumza hapa ndo unapopata ndugu, unapopata marafiki, unapopata jamii. Na hii jamii ya Mtembei hususa hapa, hawa ndo Wakenya halisi na Wakenya wazalendo. Hata wale ambao wanapinga upande wetu wa upinzani, lakini sisi bado ni ndugu zetu, kwa sababu wanatoa maoni yao wanaoona ni sahihi, na sisi tunatoa maoni yetu tunaona sasa. Mwisho wa siku tunakuja na jibu moja. Kwa swala la Gachaga, ndugu yangu Matoo, naliunga mkono, hata natamani hapo Senate wangekuwa wanafanya hiyo kazi sasa hivi. Waachane na mambo na Kawira, kwa sababu Kawira mimi sioni kosa lake kubwa zaidi. Ni kamba tu MCA hawa waliamua kwa tofauti zao, either ama kwa wale ambao waliweza kuwa wapinzani ndio wameamua kumchuma huu mama, lakini bado ni mapema na ndio akaingia sasa katika uongozi, hatujajua matendo yake. Wangempa nafasi na pia kuweza kumuelekeza kwamba hapana, hili si sawa. Lakini hili la Gachagua hili mimi naliunga mkono, na simaanishi naliunga mkono kwa sababu yeye yuko kwa serikali na mimi niko kwa upinzani. Naunga mkono kwa sababu ya kauli zake, misimamo yake inaungana, inalenga kabisa kwamba, yani inaonyesha picha wazi kwamba huyu mtu ni mkabila, na especially yeye anaona Wakenya wote wako chini isipokuwa Wakenya halisi ambao wako juu ni wale wako mlima. Maana kila kizungumzia yeye ni mlima na kupaka matope Uhuru wa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, paka matope Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Hayaona hajatosha, pia amemwingilia Sakaja ambaye naamini Nairobi Sakaja hakuchaguliwa tu na watu wa Kenya Kwanza peke yake. Sakaja alichaguliwa hata na wale ambao walikuwa wamempigia baba, kwa sababu kutokana na track record yake na utendaji wake wa kazi. Kijana mdogo lakini ana maono na haogopi na yuko tayari kudeliver. Na majibu yake pia ni amenikosha moyo mimi, kuonyesha kwamba huyu ndio kiongozi mwenye msimamo na anajua ni kwa nini amechaguliwa na watu wake wa Nairobi. For real, nimpongeze Sakaja, lakini huyu baba huyu DP wetu huyu, hapana. Hii ofisi haijamfiti kabisa, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku kama atamaliza miaka miwili mitatu hapa, basi patakuwa kama waka moto zaidi hapa. So wabunge walifanyia hima, wale wako kwa Senate walifanyia hima la kuanza kumtoa mapema huyu. Taungana mkono na wao, na I do believe si mimi peke yangu, hata wale wako kwa mlima wameyaona haya mapungufu ya huyu mzee. Na baada ya hapo tusisahau ule msimamo wa baba Baba ni sisi na sisi ndio baba, kwa sababu yule ndo mzee tunamtegemea na ndo mzee ambaye amesimamia kuhakikisha kwamba haki inapatikana, especially kwenye upande wa chaguzi hizi ambazo tuko nazo, kwa sababu hazitakuwa na maana kama sauti ya Mkenya haitaweza kusikika, kwa sababu maana ya uchaguzi ni kuhakikisha Wakenya wamechagua viongozi ambao wanawapenda na wanawapenda kutokana na utendaji kazi wao. Sasa kama juu kutakuwa huku chini tunachagua MCA, tunachagua hakuna shida, lakini ikifika juu ya urais watu wanafanya mipango, kura haizungumzi, basi sioni maana ya watu waende uchaguzi wa 2027 kama kutakuwa hakuna haki na hatujasafisha huu msitu ambao ni wa IBC. Ingawaje unaenda, lakini hata leo unaoingia hapa na I believe utafuata nyayo tu zile ambazo wao hapa ambao ni kina Chebukati wamekuwa nao. Kwa hiyo lazima tujue ukweli mahali upo, tusimame na baba na tuamue kwamba Wakenya kwamba huyu ndio ambaye anaweza kuchaguliwa kihalali na mabadiliko ya kweli yangepitia kwa huyu mzee, maana yeye hana roho ya ubinafsi, hana uchu na madaraka. Utamtesa, utamfanya lolote, lakini mwisho wa siku anaona Kenya ni kubwa kuliko mtu mwingine, analegeza misimamo yake na ni mpiganiaji wa mageuzi. Haya yote tunawafaidi mpaka sasa hivi, uhuru wa kuzungumza kwenye vyombo vya habari, uhuru huu ambao tuko nao sasa hivi, tuko na serikali za ugatuzi, hii katiba ambayo tuko nayo sasa hivi ni juhudi za huyu mzee. Vyama vingi, ni mambo mengi ambayo ameweza kuyapigania. For real, huyu mtu ana deserve kuwa kiongozi. Tuacheni mambo na ukabila kwamba sijui ana laana ya baba yake, sijui kuna nini. Hapana. Pili, imefika wakati na pia kabila zingine ndogo ndogo zipate nafasi ya kuweza kuongoza. Nitatoa mfano tu ndugu yangu Matoo, huku kwetu Coast, especially eneo langu la Kwale, ya kaunti ya Kwale, tumekuwa tukiongozwa sisi na jamii moja kutoka ukoloni hadi juzi tu, lakini miaka 10 ya kuweza kubadilishwa hii kuachwa kama kabila ndogo haswa ya Mduruma ambao ndio kabila yangu, tulipopoa nyadhifa ya kuweza kuongoza pale Kwale, kwa sababu upande wa governor mambo mengi yameweza kutengenezeka. Hakuna mtu tampigia umuulize track record ya Mvurya alalamike. So for real, si Kenya si kabila mbili tu. Inauma wale wengine ambao ndo wengi na hawapati nafasi kwa sababu ya kwamba kabila zao ndogo ndogo, na hii inauma. So ni wakati wa kuungana wote, watu wa Central, Rift Valley, Nyanza, Waluya wote, Wakamba, tuhakikishe kuna mtu mwingine pale anapewa nafasi ya uongozi. Ndiposa ndugu zetu wa Tanzania hapa, utakuta mwaka huu akiongoza Mgogo, kesho utamsikia ni Mfipa. Ukisikia mwingine amezungumza, utaona kesho ni Mnyamwezi. Yani wanabadilisha kwamba kiasi kwamba kila mtu ana feel kuwa represented pale. Na huu ni uongozi, si kwamba una muhuri wa kabila fulani kwamba hao ni lazima uongoze milele. So kwa kweli ndugu zangu wa Central, jinsi wanavyojitokeza kila uchao inaonyesha picha wazi kwamba hakika wao walimchagua Raila. Wale wako chini kabisa ni baadhi tu ya kidogo, lakini wengi walisimama kwa sababu waliona, na pili walionywa wakasikia kwamba mkono huu ambao na uachia na naunga mkono ndio salama, na kweli hiyo picha imejitokeza. Kila mtu ameona mapungufu ya siku hizo za mwenye zimekuwa kwa serikali tu kidogo. Matumaini ya Mkenya hayapo kwa sababu ni vitimbi na sarakasi. Leo zikitolewa pesa hizi za kusaidia hapa, zinaambia hizi zinaharibu ni nyingi mno, lakini zikichukuliwa hatujui zinaenda wapi. Zimechukuliwa za chakula, tukaambiwa tutaletewa mbolea hiyo sijui mwanzo wake na mwisho wake ni wapi. Sasa hivi amegeuka tena kwamba wakulima wapangwe machiefs na village chairman waanze kuandika orodha ya wakulima wao watumiwe 1500 na wende nashangaa sasa haya maswala na uongo wa peupe na mipango ambayo hakika yani ni uongo wa peupe, ni kuchezea Mkenya. So for real this government imefail, na ni tuungane wote. Sio kwamba baada haya masikukuu tunamunga mkono baba, Baba atatuelekeza njia ambayo itakuwa ni salama, na imani hakika ndio tutakapoifikia ile nchi ya maziwa na nyama. Zile 6,000 ambazo zimeweza kutangazwa kwamba mzee angezileta zingekuja, na mimi nilikuwa na uhakika nazo kwamba zingekuja. Kiupande wangu Mato, mimi naamini zingetumwa kwa kila familia, apart from gharama maisha kushuka, lakini zingekuja kwa sababu kitu kikubwa kinachochangia pesa zetu kupotea kiholela holela ni kwa sababu ya masuala na ufisadi. Sasa hii serikali hii imezungumzia masuala na cartels, lakini wa cartels wanazungumzwa na hatujui outcome yao, kwamba hao cartels hizo pesa wamechukua ama wamepungilia hao wa middlemen wanaozungumzwa. Sawa, mnawajua, mbona msiambie fulani middleman, fulani ni cartel, na tuweza kusanya hizi pesa tunazipeleka katika sekta ya elimu. Hizi pesa tunazipeleka katika sekta ya hospitali, kwa sababu humu ndivyo. Yes baba,
kwa heshima, pole sana. Hii ni ya ucheshi kidogo tu, ile tu kuweka tu chumvi kwenye sukari. Kuna mtu anauliza hapa, ameandika kitu ingine hapa, anaitwa Danidarius, Father Danidarius, wamjua? Cartels wanaitwa nini kwa Kiswahili? Ameweka makatelo.
Haya, ni sawa. Ili nisipoteze mada, nitarudi nitamjibu vizuri kuhusu hawa cartels Kiswahili na kina nani. Nitamjibu tu pale ambapo nitaweza, na pia niko tayari pia kukosolewa, maana kila kitu si mwanadamu anajua. Tunajifundisha hapa na lazima tupitie hapa kufundishwa na mwenzako ndio uweze kuelewa. So kwa mimi nakubali kukosolewa anytime, wakati wote. So for real, nikimaliza tu alafu nitajibu hiyo swali Mato. Ni kwamba hizo pesa zinazungumziwa hakuna mahali tunaambiwa hizi zimepatikana na zimeenda hapa. Tuchukulie tu sekta ya elimu. Sasa hivi shule zitafunguliwa wakati wote tu kuanzia Januari hapo. Hatujui hatima yake iko wapi, kwa sababu kama hiyo pesa ambayo ni ya kusaidia wazazi wale waweze kuweza kufundisha watoto wao haipo, basi tutegemee fee itapanda. Alafu cha ajabu Mato, mimi niko close na Tanzania hapa. Watu wanatoka mbali wanakuja hospitali ya Vanga. Kutoka huko Tanzania wengi, hii ndio hospitali, lakini cha ajabu ukifika dawa hakuna. Na sitoshe pia kwa kila kijiji haswa huku iko na hospitali. Si kubwa, lakini kiko na hospitali. Ukienda Jego kuna hospitali. Ukienda Kiwegu kuna hospitali. Kuna kijiji kinaitwa Mamose, na hiyo ni Vanga wadi tu na kutajia tu. Mamose kuna hospitali. Kuna Jiribe kuna hospitali. Lakini the worst thing, unaenda pale unakuta daktari wawili, dawa hakuna. Na si kwamba dawa hakuna, ni hawa wanaozungumziwa kuwa cartels. So wakiwa kama kweli mnaweza kupigana hawa wajanja, no? Wenye dili, maana makatels ni watu wa madili hawa, kwamba hapo dili imeingia, huo mkwanja huo tunatengeneza hapa, tunabandika, tunajenga ile jengo, tunalikwamisha hapo, pesa nyingine inaingia katika mfuko wa watu. So for real, ni jambo ambalo mimi naamini katika serikali ya baba, kama ingeingia hakungekuwa na mambo hayo. Kila hospitali ingekuwa na madawa, swala la elimu lingezungumziwa. Hizi 6,000 zinazozungumziwa ni zile ambazo ziliporwa juzi, zikaregeshwa, tukiona kwa macho, wote ni mashahidi hapa. Na zikabandikwa tukwambia mambo yameingizwa kisiasa, lakini ni pesa za mtu, lakini ukiangalia sosi yake haijulikani. Kisha likarudi hapo tukabandikwa Hustler Fund ambayo pia sosi yake hatujui imetoka wapi. Hizi ndizo pesa ambazo yule Mkenya mlalahoi, Mkenya maskini katika hizo familia ambazo alikuwa baba amezizungumzia, pesa hizi ndio ambazo tungekuwa tunazikula. Kwa sababu wakati wa baba akiingia katika serikali na mzee Kibaki, wakiungana kama hiyo inayoitwa serikali ya nusu mkate yenye inapiga vita, na tukaangalia ndio wakati tulipata faraja. Shule zilikuwa free na pesa za wadai ndio zilizopotoka. Mambo na vijana ndio hapo tulipoanzia. Sasa kama kazi kwa vijana imeenda, pesa za wajane wanalalamika kwa sababu walikuwa zinawasaidia hazipo tena. Then tuseme kwamba tuna imani sisi wananchi hapa na serikali hii. Hata nikidanganywa vipi mimi Mato, hakika siwezi jidanganya nikasema kutakuwa na mabadiliko mengine zaidi ya kushuhudia mambo na uongo na propaganda. Leo limezungumzwa hili na kesho watu wamezungumza hili. So Wakenya wenzangu, mimi kile nawaomba, tuunganeni pamoja. wote wa mlima vyenye wamekuja na wako tayari kabisa kwamba hapana, uongozi huu si lazima kwamba tuwe na sisi. Uongozi ni wa kila mtu, kwa sababu na imani Mungu ana sababu ya kumleta mtu. Bora tu iwe kwenye uongozi, bora tu iwe ni njia ya nini, ya haki. So hii nafasi huyu mzee angepewa, I do believe Kenya tungekuwa mahali. Na wazungu ni wajanja sana. Ndiposa wakipata mtu mwenye uchu na madaraka, mtu mwenye kama hivi, wanaweza kumtumia zaidi kuweza kutumaliza kiakili. Maana imani kama baba angeingia hapa angewatatiza hata wa Marekani, angewatatiza na wewe tuzunguka haswa katika nchi hizo za ughaibuni. Na kuipenda nchi yake mzee yuko nazo. Na hang'ang'anii kwa sababu ya nazo. Na akiamua, so for real, tuungane tena kwa pamoja. Hii itatua mwelekeo, tuwe pamoja na ule mwelekeo na tumuonyeshe kwamba kuna ari na tuna haja ya mabadiliko katika Kenya hii. Hatutaenda na hizi siasa za propaganda na kupakana matope. Na mwisho wa siku dawa ambao unapewa Mkenya ni kwamba just heal, accept and let's move on. Hivi vitu vimefanyika na ndio maana tunapata chaguzi zinaenda, zinafanywa mambo fulani, mwisho wa siku na kubalini tu kwa sababu tayari hii haki hatutaweza kuipata. So this time around no 2027 kabla ya haki kupatikana na kujulikana huyu mbuzi alikuwa wanani. Ikigulikana mbuzi ni wa Raila apewe mbuzi wake. Alafu tuone je, Kenya hii ataipeleka kinamna gani? Je, atabagua makabila? Je, atakuwa na ulipizaji wa visasi? Je, ataipeleka katika ile nchi ya maziwa na nyama? Ni hapo, lakini tuunganeni mkono. Mato mimi nitabidi niachie pale. Lakini hawa cartels, kwa mawazo yangu na uchache wangu wa elimu, naweza nikasema hawa ni nitawahitaji haswa ili but hawa cartels ni wale watu wa madili. Hao piga deal hapo. Hao watu wa madili ndo hao cartels. Hapo mimi nitakwamia pale. Mwenzangu pengine anaweza kuja akatueleza zaidi, mbona watu huzidiana. Lakini nitakwamia pale kwa sasa hivi Mato, nikiamini kwamba hakika kwa umoja wetu na venye katiba inatulinda kwamba wananchi tuna nguvu, tunaweza ibadilisha hii Kenya yetu na tukawa mfano bora kwa zile nchi ambazo zimekaa kwa miaka na mikaka zikiwa na dhuluma na kufinywa, kwamba wananchi ndio kusema. So Kenya, Wakenya wenzangu, tuunganeni, hakika tuonyeshe mfano hata hii hasa Afrika na Afrika nzima na dunia kwamba uongozi si lolote wala kwa kiongozi si chochote. Yule mtu anakupa hiyo kazi ndio chochote. So tumewapa kazi watu, imewashinda. Jamani wa Kenya, tujitokeze na tuingoe mamlakani mapema peupe, ili tuwaonyeshe fundisho kwamba ukipewa uongozi ni lazima uhudumie mwananchi. Ile kazi amekutuma nayo, uwe na suluhu kwa zile shida na uko nazo, kama ni shida ya njaa, kama ni shida ya gharama ya maisha, kama ni shida ya hospitali, kama ni shida ya stima, kama ni shida nini, kufanya kazi yako. Ndio maana kuna hayo mawizara tofauti ili huduma ipatikane kwa Mkenya. Na uzuri tumeleta mpaka chini mashinani huko. So isiwe tu unazungumzia kateli wakati kateli ni wao wako hapo juu. Pesa inaomba ama inatolewa pale, hatujui inaenda wapi. Huo ndio ukateli wa kwanza, deal. Kwa hivyo hatutapigwa deal hapa sisi. Hatutachezeshwa mchezo hapa wa kutoa 1500 wa mbolea kama ule mchezo ambao tuko nao katika Hustler Fund, ambao sasa hivi inazidi kudidimia wala haina sauti tena. Kwa hiyo nitakwamia pale ndugu yangu Mato, na nikushukuru kwa huo muda.
Lakini bado hujatujibu. Dani Darius bado anasumbuka na ukatelo,
Mimi
anasema
nimemwambia hii kateli, wacha nitafute.
kuna mwingine amesema walaguzi, kuna mwingine amesema jambazi.
Walanguzi na majambazi, mimi naweza sema walanguzi zaidi haswa Hebu wacha nitaingia kwa drawing board yangu na niangalie kwamba misamiati yangu inaniambia nini. Sijaridhika hapo, nataka nimpe jibu sahihi zaidi.
Watu wanauliza cartels kwa Kiswahili inaitwa nini? Sasa Chaka, kazi kwako.
Wacha niingie drawing board hapa, na pia kuna ndugu yangu Guru nani atanisaidia, ni mtu mzima huyu ambaye ni mzee wa busara hapa. Nadhani pia atanisaidia hilo swala, kwa nitausukuma kwake huo mpira, lakini pia nami niangalie maktaba yangu hapa, nifumue kidogo niangalie ili niweze kupata jibu hili cartels kwa Kiswahili linamaanisha nini na akina nani hawa wanaitwa cartels. Asante Mato.
Usipotee, kaa hapa, angalia tu
nipo kaka, siendi, nipo kaka.
Lakini si mimi mwenyekiti ni Leo. Sawa Leo, pole sana, nimepita.
Pole sana brother Nyabaya. Pole. Unajua nimezoea
endelea.
Ni sawa. Lakini vile vile itakuwa ni kabla nimsalimie sana ndugu yangu, kaka yangu, mkubwa wangu Guru. Apokee salamu zangu hizi. Kwa hiyo nimpe pia nafasi kidogo, nikiingia hapa simalize maneno kidogo, nijipange kidogo hapa nikitafuta the word cartel kwa Kiswahili ni nini. Kwa hivyo nikwamie pale ndugu yangu Nyabaya mwenyekiti, kwa huu muda kidogo, na nikushukuru pia.
Shukran. Bado tunategea ukipata jibu jina sahihi wa cartel. Naona makatero, walanguzi, tumeambiwa wahuni. Sawa, acha tusikize kutoka kwa Guru. Nisije nikatafsiri wahuni ni wale bado hawajapata jibu.
Nyabaya, hapo jibu la cartel ni wahuni tu, hakuna lingine. Hapa ndio ulikuwa nalitafutana kulibambanya, ni wahuni. Maana kama makachero hao ni wahuni tu.
Wanakaribia wahuni kwa sababu muhuni ni
ule. Ni wahuni, wanakaribia wahuni.
Wacha ni Waguru. Guru, unmute yourself and say something.
Habari yenu? Mnasikia? Kwa ile lugha ya Kiswahili, ndugu yangu Mdune ndio wamebobea kwa hiyo lugha ya Kiswahili, na kwa hivyo wale wanaitwa cartels, kwangu naweza kusema ni wale watu ambao wanaendesha ukiritimba wa kunyonya inchi ama kunyonya rasilimali ya wananchi. Sijui kama hapo nimepata, lakini utakuja kunikosoa akiwa nimepata vibaya. Ni wale wanaendesha ukiritimba wa kunyonya kunyonya nchi, rasilimali ya nchi. Wacha niseme hivi, imekuwa ngumu sana kutetea serikali hii. Hata niliona jana kukiwa atina hii inaitwa polls ya kutafuta vile Wakenya wanaamini serikali hii, wakapatiwa 52% kwa Wakenya na Wakenya. Hilo ni jambo ambalo linaonyesha kwamba tunaelekea pahali hatujui ni wapi, kwa sababu hata ukweli imekuwa ngumu kuongea. Uwezi kuwa unasema kwamba kitu imekuwa mzuri wakati ilihali mambo inaendelea kuwa ngumu hata zaidi. Sijui ni Wakenya gani hawa 52% ambao wanasema mambo imekuwa ikienda kwa njia inavyotakikana. Mimi naona kama hii ni jambo tu ya kupapaza watu akili na kujitafutia, kwa sababu ukienda kwa mashinani watu watakuambia maisha imekuwa ngumu zaidi. Wengine wazee wameanza kusema afadhali hata wakati ya uhuru walikuwa napewa pesa ya kujisaidia kila mwezi. Hiyo haiko tena. Unakuta kwamba kuna zile subsidies za chakula ilitolewa, ya mafuta ya gari ilitolewa. Sasa nasikia tukiingia January subsidy ya school fees nayo inapotea. Swali ni je, hizi pesa zote ikilinganishwa na hata ile ingine ya kazi kwa vijana ambayo ilikuwa vijana wanalipwa wakifanya kazi kwa mitaa, na ile ya linda mama walikuwa wanalipiwa maternity, hii pesa yote inaenda wapi? Inaenda wapi? Hiyo ndio swali, kwa sababu serikali iliendelea tu na kusanya pesa vile ilikuwa inakusanya pale mbeleni. Ni kumaanisha kulikuwa na pesa ya kuendesha hizi programs za kusaidia watu, lakini kuna viongozi wameona kwamba hii haifai. Wao wana mafikira yao ya miaka sijui 10-5 inayokuja. But you cannot build a country on the pain of the people. Waona? Sasa jana kiongozi tunayo muenzi sana Raila Odinga ashapeana mwelekeo. Sijui Mdune unangojea mwelekeo gani ingine, ama hukusikiza Citizen? Kwani umeenda? Ningetaka usikie kwamba
niko mkubwa wangu Guru na kupata barabara zaidi. Mdomo sometimes pia una nani, lakini I do believe tumepewa mwelekeo.
Ilitolewa jana kwamba we are going for comprehensive audit of the current constitution. Tunajua pale inatufinya. Wacha ile walikuwa nasema sijui leader of the opposition alisema hata itakuwa kubwa zaidi ya BBI. Ni kama kufungua hii kitabu tena na kuangalia mambo tumefika wapi na tunataka kwenda wapi. Sasa ndio tutaona wale watakataa. Juu ashakubali kwamba kuna pahali tunaweza rekebisha hapa na pale. Sasa ndio ngoma imeanza. Ujitayarishe Mdune. Kwamba tunaenda kipengele kwa kipengele tukiulizana maswali kwamba hii imetufaa, hii tunaweza, kwa nini hii haifanyiki? Kama chapter 6 of the constitution tuliweka pale ili tulete maadili mema kwa viongozi. Kwa nini haijawezekana kwamba hiyo kipengele ifanye kazi? Leo tunaenda kuchukuliwa watu ambao pando kesi zao ziko kwa kotini za wizi. unajua kwamba kama yule alikuwa CS wa transport alikuwa ashapelekwa kotini, nadhani kesi yake haijamalizika. Sasa ni ndiye chairman wa NHIF Michael Kamau. Unajua yule mama mwingine sikumbuki jina lake ni Kulia ama ni nani, alikuwa na matatizo na kutolipa revenue. Sasa ndiye chairman wa Communications Commission of Kenya. Sasa basi ni nani atawajibika? Nani atawajibika? Ndio sababu baba amesema sio ati ionekane ati ni kutafutiwa kiti ama it's like a benevolence from the government. No, ni watu ya Kenya waketi chini wafungue kipengele na kingine wakiulizana maswali ili kutokea pale sasa tuunde mambo kulingana na vile inatakikana. Mambo ya IBC kwa nini haijafanya kazi kama vile tulikuwa tunatarajia? Kwa nini kila wakati, kila uchaguzi lazima tukapigana ama lazima tukatoka kwa hiyo uchaguzi kukiwa na watu wengi wa Kenya hawajaridhika? Kwa nini? Katiba yetu hivyo ndio haikuwa inatarajia kwamba tungekuwa tunafurutana kila kuchao. Leo nimesema niongee na Kiswahili injapokuwa nina sio mzuri sana kwa Kiswahili, lakini ningetaka watu wasikie hii. Serikali ni ya wananchi. Wananchi ndio wanasema vile wanataka kuongozwa. Hatuwezi rudi pale tulikuwa 1980s and 90s ambao serikali, wale wako serikali ndio walikuwa wanasema vile wanataka kuongoza sisi. Ni sisi tutasema vile tunataka kuongozwa. Haiwezekani kwamba kila wakati tukitoka kwa uchaguzi nusu ya Kenya hawaridhiki, wanajihisi kufinywa, alafu tuseme kwamba tunajenga nchi. Haiwezekani. Kuna wale wangeona ni kufurahia, lakini wanafurahia kitu ambacho hawajui pale mbeleni itakuwa namna gani. Hatungetaka kuwa serikali ama nchi ya kuporomoka kama wale wengine. Naona zile shinda ziko hapa Southern Sudan. Unaona zile shinda ziko kule Ethiopia. Shinda ile iko Central African Republic na kwingineko. Juu ya hii mfurutano ya kisiasa. Wengine wanafuruta upande huu, wengine wanafuruta upande ule mwingine. Unaona ile iko Somalia, imekuwa huko miaka na mikakati. So kwa hivyo mimi kwa mtazamo wangu ni kwamba kiongozi wetu Raila Amolo Odinga amechukua njia mwafaka, ili hata kwa sababu yeye anazeeka na hakuna mtu anaishi milele, akiacha tu tumerekebisha hii maneno, tutamkumbuka kwa miaka na miaka na tutamsoma kwa historia, na kila mtu ambaye atapitia Kenya atajua kulikuwa na baba kiongozi ambaye alikuwa anaangalia maneno zaidi ya kupata uongozi tu, kwa sababu kuna watu aina mbili Kenya. Kuna wale kazi yao ni kupata uongozi tu, kunjigamba kwamba wameshinda, sio sababu anataka kurekebisha chochote wananchi wafurahie. It's leadership for self-aggrandizement. Waona, na ni wengi. Nyakati zile za wanasiasa wa kutajika, kina Martin Shikuku, kina Waruru Kanja, kina Gitopu Imanyara, Maoka Maole, Raila Amolo Odinga, Koigi Mwere, George Anyona, hiyo imekwisha. Watu wameenda pale kujitafutia hela. Ndio sababu wakati kama huu mdune huko, hata huko kwenu watu labda wanaumia njaa, lakini utasikia kiongozi amesimama pale mbunge kusema watu yangu wanaumia. Sasa nchi hii tunajenga namna gani ikiwa watu tunachaguana watu kuenda kuweka hela kwa mfuko peke yake na kutafuta vile wataweza kufanya business na serikali? Ati uwezi utaki kusumbua mkubwa kwa sababu kuna katenda ungetaka kupatiwa ama kuwekwa kwa kamiti ile uwe unapata allowances zaidi. Hii ndio mambo unaona inaleta shinda Kenya. Hakuna mtetezi Kenya. Hiyo kiwango ya wanasiasa ambao tulikuwa na wao pale mbeleni, watu wa kuenda kuongea tena kwa nguvu kuwakilisha watu yake, watu yao, hawa hakuna tena, hakuna. Kila mtu pale anajitafutia, lakini tuaenda kwa uchaguzi kila wakati kufanya nini? Uchaguzi ya nini akiwa haileti chochote? Ati mpaka wa leo sijasikia mbunge yoyote amesimama kwa mbunge kusema wale wazee walikuwa wanapata pesa hawapati tena inchi mzima, na tunasema tuna mbunge. Wacha niguzie mambo ya hii. Ilisemekana kwamba machief na assistant chief wataanza kuchukua census ya wakulima. Swali yangu ni je, kwani Kenya mzima kila mtu anataka kupatiwa fertilizer ili kusemekane kwamba kutafanywa census ya kila mkulima Kenya mzima? Sijui mikakati kabisa, lakini hapo kuna ufiche. Kuna areas kubwa sana za Kenya hiyo fertilizer haitakikani, kwa sababu hata zile vitu wanalima haiendeshani na ile fertilizer wanaongea mambo yake. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema hivi, the government seem to have misplaced priorities. Misplaced priorities. Na kwa sababu ya hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba wananchi wataendelea kufinyika, sababu the purpose of the government is to solve the problems of the people, sio kuongeza shinda. Lakini so far hiyo siku 100 tumeona ni akilio, kusaga meno, na vedheha. Ukiongea leo na watu wa bodaboda na mama mboga, wengi watakwambia hawajaridhika hata wale walipigia hawa kura wanauliza hii ni jinamizi gani tulijiletea, sababu hawaoni chochote, hawaoni mwelekeo. Hustler Fund 500 ni unga utanunua jioni ama ni nini utafanya nayo? Kwa hivyo tuseme hivi, amesema apatiwe mwaka mzima. Sijui kama hivyo ndivyo serikali hufanya, sababu kuna mambo ingine hawezi ngojea mwaka mzima. There is always planning that takes into consideration the short term, the medium term, and the long term plans. And you cannot sacrifice the interest of the people in the short term when you are pursuing the long term. Kwa sababu kama njaa haiwezi ngojea, lazima upatie watu chakula. Mambo ya school fees huwezi ngojea, sababu mtoto lazima aende shule kulingana na kiwango ya umri yake. Wacha nisimamie hapo. Leo sioni wale wana defend hii serikali, Mise hapa na wengineo, watuambie hii mwaka mpya itakuwaje. Lakini already vile baba amesema ni mwaka ya kufungua katiba na kuangalia kule tunafinywa na kusukuma serikali itimize ile iliahidi wananchi. Asante.
Thank you so much Mr. Guru. Usiende mahali, tuko hapa mpaka tufunge. Sijui leo maybe amechukua ameenda kupuza hewa kidogo hii mi Kiswahili changu. Why? Anyways, but thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody that comes around, and because we have to talk, if we don't talk, we will start fighting. Nashukuru kila mtu mwenye yuko hapa. Guru ka hapa mpaka tutafunga nanyi. Chaka nashukuru sana kila mtu ambaye yuko hapa. Kuna wengine pia wataja, and then we'll keep on talking because we really have to talk. There's a lot of things that are happening in Kenya that we need to talk about, and talking about them, it actually makes a good thing and actually inspires a lot. I'll give you a good example. The other day I was talking to someone from back at home, trying to tell them have a Merry Christmas. Wakaniambia, I watch you guys na nawapenda, na wanajua kila mtu mwenye yuko hapa. I never knew hata wanatusikizaga. And I realized that every time you come here, you're changing someone's life because people start listening. So I would really appreciate that we always come and have a good time. We keep on talking. At this
Imekuwaje? Rio, imekuwaje?
I think we lost Kenyan the love. His voice is not coming through, so somebody was supposed to speak next. I remember, if I'm not wrong. Kenyan love ni kama amehang pale hewani, hatuwezi tukampata. It seems so. So Guru, you can Chaka, ni wewe ulifaa uendelee, si ndio?
Chaka.
Yeah.
We unajua tunaambiwa huko nyinyi mmeanza kuporomoka upande ya serikali.
Na watu wanaweza poromoka upande wa serikali, manake serikali haina mazao. Umejua watu poromoka mahali kuna mazao, lakini hii serikali yetu haina mazao wala hakuna dalili za kuzaa hivi karibuni. Sio leo, sio kesho. Sasa ni sisi tuingie, tuitishe kilio chetu serikalini, alafu tutengeneze serikali ambayo itapea wananchi mazao. Lakini serikali vile ilivyo sasa, sioni watu wakienda huko. Ukisikia mtu ameenda, pengine ni njaa ya siku mbili kimempeleka, lakini baadaye atarudi nyumbani.
Ni kuuliza swali. Tulisikia mmeahidiwa kwamba kuna pesa itatolewa kununua ekari milioni 1 ya kupea watu mkoa wa Pwani. Sijui kama hiyo program imeanza.
Hiyo program haijaanza, na kama ni hiyo ni kudanganywa peupe. Hiyo haijaanza, na kama itakuwepo hiyo ni kudanganywa peupe. Ni kudanganywa peupe, ndugu yangu Guru. Sikubaliana na hiyo kwanza, lakini hawajaanza kupeana hiyo, japo waliweka kwa wakati wakizunguka kwa kura, walizungumza hiyo kauli. Lengo ni kuhakikisha kwamba Pwani wameteka, kwa sababu wanajua ni rahisi kuishawishi watu wa Pwani, ni rahisi kuwashawishi zaidi. But wacha nikwambie kile kiko ground. Wananchi wamechoka. Na foreign vile tu siwezi tuma hii link, sijajua jinsi ya kutuma link. Ningetuma mahali fulani, kuna wall fulani hapa, ndipo ungepata views na hasira ya watu wa Pwani jinsi ilivyo. Hapa watu hawana biashara na serikali, wako na biashara yao, kwamba tuweze kufanya nini, kujiunga pamoja na sisi. Kama ni 2077 kutakuwa na uchaguzi, basi tuhakikishe tumesimama kwa sauti moja. Hiyo ndio kitu inaendelea field huko. Kwa mtu hata sikudanganya aje na nini, wananchi tumechokana na serikali hii kwa sababu tayari tumeiona. So hiyo ni mpango, kama tulivyoambiwa bandari imeregeshwa, na mwisho wa siku bandari bado inafanya Naivasha. Sasa hayo mambo ya mashamba ni uongo, ilizungumzwa lakini haijatimizwa, na hata ikitimizwa bado shida zetu ni nyingi mno Pwani. Kwa hatuwezi danganywa tu hapa kwa mdomo. Kwa mimi nazungumza kile ambacho kiko ground, na ile feeling ya watu yenye iko na watu ground. Nani Guru, watu hawana imani na hii serikali.
Mlirejeshewa bandari na kazi zikarudi huko?
Bado hiyo ilirudi, na dakika za mwisho hizo kazi bado hakuna. Sasa imekuwa ni kitega uchumi tu, yani ni kama kutega tu siasa, yani limefanywa kisiasa, lakini si kwamba itaregeshwaje Guru bandari huku, wakati yeye mwenyewe ni mwenye kuregesha huku tayari ni beneficiaries kwa hapo Naivasha. Yeye yuko na shares hapo Naivasha. Kuna wanabiashara wenye waliikeza pale Naivasha. Si bora hata angetengeza hizo ports, hizo ports Kisumu, akatengeza sehemu zingine za nchi. So for real, kutudanganya kwamba ameregesha huku, huo ni uongo, ni ndoto ya mchana. Karegesha hiyo jina tu, lakini bado kazi zina operate Naivasha as usual. For real, sisi tuko macho, tunaitazama hii. Wananchi ndio wanazungumza huku mashinani, na watu hawana imani. Wacha nikwambie kweli Guru, amini haya yangu, hawana imani. I wish ningejua jinsi ya kutuma link jioni tu, niwatumie link. Hata sasa hivi nitume tu kwa hiyo group, watu wa join, alafu utasikia wewe mwenyewe haswa hao watu karibu 280 kwenye hiyo group jinsi wanavyozungumza. Kwa hiyo Guru, sisi hatutadanganywa na shamba, anunue asinunue, but sisi wa Pwani tuko macho na tuko na maoni yetu tofauti, haswa sisi ambao tuko kwa mashine. Tumechoka kwanza kuweza kuwekwa katika vyama ambavyo mwisho wa siku si vya hapa. Tumechoka kabisa, na sisi pia nasi tunataka tuwe na chama chetu, haswa tuwe tunaungana, tunazungumzia masuala yetu. na tunawateua viongozi ambao tuna imani kwamba haya maswala ambayo tunaona yanatumiza huku yametatuka, kwa sababu tumekuwa na viongozi wakitoka hapa wakifika kule wanashamezwa, wakitoka hapa wakifika juu washamezwa. Yani akitoka huko akifika kula piba pesa na tulia, na kama atakuwa kidogo tu na usemi kidogo na mshindani, basi tunajua dawa yake huwa ni nini, yenye huwa inapewa mtu kama yule. Na imetokea, tumeyaona, tumeyashuhudia kwa macho. Ndio unakuta viongozi wengi wa pwani wana ule uoga, huko atazungumza yule, lakini akifika juu kule basi anyamazishwa kimya, atanyamaza tu, na kama atakuwa na sauti muangalie kama ataweza kutoboa katika huo uongozi wake. Basi hiyo ndio kitu tumeona, na ndio mambo ambayo wapwani sasa hivi wamekasirika nayo. Yule anakuwa na sauti ndio hivyo anamezwa, na wale tunawatuma kule wakifika nao wanaangalia matumbo yao, so tunabaki mayatima for how long? Na serikali hii ilikuwa tunaiamini kwamba aidha tutaweza, lakini tumeiona the way inakuja sivyo. So hapana, sisi tuaswa leo wako mashinani, achana viongozi, sisi tuko mashinani aswa kaunti nzima hii, yani tuseme pwani nzima hii tuko katika hiyo wall ya pamoja tu, wananchi kama hivi hapa Mtembei, na tunazungumza issue tunazo tukabila hapa pwani. So hatuko kabisa. Kwa hiyo serikali alete mashamba, lakini sauti ya mpwani ndio hii inayozungumza nayo hapa. Ndivyo mambo yalivyo kupwani kaka.
Huku kwetu watu wamepigwa na butwa, wamepigwa na butwa kiasi wengi hawaongei. Wameanza kujiuliza kwani kuliendaje?
Lakini kwa kweli mimi nilikuwa na wasiwasi na watu wa kwenu. Nikaona hawa watu ndio wanatuacha sisi, hatuwezi songa mbele kwa sababu tunaenda huku wenzetu wanaenda hivi, lakini sivyo. Kumbe ground ilikuwa na sauti yake tofauti alafu na viongozi walikuwa na sauti yao tofauti. Sasa ground imenyamazishwa kabisa ya Central, wale wanatokea ni wale wako huko juu, wako wameshapata nyadhifa, ndio wanaopangia kila kitu, lakini ground iko tofauti. Watu walimsikia Uhuru Kenyatta kuliko kitu kingine. Sasa huyu anasema tulifight dynasty, tukafunguza familia ya Moi katika uongozi, tukafunguza familia ya Kenyatta katika uongozi, na sasa nayo tunamalizana na ya Odinga, na hiyo nayo tutaimaliza tu. Hiyo ndo plani iko pale. Lakini kwa kweli Wakikuyu na Wakenya kama wengine, watu waliamua mambo yao tofauti. Na ukweli ukitaka kujua ni hizi sauti zinatoka ground hiyo, hao ndo Wakenya, maana ndo wanaobebesha huu mzigo. Na imani kwamba mzigo wangu mimi ni sawia na ule yuko na nyuki kule kijijini mashambani. Kama elimu itakuwa hali, hata mimi huko elimu ni hali, wote sambamba. Gharama maisha ikiwa juu huko na huku nako, na sisi nasi ni vile vile. So ground inasema tofauti na viongozi wa hii serikali. Huo ndio kweli ambao upo. Na kama tunavyoelekea tumaliza haya sikukuu, hiyo ground ndio itakaosema, na tutaona kweli hakika watu wameamua kabisa kwamba hapana, hatutabebeshwa mzigo huu, na tena turegeshwe kubaya zaidi kule tulikuwa kutoka, na neema tulikuwa tunaiona iko hapa. So mwananchi si wa kuchezea. Wao viongozi wawe macho, mmepewa nani mamlaka, na mmepewa hii nguvu kidogo ya kuhudumia Mkenya, sio ya kujilimbikizia mali na kutuamulia Kenya itakavyokwenda. Ni Mkenya aamue jinsi gani taifa lake liende, ili lipate kumsaidia, ili lipate kumfeva. Hii mambo na propaganda guru hii ishe hii. So wajipange, tusikize sauti zao. Baada ya hii siku unajua watatokeza. Maana nilimsikia juzi akisema nipeni muda, sitaki kabisa kupangiwa, serikali ni yangu na nahitaji muda, sitaki kupangiwa muda. Ile wakati akizungumzia kwamba atapeana 1500, kwa sitaki kupelekwa haraka, lakini hakuna mtu alimpeleka haraka. Ni kauli zake mwenyewe ndizo zilimpeleka haraka, na watu walikuwa na matumaini kwa jinsi alivyopanga mambo yake. Sasa juzi wakati wa celebration nilifuatilia, alikuwa kwao kule, nilifuatilia kabisa, na mimi mwenyewe nilimsikia kwa masikio yangu, haswa kwenye hii simu yangu, kwamba sitaki kuharakishwa, nifanye mambo yangu taratibu. Kisingizio nchi ilikuwa imesambaratika. Sasa hao waliosambaratisha nchi, sisi wananchi ama ni wao viongozi? Maana sidhani kama hakuna ambaye yuko katika Kenya Kwanza. Wengi walikuwa katika government iliyopita, walikuwa pale pale kwa serikali na hawakujiuzulu. So kama pengine ni wamalezi wa pesa, basi waliomaliza pesa ni wao, walikuwa kwa serikali, sisi wananchi hatuyajui. Haja kubwa ni huduma tunayohitaji, mtoto asome, hospitali ziwe na nani na madawa na ziwe na madaktari kutosha, chakula kipatikane, harama ya maisha ipatikane, nani ipungue, na kibaya zaidi sarafu yetu inazidi kushuka kila uchao. Ndio kitu kinachoniuma. Guru, sikufichi mkubwa wangu, pesa yetu ilikuwa inaitwa huku ni dola. Watu wanatoka Tanzania, wanatoka Burundi, wanatoka wapi, wanakimbilia Kenya kufanya kazi kwa sababu pesa ya kwetu ina thamani. Leo pesa Tanzania imetuzidi. Ukiwa na 1,000 ya Kenya unapewa 18,000 ya Tanzania, na ni juzi tu ukiwa na 1,000 basi ukitaka kuchange hela ya Tanzania unapewa shilingi nani 22,000, na hata ikafika kata 22,500. Pesa yetu ilikuwa halwa bwana, lakini inazidi kudidimia, inazidi kushuka, inazidi kila siku inazidi kurudi nyuma. Jamani,
Chacha, naweza kukuunga mkono. Kuna wakati nilienda Dar es Salaam na nikaingia hoteli moja huko na tukalala huko, tulikuwa kundi ya watu kadhaa. Unaweza imagine kwa reception unaambiwa unaweza lipa na dola na unaweza pia lipa na pesa ya Kenya direct. Waona, sidhani hiyo sasa inaweza fanyika. Ni kumaanisha tulikuwa tumefika kiwango ingine kwamba shilingi yetu ilikuwa ni dhabiti na inakubalika. You can imagine a foreign country, a neighbor accepting you pay directly with the currency of your neighbor. Hiyo ni kumaanisha they were sure that the dollar, the stability of the Kenyan shilling with the dollar, wanaweza tu kufuka pale, wanaenda wana exchange, wanapata dola zao. Lakini saa hii haiwezekani, sababu huwezi jua kama itashuka iko wapi.
haiwezekani kaka.
Acha niseme
ndio
hivi,
kitu kinaniuma. Naam, endelea tu brother, endelea tu brother.
Kenyan, najua wewe wajua hii, the first thing is confidence in the leadership of a country. Ndio, that is what cascades into confidence by others, and that is what brings investors. That's what brings good tidings in an economy. But the moment there is a deficit of confidence, hata nchi ikiwa na rasilimali gani hawezi faidika, sababu mtu anajiuliza, am I stable here? Is my business stable? Will I be here in 5, 6, 7 years? You know? So it's not just merely having leadership. It's a leadership that is trusted, that inspires confidence, not just for the locals, but also for the international citizens, others. Na hii ndio shinda tunayo saa hii hapa ndio shinda tunayo. And I don't know how the government is going to solve that one, because it's more of it's political first and foremost. And that is why you saw Uhuru going for Baba, just to make sure that the political environment is stable. First of all, internally, and then it resonates to the other countries that we have a stable government in Kenya. We have a government that that the citizens feel confident about, at least majority of them. So I do not know what way they will find to bring back that confidence so that the investors can come. Right now we have a problem of forex inflows, has been one of the greatest challenges in this government. Na unajua nchi ikianza kukosa ile ndora, basi uchumi inakuwa pahali mbaya, kwa sababu wale wangetaka kufanya export import business, they are constrained, or they access the dollar at very expensive rates. Kwa hivyo hii maneno si ya kutatua na siku moja, lakini kwa kiongozi ambayo amekomaa inawezekana. Lakini ikiwa ni kujipiga kifua, kutusi viongozi wengine, kukejeli zile communities ambazo hazikukupigia kura na mambo kama haya, sidhani tutaelekea pahali mzuri. Asante.
Guru, hiyo kitu umesema, unajua nini? Kwa nini, niulize tu swali. Wacha nianzie mbali alafu nikuje dakika moja tu, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Just 1 minute. You know, ukiangalia kama saizi ukiangalia vita ya Russia na Ukraine, utapata the Russians hawana moral. Unajua kwa nini wanapigwa sasa? Because hawana moral. Guru, kama una moral ya kufanya kitu, maisha itakugonga. Kila kitu ikianza kwenda vibaya na una hiyo moral. Now, nilikuwa nataka kutupa tu hiyo hapo kidogo, lakini let me ask you why this is to you, Guru, and anyone else that has that question that you asked. Why do Kenyans leave Kenya and go either to UK, Belgium, United States, and those countries, and maybe South Africa, Nanini? Why do they not go to other countries like to Congo, unajua tule to country watu wanajua kuna shida? Why do you not go there? It's because even though you feel like you're not an investor, maybe you're going for school, and even if you're going for school, if you see somewhere where there's good school and there's peace, that's where you want to be. Rather than don't leave your own country. So how would you leave your country assuming you are a Belgian, mama, you are a UK, or you are a German? How would you leave your country to go to a place where there's no profit margin, there's no market margin, there's not peace, there looks to be a political issue? Why would you even leave that country to go invest somewhere like in, somewhere where you can see that? Would you right now, ukiwa ile pesa uko nayo, Guru, right saizi, maybe saizi unaweza, but a couple of years ago, would you have gone to invest in Somalia? So you have to think about what is going on in that country, and actually the way people in the world perceives that country that you're in and that country that you have is the reason, is how that's what you're going to get your market margin, your profit margin, and also your investors margin. It's called the geopolitical peace kind of way of living. Why would I go to, like the day we were fighting, why would I have gone to invest in Rift Valley while I know kwa watu wanawana? Why not invest in Machakos? Hata kama sijatoka Kenya. So it's the political environment that actually makes sure of how we live our society and the progress that we do. Now, if we have a good political environment, and especially our dollar has gone down so bad. Time ya Kibaki ilikuwaga 65. Right now, I just looked, ilikuwaga 127 as of today. And you look at that, that's almost double. So when you look at that, then you start getting worried about, for me, I'm okay because I can send it and I get good money. But what am I going to get out of it from the stock exchange and from the exchange market? And that is what these other people are looking at. So tukiona siasa mbaya, hata siwezi sienda kuambia mtu twende tukainvest Kenya, atakul how much? Okay, no, I'm not going to do that. And how stable are you guys? Right now, we're not stable. We're in a verge. And a lot of people are looking at that and they're seeing that. Maybe mtu mwingine anaweza support kama nimesema vibaya anikosoe, na kama nimesema vizuri maybe pia anaweza changia. Wacha nyamazi hapo. Mr. Chair, sorry for jumping into that. Nile nilikuwa Guru alikuwa ameniuliza swali.
It's okay, it's okay. Guru, endelea.
You know, one of the most underrated factors, and it's only known by those who are in leadership, is what we call political risk index. Every country has political risk index. When you have a situation where there is unsettled matters like we have, where half of the country feels shortchanged in terms of leadership, the obvious conclusion is that this is a country that is sitting on a time bomb. Okay? And therefore, there is always that suspicion that it takes just a statement or an action by a group, and then everything will go south. What we have, the situation right now is that we are not exporting much. Our economy was hit hard by COVID, and also the issue of confidence that is not allowing us to attract more foreign direct investment. And even the few that we have, some have been folding and going elsewhere. How do we get Forex into the country? We get Forex through investments, foreign direct investments. We also get Forex through remittances of Kenyans living abroad. We also get Forex from our exports in mainly tea, coffee, a bit of minerals here and there. Therefore, that is the basket we have. So what is the situation now? The situation is such that most, I think, several investors are holding back. Hawataki kuingia kwa sababu bado wanahisi kuna taswishi pahali ambayo hawezi the risk, hawezi risk. Pia hatuongezi uzalishaji wa kuuza nje. So we end up having a situation that is very bad. No wonder that's why we are going to the World Bank, because we need ejection of dollars. I don't know about the remittances. I don't know whether Kenyans are still as generous. I heard the president saying he wants to get 1 trillion by next year in terms of remittances. I don't know about that. But there's one thing I know. There's a statement he made some time back, a rather very unfortunate statement. He said that they will not be giving more than 10% for those who buy treasury bills and bonds. Now, as far as we know, is that Kenya is a market-driven economy. Even the monetary sector is driven by demand and supply.
Guru, just a minute. I can see Kenyan with love. I think he either wants to interdict or give some information. We can give him a minute, then you proceed if you won't mind that. Kenyan with love, you can proceed.
Guru, thank you for what you're saying. Actually, that's a very educative, and I want you, don't forget, please, what you were saying, but I wanted to add something so that you can add it on what you're saying. It's very, 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 very important what you're saying. So, you know, with micro and macroeconomics. So here's the thing. You see, long time, I mean, before this, like, and I want to talk about, because and this thing of Hustlers Fund is not a good thing, because there's people now, we've been lying to people a little bit here. Personally, I have been, because I've been talking about 500. There's other people who have connections who have been getting about 50 and whatever, depending on who you know, or 15, whatever you get. But what this thing is doing is destroying the macroeconomics of the country, because, Guru, remember, there's two types of investments. There's a governmental, and there's also the personal. So now when you come into a country and you are an investor and you're trying to invest in a country, and that country, the person, not the government, because remember, you can decide to not go the government way, but go to Guru and say, I will invest with you. We will work together. So what this whole thing is doing is actually kicking all our investors away. Why? Because they are starting to see the mwananchi not being able to have any credit for them to make business with them. And Kitambo, if you don't deal with the government, you could actually go deal with Guru. So there's a big problem. There's a big line problem in between this thing that Ruto is bringing economics bottoms up and giving people money and messing their credits, because you will not have a credit to go say, because every time you go talk to an investor, you will be owing the government. How are you going to tell an investor, assuming Mimi personally, because I live away from the country. If you come to me and I ask you, how much do you have? And you say, I have a land in Nakuru, Shabe, Shabab, or Kiamunyi. I have a land. Okay. How much do you owe? You say, I owe the government this. What do you think you're giving me? I will not invest with you, because you already owe the government. How about your collateral ichukuliwe? Then where am I going to be? So I think what people don't understand, the macroeconomics of what these guys are doing, they're messing everything so that even the private investors, they will have a problem eventually to come and invest with a private person like Guru or anyone else. Maybe you can comment on that, nilikuwa nataka tu kukuongeza hiyo, because that's a problem we were studying the other day at school, because I still go to school bado, but to do my own things. But we were studying that and we were talking about that, and I realized there's a problem. So maybe as you're going economics like that, maybe unaweza sema kitu about that.
You see, the much I understand is that there is a microeconomics and the macroeconomics. Ningetaka nani asikie hii, kwa sababu ndiye ameleta hiyo maneno. Kwa nini ameenda?
think ameenda hapo anasita nikuje ametoka kwa kiti, pengine anataka kumeza kitu.
Okay, amekuja. So
mimi nipo, sijaenda Guru, nipo.
So for the so-called Hustler Fund is a government trying to escape responsibility, because if you look at what Kibaki did when he came to power, is to reduce domestic borrowing so as to free the money in the local banks for the businessman. And that's how the banks started hawking loans by the roadside. But this government seems to have a different model where they want to go get government money from the treasury and lend it at lower interest rates. Maybe I do not know very much, but like Kenyan is saying, it has an implication on the local credit market eventually, because it could work at cross purpose. And it's finding the easier or the hard way of a government putting in policy that will make sure they borrow less locally and leaving the money for the banks to lend to those who want to do business in Kenya. However, let me also touch on the issue of forex. I have just said where we get our dollars. If any of those factors are affected, the country starts wobbling in terms of forex reserves. And that brings a whole problem when we are doing import-export business. And therefore, I think partly that is where we are. We have a problem right now, and we have no option but to rush to the World Bank and the IMF for ejection of dollars. But also the ambition by the president that he wants 1 trillion by next year. Is it by next year? I don't know. I am not very sure that the Kenyans abroad are as enthusiastic to bring in that kind of money. I think last year we closed at around, I don't know, 600. I'm not very sure, but I think it should be hovering around there. Because on average, I think we have about 60 to 80 billion in dollars coming to this country. I mean, sorry, in Kenyan shillings, you can convert that into dollars. So therefore, the government has created, would I call it a secretariat for the diaspora affairs within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I stand corrected. But
yeah, something similar to that. They call it the State Department, yeah?
But to inspire the kind of confidence he's talking about, that Kenyans now bring money in big and huge chunks, is not merely a statement of intention. It is much more than that. And therefore, he has to quote the Kenyans abroad in sweeter ways, perhaps, than it is right now. Unfortunately, our crops that bring money, like tea and coffee, have not been doing very well, especially coffee. Tourism went down and is just slightly picking up now. But also, you also realize that this is tied on to what I called later earlier, the issue of confidence in a country. So when all these things are combined, they are actually the net result is that we either get more forex or we get less, depending on how things are. But for now, I don't think they are handling the political situation very well, because as long as there is that, there is that underlying unresolved political issue of legitimacy and lack of confidence in the leadership by a majority of Kenyans, that itself, when it is put on the balance of what we call political risk assessment, then it gives very low ratings for the country. And one of the things that make people invest in their country is the confidence that the local investors have in the country they are in. So the rest Kenyans invest, the rest of the foreigners you invest, because they don't just come blindly. They normally look for people to guide them around, and they are the same ones who will do what we call recommendation. And I'm going to be, why would you want to invest in Kenya at this time? You just wait, something like that. And it matters much when somebody who is having billions in investments in Kenya tells another investor who would want to come here. They are very sensitive to such statements. So therefore, the government has to work very hard to particularly attract investment, and the starting point is the political environment, the political situation. They have to find a way, and that is where I always don't agree with those who castigate the handshake between Uhuru and Raila, because it removed the risk factor went down, and therefore the investors who came at that time were sure that they are coming to a country where there will be no disruptions, periodic disruptions. So I have told my friends, some of them, that if you think, there are those who enthusiastically went out to vote to make sure Raila does not become president, and that's a fact of life. But I've told them, if you think Raila is the problem, wait for January. If you have a child who is going back to school, that's when you know that Raila is the least of your problem. Thank you.
At least you've educated us on how the finances work. Some of us, we just see the rates, naambiwa ni 200, 110, but we don't know how these things happen. Kenyan with love, you will go to sema kitu. Somebody is talking diaspora remittance. That is true. February was about, I think most people who are in diaspora are remitting a lot of revenue back to Kenya, because somebody maybe is in UK and back at home, he takes care like of several people within the village. So the amount of money they send each and every month, hata ukiweka zile wanatuma for investments that are never materialized. The investment zile siku utarudi unaonyeshwa, unaambiwa hebu angalia picha WhatsApp, this is what happened, unaambiwa stories. So people remit a lot of money. Kenya with them, you're laughing. Yeah, it happens. There's some people who are wicked, my friend. You send money, utatumiwa picha, zile picha unatumiwa za WhatsApp, hata sio za huko. Anaenda pia anapiga picha ya project ya mwingine tu, ndio unatumiwanga, wewe unafurahia. Siku utaenda zile story utapewa. Wacha tu.
Boss, ukiona nikicheka hivi nishakulwa. Na si mara moja, nimekulwa kadhaa. Kwanza unakulwa na rafiki yako kabisa, you grew up together bwana. Anakwambia nitarudisha, ngoja nitachukua. Watuma lori 3, anaenda anakwambia we acha kwanza niweke moja, saizi nyingine nitaweka in 2 weeks. We. Utajipata ujui. No, but what Guru is saying is it's actually very educated, and maybe sometimes we need to organize to talk about that, the economics part of it and the remittance, and not even for diasporas, even for international investors. You're not going to invest into a country that everybody is on a debt, because at times you don't want to deal with the government. You want to deal with private investors and private people who are there. But sasa ukienda upate mtu ako na madeni, utainvestaji na akikule hiyo deni. Unasikia si wenyewe tu gongo na watu wetu. Sasa utainvestaji na mtu unaenda huko apata ako na deni ya government na nini, ataweza tafutwa hata mkiweka collateral. That's what I was asking Leo. Leo, if I have, nikikuja nikwambie let's invest on something, alafu nijue the collateral yenye tunawezeka ni ya shamba yangu na yako, lakini wewe uko na deni ya gava. Now, niko na what protection do I have? Why should I even invest with you?
It's really hard.
And I will see, because some of us wengine watu wamekuwa wajanja siku hizi, kwanza wanakimbia kwanza kwa government. Kama ni land mnataka kuweka collateral, uwezi enda tu kuweka aseme mtu wewe weka hiki tu pale umwambie hivi. Watu wanaenda wanachukua, wanaangalia kila kitu. So when I look, I will see and then you're being asked for your PIN. So now your PIN and your information is there. So I can see. And so you will find some people taking so much. Hata wenye watalipa hiyo 500 ya kwanza, kidogo upewe sijui ngapi, upewe ngapi, ukikuja kufika 50k na ulemewe, uanze kusema acha nikaweke collateral. Wende uweke collateral ya shamba yenyu. Sasa mimi nikikuja kuinvest na wewe, uko sure nita-invest na wewe? Siwezi. Hata wewe huwezi invest na mimi kama unajua collateral yangu iko na lien. We call it a lien. So what is the government doing? It's throwing away the private investors because people don't want to invest with the government as much as they used to. Mostly people want to invest privately. Squeezy. So now how am I going to invest privately? How? What's my collateral? And don't look at me as a Kenyan, because me I can, kwa sababu mi huko ni nyumbani, east or west, home is best. But how about mimi niende nichukue mtu mwingine hapa tu Marekani ama mtu wa Britain, nimwambie twende ukainvest nyumbani, na sasa hiyo nimeguzwa huko, niko na deni ya gava. How? So basically it's taking out the what you call the capital power of the Kenyan person. Is taking out the capital power. This thing of government trying to invest with the government, trying to borrow from the government and everything, and they're taking your information na wanaeka huko. Unajua hata afadhali niko na deni ya Leo, lakini nikienda kwa guru ajui kama mimi niko na deni ya Leo. Unajua? Huko tutaweza investiana. So I don't know. We were just looking at this thing, and I don't know. Ndio nimesema pia nyinyi mniambie what you think. For me, I was thinking, and we were talking about this over Christmas with a couple of people, and I just didn't. We were thinking this thing is gonna put us down as the Kenyan citizenry. Leo, what do you think?
No, this thing is really going to mess us. Me, I tried opting in for that hustle or whatever before I opted out. And I can tell you, the day I opted in, I got messages, I think, from 10 different, I don't know if I can call them organizations or Shylocks. I got one, it's called Cash Pot, telling me your line qualifies for 2,500 to 15,000 loan. I don't know, dial this number and register. I got one called Dream Life, Magnum, I don't know, Omoka, Kibao, Pokea, Do. So I was really wondering, why were these people not texting me before? Then I came to realize there's something normally to deal with. I know some experts knows it, data protection, whereby when you share some of your details, it should not be shared with a third party. But that is not the case with this Fuliza. Once you shared your details, those details that you shared, I'm not saying somebody is going to get into M-Pesa and steal some money, but your details are not protected. They are not secure. These things are handled with the people that we cannot hold accountable. For example, you can sue like Safaricom if they share your data without your knowledge. If somebody maybe just starts sending you some spam messages, you can go and take them to court because, Safaricom, they have their executive, they have their offices, the people you can approach and sue legally. But what about this one of us of hustler funds? There's nobody you can take to court. You don't know, they don't have any secretariat. And our data is really being mismanaged and being shared with the other people. And somebody told me that even sharing contacts, like if I have your contacts, 100 of you, there are guys I can send those contacts, they'll pay me, then maybe they'll send you some messages. And out of 100 people, at least there must be kuna kwanga na tu kondombi wawili tu wenye watafall in na wakwe scammed or waibiwe or something like that. So it do happen. So our data is not safe with these guys. Another thing I was asking myself, somebody told me he borrowed the 700. So the way they keep on reminding you, I was told they remind you after every 1 hour.
So there's a time they were reminding him that he's supposed to pay, I think it is 709. Another minute, another hour, it changes to 708 shillings. There's a time it changes to 707. So the amount keeps on varying. It is the same day, but you'll find that there's a difference. Out of the 5 messages they've sent you during that day, there's a difference. Between 3 of them, you might find differ with 1 shilling. So I was asking myself, Kenyan with Love umekaa mahali. I know there's a specific blog anatupatianga some updates on that hustler whatever. Government haikumweka mahali. So I don't know if hii ni scheme pia ya kumtafutia pesa. Wewe umekaa mahali, you have all our details. So we are told 14 million Kenyans have opted in and they borrowed. So out of these 14 million, you just decide that I want to take 1 shilling only. You know, these 14 million, if you take my 1 shilling from M-Pesa or any other account, I won't feel it, the impact, because it is a shilling. But if you pull it, how much are you going to pick in a day? I want to pick only 1 shilling a day. So in a day, how much are you going to get? You are going to earn 14 million from 14 hustlers who are just seated there. Just try to think of that. So that's how serious it is. You know, there's some questions, you know, Kenyan tumefika ile mali, people have been pushed. They don't have anything, so they won't be able to ask so many questions. And if you want to know, Kenyans will not be asking these questions. Have you ever seen these people who are applying for loans? These people are in need of this loan, or they don't even take time to read the terms and conditions. Even in these major banks, they take loans from Equity, but they don't read the terms and conditions. Those women you've had crying.
It's written in fine print. You can't read all that thing.
Some of them, the ones who take these Kenya women finance whatever loans, they don't read these terms. So once you've taken it, then you come to realize about these terms and conditions the moment you default. That is what is happening. People don't go through them. They don't know. They just want to get this money. They don't know the repercussions. They don't know what will happen. The government is putting you into debt. You'll not be able to invest. Nobody will want to invest with you because already you are owing the government. The government once has blocked you. You cannot do anything.
Leo, let me give you a funny story here before I know Germany, sorry. Let me give you a funny story. So I won't tell you who, but I know somebody who used to work with or still works with the fraud department for, you know, Kenyan KCB. And they once caught, and this was just ile kibahati mbaya. They caught this guy that actually was just taking cents from your account. Just cents. Si shilingi, Kenyan, cents. But they were getting it from almost everyone. When was the last time you went to your bank account and looked at the cents? Cents.
No, that is true. There were some claims. I think last year or 2 years back, there were some claims, and people really complaining about Equity. You know, those people who are salaried, like before that salary, people do withdraw some amount. You realize in Kenya, when you have salary, maybe you're receiving your salary from Equity. By the time it reaches end month, that account is normally reading 0. Some accounts do read negative. And if you're lucky enough, your account will be reading something like 40 bob or something like 50 bob, simply because that amount is not dispensable. You cannot be able to withdraw it. Had you at a position to do a withdrawal, that account will be reading 0. So there's some people are complaining. The last time I checked my account balance, I was having 44 shillings. And now by the time some few hours before my salary is deposited, this amount normally gets lost. So there are some questions. So that is how some people are just making, some people are just rich. You just need a pool of people. Even the same thing that you're talking of, this money that is being saved. This money is enough to make somebody open a company. If 14 million takes loan, let us say a minimum of 25 shillings. Let's say a minimum of 25 shillings is saved. So what is 25 shillings times 14 million? Is that not enough to create another billionaire maybe in the next 2 months as the hustler fund is going to collapse?
Let's assume that 25 shillings goes to somebody's account. Okay, they'll repay it back. I don't know whether they repay, because you're not going to ask for it. If you default alone, no one will return your money that you saved. You are not going to withdraw it. They told you the savings ya uzeni, and this thing is going to fail in the next 2-3 months. So tell me, if these 25 shillings, they've just dedicated it to your account, are we not making some single billionaires? But me, my take, if I was to advise the Kenya Kwanza concerning the Hustler Fund, assume you're having 10 million. I want to talk of 10 million. This 10 million, I give it to like 1,000 people.
Leo, I think Julia is behind the curtain. I'm gonna leave Kidogo. I have to go pick up my daughter, but I'll be
All
back.
right.
I'm not leaving the channel. I'll just be in the back. Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay. So I want us to look at this. I have 10 million. This 10 million, if I give 1,000 people, then I have this 10 million. I decide, I know this 10 million, I decide I want to give it to 100,000 people. Maybe I want to give everybody 1,000 each. Then this 10 million, I decide to give it to 4 individuals. I know if I give this 10 million to 4 individuals, maybe they'll start some small industry that will later employ these other 1,000 people. Unlike if I give it to 1,000 people, each person is going to have only 1,000 shilling. They'll spend it within 1 day and the 10 million will be lost. That is where the government lost it. This 50 billion, if they just decided that they want to, let them just start with 5 counties. They give 10 billion to Siaya, 10 billion to Muranga, 10 billion to Mombasa, 10 billion to Busia, 10 billion to Turkana, and tell them with this 10 billion, this county government, or they form a commission. I want you people to start an industry. Yeah, each county with a unique or different company that will employ these hustlers. I think that one would do much better than giving 50 billion to all the hustlers, giving each and every person 500. If they spend this 10 billion in maybe one county, this 10 billion will be able to employ like 500 in maybe like 1,000 per year. So at the end of 5 years, there are some people who will be employed and they've also employed others. But if you give everybody 500, they are going to spend it within the same day and this money is lost. Karibu Jeremani, I think we people, the last time we saw you, it was Christmas, and we've really missed you. So welcome. I know now people are going to join. Several of them have been saying they really missed your classes. So
Thank you, Bwana Leo. I think, yeah, you're right. The last time we spoke was just before the Christmas break, and I'm happy to see that you've gained weight in the 3 days we have not been on air. But that aside, I'm just saying you look healthy and you look happy. It's also good to see Bwana Guru there. Can see ameamka mapema kabisa. The sun is I think I like the weather from what I can see here. The sky looks blue, but it also looks a bit chilly, so it looks like it's a good day. Thank you also for the points you've shared. I was listening to the calculation of the billions. And my only question is there capacity within government to think in the manner that you have proposed? Because I'm thinking cynically, maybe there isn't. But in addition to what you said, one of the other things I wanted to seek enlightenment in this forum today was 3 things, 3 key things. If I was able to get enlightenment on these 3 key things, I think my day will be made. And one of them is pertaining to the benchmarking. There is a lot of trips that we hear government officials making, both in the national government and in the other arms of government, judiciary, legislature, county governments, people are always going on benchmarking trips. And I wish we could have a report, maybe done by the Auditor General, as to the efficacy of some of these benchmarking trips. Because speaking cynically, and also listening to what has been shared, it appears that some of these benchmarking trips are money-making avenues. So that we hear things of people getting per diems when they go for benchmarking. And at some point, I've always questioned, because I'm part of organizations where we go for benchmarking trips, but we go for those trips on our own account. The benefits are societal, but we go because, one, there's a benefit of networking. Number two, there's a benefit of gaining new knowledge. Three, there's a benefit of fun. We do not earn per diems, even from the organizations that we represent, for those kind of assignments. And I was trying to look at our civil service and looking at how we structure some of these trips. And I said, shouldn't we at this point find more efficient ways of resourcing some of those trips? And one of my suggestions may be as follows. For example, instead of having parliamentarians or county members of county assembly go out on a benchmarking trip, why don't we sponsor the parliamentary staff to go on those benchmarking trips? And then they can come with reports, written, documented, that can form a basis of evaluation by the parliamentarians or members of county assembly. So these would be reports written by staff members of the county assembly or staff members of parliament to the legislators, and saying, we went on a benchmarking trip on sports. We went for the World Cup, for example, and we observed that Qatar has the following facilities organized in this manner, transportation in this manner, the planning or secretariat is organized this way. We are proposing that if we are to hold a regional tournament, not even World Cup, that we consider the following as part of sports, written by staff members of parliament or staff members of the county assembly. The other thing that I wanted to touch on, and that's my first point, benchmarking trips. Should we find more efficient ways of getting them done? And if I may add, maybe just before I move to the second point, shouldn't we also have maybe a system where payment is made for those going on benchmarking to the hotels or to the locations where they'll be, as opposed to giving them the money? I know it sounds a bit controversial, but payment made directly to where you'll be staying, as opposed to you getting the money to spend and then account for it. That's just my thought. My second point is diaspora remittances. I observed that diaspora in 2021, 2022 sent 370 billion Kenya shillings. And this is data available to us by Central Bank. And my quick thoughts on that is that 370 billion could fund, if was put in one kitty, could fund Nairobi County, could possibly also fund Mombasa, could fund Kakamega for a whole year. Essentially what I'm saying is that the diaspora, in terms of the money they contribute to the Kenya economy, is a force in itself. It has been recognized in ways here and there, but it has not really translated into a force that can drive activities in Kenya. There's always been the debate about no taxation without representation. And we here find that diaspora, for example, contributes a huge amount towards the Kenya GDP. This is money generated from efforts in other areas, in other regions, but goes to support activities of the home country. And my question is, shouldn't diaspora really start thinking about how to agitate for representation beyond ministry level? I know ministry level is one of them, one of the avenues, but then again, I find this disjoint where ministries in Kenya appear to be pieces on a draft table, on a checkers table, or on a chess table. Ministries can be created, reorganized as the president seems or deems fit. And I'm thinking, why don't we adopt a new approach and say, we shall have the following ministries: a ministry of finance, a ministry of trade, a ministry of... So in the same way we have standing committees in parliament, we also have standing ministries. This can never be removed. And then maybe a president coming in can only be allowed to create 2 or 3 with very, very serious justification as to why they are needed. Because, as I said, my observation is that ministries are created. We have revolution ministry one time. It is removed in another cycle. And you start to wonder, was it created with good intentions in the first place? Or was it created for political expediency? I come to my third point, and I see Bwana Leo has left, but I think he may come in. I'm only speaking to Guru and fellow YouTube commentators. But my third point is a key of concern for me. I observe that we currently, not even in the current government, but even in previous governments, that the answer to some of the social challenges was always to create a fund. We'll create a fund for this, we'll create a fund for that. And I've always wondered whether creating funds or these funds that are being created are backed by very serious policy initiatives and very thorough discussions as to how they contribute, for example, towards Vision 2030. That is my point number 3. And finally, so that I do not also take up too much time, my concern is that we have something called the Vision 2030. And I noticed that in the Kenyan context, we are always talking about economy, economy, economy. We forget that we have a social pillar, we forget that we have a political pillar. And my thinking is that if we are not laying as equal emphasis in the social pillar, in the political pillars, are we actually going to realize Vision 2030? Thank you, Leo. Let me end it there so that I can also be enlightened by other contributions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeremani. Let me just maybe respond to your first point. I think that's the point I'll really address about the parliamentary or the parliamentarians going for benchmarking trips. What normally happens in our governments, both the county governments and the national government, what they normally Christian or what they normally brand as parliamentary trips or parliamentary benchmarking trips, these are not benchmarking trips. These are just entertainment holidays and some exploration visits, whereby if today you are elected an MP, there's some countries you've never visited, or there's some countries you don't want to spend your money visiting or to explore. you'll come up with what is called a benchmark, then you get an opportunity to go and visit it. And I was surprised when the president said they are going to reduce on the foreign trips and this benchmarking nonsense. But he led by example when he sneaked himself to Qatar to join a bunch of the delegation of Kenyan leaders who are there doing nothing. I'll really ask you a question. Maybe MCAs or leaders from Kiambu County going to do benchmarking in Egypt. What is the relationship between Kiambu and Egypt? These are different places. Like if you go to Egypt, most of the places they are dry. I would expect MPs and MCs from Turkana and those dry parts of Northeastern to go and visit Egypt to see how a dry land can produce apples and oranges that are sold in Kenya when we are receiving rain throughout the year. So they basically don't go for benchmarking. I personally, I have a friend of mine who was appointed. He got an opportunity to work in a county government. We worked with him, and when he left, he was involved in some financing some politicians, and one of the friend became the governor. So they appointed him to be among the, how do you call it? There is this county, there is this commission. He was a commissioner in the county, something to do with the civic or no, something to do with employment, something like that. Public position there. So within 2 weeks, this guy was telling me, not that he was telling me, he was calling me, is in Japan. I was telling him, so you were just in the village the other day, you've just taken the oath of office. He said, no, we've come for benchmarking. But the photos he was sending me and the places he was updating me, there was nothing to do with the county government. There was nothing to do with the learning anything new. They were just hopping from hotel to hotel, swimming from one pool to another pool. So at the end of the day, these are the people who are coming to tell you that they want to do a benchmark. They don't go there to do benchmark. These people go there for their own benefit. So when they come back, they go there to do shopping, buy some expensive suits, the ones that you normally wait to be imported here. So they don't do any. That thing should be abandoned and should be removed. We have a lot of experience, or most of the solutions within our country. I do tell people, for example, this thing called CBC, had the government been sincere that they want to get a better curriculum, they would have involved the teachers. The teachers are having the solution. They go and bring some busybodies who doesn't care, the people who've been there, who are not ready to change. They sit down and with some businessmen, people who are interested in who are in production, interested in selling the textbooks, then they come up with something and call it this now the curriculum. I saw, if you go to Somaliland, the other part of Somalia called Argesia, the Kenyans are there, they're having schools and they're having a new curriculum, that borrowed from CBC 844 and the British curriculum. I think that curriculum of theirs is better than the Kenyan curriculum. And it was done by those few Kenyan teachers who are trained in Kenya. And because the government could not employ them, they cross the border. And you know, when they go to Argesia, the least they get paid is $500. And this $500, they're given accommodation, their air ticket is paid, they are given food there. So who will wait to be employed by the TSC? That is how Kenya is losing some of the brains. Kenya is spending a lot of time to train maybe those people who are doing medicine and even the nurses. Once they've been trained, instead of these people maybe working in Kenya, because the government cannot be able to offer them employment opportunity, they cross the border and go to other countries there. So all this training, all these resources that is used by the government in training these experts is being wasted because you are training them so that they go and work elsewhere. That is why our government will be comfortable bringing some Cuban doctors when our doctors are known to be among the best. When they go to Europe, they work there. Why would you bring Cuban doctors when our doctors have not been employed? So priorities, the problem here is priorities. So these people don't know the meaning of benchmarking. They think benchmarking is when you visit Europe and take a plane there, eat in the European hotels, then come back and narrate to people how those Europeans are not eating ugali, they are eating burgers and they're having some fried fish. That is benchmarking. So they need to know what benchmarking really means. They don't go with they don't come with some resolutions that we went and visited. This is how they do it. We want to do it. They don't do that. But there's only one person I've seen doing some serious benchmarking. This guy, the governor for Kisumu, Professor Nyang'o, whenever he visits a place, he comes back with a report and some investors or some interested parties. And I think right now I was seeing they are going to be using some drones to supply medicine within Kisumu. They're just waiting for the government to approve it. So they need to learn a lot from that gentleman. That old man is growing old, but they need to learn a lot from him. I think that is what I wanted to clarify. Maybe somebody can continue and tell you something next. So that Guru is there.
Yes,
Alex, yes.
One of the most Guru, I wanted to say something quickly about a very important aspect of what my friend brought. And that is what I've always wondered. When you look countries like China and Russia, you wonder where they get their money that they borrow. And the aspect that my brother brought was the foreign sovereign wealth fund. These funds are a mechanism to save and redistribute wealth and stimulate the economy and lead investment, especially in infrastructure and other critical areas. And that's why they are able to, this fund is able to accumulate, especially the way they do it is that the interest rate that they have within their banks is very stable, that the Soviet wealth fund that they have is able to accumulate to a point that they are able to lend to even countries like America. You can imagine that America does not have the Soviet wealth fund, but Russia and also China have this. Okay, part of this thing is this. The Soviet the country. You look countries like Norway, Saudi Arabia, Emirates, their Soviet wealth fund have been used to stimulate economic activities in such a way that you wonder why these countries are always progressive. It's because they have Soviet wealth fund. It is like NSSF. If we could be using our NSSF very well, NSSF is a very wealthy organization. And you can imagine how much it has been looted over the years, but still stands. So if Kenya could understand what is, and especially it's called heteroeconomics, which is part of Soviet wealth fund, is a very important aspect of a country. Kenya has reached a point whereby if we had it, we could not be borrowing for infrastructures, for hospitals, for all these things that we are borrowing for, which are so minute. Infrastructure such as roads are not very expensive to build. If only we had a Soviet wealth fund, countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like Norway, countries like Singapore, they have just simple Soviet wealth fund, an aspect that if we study very well, it can really help. South Africa has started one. It has not matured because of the kleptocracy of the ANC. And ANC has failed that country since 1994. But they started long time ago. So I think I like the fact that you have brought that aspect of Soviet wealth fund. And I think many people, especially Kenyans, do not understand why China is able to borrow money to other countries. Where does it get its money from? How can China borrow to America billions and billions of money? It's because it has Soviet wealth fund. And it's an aspect that we need to study economically so that you can know its viability. Infrastructures in China, in Saudi Arabia, in Norway, in Qatar, are not borrowing money from any country because they have Soviet wealth fund. It is a pool like NSSF. NSSF, if you look at its historicity, we have had it being looted and looted and looted. The other time you saw a young man who has an helicopter. He goes and he's just a mere clerk. He comes from his office. He goes to Wilson Airport. He takes an helicopter. He goes to his house where in Kiyosimayo or Kitsuri, and this is just a mere clerk looting billions of money, and that's a mere clerk. And you can imagine now the CEO answered. So if we had a Soviet wealth fund that he has said, we will never be able to borrow money for infrastructures. Thank you very much for that.
I think your input is true. And before Guru talks, somebody should ask yourself, why is it that Ruto insists that you should increase the NSSF from the 200? Currently, Kenyan, you are paying 200 and the employer is paying equal amount, which is 400. Why is he insisting that they have to amend the law and force you to increase that? Yet he knows it is your savings. We know very well it is easier to loot money from a coffee like NSSF, because that money nobody asks. It is not like your account whereby you will be checking balance and know if that money is available. So they want those money that lie idle to loot. Yes, Kanyan, with love, you can proceed.
Yes,
I
was
wanted
saying
to test everyone. I wanted to test everybody's bubble. Really not test, but actually, after today, watu wataniangalia vibaya. I think Ruto is very smart in business. Very smart, a very skilled, smart person in business. He understands business. He understands stocks. He understands what we are trying to talk about right now. The only problem that Ruto does not understand is something that is called international and political way of living. I mean, I don't know how to put this. The guy is a skilled, he's a businessman and is very good in business. But the problem is he's running the country as a business. You can't run a country as a business. There's the political part of it. There's so much that goes into a country as once you become a leader, that it's no longer Western Hotel. Western Hotel, my business, I can run it how I want to run it. But the moment I become a leader, then something changes, because now, if Western Hotel was my hotel, I'm not going to run it for profits. So Ruto has a problem, and unless Kenyans realize this, and this is why we have a problem with Ruto, and especially, and his, other than his criminal side of it, but without the criminal side, if we could just forget about the criminal side of it, he's a good businessman. But he's running the country as a business entity. And we cannot have that, because a country cannot be run as a as a business entity. It's not a business entity. You're not looking for your capital, and then now you come and make money, and now you have your profit and you have your receding capital. That's where Ruto is going so wrong, by running the country as a profit. And that's why he talks about he's going to put atakwekea, atakwekea, what do you call this? Atakwekea your savings. Unaniekea my savings as who? That is my money. When I want to do my savings account, I do my savings account. Guru, when you want to do your savings account, you do your savings account. Nani anajua savings account yako iko na pesa ngapi? I can almost bet you bibi yako ajui savings yako iko na pesa ngapi. And most of the people in this show right now will tell me that either bibi yako ama bwana yako ajui savings account yao iko na pesa ngapi. Even if you share account, you share the check-in, you don't share savings. Sasa hii nitaenda kutoa wapi pesa yangu? Guru, niambie please, cause nimesaviwa 25. Nitaenda kutoa wapi nikitaka kutoa? Cause savings is supposed to help me. I don't understand the economics and what economics. I mean, I thought I did economics well, but I don't understand it. Maybe Guru and Alex, you guys have done good economics. Maybe you guys can tell us. Na maybe kila mtu mwingine hapa amefanya economics vizuri. Please, naweza taka muniambie, when vitu zangu zitaumana and I want to go get that $25 that he wants to get for every 500, and they are saving for me. I really don't understand why they need to save it for me. Kama I don't know if I did not, I mean, sijui kujisavia. And I've been sarcastical. Where am I going to get that money?
Okay. Kenyan.
Yes.
Let me go back to where German was. The most hilarious benchmarking trip that our MPs made was either to Malaysia or I can't remember, Seychelles, to find out how they make food. It was a catering committee of parliament, how mandazis are made and tea for the staff and for the MPs. So that shows you the level of, corruption in Kenya. The most strange thing in Kenya is that you see these big people push a certain project purportedly for the public good. But in actuality, the purpose is what you get as an individual if that project matures. In fact, there are people who are saying we are not likely to find any corruption in this government. And Ruto said it some time back, there will be no money to steal. Why? Because the greatest corruption happens at the budgeting level. Okay? You budget the money for a road in Kitui and exaggerate the funding. And then the project goes according to the financing proposal. So where will you say that the money has been stolen? So corruption is factored in the budget. So there is no overshooting of the budget in terms of construction of roads. You understand? It's a very intelligent way of doing it. So therefore, all these things you are seeing, even the so-called Asra Fund, there is an underlying element that you only come to understand much, much later. Because like you have asked, you are told that some money has been saved for you. Where? Which account did you open? Who is going to handle that savings? You see? In any case, I have never understood that any institution can save for money for a phantom, somebody you don't know. How? How will you access the money? If I wanted that money midstream, would I access it? So we are dealing with a businessman, like you are saying, Kenyan, but also a very shrewd one, and who is seeing opportunities everywhere. Because now You know, when you have a whole structure of government in front of you, you will know where to enter and do what you wish to do. So the credit market is true, requires some living because people want, some money to do business. But on this one, things went wrong. Whoever told Ruto that those who take Fuliza, they take it for purposes of business, was actually wrong. Most of the Fuliza money goes to social consumption, paying for rent or buying, food for the evening or something like that. It has nothing to do with business. And therefore, if it was a model to, kind of facilitate small businesses, it should be something completely different. I would even have wished that they use the county governments to register youths who are doing business and fund them, rather than this kind of situation where you just throw money to people you even don't know who they are. Okay? And in any case, who said every youth in Kenya wants to do business? Some of them don't want to do business. They just want to be employed. Yeah, and it's a fact of life. So therefore, this is a fund that is going to end up in total failure. In fact, the first scandal that is going to confront this government is the scandal on Hustlers Fund. Because right now, what is a trend is that only about between 20 to 25% are refunding the money, meaning over 75% are not. That's a very high default rate. I understand they have already dispensed over 10 billion. So you can see the trend. Okay? So therefore, as much as we may want to have confidence that there are things that has been done to solve some of the problems that we have, I think the solutions are very wrong. Like the HESRA fund is an ill-conceived fund. In fact, I call it here a government-sanctioned handout. Just gives more tokens. I do not know what kind of advice our president is receiving from the likes of David D. and Professor Joanna Dongo. Because basically, the credit market does not work like the way they are trying to bring it now in Kenya. The government, actually, the work of the government is to keep up business and facilitate businesses to thrive. What they should have done is to find policies to facilitate the credit market to reach out to the SMEs, but not to come into the business themselves. They will fail spectacularly. Thank you.
That was good. That is true. That is true. This saving that you're not forced to save. Somebody is saving for you. Huh? I don't know. Hata kama
So hata
ningekuwa
wewe nani, hata wewe Leo, nimekuuliza swali na nimeuliza pia nani,
yeah,
who is saving for who and for what?
All right, what is happening is this.
Hata SMEs.
In the first case, we should not call that thing a saving. It is the first time I've tried to look at the books and the history of saving and maybe those people who run accounts. I've not found anywhere where somebody went to borrow money to save. The meaning, even look at the grammatical meaning of saving. Saving, why do I save? Save, you do it out of excess that you're having. So does somebody borrow when you have excess? The answer is no. Then number two, how did you save? Because if I'm to save, me, I'm a member of NSSF. Huh? So in NSSF, I went and registered and I was given the account number. Right now, they sent me, there's a number *303 I can dial and be able to know how much I've saved and how much interest my savings have earned. But in this case, you are saving to a place where you yourself, you don't know. Let's say, for example, you've been saving, then you pass. How will they know your next of kin? How will they know your next? How will they do a follow-up? So in other words, you are not saving. These are government loot. So you, as you are being given your part of the loot, somebody is remaining with it. Jeremani wants to respond on that. Continue, proceed.
I had, okay, Jeremiah can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bwana Leo. I just wanted to make a quick follow-up to this point regarding the NSSF, so that, as I say, today I'm actually in to get enlightened. And I was doing some quick calculation. From what I've heard is that the Kenyans who actually pay the PAYE per month is about 3 million Kenyans. I'm open to correction, but that's a figure I picked up some time. My quick calculation then on the
3.3 million.
NSSF contribution.
It is 3.3 million.
3.3 million. Thank you. Thank you for that. So my quick calculation then says if each one of them is paying 200 shillings, and then the employer pays another 200, then, and this I'm looking at the minimum, is at the statutory. So let's go by the 200 figure. So 400 shillings is what the 3 million people pay per month, which then says there's a collection of 1.2 billion per month. And then at the end of the year, there's a collection of 14 billion. But I've just Googled right now and seen some very shocking figures. And the shocking figure is that NSSF collects about 600 million shillings per month. Does it mean there's some people, almost half of the people do not remit, or almost half do not pay, or of the 3 million? That's where my concern comes in. Thank you. I wanted to just see if there's a possible explanation, or you might have some deeper insights as to that discrepancy.
Aston PK alikuja, I think he can contribute a bit.
Anybody
Unaweza
wants to be, kama kuna mtu anataka kuchapa hiyo kuchapa hard on hiyo ni swali ngumu, lakini najua kuna shida iko, lakini sawa, hata kwanza tusikize.
Yeah. Stone, chukua ushukani.
Let me digest that first. Give me a pass as I digest Jeremani.
Alex. Oh, Jeremani is still there. Jeremani, you can proceed.
No, ameuliza swali, anataka jibu.
I may not be able to give you because I may not be able to answer that, but what I do know is that most of the businesses that are owned by Asians and those in industrial area because I do have a relative that used to work under Newton Kulundu. And I remember those times, and that was 1998, 99. That lady was called Burucharan. And in 1 week in the newspaper, they had big fights because of the non-compliance of the Asian community in terms of remittance of NSSF. And what was happening is they were getting a pass. They were giving bribes to ministers for labor. And then you realize that those people that are working with the Asians and some of the industrial area companies were not remitting, and that's why you are finding those discrepancies. At that particular time, the figures were that if we were to remit religiously towards the employees who are working, it could have amounted into almost like 2 trillion because of the number of employees and the kind of profits that they were making at that particular time. So I can assume that still we are in that trajectory whereby there are some businesses who are not remitting, or there is this new thing that has come whereby we hire employees through agencies, okay? And therefore, we do not have the obligation to be responsible in regard that they are our employees. So we pass that responsibility to the agencies. And some of these agencies are very funny. You can open an agency today and close it within 2 months. And you see, there is a law that in Kenya, and that is a very bad law, that a company can exist within 6 months in order to start remitting some of the revenues or profits or some of the remittance that's supposed to remit to the government. So there are dubious people who have this perpetual character of starting a company within 3 months. And that's why you find some people having a tune of up to 30 companies, okay? And why do they do that? They use one for 3 months, they put it away. They use one for 3 months, they put it away. Because the obligation is the government gives you a leeway at least, because you can't start a business in a month and you make a profit. The government understands you need at least 3 to 6 months to start making a profit. So there are shrewd people who do what? In 3 months, they start business, they put it away. So they open almost like 20 companies, and they are in a business of defrauding the government. And that is why we need to curb and come to the law whereby we don't need people to have more than 20 companies. At particular time, somebody like Songo has how many companies? You can't even count. There are people who have companies that you can't count. And what do? They start this one after 3 months. Because of the law that allows them that at least 3 to 6 months, you start making profit, then you remit. They have found a way to defraud the government. And that's why you find some of these discrepancies. And that is one of them. There are many that I may not know, but the main one is that one, whereby people have found a way, okay, to defraud the government by doing that. Now, I wanted to respond to Wairimu in regard to Soviet Wealth Fund. And I will tell you that maybe you don't know the history of foreign wealth funds. And we need to abolish NSSF and NHIF, and we form the Wealth Fund. Now, let me tell you what the China Investment Corporation have done. They have moved towards a mechanism that is scientific. And what they have done, they have replaced a comprehensive risk management and quality assurance management system that is so sophisticated, and it's a platform whereby it is insulated against political micromanagement. Politicians cannot touch it no matter what. And I'll give you some of the foreign, the Soviet foreign investments in the world that are more successful. Norway is one of them. And when you look at Norway one, it is non-political. Politicians cannot touch it. It is well insulated to a point that that fund is there to help in the development of infrastructures, in bridges, in things that help in that country. Another country that has done very well, and I'll tell you, it is Singapore, and theirs is called TESMAC. Go and Google about TESMAC. When you are saying that your statement shows that you do not understand what Soviet Wealth Fund means. Okay, the third one I'll tell you, which I love most. It is the Dubai one. How did Dubai come to develop all that it has? It is because it created a wealth fund that was so insulated that even the kings of Dubai could not touch that fund. It was so well protected with the best risk management and quality assurance, and that money was able to build the best infrastructures in Dubai. The last one I will tell you, it is the one of India. India has not developed itself very well, but it has many. The problem with India is federalism. It's like Kenya, whereby it has many of them. The best one is of Bangalore. When you go to India, you go to Kerala, it is different. You go to Mumbai, it is different. You go to Gujarat, it is different. But when you go to Bangalore, the Soviet Wealth Fund in Bangalore has made Bangalore to be better than California. If you go to Bangalore today, you may think that you are in Silicon Valley. So what I'm saying is this: we must abolish these things called NHIF and NSSF. We form a wealth fund that is insulated against the government, so that Ruto is not the one who is appointing the director of NHIF, the ABC of NHIF. We have NSSF and NHIF. We want something that is sort of Safaricom, whereby government, it is insulated against the government. The reason Safaricom has succeeded, it was insulated against the government. Though the government can regulate it and also monitor it, but it has nothing to do with it. If we do so, we cannot borrow. We will have our own money to build our own infrastructure. If we can understand that concept, we will know that that's how countries like Qatar, Norway, China have been able to build their own infrastructures without borrowing, to a point whereby they borrow other countries with biggest amount of interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jeremani is still having the hands on. You can check it.
Thank you. I wanted to make a quick follow-up to what Alex Media is saying, just to see that that very good point does not get lost in the wind. Might Alex have an idea of how such a fund can be, say, insulated from government, number one, and number two, I'm hoping he will also tell us that he is in the process of discussing with some influential people how such a fund can be established and how we can go about dissolving or dismantling NSSF and NHIF if by his evidence they are not serving the purpose in which they were intended in the current era. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Aston. Yes, Kenyan with the lab, you can proceed before. Stone, we are just saying good morning.
Good morning to you.
Let me answer quickly. We gave a proposal and we wrote a very good policy analysis in terms of how Kenya can do away with NHIF and NSSF, and we built a Soviet Wealth Fund. The problem is that they realized that that was their cash cow. And when one of the members of parliament tried to take the bill to parliament, which we had written it very well for him, it was shot down at before even it came to parliament. The problem is that there are institutions that have been cash cows for politicians in that country. So it is very difficult. As you did the calculations of how we are paying, and I think you put the numbers, especially the 200, because in some institutions, when you pay 200, some corporations are forced to pay triple of that amount. So if you pay 200, some institutions are forced to pay 600, which comes from 200 plus 600, which comes to 800. So you multiply 800 times that number, which was 3.3 million, and you can understand what that number comes to. Now, the problem is some corporations are cash cow for these people, especially when it comes to elections or to bankroll their activities, especially their political activities. Remember, if you have done logistics, especially Stone PK will tell you, in rallies, serious rallies, let's say the Azimio rally, whereby the last rally that Raila went to Kasarani before election, that rally alone costs almost 100 million. You ask your question where that money comes from. That money comes from looting from such companies. So the problem of our country is our politics have become so expensive. They are not like the politics here in this country whereby people contribute. I remember when Obama did his campaign, people were sending $10, $20, and people were bankrolling the campaigns. And it was not cooperation. The Dodge McCain campaign finance bill limited the amount of money that the campaigns can be done with. Kenya has not reached a point whereby we want to limit the amount of money. Remember, at some point we were shocked that Kenya allowed a governor to use up to 1 billion to campaign for their gubernatorial campaigns. Then you ask yourself, 1 billion Kenya shillings to become a governor. That's a huge amount of money. If you put that money into calculation and statistics, that money can pay school fees for a whole county from kindergarten to university for maybe a couple of years. But we use it for campaign, just like that. So I think the reason why we are not able to come up with such a noble idea is our politics is rotten. And it's becoming expensive each and every day. From 2007 to now, Kenya has had the most extravagant, opulent kind of politics whereby you realize that we are using so much money. By the time we finish elections, the coming government must loot to come back to its senses. People sell their properties, people sell their homes, people sell their businesses to campaign. The moment they enter into office, they must loot to go back where they are. And that's why we are losing. We need to come up with a campaign finance bill whereby we must cap the amount of money we are using in politics. A mere MCA is using almost 50 million to campaign for a ward. And you can imagine. And that's why people like Kawira are being impeached, not because they have done anything wrong. These people use so much money to campaign. They are so ass broke. Now they have come. Now they want stipends. They want to go to benchmarking. They want to use all these shenanigans that you can use to get money. So, and that's why we are not able to come up with that noble idea, because politicians have become so extravagant in their campaign that when it comes now to make bills that are going to help, the only thing they are thinking is how to return the money they used in their politics. They refused. We gave them the bill. We wrote the bill very well. It is there, well written, and it is one of the best ones. We looked at the China one, the Russia one, the Norway one, the Dubai one, the Singapore one, and we made an hybrid of it, but they have refused to do anything about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Maybe just to add on, yesterday it said something here that there are 4 major ways in which somebody can use to bring down a country or to destroy a country without firing bullets. And I said one of them is that you bring down a country, first of all, by distorting or changing their perception of the truth. Once you change the perception of the truth, which is normally done through the media, so that they don't perceive what is true to be true, they perceive lies to be the truth according to how you want them to perceive things, then that is the beginning of bringing the country down. Secondly, he talked of interfering with the future generation, and the future generation are the children that we are having. So how do you destroy the future generation? This one can be done at the school level. So interfere with, these children. What they learn in school is what they grow knowing. So you will have to come up with some curriculum that is going to make them believe in your philosophy, curriculum that is going to make them think in the way you want them to be. Like right now, all your children, when they're doing their CBC projects for sweeping the roads and doing such things, that is what grows in their mind. Those little minds, they know that when they grow up, they'll be sweeping the market and such things. Last year, not last year, but 2019, I happened to attended a certain forum whereby we were looking at the CBC curriculum, and there was a book, English book for grade 4. There was a certain story whereby they were given a story of a certain school, and there was a leader, an MP next to that school. So these kids, the MP came and talked to the kids and told them, if you score higher marks, I'll fly you with my aeroplane. So that's the kind of the motivation that they were giving in that story. And I was among the people who objected and saying, this one, how are you, which kind of mentality are you preparing these kids that they get motivated that when they pass examination, they'll be flown by the MPs using helicopters, such things. Then we talked of the political philosophy, which is happening currently in Kenya. How do you destroy their political philosophy of a country? You simply monetize the politics of the country. The politics of Kenya is no longer based on ideologies. Forget about people who talk of tribes. It is not tribal the way it used to be. It has remained to be about money. How much can you give? And it is even told, you are told, if you want to become a governor, they'll ask you, how much do you have? The other time, this governor, the one who wrote a letter, he was called somebody Wabarua, Kihata, or I can't remember the name. So Kangata. So Kangata was in Arambe and he produced some 10,000, I think 40,000. And Ruto told him, when the governor Gani, governor 10,000, governor 10K. So you see, they rate you in terms of how much you have. So that is how our politics have been. So you need money to ascend in those positions. That is why we will have rogue people. We will have criminals. Yeah, we will have those people who are the wash. Our parliament, I'm sorry to say that our parliament currently is full of wash. Those people who made money through ways that cannot be traced, through ways that cannot be proved. They don't own any business. Their sources of income they cannot account for. But because they were able to bribe people, they are the ones who are able to bribe you most. They find themselves there. We will have comedians who've been elected just because of fame and money that they are having. So that is how our politics is distorted, and politics no longer mean anything. If you go to some other countries, like you people who are in Europe, you'll admire politics of ideology. People who are loyal to their political parties, but currently people are not even loyal to their political parties. Today I'm in ODM. If the opposition or the other party comes and gives me some money, I'll join their team because they're going to finance me. So that is the problem that we are having, and it is really causing us. I saw some hand was up. There was some hand. Yes, Kenyan Islam.
I think Alex is very right in what he's saying, and also even you, what you're saying is very right. We don't have a ideological kind of politics, but again, I also think there's something that people have never realized for a long time, and as we're continuing, I wish anybody can actually talk into that. You see, this subsidy thing has always been there. Since independence, we've always subsidized something. However it is, whether it's education, whether it's economical, we've always subsidized something. When you run away from subsidy, and it's the reason we pay taxes, because taxes are paid for you to subsidize and make your country be better in however the problem that they're going through, whether it's military subsidy, whether it's economical subsidy, whether it's food subsidy, whether it's health subsidy, whatever it is. Once you take that subsidy away, then you have a problem, because it's been there since independence. We've always subsidized. Our economy has always subsidized something. And maybe it's now that people are understanding that there's been subsidy. When you take it away, then you leave people hanging. That's why you have the older people, that was subsidy. Hakuna hata mtu alikuwa anajua kama watu wanalipagwa kutoka subsidy. Our grandfathers, our great grandfathers, when you were alive, no one ever knew about subsidy. It's now that people understand, actually seeing what subsidy is. But it's always been there forever. So now when we start taking away, now people are starting to understand what subsidy is. Though it's always been there. Our economy is built on subsidy. Ukienda kununua Coca-Cola kwa shop, the reason the Coca-Cola is cheaper than Ugandan Coca-Cola, Malaba, there, across the street unapata, is cheaper, is because of the subsidy. Now, there's different ways of subsidy. There's the economical, there's the educational, there's the medical, there's everything. Subsidy has always been there. So now that we're taking subsidy away, people are starting even to understand that there's subsidy now. So Kenyans, are we understanding what is happening? And where is that money that has always been there for us to buy mkate cheaper than we buy it once you cross the border? And why people used to cross the border to come and buy cheaper and go sell it expensive on the other side? Do we understand that that was the economical subsidy? That's where I'm going with this topic. because we have to understand that subsidy has always been there. These guys have come, is the first time for many of us and for many people did not even understand what subsidy meant. And by the way, even now, when you talk to people and talk to back at home and talk to them about subsidy, they won't even tell you what subsidy means. But because they don't understand there was always subsidy, wanasikia tu subsidy imetolewa. Now they understand, oh, there is subsidy. Hata wajui subsidy ni nini. So, Guru, sorry.
Yeah, I support you in the sense that, in fact, I doubt the commitment that the current government had in helping the common man, the so-called hustler, because actually, if you look at the subsidy issue, it's about getting taxes, mostly from those who are able to do business and are in employment, meaning they are well off than those who will finally see the benefit of subsidy. So in other words, it's like subsidies are meant to take care of the very vulnerable in the society. So in fact, I don't know the philosophy underlying the current stand that we do away with subsidies, yet this government came into power on strength of uplifting the very poor. And subsidy is one of the tools that government use, first of all, to close the gap of social welfare, so that you can be able to provide people in Kibera with water, so that you can be able to provide the very elderly with a living allowance, so that you can take the children of the poor to school. You know, that kind of thing. So it is now time for the so-called hustlers to start evaluating whether they were duped. Because actually the very reason for subsidy is to uplift the very poor in the society. It is nothing else. And it helps because we cannot all be the same. There are those who are able than others. And therefore, when they pay taxes, some social welfare gets to those who cannot even pay that tax. So what is this kind of standing that we have of the government? What commitment do they have to the poor? Who gave them votes? The hustlers. What commitment is there? None. In fact, I would have wanted Misa to be here to tell us, in what way was the government coming to help the very poor, the bottom up? Kind of philosophy, because I would have expected them to accelerate the subsidy issue, so that the very vulnerable and the very poor can get some social services. But it's now the opposite. I rest my case.
Yes, Jeremani.
Thank you, Leo. One of the things that I've been curious about in terms of the economic management is the question of the monthly taxes, the pay as you earn. And my theory has always been, why don't we make it in such a way that people earning below 25,000 Kenya shillings do not pay taxes at all? When I say taxes, I mean the PAYE. So that you only start paying PAYE once you hit the 25,000 Kenya shilling and above threshold. That's number one. Number two, for businesses, my theory has always been, Why don't we make it in such a way that you only start paying or making returns once you hit the threshold of 3 million Kenya shillings turnover for the year? Alex Media is there, and I believe he has a good grasp of some of these economics we're talking about. But one of the things that I also wanted to make a follow-up with him on the paper he submitted was, is there another way of introducing a similar paper through popular initiative? Thank you, Leo.
I will answer
Don't
you
you-
that. Oh, let's don't speak.
Uh, Good morning, afternoon, evening to all of you. I feel like all what we've been talking about, are coming to pass, and I tend to think like we should actually adopt a wait and see. It's like when you have a lady very expectant, and then you just at the ninth month, it is so pregnant that it can't be hidden. So what you do, you just sit and wait to see what will be coming forthwith, whether a baby boy or a baby girl or whatever it is. Actually, most of the time, you don't know. Similarly, it's the same as when you see a boil going through all the, the cycle, the painful process, and it reaches a time, like in my tradition, they used to say, you should not burst it. But some people would defy. They say when you burst it, it doesn't heal quickly, but the pain is just too much. So people are advised to wait until it bursts itself naturally. Then the healing might be coming. So I don't know what Kenyans are going to follow, because all what we are discussing, actually, we've been discussing since this government came into power. I've been hearing people talk, not only in Tembe here, all over. All what I've been hearing is about failure. Failure to do this, failure to deliver, failure to, and then I've been asking myself, is it really that people hate Ruto so much that his failure or his criticism began on day one? So it is either one of the two, and it is either, yes, people hate him so much so that that they cannot see anything good that is happening, and this must be a reason that whatever they have seen, there must be a reason why people feel like he is failing, or he is bound to fail, or he has failed. There must be a reason. There must be indicators that have made those people, because it's not one person, it's not Mutembei TV, it is in the entire country. Everything people touch on, anything, any small topic people touch on about this government is about how it's not delivering. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because there's something I've been calling rapture ever since pre-elections, during elections, and after elections. I'm on record to have said Kenya is at the verge of that rupture. And thank God we are going to see that in our times. I kept on saying, rupture, you could expedite it to happen, or you could mitigate it not to happen. And rupture is the collapse of systems. Collapse of systems. Now, this is not a theory. We've seen systems collapse. And the most painful thing that happens when systems collapse, it takes so long, so much pain to put them together. It is easier, very easy to bring down a 30-story building through technology. But how long does it take to put those story building up? Even a simple house, a simple bungalow, house of 5 rooms, it's very easy to blast, simple blast, and you bring it down. How long would it take to build? We've seen countries that have collapsed during our time. Some of us who are a little bit older, I'm not talking about the 1990s and 2000 born, but people who are a little bit older and those who read, we can pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to even 10 countries that were once, and mark my word, that were once known for XYZ. This country has this in the world. This country is number 3 in the world because of XYZ. I would give you examples of countries like Venezuela. Venezuela was once the leading oil producer country in this world. And we read that geography or whatever it is for quite a long time, man. Okay? Where is Venezuela today? Why should we not ask ourselves why? What makes it? What makes it a history? What makes it a past? What makes it collapse? What causes a country to collapse? Somalia struggling to knit together something they can call a country. The list is endless. Congo, DRC, struggling. And I can assure you that struggle may take another decade, not a decade, century. The indicators don't show anywhere near them becoming a country, because where it is now, it's not a country. It's just small villages, everyone has his own territory that is controlling and all that. Nigeria, for example. I mean, truth be told, most of these countries in Africa are not countries. We just have an echelon of a few people pretending to hold it together, but it's only for their own good, controlling the cartel. And that is what I am now seeing. And it's the sum total that I want to tell those who are listening to us, those who are in this panel, that the discussions we are holding here, we are just confirming that Kenya is going to be no more. That is very, very sad. And I know it is very bitter pill to swallow. I know people will say Stone PK is XYZ, but all what is going on in that country is one of the most scaring indicators. Countries are not only torn up by war. There is bigger war. Poverty is the biggest. War of bullet and all that is nothing. Poverty is worse. Poverty is worse, and especially poverty inflicted by leadership. Umasikini ambao unaletwa na uongozi. Mark my word. Those who are pretending to be leaders, taking power, and then inflicting poverty into the people in the name of policies here, policies there, policies there. Now, we've discussed so much about one of the most useless ideas, idiotic idea called Hustler Fund, nonsensical idea called Hustler Fund. mediocre idea called Hustler Fund. We have been discussing of things like removing subsidies. Just you are sworn in today, unaweka Biblia chini, the first kazi unafanya ni kukata subsidies. You even don't have a cabinet. You start, unaanza kukatakata vitu. You have forgotten there is a constitution. There is what we call when people, everyone has a role to play. For example, division of labor. There are ministers who are supposed to do X, Y, Z. You've been sworn in, you've not constituted a government. So you are supposed to continue with the government that is in place. The permanent secretaries, the ministers, those do not leave office until you do an appointment. But you don't come in and start giving arbitrary decisions. Removing this, which government has ever come into power and the first things in the agenda is minus, kutoa hii, delete this, destroy this, dissolve this. Where I've been trying to research, kukuta serikali ambayo you are sworn in and the first thing is unasema subsidy toa. And when you toa, you are not saying nimetoa hii naweka hii. Nimetoa hii naweka hii. Nimetoa hii naweka hii. That is a simple kind of administration style. You remove this, substitute it with this. This has not been working. Let's try this. Stop this. Begin with this. So basically, what I'm trying to say, Kenyans, I think we should stop discussing tungoje tu hii kitu iporomoke. And then I think now I'll join those who are saying tuombe Mungu. Sasa mi sijui ule Mungu tutaomba ni mgani, ni wa Ruto ama ni wa wananchi. We just let it collapse because hata tukidiscuss, tuna discuss nini? Tunaambia nani? Sikio la kufa alisikii dawa. Okay? This is the devil, the evil that has been dropped to Kenya to destroy this beautiful country that was skyrocketing in terms of innovation, ideas, and all that. Time has come, and it's a rapture. It is there. It is written. Okay? Just like the way we say prophets of doom will be there. We also say the pastors of the church, the false prophets are there. They downed into Kenya. Madhabahu ya uongo. Makanisa ya uongo. Siku zimefika wakati mwizi si mwizi. Mwizi ni mtakatifu. Imeanzia Kenya because it is in our country Kenya where thieves have been cleansed. In the entire world, have been for the last 1 month, hata sikukula Christmas, I was trying to see when governments take over, what has been happening. In fact, one of the government that I praised so much is where they took over and cornered all the thieves and shot them in public. That is hiyo ndio moja niliona nzuri. They went into door to door, picking all the thieves, all the corrupt people, and brought them in Pale Uhuru Park and shot all of them, killed them.
Rodrigo Duterte went for the drug runs.
Thank you.
And killed them in the streets.
But thank you. I didn't want to say that. And people, at first people are shocked. Ameua. Then you realize, ameua ule drug lord, ule ametuangaisha. Then people start celebrating. Because human nature is when you see somebody being killed, kwanza ni unastuka. Then unakuta, kumbe huyu ni ule mwizi wa Electoral bwana. Ule hata hakuna chicken na nini, mnasema anyway, ni sawa tu. That is what maybe this government should have done, if at all that. But unfortunately, it's the thieves that took over. So how do you expect them to round up thieves? And how do you, we are seated waiting? Since this government took over, I only heard them saying, we will begin dealing with cartel on such as a date. Again, another idiotic, foolish statement. Unaambianga mwizi wewe guru, nimesikia wewe ndio umemaliza miato yote huko kwetu mbele. Sasa tarehe 3 ujue kule unaenda, tunakukujia. Sorry for using that example. Do you give a date to a thief? This is a joke. I mean, this is mediocre. Ati ngojeni Januari, all the cartels wa kahawa, wa majani, angasijua nini ndio tutaanza.
You know, the most interesting thing so far, we don't know who has been given the tender to bring in rice and maize into the country from next year, I think around February. So who are these? Who is this importing this kind of volumes of food?
Sasa na mnaambiwa Januari muangalie. Gachagua was saying,
Guru.
Let me conclude, because I don't want to take forever. Let me finish, then you come in. What I'm trying with those few kind of examples I'm giving, and unfortunately, I don't think now we have the capacity, is simply that this government is wrong. They don't know what to do. And I think we have said this again and again. The best we can do is just for this government to be chased away. It is simple as that. It is for them to be chased away, period. We go, hata tunaweza amua to ban hiyo state house, tutajenga ingine, because it was being cleansed. Kumbe they were installing the evil. Mashetani ndio zilikuwa zinawekwa in the name of cleansing. So we actually don't need it. We can blow it off. We don't need a state house to run the government. Okay? The president doesn't need to be. It is not buildings that run the whatever. Yeah? So basically, I would think Kenyans just think twice. As I said the other day, is either we let it happen, tuingizwe hiyo kidole kwa mapua, tusukumwe na rivers mpaka tufike, ama tuseme no more, atukubali tena. Enough is enough. Don't be given dates. Na tusiseme ati Januari ndio tutafanya hivi ama siku fulani tutafanya hivi. We all know what it is. Tupige firimbi. Firimbi movement. Firimbi ianze kulia kutoka south, iende east, ingine ilie kutoka west. Tupige firimbi kila mji. Firimbi, firimbi, firimbi. Na tupite. Ule anakuja karibu na sisi tunamwambia either chukua firimbi ama tupite na wewe. So you pick a firimbi or tunapita na wewe. Na tukipita na wewe, of course, unajua what that means. That is what will save this country. That is what will save this country. Hakuna kitu ingine itasaidia Ruto. Hata ukimpatia 30 years, he has no clue, he has no idea. Yeah? Mwizi wa chicken ni mwizi wa chicken tu. Huwezi kumgeuza akuwe pasta. Sijawahi sikia mahali mwizi amekuwa pasta. Hiyo ni uongo. Ati mtu alikuwa naiba anakuambia nimeokoka, muuaji ati ameokoka sasa haui tena. Hapana, huwa tunamuaccept tu, lakini tunajua anything he can change, he can still kill. He knows the style, he knows it and that. You watch, you don't give them any points of responsibility. You don't give a thief responsibility of running a country, kuchunga ng'ombe na mbuzi za watu. Hapana. Na akija achukue usukani kwa nguvu, mnachukua mishale na mikuki na marungu na kila kitu, and literally mnasema atoke aende zake. Back to you, Bwana Leo.
Kabla asharudi. Karibu niibe.
No, it's okay. You know, somebody just told me oh, that voice, who talked last?
Karibu niibe bwana.
Endelea na wizi.
No, I one thing that I've gone through a lot in my life, and I've been through places that people haven't been. And one thing I'll tell you guys, I think Kenya, we're in a good trajectory. Unfortunately, that would be a very funny story. I mean, that would be I know si kila mtu atakubaliana na mimi, but we're in a very good trajectory. We are moving in good trajectory because what is happening, and this is how I'm going to explain it. The citizenry is understanding what people need to do. The citizenry is understanding to express their frustration. When you have a country that you don't have a citizenry that can express their frustration, then you have a problem. But when you have a citizenry that can actually express their situation, their expression and how they feel, then now you have a good citizenry. Tunaenda Mali. We have just one more, just one more jump that we have to make. And it's a long jump. One more jump of democracy. Unfortunately, the good thing that I'm happy about is that we are fighting the same problems that some big democracies are fighting, the same democracy that we're trying to fight, especially of elections. We have democracies that have been there and we look so big to them. Places like the United States, that right now they are fighting through democracy. Even last election, they had a problem. It was just today that Otana Cortez, wait, it wasn't Otana Cortez, it was the other one, that she even went off and did not get it. Because why? The court says you're not right. Here's the problem with us as Africans, where we have judges that really don't care about who's the president and they're not afraid to say that you're not the winner. And this is what it is. Storia goose chases, Ginini and whatever. All those, your drama yote mi waga inanibo sana hata stakagi hata kuikumbuka. Wild goose chase and all those things. If we can go back to what even the United States is doing tonight, I mean, nowadays, to where a court can say, no, this is not right. A Senate can say, no, this is not right. A Congress can say, no, this is not right. I mean, the biggest, the most powerful person, who was Donald Trump, says yata anaenda koti. Are you guys sure you can munaweza peleka Ruto koti? Guru, na kuangalia sana. Are you sure you unaweza peleka Ruto koti? Na kuangalia. Niwe naangalia kwanza sana kwa sababu nataka kuona reaction yako.
Not now.
Always.
Not now.
Kwa nini?
No, not now.
Why?
How?
You are a citizen. When do you employer wake?
Just the other day I saw like the vice president of, is it Marawi or where, he's been taken to court and he's casing. I think which would never happen in Kenya, a country that is even behind us in terms of democracy. They have the courage to take a high-ranking government officer before the courts. over corruption.
So Guru, can you take Ruto to court?
Of course you can't. How?
What do you mean you can't? You're the employer.
You know,
No, you're the employer, but then Tasha
Mato, there is no fire here.
Why can't you take your employer?
Read the constitution, man. You can't take Ruto to court. How?
Why can Guru take him?
Mato, don't insist on something that is.
let's not talk of
That's the problem right there. That's the problem. That's why Kenya is not moving anywhere, because the citizenry will talk, but they are so afraid to even take any step.
The constitution doesn't allow, Mato.
No, the constitution says everything gives you every right.
No.
Section
no, you cannot take a sitting president to court.
Section 92 gives you, Section 46 gives you, and everything.
Mato, you cannot take a sitting president to the
you
court.
You can.
You can't.
You can, Daddy, you can. Alex, you can.
Who you receive your fire? Who you receive your fire?
You can, because the constitution allows. It's just that now we have never become a point where, you see, like the US guys came to a point where when a cop pulls you over, you can tell them that I don't want to answer any question and I'm not able to give you my driver's license right now because I never made any sikufanya makosa. But you see, we've not generated to where we understand what a public service and what a public servant is as per what a mheshimiwa is. And that is the biggest problem, and that's where we're going wrong. I'm sorry.
The president of the
do you know right now almost all cases that were going on have corrupt or involving big people? Are you aware?
Go to court.
Do you know that? Do you know Waitito is sitting in a very important board right now?
So what? What is he gonna do to you?
Do you know Sonko is now on his way to freedom?
What is he gonna do to you?
I mean, what I'm saying is this: mwenye nguvu mpishe bana, mwenye nguvu mpishe.
Sasa unaniondo shida, tutaishi hapo forever. Tutaishi hapo forever.
That is the situation, unfortunately.
Tutapiga story hapa hata haina haja hata mimi kuja hapa tena, because tutashinda hapo forever. We have a constitution and then we'll stay here. Ati mwenye nguvu mpishe, we will stay here forever. Na kuambia hatutamaliza kitu. 3 years after today we will be here unless we start. You see, mtu kama what was his name? Someone tell me his name. When you walipeleka Manguruwe.
No, but already he said he is exhausted because he cannot continue fighting for Kenya.
Kwa sababu Wakenya wako wanasaidia, yeye alikuwa anaenda peke yake. Anashika makende. Oh, sorry.
No, what he's saying is that he's been trying to mobilize Kenyans to increase their voices, but very few.
No one wanted to do anything.
Huh?
No one wanted to do anything, so he gave up.
Boniface Mwangi. By the way, you'll be very surprised that many youths will ask you, "What is this?" I mean, you know, I think there's something that went wrong somewhere, because today, if we face a situation like the one we had in 1980s and 90s, I'm doubting how many people will go out of their way without asking to be paid. You see, that time people who used to sacrifice themselves, go to the streets, some are arrested and so on and so forth. But I doubt whether the politics has been monetized. What am I getting? Mimi napata nini? Kibinafsi.
Exactly. You're very right. That was my point right there.
All, if we are suffering all of us. So why take the high ground? Wacha tuumie.
So basi tuache kupiga kelele hapa.
I know Stone PK is feeling like coming to slaughter me, but that is the situation.
Tuache kupiga kelele hapa. Kama tutapiga kelele hapa the entire day na hakuna mtu anaweza peleka pale nini, hata nguruwe zimemwagiwa nini, like kina Boniface Mwangi used to do. Mtu unaenda unashika huko kule ufai kushikwa nini and all that. And then let's stop. Tuache story mingi bwana. Unless we are willing to really mobilize and not say let's mobilize and asking everybody else to mobilize but us. Unless we can do it ourselves, then let's
Kenyan,
just think about it.
Kenyan, I want to ask this forum. I want to ask this forum a truthful question. If today Raila is not existing, if today Raila is not existing,
oh, you'll be surprised when he's gone to watanyamaza.
Who do you think has the capability, the drive, the will, and the purpose to push a national agenda? Who?
I've been thinking about that for a long time. I've realized there's no one other than the person that I think might, but I'm really not okay with it, and I don't think he can. I don't think there's anyone, but I have a little bit of strength of jaw.
Excuse me. We are now not having a conversation. No, we are now not having a. We are now not having. Excuse me. We are now not having a conversation, Mato. Mato, you allow other people ask questions. Allow people to answer. Please ask a question. Allow other people to answer you. Don't ask a question and you keep on talking. That's not a conversation anymore. You have asked about 6 questions that I can tell you, but you're not allowing people to answer them. Please, Mato. Nani wanted to talk. What is his name? Our friend here said that there was something he wanted to respond in regard to that. And remember, he had asked me a question that I've not even answered him. So when we ask questions, allow us to answer questions in regard, and we go progressively so that you can have a good conversation.
Take it easy. I've already kept quiet, man. Just answer or whatever was going on, answer. But there was just I asked what I asked. Just take it easy. It's fine. Go on. Me, I'm quiet now for maybe for the next even 1 hour.
Guru, go on. You are trying to answer. Guru, you are trying to answer the question, and I think you were interrupted.
Is stuck? The network
I think
problem.
Guru is frozen.
Yeah, you can go on the other guy. Yeah.
Thank you, Alex. For some reason, I thought you had gone offline. I still have my pending question to you about the popular initiative for the document you have prepared. But the other question that I wanted to ask while Guru and Kenya Club were having the discussion was whether arising from what has been said here right now, whether in Kenya it is a fruitless endeavor to fight for the rights of Kenyans. Because I pick there's been a lot of despair. People come, they say they're fighting for the rights of Kenyans. They get beaten, they suffer on their own. People walk past them and say, so sorry, but no one ever offers them support. So is it an endeavor in vain to fight for Kenyans? Thank you.
I will start. I will start with the question you asked about the pay as you earn. When I came to the US, I went to the state of Minnesota that is heavily taxed. If you got a check of 1,000, you may end up when they take the state tax, they take the insurance, they take everything. You may even end up going home with only $600. They take about 400. Years later, I realized there were 7 states in the US that did not have state tax. And that was Alaska, Florida, Nevada, South Dakota, Tennessee, and Texas, and Wyoming. And I was appalled that how come some states can heavily tax people and some states do not completely have payroll tax. If you're getting 1,000, that's and it's only the federal that tax, and the federal, they make sure that the federal tax the minimum. And I realized they had come with some mechanism whereby they were taxing the rich, but they were lenient on the poor. And you did ask a formidable question. Is there a way in Kenya whereby they can stop this shenanigan of taxing somebody who is earning 25,000? Because by the time they take pay and all that nonsense, somebody gets up to maybe 15,000 or less than 15,000, which is not a livable wage. So we don't have some of the people that I respected. It's like Ichungo and Mbadi. Whenever they had debate on the TV, you could look like these people have a knowledge of not only economics, but accounting, whereby if there was a goodwill within them and they stopped the politics of divisionary, they can bring a bill whereby people who get at least 40,000 and below, so that they cannot be able to be taxed heavily. Right now, as we talk, in my state of Minnesota, when Wells became the governor, he promised us one thing: the poor are not going to be taxed. The rich must be taxed. What happened this year? Let me read you the report that happened. Minnesota Management and Budget Official released November 2022 budget economic forecast Tuesday, saying that the state of Minnesota has a surplus of 17.6 billion. We have a surplus of 17.6 billion because we stopped taxing the poor and we started taxing the rich. The tax codes, if you don't realize, the tax codes in Kenya are very difficult to understand. And let me give you let me give you a head start that you may even laugh. If you have a horse in Kenya, and you're preparing your taxes, and you put in your taxes that you have a horse, instead of you paying taxes, you are given a rebate. That is erroneous. So those kind of tax codes are the ones we don't understand. And those are the ones that the rich uses to evade taxes. And therefore, so the issue of payroll tax is something that we need to start talking about. Payroll tax is not something that you need to heavily tax on people. Payroll tax is something that you need to be lenient, because this is somebody who has worked with other people to get an earning. If you're earning about 70,000 and above, I understand that is a livable wage. But right now with the inflation, 40,000 with no food subsidies and all these things, you can be a mess. I have looked here a report, and I want to give you a simple report so that you can understand a few things here that are appalling. Now, countries with subsidies of largest electricity, natural gas, and coal. Iran is 86.1 billion, China is 30 billion, Saudi is 29 billion, Russia is 24 billion. These are countries with oil and natural gas but they are still giving us what? They are giving their people what? Subsidies. Kenya, with all its problems, we are taking subsidies. Food. Countries that give the largest amount of subsidies are Indonesia, Korea, Iran, and Colombia. Yet Kenya is taking food subsidies. So the issue of subsidies is all over the world. When Ruto thinks that taking subsidies is a good thing, he must emulate other countries like Russia, which give subsidies to food to their people, even give subsidies to women to get children. Do you know in Russia, because the population is going down, there was a time Putin, if a woman gives birth, they give him a car, a subsidies of giving cars. So, I mean, Ruto must learn that subsidies help countries improve their buying powers. When you take the buying index away, what happens? That country falls away because people are not able and capable to buy goods, because in any way, an economy grows because of the exchange of goods and services. So when there is no exchange of goods and services, when people don't have money, when people cannot exchange goods and services, a country will fall. And that's why we are having hyperinflation. Very soon, I bet, by January or February, the dollar is going to come from 125 and it's going to hit maybe 150. And we are going to go the Nigerian style. The problem is that once it hits 150, to reduce it back to less than 100, it's almost impossible. So these subsidies are very important. And the more he refuses to do that, the more we are going to have hyperinflation. And once we hit that hyperinflation, anybody who understands economics is that we are going to go into something called austerity measures. Austerity measures are even more difficult. Now, austerity measures means that even some things that were given by the government, we are going to get them out. It is going to be difficult. For instance, now you are going to start paying levies in roads, and they are going to start looking for ways to make sure that they heavily tax us and make life more difficult. We don't want to go to austerity measures, but these subsidies they are joking with, we are going to end up going to something called austerity measures. England has gone through it. Was it Spain has gone through it? It was one of the most painful economic times for them. And if we are not careful, Kenya is, once we hit, the dollar will hit 150. We have no option. We will go to austerity measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much. Let's go to Jeremani, and then we'll go to Storm PK, and then we'll start doing our closing remarks. Jeremani, unmute.
Apologies. Thank you, Kenyan with love. There's one bit, Alex, that you might have forgotten. This was the paper you presented. Is there room to bring it up through popular initiative?
We have not tried that. It's because I feel we are hopeless. The problem is that politicians are your friend when they are campaigning. People, the process of popular initiative is not also easy nowadays, because even the civil society has, I don't know what has happened to it. So to get people, to mobilize people so that we can do that, it has also become difficult. I don't know if people have become fearful. I don't know what is happening to our country, but I think we will try. You know, trying does not pay, does not pain. But since you have said that, maybe we can try.
Are you good with that? That's a good answer for you. Okay. Stone PK.
Thank you, Mato. I'll just come to that statement where I think I can't remember who of the panelists mentioned that it's probably, I think maybe it's you, Mato, who talked about, is it Mwangi, the one who brought pigs in parliament? Yeah, and then he gave up. Now he said that he realized what he was doing was like not being appreciated, and he got frustrated. And then there is this question that came: what if Raila is not there? Is there anybody who can lead the cause that he has led for quite some time? Actually, the answer is very simple from, again, what we have observed. And I would tell you the reason why it is so easy to tell what would happen in the very near future is when you try to analyze what is it that majority Kenyans have been trying to vouch for. They've been vouching for one of the most difficult tenets to achieve in life: justice. It is only very brave countries that have moved some steps towards that. And I think they're accountable in the world. Truth be said, it is still a struggle. People don't want justice. And because justice is tied to truth and justice go together. People don't want that which is right to reign. The world, those who are in the world with power, the people with power are the minority, but they have so much power that overwhelms the majority. 60 years down the line, the country Kenya has been struggling with electoral justice. And it is so ashaming that you still have people who believe that elections in Kenya have always gone well. It is why we should actually give up on this country. Because you'll have people who have gone to school. They stand here, they come here on this TV, and they tell you the election was 100% okay. And then some even foolishly come and tell you, if you believe iliibiwa, why didn't you go to court? And yet the evidence that we have as Kenya has continued. We've tried many things. And you wonder why is it that we kept on trying these things? You remember we even had times when Moi became so mad. And, he became so mad with Kenyans. One thing I really remember him for. He was so mad with Kenyans. So annoyed until he introduced a very, I would call it, very stupid way of voting. Maybe some of the people here and those who are in the panel were not born then. There was something called Mulolongo. Any serious election, sincerely, would you go for that kind of a thing? Imagine, Moi was so fed up. Then he said, wacha sasa sisi tataka kuona kila kitu mchana beube. Ule analeta uongo tunaona. Because to him, it had become so difficult to even trust who is counting votes. People cannot count. Secret ballots didn't work. Nothing worked. Then he said people will be lining behind their candidates. And Kenyans never stopped to ask themselves why Moi brought this. And when he did it, what did he want to prove? Which I think he proved, the mediocrity in Kenyan people, mediocrity in Africans. Then he concluded, akasema Mwabriga ni nywele ngumu, matatizo mingi, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, huwezi kusaidia yeye. That was Moi's conclusion. That Kenyans huwezi kuwasaidia. Africa, I don't like talking about Africa so much because I don't vote for Africa, I vote in Kenya. So I get concerned about our own country because we can be a pal, we can do things right. So what I'm trying to say here is that we've tried over 60 years now, independence. We've tried one thing, it has refused to work. The conclusion is we are not able to hold elections in that country. We are not able to hold elections. Number two, we keep on saying, oh, we are a democratic country. And I don't know where people get this BS about democracy in that country called Kenya. It's mockery. Because you can't say you are democracy when the most tenet, the most important thing about the pillar of democracy is not working. Then how do you say you are a democratic country? When you are not able to elect your leaders fairly, truthfully, alafu unasema ati muko na democracy. When you are not able to count votes as they are casted, votes vile ziko, you must doctor them. You must stop streaming them. There must always be chaos through counting. There must be problems with IBC. There must be problems with wanaitwa nini wale wa kuhesabu kura kule at the constituency.
Returning officers.
Yes. Yani kuna shida. Then you say you are Democrats, you have a democracy. I think it's in Kenya and Africa where people understand things opposite. And no wonder these guys laugh at us. And we pretend to be ahead of everybody. Yani sisi hata tumekuwa wale walituletea democracy, sisi tunajidai sisi ndio walimu wa democracy. Mavia kukusi.
Wewe unajua hii closing session na kurudia. Unajua unaanza kuongea ni kama una close.
So you want me to stop?
Yeah, this is not the closing section. Utakujia unless unataka kumaliza bado because you still gonna have a closing session. Nilikuwa nataka kwanza tuchape tu moja alafu then we do the closing session.
Okay.
Unless unataka kumaliza tu bado alafu utajieke closing session.
No, go ahead.
Uko na ingine ya kutekea closing session?
We'll come later. I can't be dry with the rubbish that is going on in that country. There's a lot to talk.
No, basi maliza basi.
Hapana, give somebody else. Endelea tu. Next.
No, Stone, there was a point you had not finished. Just finish it. You are in a very critical point.
I'm distracted. Let me recollect it. Mato, go ahead. I'll bring it back. I'll bring it up.
Because mahali ulikuwa unaenda place yenye people need to hear. Jeremani.
Thank you. As I said, today I'm in to be enlightened. And I think so far I've received a lot of enlightenment. Thank you for the opportunity. One of the things I've noted in the comment section is Black pointed out to me that what I was talking about, the 24,000 being the minimum taxable, is already in place. Yes, I understand that. I was talking about 25,000. Maybe I should have expounded a bit. My concern was that minimum wage in Kenya is still at about 15,000 shillings. And my argument was, why don't we raise it from 15,000 minimum wage to that 25,000, and then make sure that no one is taxed at 25,000 until they hit that threshold of maybe higher, 30, 35 or thereabout. But my concern was that minimum wage is still at 15,000. And you'll find that there are some employers who are content in paying the bare minimum that government announces. But that still is not a livable wage. I read somewhere that we have about 8,000 millionaires in Kenya. And I said, if we have about 8,000 millionaires, are they the ones who are holding the whole country? Because we should have a system that also encourages growth. Those who are at the lower tiers, an economy thrives best if we have a bigger middle class. But I find that we have a small middle class and people are content with that situation. That was a concern for me. I do not have much to add there. As I said, my intention today is to get enlightened and feed off the wisdom of both those who are in studio and also those that are in the comment section. Asante.
Okay. Alex?
My friend, remind me your name, the person who just spoke last. I always forgot your name.
Jeremani.
Jeremani, you always introduce topics that are very sweet and that go to the to the yield of my. Given the fact that those are some of my area of education. The history of minimum wage started in 1920s in the United States. United States is the one who started it in the 1920s. And the reason they started, the lawmakers sought to improve the working condition at that particular time. Remember, the black people were working in the cotton areas, but they were not being paid the same as the white counterparts. And by when the Great Depression came, it became more popular. And the reason it became more popular, the purpose of the minimum wage was to stabilize the post-depression economic and protect the workers in their labor force, because even they could not buy toilet paper, they had started using, in this country, they had even started using leaves to go to the toilet. That's how bad it was when you hear the Great Depression. And over the years now, the history of it has taken center stage. And I think many countries now are discussing the issue of minimum wage. In South Africa, people are killed in the Marikana because they were, you remember the Marikana issue? People were killed because they were agitating for, they even stopped using the word minimum wage and they started using the word livable wage. Because when you say minimum wage, people do not really understand and they don't resonate with it. They think you are just agitating for something, a higher pay. But basically, minimum wage is livable wage, a wage that you can be able to live with. Now, the problem that we have had in Kenya is that when you look at the legislatures, we have never taken the issue of minimum wage seriously. If I can ask you, when was the last time you saw us having a debate that was robust, that all Kenyans could have been excited about what is our livable wage. Last time we say here what our GDP was. Last time we were here, we said what our debt was. Last time we were here, we said how much Ruto has borrowed. Last time we were here, we even talked about the inflation and how our dollar has reached a record of 127. When you look at all those factors, it tells you that 15,000, it's no longer, it should no longer be, we should not even call it at any time that it's the minimum wage. Let's look that you're living in Nairobi today. And I know some of you live in Nairobi. The transportation now to come from, let's say, many people live in Umoja or Donholm, and now the train has really helped people. But if you are using a bus every day to town and going back or to industrial area, that 15,000 plus food plus housing, and you have children, you cannot live with that amount of money. So for me, even 25,000 is no longer a livable wage. I don't want to use the word minimum wage, because when you use the word minimum wage, it does not resonate very well with what we are trying to say. We are talking about livable wage. And when you say livable, it doesn't mean that there is some extravagance or some opulence or some tantalization in your living. We are talking about the minimal amount of money that can move you so that you can put food on the table. At least you can buy 1 or 2 underwears and clothes and buy 1 pair of shoes that you can go. Again, 25,000 is not able now in Kenya. If you have a wife and 1 kid, they are going to school and you are eating together, it cannot be. Since the okay, unga imeenda juu, all these things. And we do not have a single member of legislature who has a courage to introduce the bill called minimum wage. When you look at other countries right now, after the war of Ukraine and after the gas issue and all these things went up, subsidies were introduced and all other things so that they can help them. But again, they started having the debate about livable minimum wage. In this country, I like what Biden did. He forced it. It used to be, during Bush era, it was $8. Obama era, it became $12. And Biden is trying to push it to $20. Why is he doing that? Because it has gotten to a point whereby people are suffering. But when you look at our country, as you have said, I don't know who is going to push for that. All members of parliament are quiet. But that is one of the most important bills right now that Kenyans can be excited with. If we can sit down and look at how much a normal Kenya can pay. 1 room, you look at the housing, you look at the transportation, you look at the food, because those are the things you look at to calculate so that you can come with that index of minimum wage. I haven't sat down and come up with that, but I think it can be between 30 and 35,000. But I don't think the Ruto government will be willing, because already it has told us that it wants to heavily tax us, and I think they have put a freeze on increasing the salaries. So I think we are hopeless. But if we could get members of parliament who could agitate for that, at least to start a debate on that in parliament, at least to start. They say a journey of 1,000 miles starts with 1 step. If we could just get 1 member of parliament or 2, or a caucus of, because we have caucuses within parliament who will come and agitate for that, it will be something that will be very good. Unfortunately, that is not the priority. The priority is to increase the term limit for the president. The priority is to go to Qatar to watch football games. The priority right now is
Alex, I think somebody has a question for you.
Okay.
Either a question or I don't know, or a reminder.
Okay, go ahead.
Germany, you raise your hand.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I just wanted to make these follow up very quickly with Alex while he's still on that point. My theory is that to increase the minimum, or to let me move away from minimum wage and talk about livable wage. To create livable wage in the current setup is difficult. And why I think it's difficult, I'm looking at it from the economic perspective. We have this culture where our offices in the public service open at 8 or 9 in the morning, and all of them close at about 4:30 or 5. And my thinking is that then creates pressure for every economic activity to be conducted within that time. My theory is to expand the opportunities for livable wage. Is it possible then for Kenya to consider having a 24-hour economy where you know that judiciary also operates at 9 or 7 p.m. in the evening, where you know that you can go to the office of the Attorney General at 10 p.m. and file documents because there will be people there working the night shift. And then that way, we reduce the pressure of everyone having to wake up at the same time to rush to the city center at the same time, to get services at the same time. And then evening becomes consumption economy as opposed to production economy. Alex, do you think that's an opportunity that we may be missing out on?
Let me tell you, my friend, one thing, which is very sad. And I read it on the newspaper and it made me cry. When they took you see, there are three things that you must understand. Direct foreign investment, when investors come, there are three things they look at. The first one is corporate tax. Okay? Which, if you Google right now, Kenya has the highest corporate tax. We are a whopping almost 40% of corporate tax right now. Ethiopia is at 28%. Cairo, Egypt, is at 15%. Secondly is energy. We have done the most stupid thing by taking away what? The energy subsidies. Kenya energy is at the highest. And we went further to buy energy from Ethiopia at the highest price, and you saw what happened. Energy in Ethiopia is very low. And in Cairo, it is the cheapest. Now, the companies that we had in Naivasha, do you know how many companies that we have lost right now since Ruto came to power? Do you know how many? So how can we talk about 24-hour economy with what? With what companies? We can only talk of 24 hours economy when we have companies and factories. We do not have. Mutula anatengeneza factory what was that? Kiti ya mango, we celebrate. Why? Because we do not have factories. And this is what Raila was saying. When he comes to power, he wants every county at least to have what? One company. In Kisii, as we talk today, we used to have Coca-Cola, Elianto, they all went. We have no. We only depend. The only employer is what? The county. Can the county do 24 hours? And some of these things they call 24-hour economy is bars operating 24 hours. You find a place having so many bars, and then we think it's 24-hour economy. We must be intentional to decide to make companies and factories. The countries that have 24-hour economies are the countries that have factories and have industries. We do not have that. Already taking subsidies for energy, you could have taken everything and left energy. Companies cannot operate with the corporate tax of 40%, then you take away the energy subsidies and you expect them to make profit and pay employees. It can never be. Ruto has done something that is so myopic. He has chased so many companies. I wish what you have said could happen, but it cannot happen. Most companies that were in Naivasha, go read an article of Weekly. I can send you an article. 56 whooping companies have left Kenya when Ruto came, when the subsidies for energies were taken away. Because, first of all, these energies are manipulated. You've seen, even in your own house, how much energy do you get sometimes, even without tokens? So I think we have made the greatest mistake when it came to energy. We ought to reduce our corporate tax. It is now the highest in Africa. Google, the highest in Africa. How can you put the corporate tax to be 40%? How are you going to make profit? So the 24-hour economy that we could have built under Kibaki, Kibaki built a very good foundation. Uhuru came and built infrastructures which could have made, commerce is something that is very simple. It is the exchange of goods and services. So commerce, we have commerce, which is also the aids to trade, which is advertisement, transportation, insurance, reinsurance, communication, and all that. What is happening is that Uhuru tried to do the aids to trade, which was communication, advertisement, insurance, reinsurance, and infrastructures. But now Ruto has come and destroyed all that in a minute. What has happened? There is hemorrhage of companies getting out. So the so-called 24-hour economy is a mirage. We were going there. We had reached there. We were celebrating. We were almost crossing River Jordan. But we are not there, my friend, now. Opinion in that.
Right. Oh, sorry. Were you done or not?
No, I'm done.
Okay. Don't go anywhere because we're about to do our closing remarks. Alex, thank you, and everybody that has been here. I really appreciate so much. You guys are talking, and Alex, let me just I really don't like to talk so much when I'm sitting on this seat, but I wanted to add to what you were saying. It's not 50. It's not 56. I think you said 56. It's 64. 64 companies have left. One of them being JP Morgan that was starting to start a new company, and because JP Morgan does banking, they were almost doing it, but they've left. I think the deal is out. They're done. PricewaterhouseCoopers, they're struggling right now, and they're starting to look like they can live too. The biggest thing is that when you take this subsidy, this subsidy thing is a big thing because most of us did not know there was subsidies about everything. And people did not even know what subsidy was. And people do not understand that when you take these subsidies out is part of our taxes. And that's why we used to pay taxes to get those subsidies. Most of the things that people used to know in Kenya was because of the subsidies that we did not know. And for me, I feel we've been played there. And again, this other thing of one county, one product. You see, Kivutha Kibwana did that thing. Alex, the guy is Kivutha Kibwana. He's the one that did it. The mango juice. Because, you know, and especially Ukambani was semi-arid where people did not, they did not have water. They did not have anything, you know. They just could grow mangoes, but they made a mango juice company, which actually became a big thing. And that also comes with our, just to finish up with what I wanted to say, to come up with that is also, it also comes with the governance part of it. Because if you remember, there was a time that Kivutha Kibwana was almost, just, he wanted to just dissolve the whole county of Makueni. Because if you guys are going to come, you know, the MCAs wanted to come wrong with him. MCAs are like ticks. They just want money. They want everything. That's all they want. They just want money. If you don't give them their per diems, you don't give them whatever, they're going to sabotage you. And is the reason that I feel like, and I'm very skeptical about this Meru thing, because I feel this Meru thing is not about the gender thing that they're talking about. I don't even think they have anything on that lady, by the way. I really don't think they have anything. I think it's just that the lady was being heard. And if you remember, Kivutha Kibwana had even went to the president and told him, you know what, we're going to dissolve this county if that is what is going to happen. And I believe that is who the person that I would have been. Because Mukinisumbua Sasa, what do you want me to do? Njeremani, if you have MCAs who just want to get money, what are you going? Let's just dissolve the whole thing. We go back again. You know? So I believe this, I don't know. I'm watching those things. I'm watching that thing. It just started today. I'm going to watch it tomorrow again and see where they go. And if really they do have something on her, because after today, sorry, in Germany, just 1 minute, you're next. I don't believe they had anything. But let me just finish at that. And then since I'm here and we're in Germany, I'll give you your time. If anybody else wants to say something, and then we'll start doing our closing remarks because it's getting too late. But in Germany, I think you had lifted your hand. Maybe you wanted to say something or you wanted to counter what I was saying or anybody that I said, whatever. And then after that, then I'll start. We'll start again with you after you're done. Or we can start with Stone PK and go around. So what did you, I think you had your hand up.
Yes. You mentioned Kivutha Kibwana. And I'd asked a question earlier. My question was, how is it then that Kivutha, with his policies or his principles, has crossed over and is now working with the side that he opposed in the formulation of his policies as governor, in the formulation of his manifesto as a politician? What has happened to him? I thought maybe you might have some insider information.
I do. What does Kivutha Kibwana do today? That's a question to you.
Sorry, come again. What was the question?
What does Kivutha Kibwana do today?
What does he?
Yeah. Who is he and what does he do today?
Just tell us, Mato.
Okay.
So we would make progress by you asking and then, and then.
Yeah, I wanted him to tell me so that he can understand what I'm asking. Who's right. Kivutha Kibwana today and what does he do?
Mato, just tell us, because asking questions, because that's why he asked you the question and then you're asking him back.
Kivutha Kibwana is not a leader.
allow me then to just share a little I know. Then you can enrich my knowledge. I know Kivuta Kibwana as a constitutional lawyer, then past
No,
previous
in
as a
the
governor.
government today.
Oh, that I don't know. That I don't know.
Exactly. Kivuta Kibwana is not in the government. Kivuta Kibwana is not anywhere in the government. Kivuta Kibwana never took anything. He just went in there. I mean, he was seen, but Kivuta Kibwana has nothing to do with the government today. He's just a guy that is still running Makueni and being, what do you call this? Like someone who wants ukitaka ushu. If you want someone to give you advice and something like that, what do you call that? Whatever you call it, yeah. So Kivuta Kibwana has nothing to do with this government that is here today. So that's why you don't hear him anywhere. You don't see him anywhere, and nothing. He has no business to do with that. He is pro Makueni and where he got Makueni from. I hope that answered your question. Thank you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate you, everybody that has been here. I think now we're going to start taking our last comments before we close the show. I think let me start with Stone PK. Stone PK, let me start with you, and then we'll close with you too. Your closing remarks.
Let me first of all thank people like Kachien for following so keenly on what we are saying here. I also want to thank Jodida, as well as Due Diligence, among others who really are keen to what we are discussing here, and we appreciate that heavily. Before that time, I was really moving towards a line that I think and Kenyans need to really make up their minds. And I tend to think what I have seen and observed is what Ruto took advantage of. And, he took advantage of that, cunning as he is, and he wants to run away with it. I was saying that we've been trying to chase actually the wild goose chase that maybe the Supreme Court did not describe, and they opted to describe our Azimio submissions as wild goose chase and refused to address the real wild goose chase is what Kenyans have been chasing. Because even them now, when they sat there to try and deliver electoral justice, which they failed to deliver. Simple things. And thanks Achieng again for reminding us that, like ballot papers, why were they duplicated? Why were they two? The Form 32A or something like that. Two sets. And when it was questioned, a very flimsy answer was given. Hata ninashangaa, kwani Wakenya akina Raila walikuwa wamefukishwa nini? Even all the Azimio people, what is it that had been pulized to them? Kwani walikuwa wamefuliziwa ile dawa ya ile waizi wa mtaani wanaiba nao, they come, they puliza through the windows huko Eastland. Then unalala kabisa, they enter, wanaiba kila kitu, hata wanakuweka kwa gunia together with the mattress that you are sleeping on, na unabebwa. Because when Chebukati went to print these papers, hata kule alienda kuprint, He was doing it discreetly. Then we had them arriving at the airport. They are arriving suspiciously. Then it is zinakuja zinajulikana. They are in pairs, and we allowed them to be dispatched to the polling stations, and we all kept quiet, yeah, and we were seated there hoping that God will count the votes for us, okay, and we were seated there hoping that the winners will be pronounced as per the votes cast. So basically, what we are looking at is we are looking at a situation that is desperate, a situation that is not easy to reverse, more so especially now when it is the Wheezy that has taken the reins of power. It is not possible to put anything to straight. So there is not even need of talking about 2027 as a competitive, as a political competitive, event. So actually, people should stop talking about elections in Kenya. Absolutely, because who will be the referee? And then who will be competing against who? So I'd rather people don't even try to waste money. If you are a genuine Kenyan, you are a genuine leader, you cannot go looking for space where the thugs are the referees. The best thing we can do is give it to the thugs. Let them take control. And then we swallow the consequences. Or else we say no to all this nonsense. We say no to the Wizinomics. In my economics here, Wizi. Okay? And then we start saying we want Babanomics. Economics is a Baba. We know what he had in mind. Because all what we are discussing here, minimum wage, blah, 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 those cannot be improved under the Wizinomics. You can't do, you are talking of minimum wage, 24-hour economics, all that will come to naught. It is nil. It is zero. Let's not even waste our breath trying to give how good we are supposed to manage this, how we are supposed to add it, industries and all that. That cannot be delivered by the yellow manifesto. That is 100% anchored in blue manifesto, and you all know that. And once that was overturned, once that was stolen away from the blue leader, once hiyo wizi ilifanywa, that is when everything went haywire. Okay? So what am Kenyans? Kenyans, either tukae, tuzae mayai, tumeze hiyo moto, ama tuwashe moto, tuchome wezi. Okay? We will have some collateral. It is ni lazima kuwe na collateral damage. What we will do, it is we will try to minimize. Or then if we are scared of that collateral damage, then we sit and accept, swallow the bitter pill as it is. This pill is not even a pill, it's poison. We swallow the poison and then we die slowly as we are dying. Alex has just said that in a month or two, the dollar ikuje ipige shilingi kabisa, then ikuwe 150 shilling to a dollar. My dear, those of us who have seen this thing happening, some of us were there when it was 80. Okay? In fact, I think some of us were there when it was $1 to 70 bob. Okay, that's when we were growing up. 70. Now it is uko juu, and we know who tried to control and kind of stop it from escalating. Yeah, ikifika 150, which it will very easily, you can imagine what will happen, and it will never go down. It's just like things like petrol and everything else. Once imepanda, there's no way utasikia imekuja. And that is the rapture that I'm talking about. It's coming. January is when the rubber will hit. I mean, the rubber will hit the tarmac. Saa hiyo ndio utasikia sasa mlio. Saa hiyo ndio kitaumana, ile unasikianga kwa kambi ya jeshi kimeumana. Wacha hivi, watu walikuwa wanafanya joke. Kinaumana. A few weeks to go. Very few days to come. Kitaumana. Saa ile unajaribu kushika hii ishikiki, hii ishikiki, na bado unaambiwa tuende tuombe Mungu. Nairobi ni ya Wakikuyu. Sijui nini. We are dealing and listening to shenanigans, to rubbish, to nonsensical. I see today's topic was even talking about impeachment. These are all side shows, and it's all rubbish. There is no parliament there. Kuna senate hapo. Yeah, hiyo ni a gang of thieves, all of them. Even those who are with us in Azimio, they have all been swallowed into that wizard. Hiyo urogi ya Ruto hiyo, hiyo ushetani ya nabii, they have all been swallowed into that, and they can't help this country. The only dawa is Kenyans. You just wake up one morning, as I said, pick up the firimbis, funga vitambaa vya blue. Don't tuweke ya nyeupe. Nyeupe ni peace. Chukua ya blue. Let's paint everybody blue. Let's ban anything that is not blue. If you are not blue, you go. We chase people away mpaka wavuke boda mpaka Busia. Waende kule watu wanaishi hivyo ovyo ovyo. Where they don't cry, wanafinywa kufinywa. All right? Others, we can chase them to Congo DRC, and then we rebuild this country. Okay? So basically that is what I'm saying. Let's not waste time trying to give formulas. Formulas will not work. Sasa mwizi unampatia ati vile atafanya 24-hour economy. He has no interest. Wezi haja yao ni kuiba chochote kile. It is now 100 days plus when all these things were stopped. I said this. The subsidies were cut. Nini auambiwi pesa iko wapi? That hustler fund. Atunaambua umesave. Bonyeza hii uone ile pesa umesave. How foolish can we be as Kenyans? At least when Safaricom was doing it, you know where you can get your money from. Unaenda kwa Safaricom agent. Ukiwa kuna shida unawauliza balance yangu iko wapi? Unaambua ni hii, na ukitoa unaona ni chapa. You know where you can get. Ikiwa unaweka kwa ile account ingine inaitwa nini? I'm sure. Yeah, you know you have money somewhere. Yeah. So hii unaambua bonyeza sijui 13 something 0 to see how really. This is how far that Ruto and his people have taken Kenyans to be. Wamejua sisi ni mafala. Ile walikuwa wanasema wajinga waliisha, it was sarcastic. Ilikuwa ni satirical. Alikuwa anamaanisha wajinga wamejaa Kenya. Na tumejaa kweli. Sisi ni wajinga. Tutatawaliwa na Ruto mpaka tupende. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, let me do this. I'm going to go to Alex, closing remarks, and then I come to Jeremani, closing remarks, and then I do a 10-minute open forum, ile yetu ya sasa kuongea, kucheka na nini, and all that, and then we close. So, Alex, it's yours, and then Jeremani, you'll be next.
Yeah. Jeremiah, the first thing for us to do in order for us to disband these two institutions ambazo zimetusumbua kabisa NHIF na NSSF is to enact a Soviet Wealth Fund Act and a special appropriation whereby we can put almost 100 billion Kenya shillings allocated to that foreign wealth fund in the beginning, so that the operational cost of the Soviet Wealth Fund should never exceed 0.5% of the total capital allocation. Sasa hii wacha nimalize hiyo. Now, the other two things I wanted to say that I've looked the statistics and I was looking them today is for a country to grow, there are two things that must be done right. First of all, you must balance your budget. And I was looking at the staggering statistics na zimenisumbua sana. In 2017, we did not balance our budget. It was negative 7.37%. 2018, it was negative 6.91. 2019, it was negative 7 again. 2020, it was even worse. It went to 8%. 2021, it went even negative 8%. 2022, at least it went to 6%. The forecast is, as we go to 2023, in the way that things have gone, we are going to go to negative 24% of our budget deficit. A budget deficit is something that is very bad because it makes you borrow more, but still you are not able to balance your budget. That is staggering. Two things are needed in order for an economy to grow. The first one, as I've told you, is the balancing of our budget. The second thing that is staggering, and I was looking also at it today, and I will tell you as my friends, I saved it here, let me read it for you. It is our export and imports. It is our exports and imports. We have reached a point whereby our exports are only 11%. Our imports are a staggering 59%. That is not a country anymore. If you are going to export 59% of things, it means that you are not interested in the fourth industrial era. The fourth industrial revolution is one of the most important things because one thing it does, it generates factories and industries whereby people can work and start having little by little wages. But what we have done, as Ndeto said, I thought it was a few like 50s, and it's a staggering 64 companies that have left, including Stanley Morgan. If you Google about Stanley Morgan, is one of the biggest companies in the world. When it moves with its capital market, it means that our stock